Disclaimer, this stream is for entertainment purposes only. This is not an official helpline. We are not medical professionals or counselors. We are just a community being there for one another. Welcome, everyone, to the After Dark Mandela Helpline. I am your host, Sandy Diva, and not joining me tonight is Splatter 420. He may join us later, but right now he's not feeling well again. So let's pray he feels better when he wakes up. But joining me tonight is Ever Josh and Jose. How are you guys tonight?
I'm doing okay, Sandy. And how are you, Josh? He's on mute.
He is muted, yes.
I am
Hello,
muted.
everyone. Yeah, hello, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I'm
Welcome
doing
to the
good.
helpline. Yeah, we're back again, trying to help
Hi,
people.
Noel. It is an open panel. I'll be dropping the link soon. Don't worry, I will send it to you. Soon. Soon, Noel. I hope you're feeling better, Noel. So far in the chat, let me do some shout outs. I have to get to my shout outs. Give me a moment. We have, of course, Ever Josh and Jose. Time Man was first tonight, followed by Algorithm, The Three Minds, Angels Don't Fall, Jessica S. Ganniball's here, and Morgan. Hugs Noel. Uh, Morgan, I am so sorry. That is terrible. Is there anything you can do? Morgan was informing us in the chat before the show that Isabella Live 2.0 is gone. I'm double checking that. Like, how did you find out, Morgan? I need to know. I need to know how you found out that your channel was gone. It, there's no reason someone would have mass reported it, right? Is Morgan responding? No, but check this out. Josh, can you grab that link from the chat? Are you
Yep.
talking about Earth's History Was Confusing playlist? No, that was 3 years ago. This is so messed up. No strikes or anything. His channel's just gone. That is so messed up. I am so sorry, Morgan.
That's crazy.
They sent me a notice on the screen with no details. Did you check your email? Hey, Tanya Sue. Did you check your email, Morgan? Because they will send you an email. They have to. Something had to have happened. They don't just, let's see who we're going to take down today. Something had to have happened. Whether they got reports or something. It's got to be in your email. Did you check? Man, I think it's so stupid that you can't call YouTube for help until you have 100,000 subscribers.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that. That's
Yeah, you have to
nuts.
have 100,000 subscribers before you get phone help. It's kind of wrong. I don't know how to pronounce that. Possum lady? Possum lady. Welcome, Possum lady. Hello, John Nada. Guys, we are having an open panel tonight. But right now, I'm asking Morgan how his channel got taken down permanently. I can't believe this. I feel horrible. John Nada. I know it's early. I know we're early. Hey, Jackie. I'm writing your names down. Splatter is not here tonight. They said it was what? I would have said, show me. Where? I can't even say that. It's only letting you chat on full screen. I was having that problem too. There was no chat box. I was having that same problem, Possum Lady. I don't get it. Hey, Ryan S. Hey, Red Storm. You need to fight that. You need to contact them through the email system. How are you going to get to 100,000 if you get hit as a small creator? Exactly, Time Man. Yes, we were talking about her. I didn't know who she was, and then you told me who she was. Yes, but it's just your AI assistant. The other ones are not up to date. It agrees with you. I taught my AI assistant. I don't really have an AI assistant, but I taught AI that a man's excuse is not men explaining anything, that's mansplaining. A man's excuse is an excuse that explains away a Mandela effect. Hello, General Sorrow. Guys, you are entirely too quiet.
Sorry.
Talk to the chat. Don't write to the chat. You talk to the chat. The talking, guys. Me talking, not dead air.
How do you
Say
want to
hi.
interrupt you? How do you want to
No,
interrupt you?
I get interrupted all the time. Go for it.
All I said was hi, 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 hi. Yeah, everybody's popping in, so nice. Thank you for showing up. We have a great show, but we just don't know what's about yet.
Morgan, you should make another channel. Call it Isabella Music or Isabella Live Music, something like that. Upload your stuff there, and we will push it out to get the subs back up. That's what you should do. I'm almost at 2,200, Time Man. Current count is, I'll tell you in 1 second. Oh, 2209. We're at 2,200 people.
Nice.
2209. At this rate, we'll be doing 3,000 next week.
Well, that's what I said on the last show. I was like, see you next week for the 3,000
Yeah,
show.
see you next week.
I
I don't know what's going on, but I'm not going to complain. Hello, Diane P. It's good to see you. If it's as simple as a tag in my description, that's insane.
Yeah, I started putting them in my descriptions.
Oh, excuse me, Morgan. If you already did, then put that link in the chat right now. Everybody subscribe to Morgan's music channel. Let's get him back up to where he was. And Morgan's music is awesome. Here, Morgan, put your link in the chat, and I'm going to play Angels All Around Me while people are subbing. Let's go. Give me that link, Morgan. Unless you're talking about the Morgan channel. Oh, this is the channel. Okay. Yeah, but there are some people who don't have a wrench, Morgan. If you can, please put the link in the chat. Because if they don't have a wrench, they can't go to your profile. Even if you write it, Jose, you can now say it when I start talking. See? Morgan,
Here, I got it, Sandy.
you got it? Okay, put Morgan's link
Yeah.
in the chat, please. Excuse me.
General Taro got it too. Or no,
There
maybe
we
it's something
go.
different. You put something different in there.
All right, guys.
He has 54 subscribers, so he's going up.
Yep, we need to get Morgan back up where he was. So here's a preview of what you'll be subscribing to. This is Morgan. It says angels around me or something like that, but it's angels all around me. I just got it wrong. I'm going to play you one of Morgan's songs. Totally subscribe to him. We'll be right back.
Watching all the clocks run backwards, slowly choking out my lungs, throwing all the stones around me until all that's left is one. Youth and age haunt me nightly until their master's work is done. Give to all just what they're asking, while sex and death is all flesh once. And while I've got angels all around me, lighting the fires that free men from feeling, send your waters inside me.
And that is a sampling of Morgan's music, guys. I also played more of it on the last live stream, which was the 2,000 subscriber special. If you can, please go subscribe to Morgan because Isabella Live 2.0 no longer exists.
That was pretty professional. I liked it. It's pretty good.
Yes, he did that in the studio.
Wow.
And I made the video for it. Morgan, did you send me the other song that I want to make a video for? General Sorrow is also dropping a separate link in case that link isn't working.
Well, that was nice of you to help Morgan, help his channel.
Well,
That's amazing.
I mean, that's so wrong. Hello, Call for Zero. Hello, Richard Minnick. Well, I guess there's nothing left to do but open up the panel. There's 2,200 people supposedly here. If you're new, I'd love for you to join us and tell us, how you learned of the channel, the Mandela effect, what your top 3 Mandelas are. And if you're just learning of the Mandela effect and have questions, feel free to ask. That's what we're here for. Lots of ums coming from me tonight. And those of you that have been here for a long time, feel free to join to help out in case someone new comes. And don't be nervous or scared to join. It's just like a phone call. You don't have to be on camera. As you can see, we are not on camera. I live in bed. It's not happening. Actually, if I turn the camera on right now, you probably just see black because I sit in the dark. Hey, Propagate. Hello, Dr. Bob's Nightmare. Throughout the show, Morgan, I will remind people to subscribe to you. Morgan had his channel taken down, everyone that's just joining us. No warning. Just gone. His Isabella Live 2.0. Hello, one more quarter. But yeah, I would really like to hear from the new people, but I'm not telling people who've been here not to join. I'm just saying I would really love to hear from some new people tonight. Laurie H., welcome. Did I miss anybody? Because they were all just coming in at once. Alex Jones is shilling vitamins. Hello, Parody Bear. That's a lot to write. Give me a moment. I can't write and talk. I'll start writing what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got 500 new subscribers or 700 new subscribers in the last 2 weeks.
According to YouTube, it's 632.
Oh, wow.
And we're at 2210 now.
Yep.
632 subscribers in 10 days. Hello in the studio. And it only took me, 4 years to get to 1,500? Hi, Kasoon. Hope you're doing a little better each day.
Well, I'm saying hello to all the new subscribers. If you're here, you're welcome to call in. Tell us your story. Like Sandy said, we're interested in how and why, and we're here to help you if you have any questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dumber Every Day, welcome. Did you try a poll?
That's a good
What
name.
would you like me to poll? I did try a poll. I had to go to the browser to see that option. They don't give you that option in StreamYard. Yeah, I could do it. I thought of a poll I could do. Give me a minute. I have to go to the browser. Give me 1 second.
All right. Hey, Sandy.
Yeah.
I got to step away for like 10 minutes. I'm sorry to do this, but yeah, I got something I got to take care of real quick. Everything's
It's no
okay.
problem.
Nothing serious, but I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
As long as everything's okay, go for it. It's all right.
Yep. All right.
We'll just deduct 10 minutes out of your pay. Yeah, that's about $200 a minute. Yeah,
oh, wow, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, we're an expensive show here. Sandy's paying us big money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we need to raise about $2,000 just to make it through July. So please help. Just kidding. No, I wanted to thank you. I know every month is different, but geez, I would have been stressed. I know I was stressed when I owed $800 on my light bill, and somehow, somewhere, it's all cut up. So I still have internet and I still have lights. So it was a big blessing for me. So yeah, we get through things, but we have to struggle through it struggle through life and just don't give up, keep going. I'm sure there's a rainbow somewhere, but I haven't seen the end of it. It just keeps going and going. So yeah, if life doesn't kill you, it'll make you stronger. That's the way I look at it.
Can you hear me? It's kicking my sound out. So just hang in there, keep talking.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's a cool name, Dumber Every Day. So I feel. I wake up, it's like 100, 1,000 brain cells just went away. The struggle is an illusion. Yep. You just got to hang in there, stay strong, mentally strong. You can't go wrong. You just got to keep trying. When you go wrong is when you stop trying. That's the way I look at it. I own my own business. I'm self-taught. I never went to school for any trade school or anything, but I can fix air conditioners. Any restaurant machine I can fix, tiles, painting. I can do chiropractor. I can do chiropractor on pets. I can do lots of things, like cut my own hair because I can't afford to go get my own haircuts. So I had to learn how to cut my dog's hair and my own hair. So, times are getting hard and we just have to adapt because as you can see, everybody's struggling on this earth. And I just want to be supportive. That's why I'm here. Maybe you guys can get some new ideas. And if you've always felt stuck, we can help you keep going and trying to stay positive. And if you have any problems, we can talk about it and we can help you out. I mean, we have a disclaimer. We're not professionals here. And I'm sweating like a dog. This is very hard for me to do this because I'm not used to it. But I mean well. I don't mean to harden anybody. So I know there's going to be problems along the way. Heads are going to clash with each other. So I just don't want to chase people away because of me. But if you guys need any help, please contact Sandy. She can get a hold of me. If you want to talk to me, go through Sandy. And I'll see what I can do.
Hey, Jose.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you on the phone or the computer?
On the phone.
On the phone. Okay.
Yeah.
Morgan. Josh isn't here to grab the link. Can you email that to me? Email that link to me, please. Jennifer Maniston. Hello, Parody Bear. I have a question that we have to answer. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, wait, I gotta fix the U. It put a U instead of an I. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
So,
that's a good idea. That's a good idea. We can do polls, different polls during the day. So, keep people interested. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good.
But right now the poll is 38% is new in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
So Chicago Cubby Bear mentioned your channel on Soft Show. Wow, that was very nice. I haven't seen Chicago Cubby Bear in a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was nice of him to mention it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Morgan. He's going to send me an email. All right, so Diane P. asks, how come we can go over conspiracy theories or music, which was before its time? So, do you mean how can we go over conspiracy theories that are like, and music that was before our time? I need to clarify the question.
I think she forgot to put tech before its time.
No. She said conspiracy theories are music,
Or music.
which was before its time.
Okay.
We can go over any of that stuff. And I think it's good to look at things multiple times, because sometimes you miss things the first time around, and sometimes they get Mandela's at that. But if I'm misunderstanding the question, please rephrase it. I'm glad you have it too. The hot water tank is very important, Richard. Oh my goodness. I remember when the store downstairs, theirs exploded. It was horrible. Let me see. Roy J. videos have been harassing General Sorrow. That's funny. Well, with that, Josh isn't here, so I can't present anything. Keep that in mind. In disclaimer, you posted something I wasn't sure about. All right, let's get the disclaimer up. This stream is for entertainment purposes only. This is not an official helpline. We are not medical professionals or counselors. We are just a community being there for one another. You posted something I wasn't sure about. The song I sent you told about the future. I do remember the song you sent, but I can't play songs. Oh, you ready for this? Remember how during the 2000 subscriber special, I said, guys, send me your content. It can't be copyrighted, right? Do you know I got one copyright and it wasn't for anyone's content? It was for Stripes. It has a copyright. I fought it.
What
Hi,
is it?
Sadly Karen. Huh?
Stripes the movie, or?
Yeah, remember we looked at it because of the poster?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that clip we looked at to examine the poster in the movie, they gave me a copyright strike for that.
Wow.
Like, we were watching Stripes for the fun of it.
Yeah, the Uncle Sam hat. Okay.
Morgan, send them to me on email, please. I can't access them here. All I can do is put them on the screen. Karen, you should be sleeping. It's 11:30. They do. They count playing movie clips, just like music. That's
Really?
their copyrighted content.
Oh, wow.
That's why, like, when I covered the Brady Bunch, I flipped the image and changed the color of it
Mm-hmm.
so that it was significantly altered content. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, same here. When I make my videos, I try to clip them, like what's in front of it, I put it in the middle, and whatever was in the middle, I put it last, and then I enlarge the pictures so it doesn't match their videos, and then I put little clippets here and there so it doesn't match their videos, because I suck at computers, and I go on the internet for hours and hours, and I take clips from other videos, and I take like 3 hours of video, and then I compact it to 22 minutes or 4 minutes or 15 minutes, and it gets screwed up. It takes me like 3 days just to do one video. So yeah, I don't know how Sandy does it, but geez.
I don't make videos. That's the difference. The videos that I make take forever.
Yes.
Especially
yes.
on an iPad with no memory. It takes forever.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly Landrum, welcome, says, I was unsubbed. What the hell? But you know what? That's good to know, because you resubbed and you retained your wrench. So it's good to know that if you resub, you keep your wrench. Unless you unsubbed and it kept your wrench, which is even weirder. No limits on Rumble, true, but there's also no money to be made on Rumble at all. At all. You'll never earn anything. Because you have to pay them for their premium and use their streaming platform for 30 hours before they will consider monetization on your channel. But more importantly, the most important part is there's nobody on Rumble. I think I have 2,000 more subscribers here than I do on Rumble. And then on top of that, on my Rumble streams, I get maybe 10 views. It's not worth it to be there. They will never be able to compete until their app is as usable as the website. And their app is atrocious. Like, you go into this separate page where it's just the video. There's no videos on the side. It's just, it doesn't work right. It's horrible. Yeah, Rumble has bad vibes, though, says John Nada. Block warning, wow. Yeah, I got no warning. I just got a copy. Not like a, I got, what do I call it? I got a copyright, not a copyright strike. Just a copyright.
I get those all the time, Sandy. That's why it takes me so long to download a video, because I have to send it to YouTube, and then they say this part is copyrighted, and then they'll give it an option to clip it or take it out.
Correct.
Or what.
And if you do that, you lose the live chat.
Yep, I lose everything, or the important parts. So I just take it down, and then I rewrite it or make another video, or it's a hassle with those copyrights.
Right, and I can't do that with a live stream.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, guys, come on, we're going back live for another 8 hours because we had to delete the chat. It's not happening.
No, that's crazy.
All right, everyone, I am dropping the link. Just keep in mind I can't share anything right now. Unless, if you have a computer, you can share, but I can't share. So I am dropping the link. I'm going to send it to Noelle. So I told her I would. Hello, Artsy909. I will check it out, Artsy. I have to. All I did was share stripes for a poster and got a copyright. I was just talking about that. I have to go through things. I have to download them, edit them so that they're not setting off alarms with YouTube. They're getting ridiculous. The nature of the Mandela effect requires us to show copyrighted content. Mm-hmm. We're showing it for educational purposes, essentially. And that's supposed to be covered by fair use, but they don't care because it's all AI algorithms.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Ever since Google threw in that AI, I mean, we're toast. Yeah. We don't stand no mercy.
And Kasoon is correct. It takes forever for them to clip out copyright music. You sit there, like you have 6 copyrighted songs, right? Like that one, I did a stream like a month ago. I had to edit it out because it was blocking it from being viewed. Like the stream was taken down. So I'm like, well, if I got to edit out the chat and everything, I might as well remove all the copyrights. It took me like a week to remove all the copyrights because it takes so long to remove one. And you can't remove the others while the other one's being edited. Mm-hmm. I did, Noelle. It's in your text messages. Actually, I'm putting it here again because I have to pin it and I can't find it in the chat. Everyone, the link is pinned in the chat. And Morgan is here.
Yay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Morgan. Save the day. Come on in.
Hey, Morgan.
Yeah, right on. So I mean, uh, hey, right on. Um, the thing is, like okay, I think they also nailed me because my computer started to work.
Your computer started to work, so they nailed you? No.
Yeah, like I know, like all of a sudden on the one thing I was syncing using my laptop, like I was using my laptop on the one thing, right? And things were going through, things were happening, and all of a sudden it showed up and it was like, you can now do clips. And I was like, cool. I was going into the things and I could grab up, you know what I'm saying? Like for the first time I could actually grab up sections of my stuff, right? I would have been able to start making commercials for my actual channel that people would be able to see.
Uh-huh.
But the thing is, I can still do all that just for a new channel, and it's good that I'm not going to waste all that time on a shadow banned channel anyway, because I wasn't getting past like 400. You know what I mean? It was a 399 viewers and been there for 5 years. You know, like it had to go anyway because of its shadow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It needed to go anyway. Like, so not that it's not good. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, and but I needed to go onto a new channel that wasn't, you know, that's clean, you know. And now I get to upload, you know, fresh new stuff to the new channel. You know what I'm saying? Like to this channel.
Yeah.
And I have about 80% of everything that was on the other channel. Just meaning like the song is, I've downloaded them, right? Like I have them downloaded. And I was watching them earlier, like my streams. I
Hey,
only lost
Morgan,
it. Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I do suggest you do make another channel so that you have
I
another
do.
backup. But
I'm on it right now. I've got Sandy. I've
no,
got a
but
lot of them.
oh, you have a lot of them.
Like,
Oh, okay.
like Danny, I've got another one that's not on this email. And that's Five Little Stones, Uber Tuber, Break Nine True Copy, and a Morgan Tristram. Then I have another Morgan Tristram, and I've got
Okay.
and then I've got Morgan one.
Okay, I thought Morgan was your only other one. Okay, that's fine.
So
I was gonna say,
you
'cause
know,
they
and
could
I've
do it
got
again.
like about 80% of my material backed up. Well, no, because there's nothing on this one. I made it specifically so I could switch to another account when it like, you know what I mean? Like I prepared and I switched to another account. It's just that I don't have the stuff from the last few months because you don't usually prepare for getting hit the last couple, you know, the last 3 months of material. So I mean, the last 3 months of material I lost, but it doesn't matter because I make it. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't lose anything, like because it's all in me anyway. Like and before that, everything's downloaded. I just have to re-upload it. But I was going to be doing all that on my other channel anyway because I'm now able to do. Like I couldn't move my computer on the other thing. So anyway, yeah, it's bad, but at the same time, it had to happen anyway. I just couldn't part with the channel because there's too much nostalgia and whatnot and so forth. You know, you're sitting there, oh, I can't erase a thousand shows, but it had to be done. Well, I mean, it didn't have to be done, but they didn't even give me a strike. Didn't even give me 2, 3 strikes. I didn't have any strikes or anything. They just went, boom, your channel's gone. Oh, by the way, they didn't tell me, they didn't give me any reasons, and they haven't either.
That's ridiculous.
I
I
know
can't
it
believe
is.
they didn't send you an email or something.
No, that's the other thing too, which is why it lets me, like, you know, make me. I mean,
Don't say the child thing on air though. We can't say that. The child
yeah,
thing.
that's what I mean. Like it's like why do they even say that? And it's like especially when it's the opposite thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
I understand.
yeah,
Because Morgan, even if you're talking about it to bring awareness to it, and
yeah, that's the thing. I know. I know. Someone goes, look what they said in the chat, right? And then they send it in or whatever. The thing is, and they don't give you any reason. I think they just go, you're done, and it's like whatever. But I knew they did that anyway, right? Like,
Kasoon says YouTube took down his UFO channel 3 times.
yeah. See, that's the thing. I was just surprised it didn't get ever hit, right? like, which is why I let it go for like 3 months. Like, meaning I only lost like about the last 3 months. So, which is really just about like the last 6 or so streams, you know? And like I said, that doesn't really matter because I remember what I'm playing and singing, and it all goes into the song that I'm writing now. You know what I mean? Like when you're, so I didn't really lose anything. But I did, you know what I mean? Like I would have liked to have gone into some of the old and made clips, but I mean, it's not that, it's my songs and everything, and I've got those, like, you know.
Yeah. As long as you have them, that's what matters.
Yeah, and like, that's the good thing about having your material backed up, like, you know, beyond just not being on YouTube, you know what I'm saying, right? Saying I'd like to download, like, you know, it really does download your YouTube shows right on your hard drive, right? So.
And that's why I'm multi-streaming to Rumble, because then there's a backup, because I don't have the streams backed up anywhere except for Rumble. That's essentially why I'm sharing to Rumble.
Oh, by the way, I knew that. I was sharing your Rumble too. Like that's the other thing too. And also, I was like, wait, aren't all my shows on Rumble? And
They are.
Because and it's the only. But like you said though, it doesn't do anything on Rumble. You know what I mean? Like they're there, but a few.
Diane P. You don't know that. She said, I belong to reaction channels. YouTube doesn't bother them. What gives? They may be bothering them. In their YouTube studio, they may have yellow and red dollar signs, but they don't share that. So they're still reacting to stuff, but they're not getting paid. And if they have a yellow dollar sign or a red dollar sign, it gets shown to less people. It's not so much for me, because I literally get $0 to 30 cents a stream unless it's Christmas or Halloween. Halloween, I might make $20 on a show, which is like, wow, I made $20. Like, that's so rare. It's usually the holidays. But, yeah, normal shows, I get $0 to 30 cents for 8 hours of streaming. So the dollar sign doesn't really matter to me money-wise. But when it's red or yellow, they show it to less people. That's what upsets me, is that they essentially shadow ban those because you're not following their rules. But their rules don't make any sense, or they're misapplying them, like in the case of fair use.
Yeah, it's a popularity contest ultimately. Like they're going to put who they want to be in the spotlight, and then if a person is getting too much attention that they don't want, you know, to be in the public, they're going to be like, okay, get rid of this guy.
Yep. We don't like what he's saying. Exactly.
Can I share 2 Mandela effects?
Of course you can share 2 Mandela effects.
Okay, so I was recently, literally like yesterday, listening to the song. It's called Always and Forever. And,
I know Always and Forever. Yeah, I know that song well.
Okay, so tell me if I'm just tripping
I'm
here
or.
Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you say, Morgan? Oh, he's singing the song.
I'm gonna love you. Is that the country song? Forever and ever.
No.
Close.
Always and Forever. You know, so it starts out Always and Forever.
You're like a dream come true. You're like a dream come true. No. Okay, well, yeah, it's a song, and basically in the 3-minute mark,
Every day, love me in your own special way. You know that song, Morgan? He's shaking his head. Yes. Okay, go on to mine.
Yeah, at the 3-minute mark, where he's supposed to say, "Always and forever, always and forever." Yeah, he doesn't say forever. He just says ever at the 3-minute mark.
No way.
Yeah, check it out. It's crazy. I was listening, so I was like,
"What?" I can't check it out. I'll get a copyright strike.
Well, not right now. I mean, like on your own time.
Yeah, I definitely will. Yeah. Let me be clear really quickly. What I tend to do is I tend to show multiple music ones together. Like, say this stream's going to get written off. It's going to get copyrights. I don't care. So that's what I'll do. I'll save it when I do other music ones, and I'll credit you the mine.
Okay, I got one more.
Okay.
It's someone. This was another song I heard change, and this was about I would say 7 months ago when I noticed it change because I only listen to certain songs, and I try to stay like not too distracted. I feel like God is speaking to us, and we need to focus on what He's trying to tell us. And there's so much stuff that is distracting. My brother actually had a dream where like basically everything was going crazy around, and like the devil was trying to get people distracted, and he was like yelling and doing all this crazy stuff. And there was this line of people who were like in the line of God, and we were just like falling in line, and we were just supposed to stay in line and focus on God, because there's a whole bunch of crazy stuff that's going to happen all around us, and they're going to try to get us out of the line and the path of what God has for us. So that's what I feel. For me personally, I need to stay focused on certain things. And I was listening to the song. It's called "When the Man Comes Around." Have you heard that song by Johnny Cash?
I
Yeah.
don't know if I have.
It's a good song. You should listen to it. When the Man Comes Around. In one part of the song, initially it used to say, "And the mother hen will call her chickens home." And now it doesn't say that. Now it says, "And the father hen will call his chickens home."
Okay, hold on for a minute. Mother hen is now father hen.
Which makes no sense because a guy chicken is called a rooster, not a hen.
You're right.
Exactly.
And what's the name of the song by Johnny Cash?
When the Man Comes Around.
When the Man Comes Around. I'm making notes in the private chat so I
When the
remember.
man comes around. See, I love that. I know this song and the last one. It was like, I'm gonna grip into that one.
Got it.
Yeah, both of those songs are really good. I feel like God is speaking to us through everything, and these messages are supposed to be a part of that thing where you're not supposed to be focusing so
God
much
is
on.
100. That's all God does. I feel
Yeah,
like God's
yeah.
speaking to us. It's like you sound like a preacher, man. And make up your
Sorry,
own
my
words
bad.
and say them. I know, I love you. I'm just saying, make up your own words and say them. Don't be like, I'm at the pulpit. I feel as though God might be speaking. Like, fuck, dude. We know God is speaking to
Yeah,
all
I'm
of
sorry.
us. And that's not
Yeah.
a bad thing. I know you're full of love. I'm just saying, like you're like, oh, I wonder if I can convince you all. It's like all day long, like God, He's speaking. You know what I mean? He is the truth inside each one of you, illuminated. You know what I mean? Like that's what He said, right? He goes inside of. That's the thing you got to know. He's like God. Jesus is like, I'm inside each one of you. So it's like you're not gonna be like, well, maybe I think there might be some bad things going on, people. And God, I'm just saying it's the broadest description that you can give, like the worst psychic ever. Like what's going on in your life? There might be some romance, or maybe not. If you're like 50, because they're not sure if you're in it, they're not sure if you're not. I'm just saying, it's like I know you love God and you're trying to share that. I mean, you're just saying, but it's just weird, you know.
30%
What are
in
you
the
saying
chat
personally?
is new here.
Not
I'm just saying, guys, if you're new, come join us
right
on the
on.
panel. Welcome Tanya Sue and Tiny Swiss Sarah Pagey. They're in the chat too tonight. Yeah,
No, I
Splatter's not
totally
feeling
agree with you.
well. He should be joining us when he wakes
Just
up,
meaning
fingers
like in
crossed.
what specific ways? In what, brother? And I didn't mean to diss you. I just meant I wanted. I just meant like specifically because we all know God's speaking to each one of us. I meant, what do you feel God specifically saying to you, as opposed to just saying, because we all are listening for God's voice. It's not like, hey, we're debating whether or not God's speaking to us. I'm just saying, what did God lay on your heart today that He specifically shared with you? Because then it can be something that we can all eat too, as if it's food, right? And because
Okay.
I look forward to saying that as well. So it's because I'm hungry and I look and I'm so jazzed and I'm so full with joy that you want to share from the Spirit. So I forgive me if I came off as if, are you dissing me? I didn't mean
No, you're
to be
fine.
dissed.
You're good.
I'm so glad to find
No, you're
somebody that
fine.
loves the Lord with such a heart. I wanted to know what He laid upon your heart, and I felt as if you're just going, like, you know what I mean? Like you were way over here when I was like, I want to eat it. I want to eat the food you're giving, brother. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Well, I recently I like your song. You're the one who did the song, right? Of the fill me with the water, your waters.
Yes. Yeah, you listen. That's so cool,
Yeah.
brother. See, I believe you are a Christian because you do, or it's not just because you listen. You listen, man. That's so cool. And you heard that. Fill me with you. Let your waters around me. Feel your spirit within me. Yeah.
Yeah. So
And that's the
that
part
is
that's
what I
so
feel like. That is what I feel God's been telling me lately, which is like
yeah.
I need to not just believe in Him, but believe on Him, and like that's it. Like
Trust
I
me
could
on
say
him.
all.
I get it now. Yes. Me as well. The spirit's been saying that to me as well. Or going, I really need you to trust me and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, so exactly what you were saying right now to me is what he's been telling me, which is like, yo, it's cool that you're saying these things, but I want to see you do them. Like, you need to be putting this shit into action.
Yes. Yeah. Same here, bro. Same here. He's been saying that. And that's why it's not necessarily the worst thing that I've got the new channel. That I've got a new channel to focus on.
Hey guys, I need to interrupt for 1 second. Jose, his phone died. He's trying to come in on the iPad. They're asking
And
where Sagar Mandela Effect went. Welcome, Sai.
Hey, how's everyone doing?
Good, thanks. How are
I'm
you
doing
tonight?
good, Si.
How are you,
Hello.
Noel?
I'm doing good, and that movie we saw was really good. And yes, my cramps went away. Yes.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Noel saw F1.
F1
F1, yes. It's a
Good.
new movie about racing.
racing.
Mm.
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt, but there were people joining us. I wanted to say hi. That's all.
yeah, no problem.
Hey,
You're
Oiler
good.
Greg.
I think I forgot what the last part is, but I will remember it later. And when I remember, I'll let you know what the last part that I was thinking God was telling me. But yeah, we could.
No, I agree. There are messages in Mandela Effect sometimes, and they seem to reflect our current social and government and countries. It seems to mirror what's happening in real life. Let's put it that way. Some of the Mandela effects seem to mirror our lives right now with messages that are hidden in the Mandela, and some are not so hidden. They're right out in plain sight. One of the Mandela effects I'm going to be talking about tomorrow is a touchy one because it has to do with 2020. I'll be saying 2020 a lot tomorrow. I got a Mandela with 2020. Hello, Jehovah's daughter, Barbara. Hey, Barbara. Hello, post anything too, I think. Is that who I saw jump in? My screen just jumped. It may have been I may be seeing things.
Yeah, I also wanted to say because I just heard this message by Lone Eagle, in regards to like walking with Christ and how there was Peter and Judah, how they both were walking with Christ and they both fell, but one actually had the love of God and Jesus inside their heart versus the other, because yeah, the other one ended up just like doing something real bad to himself at the end, and Peter kind of ended up being a martyr for Christ. So I do think that's kind of a difference. Like you could be walking with Christ, but if you don't have Christ in your heart, then basically, I don't know. It's not.
Yeah. Peter denied him 3 times, right? And then ran, like naked because they were like still holding on to his coat, and he's like, no, he was so scared, not wanting to be identified as Christ's friend, that he took off. So that was, and like, and when he heard the cock crowing, they like, "Arr!" and the other guy, he was swinging over a potter's field, and they don't know what potter's field is, but a potter,
Morgan,
when you don't, nobody knows you.
Morgan, we have someone brand new joining us.
Okay, right on.
Welcome 2020 website.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
How's it going?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm just running an errand. I saw this stream up, and I thought I'd say hello. It's been a while since I've called in on any of these shows. but I recognize Sandy, and I think Morgan I've seen around on some other streams.
Excellent.
Did I hear that Nobleness D is on here?
No, not
Oh, I thought
Noble.
you said, okay.
Oh, the
And
mind said he shared a video in the chat from Lone Eagle. Maybe that's what you heard.
okay. Yeah, I'm just, you know, trying to see, listening what you guys are talking about. Maybe I have something to add. I don't know. What are you guys talking about?
Well, right now they were talking about a Mandela effect that the mind came across, Johnny Cash, and how there's a message in that Mandela. But
Okay.
you can talk about whatever. We talk about anything we want here that's like a, you know, Mandela effect or Mandela effect adjacent, like anything
Yeah, like
like
Gotcha.
supernatural
paranormal
phenomenon.
goes. Like the actual I always have an actual topic for the stream, but you
Yeah.
don't have to follow it. And the topic is, and feel free to answer this. Like, when did you first learn of the Mandela effect, and what are your top 3 Mandela effects? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, to that point, I came across, it was more of a, you know, it was like the Mandela effect stuff. I kind of was really taken aback as a, like it was, you know, very interesting and kind of shocking, but it really didn't affect me much. Or I should say, it didn't nearly affect me as much until I realized that the Bible had changed. And then it was very serious to me. And so since then, I've been very active in the Bible Changes community. That's been sort of my space, you could say. I actually run a Discord with some others about that. And I've been, for a while, I was fairly active on shows that talked about that more rather than just the effects. The effects are interesting, but I look at them as there's a lot of messaging in them, is what I see, that actually parallels or complements the Bible Changes. That's what I've noticed. And so that continues to be my focus. But I was kind of curious I mean, I know you've been fairly active, Sandy, on this topic. What we've noticed in the Bible Changes community is that it's gotten pretty, I don't want to say apathetic, but it's almost like it's become kind of just passe. You know, people have basically, they become numb to it in a lot of ways. Some of people are still very affected by it, but it's been, I would say there's a rather a large cloud of apathy about it now. I think people have just been worn down over it, and so there aren't nearly as many people active on it, on the topic. And I don't know. I mean, I know you're focused more on the Mandela changes in general. I don't know. What have you guys noticed? Because I really haven't been around as much with the Mandela effect broader community. Been mostly on the Bible Changes community.
Around
I was
here,
in,
I've been noticing a lot of new people joining. Well, this week alone, I've grown by 600 people just this
Okay.
week. But that's one of the reasons why well, besides the fact that I see Mandela effects all the time, I still cover them, because you never know which Mandela effect is going to be the one. Like, for you, you didn't take it seriously until you saw the Bible being different.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, when you start seeing changes in your Bible, that's
Right.
what for other people, they don't even read the Bible. So
Right.
you never know what is going to hit someone where they realize, oh my, this is real and this shouldn't be happening. So,
Right.
and from what I see, there's a lot of new people and people who had no idea, and they're just learning of it, which is blowing my mind, because I've been doing this for years. But I understand, you know, some people weren't on YouTube, they're younger. Like, I don't know. I feel like, and I understand you're focused on one type. I cover them all. I'll even cover some of the Bible Mandela effects, but you guys are already doing that. So I don't focus on them too much. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I focus on whatever I see usually, or what subscribers send to me. But I do know that there seems like there was a time like I'd say 2-3 years, where it was just, I'm so sorry, we have ignorant people in my city. Um, for 2-3 years, it seemed like the community was literally dying. And I do agree, people are numb to it because they've seen it so much that they're not surprised
Yeah.
anymore. They're just not
Right.
surprised. They're like, oh, well, yeah, of course it did.
Well, we're supposed
Can
Why
I
to
say
do
not?
more.
something real
I think
quick?
we're supposed to be doing more than just like focusing on the thing. Like I think that's what's going on here. Like people were Propagate was saying like, oh, why are people dropping off? This and that. It's like people aren't dropping off. They're literally doing exactly what they're supposed to, and they're focusing on what they need to focus on at the time. And the community is here, like to come back to. And I don't think we ever leave it. Literally, if once we have this experience, we're a part of this thing. We're a part of this community.
Sandy, can I say something real quick?
1 second, Sai. Yes, but 1 second. Red Storm is asking for you to give us your channel in the private chat. We'll share it.
I'll say that.
Sorry, Sai. Go on.
I was actually looking for your channel on Discord about a year ago and could not find any trace of your channel.
Who are you talking to?
The
Are you talking?
2020.
Oh, that's me. Okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I had
Yeah.
saw a video you posted, and I'm guessing it's around a year ago, and I was looking on Discord for your channel, and I couldn't find it anywhere. So I don't know if Discord is hiding it or not, but I was looking for it. So maybe you could
Okay.
give like a direct link to it for
Yeah.
people that want to see it.
Yeah, I'll put that in the chat. Like, we don't have a YouTube channel. We kind of do, but we don't really do this streaming as we wanted to. We wanted to do it at one point, but it's just, as you know, Sandy, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of time and commitment. And so, what we typically do is we basically just created this forum on Discord where anyone can chat whenever they want about the subject matter or related adjacent stuff, but really what I like about it is the talking part. Like I like to go on there and just like get calls like this going where there's like a community of people talking. That's really the part that makes it interesting for me. But yeah, I'll put a link in the chat, at some point tonight if you guys are
Me
still on a
too.
little later.
Okay. And I also wanted to say hi to Nay. I miss you, girl. Check your Discord. That's it.
It's okay.
I miss
Yeah,
her. I talk to her all the time, but now I miss her. But anyway,
Wait, excuse me. You have a Discord? What is it? Can you put it in the private chat for me?
he said he's going to soon, Noel. He will, Noel. Don't
Yeah, I'll
worry.
do that if you're talking to me.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm talking
he's
to
here.
her. PSY
Okay.
and you too.
I don't know how to get the link. I don't know how to get
Oh
the
no.
channel link.
What's
Or
the
else I'd
name of the
put.
Discord? I can find it.
I don't know.
I know. Earlier, I was like, I don't know how to get the link. I don't know how to get the link. And then,
I don't know. I don't.
I went
Sandy,
to
I'm
my
not
last
technology.
page. I went to my last page.
Oh, we lost 20. What happened?
It was the
No, wait,
last
who
thing
did
to
we lose?
select.
The mind.
We lost the mind.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right, go on.
But Nay, I think, belongs to my channel, or she has my Discord. So I don't know if she knows how to give it out or not. But I don't know anything like how to do that stuff.
Oh, it was in the other details
Nay,
about
are
the
you talking
channel
about
part,
Nakis
right?
or Maymay?
Nakis.
Do you want my Discord?
Where to get the link?
Of course, Noel. Send it to me on. Do you know how to get the Discord link?
How do you get the Discord link?
They're both backstage now. Here we
Oh,
go.
Discord.
Sorry, I got
Yeah, I've
cut
never
off there.
used Discord.
I
I've
love
never used it.
Discord.
Well, no, I can't say I've never used it. I tried it. I didn't like it. Willa Greg
Yeah,
says, I have not yet made any Mandela videos on my channel, but I plan to one day. Guess what, Willa Greg? You will never do it unless you just sit down and do it. One day's never going to come. You got to just sit down and do it. Just make one. And then it gets addictive and you'll just make more, I promise. But I was going to also continue and say, well, first, welcome Margaret Walker. I was going to say that a lot of the channels stopped making content. I don't know what happened 2020. A lot of the channels fell off. Recall Vector doesn't make content anymore that I'm aware of.
It's in the back chat.
All right, thank
Yeah.
you, Noel. Need input.
Well, yeah,
Brian.
they got kind of, I guess, people. I mean, for streaming, for one, like I've never done it, but I've tried a little bit, and I can just, it's a.
Oh, we lost him again in the middle of talking. Oh no.
Yeah, it's just throwing people off. I just got.
Discord.
Okay, the link for 2020's YouTube is in the chat. Oh, hey, welcome back. You got cut off mid-sentence. Red Storm, put your link in the chat for people to subscribe to YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say that the streaming part, I mean, it's just got to be a ton of work, and if you're doing it like all the time, and people are kind of, it's the same people coming, and it's not progressing, I could see why people would burn out over that. So that's maybe why a lot of people dropped off that were making content on it. But that's all I can surmise.
They weren't even streaming.
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, I mean, it takes a lot of time, right? And
it does.
Okay, I want to say something. I've said this before, Sandy, but I don't know if you remember or not. I do feel like the Mandela is kind of like a part of a psyop, because in reality, like a lot of stuff that we see in the media gets twisted and corrupted. I've said, like, I think when I first heard of the Mandela effect, I thought about the mandala. Like there is there's teachings about existence and how everything is always in a constant state of change, and we need to learn how to let go of things. And this is a part of that message. The Mandela effect is teaching the teachings of the mandala, which is change. Everything is always changing, and you need to learn how to let go.
In the center of it, steady, right? While it's moving around you, the storms around you, while you're in the eye of it, calm.
Well, what do you mean it's a psyop, though? What, like, can you like clarify that a little more?
There are these circles.
Yeah, I don't think it's a psyop, but we disagree on that. It's okay.
There is. Well, you agree that it's a part of the Great Deception, right?
I do, but I don't think it's like a government
that's what I'm referring
psyop.
to.
I think it's bigger than
Of the
government.
little season of the releasing.
Yes, I agree. It's a spiritual war. What is going on here is a script. Sorry, Morgan. Say it again.
No, you can say because like this devil, the short season, he's released to deceive. Because what is the devil? He's deception, and that was what was locked up for 1,000 years. Deception. So in a rod of iron in the minds of men, it was truth actually placed in everybody's mind. And then when the devil was released, what actually happened is truth is taken out of the, like it's no longer the rod of iron in the minds of men, because that's what Satan is. He is a deceiver, is a liar from the beginning. But he is deception. So what was released was literally deception itself, in order to actually deceive and go in people's minds and deceive them, so that they don't, like 1 and 1 equals 3 to them.
Yeah, and those who do not love the truth, they will be deceived.
Yes, that's right.
So yeah, I do agree, Sandy. It's not just the government. Like, I do believe that there is a supernatural thing going on, but just like all things, this whole existence is supernatural. This whole existence is a miracle, and that doesn't mean that there can't be some individuals who are manipulating that and taking advantage of certain truths to. So yeah, I do think that scientists are figuring out how to do things that we would consider to be supernatural and impossible. But ultimately, they cannot replicate what God is doing. They can emulate, but they can't replicate like what God is actually doing. God is the one ultimately in charge of stuff. They're making changes, but they don't know how those changes are affecting things. God ultimately is seeing it all. He knows everything.
But they don't have authorship, I think is what you mean. You know, like they don't have authorship. They don't have, you know, overall authority over this place. They just get to do business in it.
It's
So
a
going back to
distraction.
going back to the thing he was asking, it is a distraction because we get stuck in these circles, we get stuck in loops, and we're supposed to be doing a specific thing. We're on a specific mission to be doing specific things in our life. Go ahead.
Caught up in circles.
But what I was saying was, it seemed like the community was like on a downward trajectory for a very long time. And then all of a sudden, again, like a wave, people started coming back to the community. And I'm talking about people I haven't seen in years started coming back to the community. And of course, new people started coming as well. And I don't know, I just think it's important to be like a gateway into it. Like, here's what I'm seeing. Maybe one of these will resonate with you so much that you go and research more. Go find the other people in the community. If you're more affected by, if the Bible is what gets you, there's EYA. You know what I'm saying? There's other channels to go for that sort of stuff. We all have our own little niche, and mine is cover the effects, get people to wake up to the Mandela, and to keep reminding people. Like, I think that's why people come back, to be reminded this is still real. This is always happening. It's I do agree people are a little numb to it. But once in a while, I'll find a Mandela where the numbness wears off. We lost 2020 again. Shoot. That stinks. Is StreamYard doing it, or maybe their internet?
Probably their internet, because the rest of us are okay.
Yeah, it's true.
But I agree with you, Sandy. People have
Yeah.
become, I know I have become numb to it. Like, it's just what is what it is.
It
So
is what it is, yeah.
it is what it is.
But I still get upset over some. Some upset me. I will be the first one to admit that some upset me to this day. But it doesn't, like, upset me in the same way. It makes me angry that my memory's no longer here. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, like, it's different now, you know? Not like, oh my gosh, what's happening? You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that fear that I felt in the beginning, like what's happening?
It's kind of like one of
And
those
getting caught
things.
up in the circle.
It's kind of like there's so many of them anymore. So it's kind of like, all right, we're never going to actually completely know and be able to prove what's making it happen.
Correct. And that's
But
why I'll talk about theories, but I don't focus on them, because
yeah,
what's the point? That seems futile to me.
and I
I
I
really
like to
thought
see.
hear
I could
new
at
ones, though.
first until I was overwhelmed by the Mandela effect. I thought I could at first. I thought I could explain them each away with my high IQ and my great memory, but it overtook me, meaning there were too many, way too many, and that until I had to admit to myself, no, there is no, oh, I'm just misremembering. I was like, no, stuff's changing.
I agree. And to anyone who's listening that's new out there that still thinks it's misremembering because that's what they tell you, I have some questions for you. Do you remember your phone number growing up? Just think for a minute. Do you remember your phone number, maybe your grandparents, maybe your best friend?
I
Before
do.
the iPhone. Yeah, exactly.
I
You
do.
remember that old piece of information, clear as day, but your memory's faulty. You remember the words to Happy Birthday, your favorite songs, songs you hate because they get stuck in your head? Yeah, of course you do, because your memory isn't faulty. They're just trying to sell you that, and I don't know why. That's something we should think about. Why
I
do they
think
want to sell to us that it's faulty?
I think it's easier for them. Do you understand? I think they're afraid of it. I deal with that a lot with giving psychic readings and stuff like that. It's like they become they're afraid of the unknown or what's making it happen, or that they don't have control over it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh
They
yeah.
get scared, especially when you're messing with the Bible and other religious books. And you know, the one that really got me was we were always on Sagittarius. I'm from Sagittarius, so
Yeah.
like that whole thing of something supernatural making it happen that's unexplained, and some people don't like that feeling, the feeling it gives them of uncertainty, that their that their existence and what they know could be faulty. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. I have a
Yeah, and what the
question for
Zeta
you.
Reticulans are up to. Right.
Did you watch the last show where I covered Carl Sagan?
Yeah,
When
I
he
did.
point, you did. Did you?
Yeah.
So do you remember that clip like that, or do you remember him saying he lived in the Sagittarius arm?
Oh, I remember. We were on Sagittarius Arm. I remember him saying it. It was in history books. Somebody, a long years ago, had shown that they actually found it in one of their old history books. So we were on Sagittarius Arm. I only thought Orion was the name of a production company that comes on before a movie. I didn't know. Like,
I knew Orion's belt. That's what I thought it was. The
yeah,
Yeah.
Orion's belt
Orion's belt too, and
constellation.
knew the constellation, but you don't like. We were on Sagittarius, but then that brought me to the question of how can we see something if we're on it? And I was like, that doesn't make any sense either. And it was very perplexing to a group of people that they're like, yeah, that's kind of weird, right? If we're on the axis in a certain way, if we're rotating the same way we've been rotating for many, many years, then we wouldn't be able to see Sagittarius' right arm or wherever, or the full Orion, no matter what, because we're on
Mhm.
it. So if you stand on the floor, you don't see what's underneath your foot unless you move completely. Then you'll see what was underneath your feet. But it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, wait, real quick. I want to say for me, what always confused me with that was like the whole Sagittarius arm versus like the Sagittarius belt. Because I was like, okay, wait, what is the difference here? Because I know
But
uh, there's a
The
belt.
this
Sagittarius arm is the arm of the Milky Way galaxy called Sagittarius.
right.
The Orion arm is the same thing. It's an arm of the Milky Way galaxy, and Orion's
Oh, okay,
belt
okay.
is a star constellation in our sky.
So we were at one point in time we were on Orion's belt, and then we're on the arm, and then we're on a piece of the arm. So a piece of Orion's arm. So I don't understand really. Like it just keeps changing. It's changed several times for me throughout the years when I look it up.
Well, it's
But
a belt, so it goes around, and aren't the rest of the planets on that belt?
No, no, no. The Orion's belt is
Oh.
3 stars in our night sky.
yeah.
How it appears from
Oh,
like
okay. The
viewing up,
ones that
looking
make
up
up
at night.
with the tip of it being the one from the Big Dipper, or the one from the corner of the Big Dipper, right?
Hmm.
So it went from Sagittarius right arm to Orion's belt, then to Orion's arm, and to an axis of Orion's or
Now,
whatever
see, I don't
axis or
remember those at
something.
all. I just remember Sagittarius arm to Orion arm, and then they were saying that we were in the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. I'm like, wait a minute, no, because there was no Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, and
Was
that
that
would
when
mean we're
Snow
not
White
in the
came
Milky
out by any
Way,
chance?
huh?
Was that when Snow White rebooted for by any chance?
No, I don't know. Let me see though. Let me think
There
if I
is
can
some.
find
The
it.
White Dwarf Star.
I know it sounds funny, but there is some correlations like that with the Mandela effect, like
There is.
that are really
All
funny.
right. The Sagittarius dwarf spheroidal galaxy. That's new. also known as the Sagittarius Dwarf Elliptical Galaxy, is a satellite galaxy of the Milky Way. Apparently, we have a moon galaxy. Currently undergoing disruption due to tidal forces from our galaxy. Apparently, our galaxy is tides. Okay, then. It's a relatively small elliptical galaxy, and it's been interacting with the Milky Way for billions of years with multiple collisions. This interaction has significantly impacted both the Sagittarius Dwarf and the Milky Way, contributing to the formation of the Milky Way's halo and potentially influencing star information. Whatever, dude. There was never a Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Literally a moon galaxy of our galaxy. That's weird. I'm going to send a. Does anyone have a way to present that I can send a picture to?
Hey, Sandy, that tells us that we're somewhere else now? Sagittarius Dwarf? Is that where
No,
we're at right
we're on the Orion spur still.
now?
Josh,
Okay.
are you on the computer?
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Okay.
All right, I'm going to send you a picture to present.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, just so people can see the ridiculousness of this.
Yes, because I remember making a video about it, but I didn't know we got switched. But I guess we're still in Orion, so that's good to know. I was confused.
Yeah, at one point they said that we were on the dwarf galaxy, and that's probably because the dwarf galaxy collides with us and spins around us. I'm going to show you this ridiculousness they're trying to sell us. Sarah
Is it
says,
the
I
one
never.
or Jose?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Is the guy back that got cut off earlier?
Yeah,
He was getting on
2020
his.
is here.
No, he's getting on his tablet.
Yeah, Jose's here.
Hi, Jose.
That's Jose. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for welcoming me. I just had my phone was getting hot, and I was having trouble getting back into it because I don't know. I hate computers. I'm sorry, but I'm glad I made it back. I love what you're talking about right now. That's what I'm into, astrology and everything. So this is very, very good for me to
Oh,
hear other people that agree with my theories too.
oh my gosh, guys, look at this picture. What else is there? Okay, there's a dwarf
Oh,
galaxy.
wow.
They're saying that is,
That circle on top.
on the top. But what are those two small ones?
I have no
There's
idea.
two more? Since when? Hold on.
I don't
I
know.
need to
I'm-
Google. Hold on.
I know I made a video about it 2 years ago, so it's very hard to think about it when or what is that. That wasn't there before.
What are the
What's
satellite
elliptical?
galaxies? I'm asking what the satellite galaxies of our galaxy is.
Yeah.
Satellite.
Yeah, that looks crazy.
Josh, can you zoom in?
Yeah, that's the as close as I can zoom in. If I go any
Okay.
further, it gets
Oh,
at this.
All right.
Yeah, it's as good as I can do.
Oh my gosh, get out. I cannot. Now they're trying to say the Milky Way galaxy has many satellite galaxies. The two most prominent being the large and small Magellanic Clouds. These are easily visible from the southern hemisphere. Additionally, there are about 50 other known 50 dwarf galaxies that orbit the Milky Way, many of which are much fainter and require telescopes for detection. And
So there's two
Sagittarius
clouds?
is one of them.
how
There's
is
two
there
clouds orbiting.
clouds in outer space?
Huh?
How is there clouds in outer space?
Gas clouds.
We're not.
Yeah, gas clouds. Yeah.
Well, they
Yeah,
just, yeah.
like rain clouds.
How?
The only dwarf galaxy, because I needed these. We talked about these things when I talked about my theory about the chunk being missing from Sagittarius arm. That we removed to an earlier version of Earth, that God moved us and saved us. And that explains the continent shifting, the sun being white instead of yellow. all that stuff, new weather phenomena, the wow, I can't think, animals coming back from extinction, new species, all sorts of stuff. The
We're getting
water being
warmer.
cleaner, the air being cleaner, that sort of
Yeah.
stuff. But there was only the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, not these other ones. Now there's 50. It just means cosmic debris. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. But yeah, I think the community is growing, and I think we all have our place, what we need to be doing. And if you think something is missing, you want to be talking about theories till you're blue in the face, go for it. Make a channel. Do it. It can only help the community to have more places to go. Like, think of it like a classroom. In high school, you don't have all your classes in one room. You go one room for history, one room for English. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what YouTube is. Each channel is a room. Make something that you think is missing. If you think
You
no one's talking about just theories and you want to talk about theories, make it. Do it. Make a channel. There's
you
plenty
need
of
a
channels for. Oh, I'm sorry, Sai.
you need a computer for that, right?
Or you need help, yes. Like, I don't have a computer, I have an iPad, so I
Oh,
have
okay.
help. I've got Splatter, I've got Josh, I've got Jose, I've got people to help.
Okay.
I mean, let me be clear. If all you have is a phone or an iPad, you can still do this. You just can't show anything on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, but where there's a will, there's a way, and if it's God's will, He will make a way.
Yeah, like I said, I have Splatter. I had Jeff first, then I had Splatter, and then Josh joined, then Jose. There's always a way. There's always a way. It will work out.
Yeah, and that's just if you want to live stream. If you just want to make videos, I mean, you can. I mean, that's how when I started my first couple videos. I didn't really have a good working computer. I just made them on my phone, and put up little short edited videos before I ever started live streaming.
Hey, Sandy, this is 2020 again. What do you think about? I don't know if you've ever watched EYA much. She covers the Bible changes, but she sort of picked up on a long time ago this phenomenon of like the changes in the Bible seem to be correlating with, let's say, current events, and it seems to have played out pretty accurately. I mean, that's one of the things we focus on in my community, you could say. That's one of the topics we look at a lot. Is that something that you have noticed? Do you give that
Yes.
theory any credence, or have you noticed that kind of thing, or is it just something you just hearing about for the first time?
No, we definitely see that. Like, I do presentations, and even in the presentation, I will mention it sometimes where I'm seeing a message or I'm seeing it mirror current events. If they're not
Okay.
as often, like, I don't know if you see them in all of the effects she's talking about, but
Well, we see
I
them
don't.
in, yeah, we see them in quite a few in my community, and I know she's had times where she's focused on that, and sometimes she doesn't. But it's weird. It's fascinating, I should say. It's pretty wild because we'll find these ridiculous changes in the Bible, and then there'll be like a huge story about it, like literally the same day sometimes. Like someone will say, "Hey, did you see this change?" And then some big news story flashes, and it's like talking about that same word, but maybe of course in an entirely different context. But it's almost like we're getting telegraphed some kind of message that I don't know. It's almost like some kind of reinforcement to point you to the issue, I guess you could say. I mean, that might be the only reason, or maybe that's the main reason. I don't know.
I'm seeing the opposite. So, for example, um, something will be happening in our government, in our news, and
Uh-huh.
then I'll find a Mandela effect that will have the same messaging in it. Like, for example, actually, I wish I had an example to show you, and I can look for one in Flickr, but it's like I'm not hearing the word. I'm seeing, like, something going from male to female, or like when Trump was talking about how he was ending that in his
Uh-huh.
inauguration speech, something like that. Like
Okay.
I will see messages like that where it's like mirroring what's happening on the news right then and there, which is weird.
Well,
And
that's
then
yeah. It's not the
uh,
opposite. You're just seeing similar thing from another angle, I think.
yeah, from another angle, that would be the better way of putting it. You are correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
We were just talking about one the other night. Oh, who found it? I can't remember who found it, but do you remember couch being in the Bible? Have you talked
No.
about couch?
No. Well,
EYA has talked about
yeah.
couch years ago.
We're along with that. Yeah, we're familiar with that one. Yeah.
All right. Well, there's another one. You know how what guys help me here? The
There's
Wait, can I ask
wineskin
about the
turned into
couch one real
bottles.
fast?
The bottles. Yeah.
The
Well,
there's
wineskin.
Yeah.
one
Wineskins to bottles. Yeah.
yeah, I need to talk about the bottles for a moment. So when that Mandela was first found years ago, okay, everyone was like, they didn't have bottles back then. It was wineskin.
Mhm.
Except now they did have bottles back then. Glass
Right.
bottles
Time
were now
travel.
invented 3000 BC.
Right.
Time travel.
I'm sorry?
Time travel.
It's time travel. No, I just think history is different. I think it's tech before its time, even though it's just a glass bottle. It's tech before its time. They discovered how to make them earlier in this timeline. Personally, that's what I think.
Okay. Well, I think there's multiple ways time travel is possible, and I think, like, yeah, sending information back in time would do what you're saying. Tech before its time.
the one that I saw. I think it's in Leviticus, and it kind of changed. I read it and turned the page, and then went back to reread it, and it had changed. Was the houses will go to people of foreign lands and aliens,
Hmm.
and that one to
Yeah.
me was kind of
Aliens is a change that we found a while back too, and now that seems to be the predominant news story, right? Illegal
yeah.
aliens, right? And others people pointed out that it related to, like, the so-called fake alien invasion, or all the news stories about aliens.
No, but it says people from foreign lands, meaning immigrants or
Yeah.
illegal, or either or, and
Yeah, that's true.
aliens, and aliens,
Right.
spelt like extraterrestrial aliens. So it has
Or
both
wait,
of them in them.
that could also be construed as people from foreign lands, legal immigrants versus aliens, illegal. That also could also be construed that way as well, depending
Hmm.
on which media you're listening to. Let's put it that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. One of the terms was in the Bible, armies of aliens, and so we saw that, and we were like, whoa, that was never there. And then we started getting all these stories about, all the UFOs in the sky, and then after, soon we had the immigration or illegal alien crisis. I'm gonna have to jump off, actually, but I'll see if I can come on later. But I appreciate your work here, Sandy, and everyone on the panel. You have a good night, y'all.
You too.
Thank you. You as
You too.
well.
All right,
I
bye.
hope you do come back.
All right, good
Have a
night.
great night.
Good night, 2020. I will tell you the next time you're here. I'll tell you the story of what happened to me in EYA when I called in. She thought I was demon possessed. She tried to save me and prayed for me, and because she thought I was
Aw.
new wave and everything. And I said, no, I don't want to talk about the Bible. I want to talk about the Mandela effect. And she couldn't answer any of the questions I gave her, so she was rebuking me. I said, okay,
Oh,
time for me to go. Bye-bye.
Gerald Neal, I covered glasses on the table. I don't know if you heard it from me or someone else. There's also a glass beaker on the table. I kid you not. Maybe we should look at the Last Supper really quickly so I can back up what I'm saying. It looks like there's a vampire at the table with fangs and all, about to
Wait, there's a
bite
vampire?
John's
Are you
neck.
serious?
Hold up. Let me see if I can find it.
The other one
Oh,
I
okay.
Welcome,
thought.
Wolfie.
The
Wolfie,
other one.
my Lula's savior is in the chat, on the panel.
I
How you
was just
doing?
talking about correlation.
The other one I thought that was interesting was where it says, "And now satyrs dance on the table." I was like, satyrs.
Hmm.
We now have fictional, mythical character. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump off, guys. It was nice being here, but I gotta go.
All right, it was nice talking to you in the mind. I'll see if I can find it because I did present it, but I didn't present it in a folder format. And I mean, I have plenty of folders on the Last Supper, but it's not showing. Let me just get the image and I'll send it to Josh. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah, EYA got mad at me because you know what 2020 said, is correlation. The Bible is correlating with what's happening. And I told her the Bible is a futuristic book. It predicts the future. We have to go through Revelation. And she just blocked me and prayed for me. And, and I said, okay, it's time for me to go. So I never
She
called
does.
back.
She does not like anyone with a difference of opinion other than
Yes,
hers.
yes,
So
exactly.
I've
So,
seen a lot of people go through that with on EYA. But
yes.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Oh no, it's okay. I've been through it. Like I've been with the Mandela effect for 12 years, and I've been banned. I've been blacklisted. I've been talked about it. They even call me an anti-Mandela effect because of my views. But everybody thinks I'm nuts, but that's okay. But I believe um, everything that I believe it works for me, and that's what I'm here for, just to put up my ideas that work for me. Maybe it'll help somebody else see a different point of view, but you can't, you can't make anybody believe anything else. Once they're set, they're set. Just like EYA and John Kervin and everything else. They believe they're right, and they believe they have the answer, and they believe they have to save the world, and they believe they're on the right track. So, there's nothing I can do there.
Right. Well, you're
Well,
not
what
the
do
only nut in there. This is the party mix room.
Yes, sir. I believe
well
it.
what do
Hey,
you
man, I used
believe?
to be. I was stuck in beliefs too, man. I used to believe all the bull crap too, but something sparked me to wake up. So hopefully it will happen to them. And I'm sorry for cutting you off.
What do you believe, Juan? Or Jose, I'm sorry.
Oh, there's a whole. He talked for 4 hours about what he believes.
Yes, I
We're not
have
gonna
a,
get.
a video with Josh, video.
Yeah.
He interviewed me, and I went to Propagates about a month ago, I think, and I 3 shows ago I went on for a long time, so I even got in an argument with somebody, but that's okay. You know, it is what it is.
It's a. I would say. Did you watch? Because that's the stream. The last stream we had, he talked about his beliefs for about 2 to 3 hours. Honestly, it was about 2 to 3 hours.
Mhm.
I'll have to revisit it because I don't remember a lot of it.
Yes, I try to make it as simple as possible, but my ideas are way out there. Like, it took me years and years to calm down.
I
Uh,
understand that
yeah,
completely.
yeah. Because at that time there was no channels that we can talk to about or all the ideas until now. I wish we had this communication, 12 years ago, because there was nobody out there, and everybody that was out there, they're all gone now. So all their knowledge and everything else is gone from YouTube, or so we're left out in a limbo trying to help each other with no proof. So that's hard to do. It's hard for people to believe us because we have no proof.
What is and not to go on like a long tangent or anything, but could you like sum it up on your beliefs? Or like, I don't know why people would get mad at you for your own beliefs. That's weird. People are weird.
I found God through the Mandela effect. Okay, so
Bro,
I was an
you ain't
atheist.
the only one.
Yeah, I was an atheist for 35 years. I didn't believe in God. I was a Christian for 9 years. I read the Bible. I was a holy roller, going to church 3 nights a day, a week. You pastor, I would get involved with everything. But when I found out that the church wanted to split my personality and my soul and my spirit, I said, no, it's not for me. So I left.
I remember.
Yeah, so kind of like the Mandela effect kind of saved my life, saved my insanity. And once I found out there was more people that were thinking like me, I was like, oh my God, I'm not crazy. Because you see things and nobody believes you, and you tell people and they think you're crazy or hallucinating, making things
Right.
up. Yeah, so it's hard to come up with a good theory where everybody accepts it. But my theory is the Supreme Creator send a strong delusion so we can test our faith. That's what I believe, and that's my main core. What I focus on is to bring people closer to the Creator, Source, wherever you believe, because I do believe he's real, or she, or whoever. Source is real. Source is in control, and Source is alive. That's what I want to preach the world.
Well, I ain't mad at that, dude, and I'm right behind you.
Yeah, I was going to say
But
the
the only
same
thing
thing.
is,
What's wrong with that?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The only
There's
thing
nothing
is,
wrong with that.
Well,
I
thank
didn't
you.
see it I didn't catch it like you did.
Mhm.
I had somebody bring it up to me, and that's when I was like, yeah, okay, buddy. That's when I really got into it. And then I found Stably, and friggin' it was on like Donkey Kong, because I knew, because I used to go to Sunday school, and it was always a lion and the lamb, and you can't tell me the wolf laid. You know what I mean? It sounded crazy to me, and I got a Bible, and sure enough, and you just I don't. Yeah, my whole family thinks I'm crazy. So if it makes you feel better, dude, none of my family talks to me. They don't want nothing to do with me.
Yes.
Like,
Same thing with my
I mean,
family.
they'll keep it, hi, what's up, man? How you doing? Stuff like that. But trying to hang out or even have a conversation about things like that, they'll just kick me out. You got to go. I don't want to hear it. And it's crazy how people get triggered over words like just because you believe in something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you become an outcast. You become
Oh,
secluded from everybody else because you want to share that experience, and they take it as a negative.
Right. I think it really scares them.
Yes.
I really do.
yeah, I
I
do
think
too.
it scares them. I
Because
think
they
it
get
scares
mad.
them, and they don't know how to react. It's kind of like shaking up their reality a little bit.
Yes,
My cousin.
I always been spiritual. Sorry about that. I always been
No, don't worry.
spiritual. I always believed in the unseen world because I think that's what we're here for. Work on our soul, work on our spirit, work on our love, work on our, to get closer to God. That's why we're here. I believe God is testing our faith to
Yeah,
see,
repent.
to see if what we're going to do with this knowledge that He's given us, or this opportunity that's never happened before. A lot of people are going through the scientist way. A lot of people are going through the satanic way. Everybody's going through the religion way. I mean, everybody's splitting it the way they see fit. And there's like 200 theories out there. So we don't know who's right.
Well,
You know what? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Some people used to have a fear of talking about it because they would be afraid that they would put it into existence. So, kind of like a watch what you say type thing.
You should still. Some people
Yeah,
believe that.
some
Yeah.
people really do believe that. And so I know they dropped kind of out of the Mandela community and like because they actually thought by saying it you put it into existence. Another thing that I saw was kind of like nickname it to keep it. And I do believe in that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Throw a
I
nickname
think
on
God.
it to keep it.
I think the Creator, whatever you want to call him, God, Yeshua, Jesus. I think, or or it's either Jesus or the devil doing this, and I don't know why the devil would do that, but I think it's God trying to wake us up a little bit here. Like, hey, hello, this place is not what you think it is. You know, especially in the Bible, there's so many Bible changes. Like she said, the couch, the wolf shall lie with the lamb. You know, lesbians are doing things now with each other in the Bible. It's very strange. It like, and then now they have bottles and all that kind of stuff. But it's very strange.
Bottles, couches, sofas,
Yeah,
Sadars
those.
Matrix.
dancing on table,
Yeah, Matrix
dominatrix.
planets. Like, you know? I don't
Guys,
know.
I'm getting the pictures ready to send.
Right.
I'm not right this second. I'm marking some up so people can see what the heck I'm seeing.
Did you get the note? Did you read it right? Right? You got it. It's super
Yes, I did.
easy.
Yes,
It's not
thank
that
you.
hard. I think the hardest part is just putting it on up to your cat. She's probably gonna fight it, but you gotta kind of hold her there. Once she gets used to it and she feels better, it will get easier.
What I did was I washed it just in case it smells like a cat, that she's, you know, so that she doesn't smell your cat and then, because you know they're very territorial.
Yeah,
Um, and I actually put it in bed with her so she could sniff it and become comfortable with just the thing being there.
right.
And hopefully,
Yeah, you
I'm
just got to
sorry,
do it. I'm telling you, Sandy, you just got to do it. You're gonna have to have somebody. If you might need someone to help you, like hold her, cradle her in the arms like a baby, and then
I
you
have
can put it
Joe.
up to her.
Yeah.
It's super easy, but the thing is just letting her get used to it. My cat, unfortunately, like not even unfortunately, I'm sorry, he was pretty cool with it. Actually, I was actually amazed. I thought he was gonna freak out, but no, it was pretty cool actually. Once they start, she'll know when she starts breathing better. Sorry, race car drove by.
I know I had the same thing happen.
And I live in the friggin' woods, man. But yeah, they get used to it. She'll realize she's starting to breathe better, and it's usually a 1 day thing, but it depends how many puffs she takes too. You know what I mean? You have to figure that out on your own. So maybe like I said, start her off with 3, 4, and work your way up. See if she hacks after a few hours of doing it or whatever. Then you'll know. Okay, I need to give her a little bit more because they're little puffs, and you'll see that thing go bink bink. It goes every time she brings. Sometimes your cat might hold a breath too, so you might watch out for that. If you don't see that moving, just it could be a
Hmm.
little difficult, but I think you'll get a hang of it. And as long as if your cat loves you and trusts you, you should be just fine.
Yeah, she's just very sticky. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. I'm just glad I could help you.
I can't thank you enough because you feel so helpless. So helpless.
Yeah, that, like I said too, I have ones that I would put away for emergencies. So I have those too. I can always send them if you need them. But that pump should last you a good while.
Thank you.
Well, I think once you get the pattern down of what she needs and everything, you should be golden. And you'll see a big change in your cat. You'll see her actually want to play, jump around, like because she can breathe and stuff. I don't really know your cat's personality either, but
Yeah, no, she hasn't
you,
been playing as much, so I do believe it's from that.
yeah. And like I said, if you can have some help, because doing it by yourself, I mean, it can be done. It's just a little difficult, but no worries. You're very welcome. Like I said, I'm just glad I could help you, and it just didn't go to waste.
Yeah, thank you. Like really, I can't thank you enough.
You're very welcome. It's okay, Cindy. It's called love. Look out for people.
I
Sometimes
know.
I get shitted on for that too. Oh, why you always helping people, man? Shouldn't do that. They don't
Yeah,
care. Blah
I
blah
get
blah.
I get
That's
I
that all the
care.
time. I get that all the time. It's like,
That
yeah,
yeah, it's like, why you helping people? It's like, I've been doing it all my life. Why you give your
right.
money away? It's like, that's your retirement, and that's okay. Some people need it. I'm
Yeah,
okay.
I help.
They don't
Yeah, I
understand.
help. Sometimes I should probably help myself more than I help people, but that's just the way I am. That's the way I was raised.
Yeah, yes, that's one thing about this community, that we have a lot of gifts. Everybody has their own gifts, and I mean, we've been blessed. I tell you that we've been blessed.
Yeah, if it wasn't for this community, I probably would have been crazy a long time ago. Which I've been called crazy my whole life. So just because I didn't go along to get along.
Exactly. I always wanted to be original. I don't want to copy anybody. This is my life. This is my beliefs. You know, and it got me through. I just feel sorry. The way I see it is, I feel sorry for them because they're losing out. I'm a great
Right.
person. I can help them in any way. I mean, I'll take my shirt off my back. I don't care, but they're just missing out. So I look at it that way. It's their loss.
Right. Right.
hey
Enough's
guys,
enough sometimes. Yeah. You got to let them go.
I want to welcome Margaret Walker, Gerald Neal, Post Anything Too, Cuberts, Carla Hernandez, and OA to the chat. If I missed you, hello. Um, Gerald was saying how the glasses on the Last Supper on the table, because we were talking about how many of us remember wine skins in the bottle and now it's glass jars. When that Mandela was found, glass
Glass
jars were
jars.
made. Yeah, instead of
Yeah.
wineskins, it says glass jars now. But when that Mandela was found, glass jars didn't make sense because they weren't invented yet. Well, now they are. They were invented like 3000 BC or something in Greece. But I'm going to show you what I've covered. Besides, not the background, we're just looking at the table. This is the Last Supper, and every image, every close up I'm going to show you came from this image. This is the actual one in the building. And for starters, many do not remember the archway in the middle. That was one of the first Mandelas. No, we didn't remember the archway. We don't
No, that
remember
was always a
the.
wall.
It was just a full painting. It's never
Yeah.
been a full
That's a
painting.
painting of a wall.
Yeah,
Yeah. Wow.
right. There
I
were
thought
no
you said
windows in the
glasses
background. No, we
as
did.
in
Glasses are on the table. I'm going to
eyewear.
show you. Oh, not eyewear, no. No, the kind you drink from. Um,
Well, I
in
found
my
one that has a
past,
pair of glasses on it.
what?
I was looking through the images while you were getting that, and there's one painting, not the original, but there was a painting that somebody did, and there's an actual pair of eyeglasses sitting on the table, but everything else looks normal.
Wow.
It's weird.
You
Well,
can't
there is
make this
something
up,
on the
bro.
table that I didn't know what it was. I wonder if it's that. So
Wow.
let's get to the close-ups. I'm going to tell you about all the stuff that I've covered. Um, Someone else found this year the potato or bread all over the table. It could be rolls, but there's one of the glasses right there. It's a glass with wine in it.
That's crazy.
Weird.
Next. Jesus in my past were white and blue, not red and blue. There's the question mark, and you can't zoom in, can you, with the control zoom?
There used to be a cup.
No.
Yeah, there used to be a cup,
cups.
and that's wrong. You should be wearing the
And-
blue, no?
And also behind Jesus, there was a bright halo, like a
Yep.
bright
his halo
yellow
is missing.
halo.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, that's what I
And
remember.
where
It
are
was
the
like,
windows coming from? Like, what is
Yeah.
this?
Like I said, the room that it used to be in was almost cave-like, like very dark, small, just enough to fit them. Not this big open room behind them with windows and tapestries on the wall. There's another glass there. And it's not what's happening, okay? But it literally looks like there's blood coming from his wrist and going into that glass that I've circled. But that's not what's happening. But that's what it looks like.
Yeah, on his fingers there.
No.
maybe he was turning water
his
to
wrist,
wine.
From the wrist
Yeah.
to the glass. It
Right
looks
here.
like it's trickling in. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
Hey,
does that guy give him the bird? Oh no, I think he's saying one more time. Maybe I know.
He's pointing up. One.
Oh,
Number
okay.
one. Okay, next. That guy, I don't remember who's what in the painting, I'm sorry. But he was not that heavy. He's
No,
affected
none
the
of them
same way
were.
that the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, they all did steroids. No, I'm just
All
kidding.
right.
But that's the.
I'm sorry, can you see the round beaker? It's round with a thin top.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a beaker.
Oh yeah.
You see how it's clear? I think that one has water and the glasses have wine. I
That
think
is
that's
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
that's crazy. I never
It's
knew
a
that.
beaker of water, like a beaker from a chemistry set. Round at the bottom, long neck at the top.
Yeah, dude, I've never seen this.
Like
They
a
always were at
decanter,
least
yes. Sorry.
skinny and cut. Like they weren't big like that. That's weird.
It is very weird. And there's more glasses on the table. I didn't bother circling them all. Okay, next one. A long time ago, I covered the folds in the tablecloth and the blue pattern that was never there for me. You can literally see the folds. That looks like a dragon's head. I circled it, but we can't zoom in anymore, so I recommend you go look at the original painting yourself. But that looks like a dragon's head. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah,
And
I don't know
there's
either.
more glass, another glass on the right. Now, from this point on, guys, we're going to get into like what I'm seeing. It doesn't mean that it is there. That's just what I see. Okay. Hi, Valley Parks. All right, we can go on. Oh, well, wait, no, not from this point on yet. I also covered the knots on the end of the table a couple of years ago, and the feet being visible, like clearly visible.
Yeah,
That
that
was
just
all
looks
dark.
weird.
There was no detail.
Very weird.
This is the very high-res image. It's from Britannica Online. You can also find it on Wikipedia. It's super high-res. It's just that we can't zoom anymore for you guys to see it. The messenger doesn't let you zoom in anymore. All right, from this point on, it's my speculation. The one in the middle looks like they have fangs. Really big chin too, which is weird. But it looks like they have fangs. And their eyes look like they're staring at the guy's neck. I believe that's John. No, Paul.
And a goatee. It looks like she has a goatee, or he has a.
No, it's just a chin.
Oh,
That's
oh,
supposed to
is
be
it? Oh,
It looks like a woman based on the hairline
and the pink or peach. Yeah.
and the pink. It's not supposed to be a woman, but it looks like a woman, except for the big chin. But they look like they have two fangs. I can see the two fangs from here. Can you see the fangs? Are you guys seeing what I see?
Yeah,
Two
the
lighter
buck tooth
spots in the
kind
mouth.
of looking.
Yeah, except it's two thin fangs. and it looks like he has a mark on his neck, like 2 holes. And the man at the end used to be looking at Jesus, but now he's looking at the man, like he's in on it. I don't know what's going on there, but that whole scene is wrong for me. But it gets
And he's
weirder.
got a black eye.
I have a close-up coming up, Richard Vinnick. I can see it from here, though. There's 2 light spots in the mouth. 2 thin light spots. But go on. Next. Oh, here's another one. Glass on the table. Oh, I want to talk about the hand. Originally, we thought this blue arm here was pointing the knife. No. There's a hand coming from behind the other guy. Just an arm coming out with the knife. He's stopping the hand with the knife. So there's someone under the table we can't see. I'm going to draw it on the next one. Oh, there's a glass bowl there too now. Do we see the glass bowl? It's a full-on glass bowl. Okay, so here you can see this is the guy's arm in his hand, and he's got it around the wrist of the arm that's coming from behind the back with the knife. There's 2 hands here. A hand holding the wrist and a hand holding the arm coming out from behind the guy. So there's somebody else that we can't see in this painting now.
Weird.
Okay, next. There's a close-up of it for you to see. The hand colors are different. One is very light, one is dark.
All right. There's one there.
Yeah.
One there.
Because if you don't believe me, take your arm and try to do that position with the arm bent right now. Try. Just try. You can't. I'm doing it now. I can't do it. For one, your pinky would be on the top, not on the bottom. Well, maybe it would be on the bottom. Hold on. You can make it on the bottom. But that's a very hard position and painful. And no, your thumb would be on the top. I can't tell. Yeah, it would be on top. That is such a painful, hard position. Anyway, next. Mary looks dead to me. She has no color in her whatsoever. Like literally dead, ghostly white.
I think that's Magdalene.
Mary Magdalene, yeah.
Yeah.
Mary.
Yes.
Yep. Mm-hmm. She looks dead. There's no color in her face. If you compare her to all the other people, she looks way too pale.
Maybe she got shanked and like a prison shanked, and we didn't know about it.
He said she got shanked.
Sorry,
I didn't hear you sigh. You were all broken up.
He said she got shanked.
Oh, yeah. Okay, next. All right, so this is me pointing where the eyes are looking down at the neck. Can you see the mark on the neck from here?
Yep.
That could be a mark in the wall, for all I know. Not related to the painting. Can we see the fangs? Are you able to see the fangs here? The 2 white, lighter colors in the mouth.
It looks like he's drooling.
Like right here?
Yeah. It does look like drooling. Or maybe it's some blood.
Yeah, that's weird.
Next, I have a closer up. I drew it, what I'm seeing. Oh, this is me pointing that he used to be looking at Jesus, and now he's looking at him. Oh, and check out the 3 squiggles, like from the gate program, right in his chest.
Oh, yeah.
Next. All right, so yeah, you still can't see it because you can't zoom, but it's 2 fangs, lips. I drew what I'm seeing. 2 fangs. That's what I see.
Doesn't that bald guy look like he has a black eye?
Yeah,
he does look like he has a black eye, 100%. Also, there's a black man in the painting. If we go back to the first one, can you go back to the very first image of the full picture?
Oh, that brown guy, right?
Yeah, there's a brown guy that I don't remember in there. They all should be brown, but he's right there in the blue in front of.
Right here.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
They all should be
Yeah, they all
brown.
had a good
The
tan.
Middle East, but he is brown. And
I don't even
that
remember them being in like a court. Like, what is this? Is weird.
Yeah, also look at everybody's skin tone, then look at Mary. Look at Mary, how white she is. And the look on her face is like a dead person. She's focusing on nothing, her head is tilted to the side, and he's got his hand on her neck like you know, that kills motion with the neck, you know?
The Walking Dead right here.
Like she is dead in the painting.
You're right, though. If you look at all their feet, it looks very weird.
It does. Hello,
And you
David
can see.
Logan Freeman. Can you grab Logan's link in the chat, please? I can't do it. What were you saying? I'm sorry. I need Josh to grab the link.
Yeah, I got it.
What were you saying, Whoopi? Maybe she gave him a hickey. The Last Supper is a crime scene, the tiniest squish. There's
Yeah, I
nothing
don't
real
remember
about the
that.
painting anyway. It's just a work of fiction. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't remember the blue on the tablecloth either. That's very strange.
I covered that 4 or 5 years ago now. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
We all shift at different times. Also, I don't remember a coffered ceiling.
I don't remember that
Squares.
thing being in front of the table, whatever that is.
That was an archway that they sealed up. There's
Very strange.
a chalice on the wall on the left. Do we see the gold chalice on the wall? The chalice.
Yeah, in between those two brown blankets, or whatever they are.
Yep. Tapestry, same difference.
Yep.
Yeah, this whole thing's different from my memory.
I also remember a red blanket in front of the table. It was on top of a stand, like a wooden, like 4 legs, but it had a red blanket in front of the table, and the blanket and the tablecloth was bigger. I never used to see the feet before. That is new
Right.
to me.
I don't know if the tablecloth was bigger for me. I remember it just being dark under there. You didn't see any detail.
Yes, no feet for me. I thought it was just the long tablecloth.
Hey, Jordan.
This whole picture screams, I don't know you. Like, I'd never seen this. It's very weird.
And I did cover Jesus. He is frequently shown in red and blue. He was only in
When
white.
has he ever been in red? He's always been in white, or had some kind of brown, something like.
No, it's always red and it's mainly red and blue now. So's Mary. It's so messed up.
Yeah,
it's so messed up.
That's not right. I'm surprised he's not wearing a hip hop chain now. No, I'm just kidding. But like, what is going on?
Hey, Rewriters. Thank you. I am doing better. We need prayers for Splatter, though. He's not feeling well. I don't know if he's joining us tonight. Hello, FAP. I think the carpool's on its way in. Got 60 watching, guys. Please don't forget to leave a like on the stream. I would really appreciate it. You're not late. We're just getting started. Welcome, Victoria Emmerich. White or blue, not red, says Victoria. I gotta write Victoria down in my shout out list. Give me one moment. Done. Yes, prayers for splatter. Thank you, Hubert. I appreciate that. There's a UFO in the background of this photo. I'll go zoom in. I'll be right back, guys. Did he say left? He said right. What? Right? I don't
Is he
see
talking
anything.
about over Jesus' head? That could be clouds, but I'm not sure.
It could
I'm
also
only
be
on my
missing.
phone.
It could also be missing paint. But I'm gonna get all the windows. Give me a moment.
Yeah, I can only zoom in a little bit on my phone.
This is a fresco, and the paint is peeling off. But I will zoom in as much as possible, so it's just window and no wooden edges, so we can see. You know what? I'm also going to get Mary's face, so you can see what I mean by she looks dead to me. Am I still here?
Yes, you are still
Okay,
here.
because
Yes, you're still here.
taking a screenshot, I accidentally locked my iPad.
Yeah, I tried zooming in on some of the other pictures I had, and I don't see anything. But
I know, I'm getting it. I'm getting them. Give me 1 second. I have one more to do, and then I'll be there. Oh my gosh, if I lock this iPad one more time. Jeez. Wow, his face looks evil. I'm going to circle it so you know what I'm talking about. Why his face looks evil.
So I noticed a lot of Mandela effects hold a personal meaning. Do you think this one has one?
It could. I mean, hold on for a second. I want to save it and get out of there because someone's backstage. It's Wolfie. He fell out. My iPad is moving slow at the moment, and I gotta leave and go send these pictures. So I might get kicked out. Just to give you guys a heads up.
yeah, have you heard the thing? Like, I've seen some videos or people talking about where, like, if you like count like the positions of the or mark the positions of the bread and like maybe some of the glasses or where their hands are or certain things on the table, it makes out and you put it on a musical bar or staff or whatever it's called. Like it makes like into a song. Has anybody ever seen that or heard about that?
Yeah, I covered it.
Okay, I figured you did.
Yeah,
Which song does it make?
I don't know. I don't remember, but I'd love to
I'll
find it again and figure it
I'll
out.
get it. I'll get it. But I'm sending you these first so we can look at the windows. I don't think there's anything in there. I think it was probably somebody looking at a low quality image.
I do remember hearing something about or like there was an alien like a UFO in some other
Right, but I
it
think
looks
they
like
were looking at I think they were looking at a low quality image because this is the high quality one and it just looks like peeling paint.
yeah. Yeah, I meant some other part of the Sistine Chapel. Uh like not this or I guess in the Sistine Chapel I don't but I can't remember.
Well, a lot of that stems from like Pleiades and stuff. Because Pleiades are supposed to be the good aliens that come down as angels and help people on Earth.
I'm putting a link in the private chat. This is the presentation with the music. But here's the windows. You can see there's peeling paint. I don't see anything painted in the sky. Do we see this?
I can't see anything in there.
This is the left window.
See, that's a Mandela effect for me.
That's her face. Go back to her face.
So, yeah, there's the two windows. Right.
There's her face. It looks dead to me. Like she's just not there. I don't know. Her lips are the same color as her skin. You see what I'm saying? There's no blood. There's no life to her face.
See, the peeling paint is a Mandela effect for me.
Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? It's all peeling paint. And that's the guy's face. Look how evil that face is. You missed one. You missed the one of the leg. I sent you one with a leg. We have to go back and look for it. That's the other window. Right there behind Jesus. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't see anything painted. Except maybe that, like, see that, like, that big chunk missing might have been misconstrued.
This right here?
Yeah. Oh, you want me to look at a specific painting? Visoki Dakani. I will in 1 second. I need him to go back. We missed a picture.
Yeah, this was the last one before you sent me the second group.
We probably glossed over it.
Oh.
Keep going. I'm looking for the end of the table of the face. Where is the face? Maybe it was the first one you had, and I wasn't here yet. Keep going.
Yeah.
There we go. I just muted Morgan. All right, you don't have it. All right, let me try to send it again.
All right.
Who is snoring? I muted Morgan. I thought it was Morgan.
Yeah, last I saw, it looked like Morgan froze up.
It's Wolfie. No, Wolfie's muted. Okay, I'll look up that specific painting after I get this picture to send to him. Here you go. I'm sending it to you now, Josh.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if this is Da Vinci, like maybe he put himself in the painting, or if this is the devil. I don't know.
Oh, this thing here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's definitely a face in the painting now. Do we see? Can they see that? If they can't, I'll zoom in. Good night, Tanya. Thank you for being here. Can you guys see the face in the leg? Do you remember there being a face there?
No.
Sai, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah.
Do you remember the face in the leg? Can you see it? The eyes, the nose, part of the mouth?
I can see it, but no, go ahead, Josh.
That's all. Yeah, I was gonna say the eyes here, nose, mouth.
Maybe a little bit of beard.
Well, the weird thing is, from where I come from, it sounds weird, but they used to touch up that painting. like at least once a year. So for there to have peeling paint is odd to me.
I am
Yeah,
sending
that's what I
you
would have
a
thought.
picture of just the face zoomed in so they can see it. And then I'm going to draw on one in case they can't see it. But it's definitely not
And then over here.
pareidolia. It's got like a pupil.
And so over here in the circle, it's just another example of the glass bowl. Is that why that's circled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm drawing. I'm trying to draw it. Trying. Now, whether or not this is like I said, Da Vinci or not, I don't know. I'm going to try to lighten it too, so that you guys can see it better, because I know it's hard to see.
And what was the name of the painting? The other painting that someone was talking about with the UFO
I'm
in
looking.
it.
I was in the middle of looking it up, but it's Viscori. Viscori, Viskori, I think. All right, I sent them to you. So there's the face, if that's easier for you guys to see.
Yeah.
That's undoubtedly painted in there. Like the nose especially, you can tell that it was painted in. Like I said, the eyes have a pupil. And it's just so weird.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, Madonna with Child is the painting with the UFO.
Oh, right. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. I think that's
Yeah, I've
probably the same
seen
one I've
that.
seen.
I have seen that.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be right back, okay?
Okay.
Okay, come back,
Okay.
please. We'll miss you. Please come back.
Thank
Guys, you're welcome to join us. The link is pinned in the description.
Hey, Sandra, you want to?
I mean, not in the description, in the chat. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, what'd you say?
I sent you a text. You think couch is bad? The text that I sent you is on Second Kings. I believe it's 18, verse 18 and 17 and 18. Let me check. Let me check my Bible. Yeah.
What does it say?
Well, it depends what version you read. It's on
Doesn't matter.
Second Kings
No,
18.
I can't look it up that way. I can't look it up that way. That's why I'm asking you. What does it say?
Oh, okay. It says, let me say it out. Second Kings chapter 18, verse 27. It says, towards the end of the verse, it says, eat your own dung and drink your own piss.
What?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's when I knew this Bible was not mine. This belonged to the Orion people because they're evil. They're soulless NPCs. Yeah, but
Eat
the
your
Bible,
own excrement and drink. Ew.
yes, that's a bad one.
It was also in
I thought you
Isaiah
covered the Discord.
36:12.
Yes. Yeah, it's a big one for me. That's when I knew the Bible was going towards the evil side, like going through tribulation, telling us what the future is.
Hold on, I'm sending this to EverJosh.
Okay.
EverJosh, link in the private chat. I wanted to stay on the Last Supper for a minute because I saw the show the music stuff. It was in the back of the.
Yeah.
Actually, wait. Let's take a pause before we go anywhere else.
Oh.
He was talking about the Last Supper music. That's the Flickr folder I sent you in the private chat.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about this craziness. All right, so just skip to the end where the music is. I may get a copyright. I'm not sure if this one did or not. All right, next. That's the question about the music. Here you go. It's just a theory, but this video shows the notes and plays the music. Leonardo da Vinci dinner music, it's called. The notes are going backwards, going from right to left. So that is the music hidden in the Last Supper. Okay, now we can switch to the Bible Hub again. All right, so can you zoom in on the passages so we can see them? All right, so I would scroll down to King James because that's where most people are using. There you go. Hath he not sent me to the men which sit on the weight, that they may eat their own dung and drink their own piss with you? And if you scroll down to the Catholic version, I don't see it. You passed it. It's
Catholic
there. You
translation.
go. There we go. So the is it Douay rhymes? They have that they eat their own dung and drink their urine with you. The New American Bible, scroll down. Or Revised Standard Version is also, excrement and drink their urine.
Sounds good.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a big one for me. I can't get over that one.
Well, at least it doesn't say
that
shit.
one says water. Drink their own water. Where it says shit?
No,
I said at least it don't say shit.
Right.
This one says water though instead of urine.
Weird.
Make pee out of wine.
That's just no.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of it just says dung or.
See, I told you that one's worse than the
Yeah.
couch and the bottles and the wine schemes. This one's a big one. Yeah.
Well, just the word piss in the Bible. Like if I
This
would have
one
known
just
the word
says-
piss was in the Bible, I would have used it all the time. Be like, well, it's in the Bible.
Wait, right there. Don't scroll. Go back. Go back up.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. It says eat and drink their own waste with you. So that's a different version as well.
Oh, so it was shit.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, it is.
King James 2.
Pretty much.
Piss isn't a bad word anymore, people. Not in this reality. Get out of here.
It's crazy.
Yeah, waste. Human waste.
Kind of like what they're trying to get the people in NASA to do
Mm-hmm.
up in the space station.
Yeah.
Never in my
Yeah,
past.
the Moses tables, yep. Yet pigs are filthy in the Bible. Yeah, go figure.
Another big one for me is that, Moses went to the mountain Sinai. He went up there to talk to the burning bush, and he brought down the two tablets.
Yeah, it's tables. That's what they were saying in the chat.
Yep. Now they're saying that he
Tables.
brought down 2 kitchen tables down.
Kitchen tables.
Yes.
Oh my god!
It's in
All
there.
that for talk
It's
to a
two,
burning bush, and I got 2 tables out of it.
yeah, he brought down 2 kitchen tables.
Does that even make any sense? The bushes, like, oh, that's crazy.
Let me say it. Hold on.
See, a lot of people would say this is the devil messing with the Bible
Hey, this one says tablets.
or a tablet. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's God just saying, look at the fuckery going on here. You know what I mean? Excuse my French, but
Mm-hmm.
and we all
Chisel
know.
out 2 stone tablets. It's still tablets for that part.
Yeah. If you go up,
Yeah,
it'll say 4
Moses,
tables.
no, listen. Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of the testimony of the covenant.
Yeah, but there might be other translations.
No, I'm looking at all of them.
Oh, okay.
I'm scrolling.
I'm sorry.
This might be a flip-flop. I'm looking for the word table. All I'm seeing is tablets.
They change them back sometimes. I've noticed that. On some things. I don't know about the Bible, though.
Does anyone know the verse where it says tables? Where is it from? I am not finding it. I need help here. Anyone?
I have no idea.
I'm checking. Hold on. It's in Exodus. Hold on.
In the portico of the gateway were 2 tables on each side. And the word
That's
gateway
not what
has
we're
just
talking
been,
about.
I know, but the word gateway has just been popping up so much in the last couple weeks.
Exodus 24:12. Thank you. Okay, I'm reading Exodus 34, so let me change it to Exodus 24:12. Why can't I change this? Oh, it's a drop down. 24.
How do you spell Exodus?
Doesn't matter. I already got it.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get to 12 now. It's making me go page by page. Can I just type in the number? Yeah, I can. In the HTML. Give me a minute.
Yeah, when I said
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Sorry. King James. All right, here it's I will give thee tables of stone. So it's still tables in this one. But in the Berean Standard Bible, it's tablets. So it's not all the all of the Bibles. Here, I'm giving you the link in the private chat.
It's always been that way. That some verses stay the same and some don't. It's weird.
No, some things, they're all different.
They're all right. But it's...
So in King James, it's tables. But if I go to the Catholic, let me check Catholic. Tables, tablets. The Catholic Public Domain version is tablets. The New American Bible, which is what we used in school, is still tablets. I will give you the stone tablets on which I have written the commandments, intended for their instruction. Let's see.
Yeah, when
Yeah, it looks like King James
I
did
said
too.
they were grinding on each other, which is very strange to hear in the Bible. 2 women grinding on each other, like what?
Right, that's the same verse where they said 2 men in bed, and one will be taken and one will be left behind.
Right. Yep.
Yeah,
It's very weird.
NIV.
super weird.
The NIV still has tablets of stone.
Yeah, so does King James.
No, King James has tables. Tables of stone.
Oh
The T
well,
is missing.
the King James Bible says tables, but the King James version says tablets.
No, that's the New King James.
Oh, New King James. Okay.
Hey, Jose, there's residue here. This is why he was getting confused. Look, Jose.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yes.
see on the
Yeah,
screen?
that's why I said
King
some things stay the same.
KJV is in boy. King James Bible, not King James Version.
Wow.
King James Bible.
Yeah,
That's what Jose remembers.
yes. King James Bible, KJB. Not, and it was never a version for me. It was always the Bible. Wow.
Yeah, not me. It was always KJV.
And the
Yeah,
one
for me
below it
too.
is the New King James Version, not the KJV, the NKJV.
No, he's saying that's what he remembers. We remember the KJV.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
Oh.
the KJV here is the KJB.
Oh, okay.
It's the New King James below it, not the King James.
I wish I could read Hebrew. Because we all know this book has been messed with. Things left out.
Hey, Jennifer. I don't know if that one's here, the Good News Bible. Let me look. God's Word. Good News is tablets, not tables. It's further down. It's under
Good
Good
News right
there
there,
it is. Yeah, Good News is tablets.
Yeah, it looks
You
like
guys are
tablets in a lot of them.
misremembering. You don't know. You don't know what
So-
you're talking about.
So
I hate
mine
when
is
they say
accurate
that.
to what I heard. What they taught me in school, it's still accurate in the Bible we used in school. So this would not be a Mandela for me because I wasn't using King James. I was using the Catholic Bible.
Yeah, when I was younger, I don't know what we were using. All I know, it was painted on the wall and it was in a book. You know?
Actually, scroll down a little bit. Right there. Yeah, no, the New Revised Standard Version is what we use in Catholic school. And it still says, I will give you tablets of stone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
only
went
one
to
that says
Episcopal.
tables is the first one.
Yeah. I went to Episcopalian church too. I was baptized there as a kid. Very old church.
Yeah, I went
Which
to a
I don't.
modern evangelical.
Yeah, I don't go there, and I don't. No, church is right here in my backyard.
Does anyone in the chat know what Episcopalian what Bible the Episcopalians use? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Maybe it's the NIV. Could be the King James. Don't know.
And everybody up in the East Coast is usually Catholic, especially in Rhode Island and Mass. All Catholic. They run deep up here.
Same down here too.
Yeah.
But there's also Episcopalians and Methodists.
Yeah.
But there's like certain areas that are very Catholic.
Yeah, my whole family's Catholic, but me and my brother.
Why would Episcopalians use a Catholic Bible?
Me?
No, Tiny Squish said, I thought I thought Episcopalians use a Catholic Bible. Why would they use a Catholic Bible?
Well, from what I know, Episcopalian is, I mean, it's very close to Christian, but there's still things off. That's what I know. I was just a kid then. I didn't know.
You mean close to Catholic?
No, from what I know, Episcopalian is close to Christianity. Like they
No,
have
they're
a lot
all
of the same.
Christianity. That's what annoys me. Like they act like Catholics aren't Christians. Christianity is the belief in
Well, I would
our
agree.
Lord
I
Savior
would
Jesus
tell you
Christ.
that Episcopalian and Catholics are not Christian. There's only Christian, and that's it.
No,
But
I
that's a
disagree with
label.
that.
That's fine.
Christians still have, it's still religion. Christians still have a sect. You're not just Christian. You're either
Well,
born
you know what they
again
would tell you?
Christian or you're yeah. What?
You know what they tell you? Everything else is religion besides Christianity. Christianity is the way, the truth, and the life. That's what they would tell you. Everything
Yeah.
else is made up. Christianity is the only way.
Can you repeat?
That's what they would tell you.
Hey, Wolfie, can you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, he's not affected by it.
He's
Go
the
ahead.
way, the truth,
And the light.
the
The
light,
life, you know?
life.
The way, the truth, and the life.
It was
That's
light
the
for
way.
me.
No, it was light for me.
Me too.
Really?
Light.
Yes. Yeah, that's where I come from. I read that Bible many, many times. It was the way, the truth, and the light.
That is true.
Wow.
Squish.
Yeah, I always thought it was life,
All
but you know what?
Christian religions are branched off from Catholicism.
Oh, absolutely it is.
All
That's
of them.
facts. Yep.
They're
God
all
knows us.
branches.
Yeah, they nitpick and they write their own stuff. That's all it is. Everything's stolen from the Bible. Even the devil steals from the Bible.
Yep, that's
He
why
steals from God in general.
that's why religion is the problem, not it's just the problem, in my opinion.
Exactly. God hates religion.
Hey, Sandy, is there any way you can make a poll? See
I have
if
a poll. I have a poll up right now.
Oh, you do? Okay.
But dude,
Let me go check. But what do you want the poll on?
See if people know what it means to. What is morning star? The morning star. See if people know what it is.
Oh, they
star.
do. They know. We've talked about that. They know.
Oh, really?
They know. Yeah, we've talked about it. How I talked about it with the Statue of Liberty. How the Statue of Liberty is Lucifer.
Yes, because
Those of you that are new, the Statue of Liberty is Lucifer.
Because the Bible says the Bible says Jesus says, "I am the morning star." He's saying, "I am Lucifer," and that's when I stopped reading this Bible.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it says on the Bible, Jesus said, "I am Satan."
No, they give a man excuse for it. There's a man excuse.
Sandy, have you ever heard of the Statue of Liberty being a woman? The woman, I forgot what they call her, but she's like sex and sin and all that. But yeah, I guess you probably could call it the devil. But if you look at back in the days, she has all those horns on the head. It
I did a
almost
whole
looks like
deep
the
dive on that. Give me a minute. In
Okay.
Christian theology, the term morning star is used to refer to both Jesus and, in some interpretations, Lucifer. Jesus is explicitly called the bright and morning star. However, Isaiah interpreted by some as referring to Satan's fall from heaven, using the term Lucifer, son of the morning. The duality has led to discussions about the contrasting roles and meanings of the morning star, which applied to Christ and Satan. So son of the morning, they don't call him morning star, it's son of the morning.
I always thought it was seen the way that you said that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've never heard son of the morning before.
Really?
No,
Yeah.
I've just heard morning star.
Yeah, Revelations 22:16 reads, I, Jesus, have sent my angel to testify to you these things for all the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, the bright and morning star.
Right.
Mm.
Jose, I don't know if you heard what I said.
And
Yes.
she's
Jesus is
yeah,
the morning star. Lucifer is not. They're saying
right.
he is, I forget, I closed it. What did I say it was? Something of the morning. The
The
light
morning
of the
star.
morning or something. Star isn't even in there.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
gonna have
I've
to look it
heard
up
what I
again.
meant to say. I've heard them say this would be Satan.
Yeah, that's how I always believe that Jesus says, I am Satan.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. In this
No,
reality, in this
no, I don't believe
reality,
that. No.
in this reality, Lucifer
People
is
are
not
thinking.
the morning star.
Okay, I
In this
misunderstood you then.
reality, Lucifer is called, and I'm going to read it to you. Hold on, let me find it. Where the heck is it? Of course, the AI
What was the
isn't
verse in
giving it to me
Revelation,
now.
Jose?
Revelations
But that's, guys, that doesn't.
22, verse 16.
It's not about Jesus. It's about Lucifer. So I'm trying to tell you, looking up Jesus, that verse doesn't make sense because they're saying that Lucifer is not the morning star. They're saying that Jesus says that he is the morning star. Lucifer is the son of the morning, not the morning star, the son of the morning.
Yeah, that's why I got confused.
S-O-N, not S-U-N, S-O-N. You understand?
Sun and then yeah.
Not the sun as in S-U-N, and they're saying
Right.
it's a misinterpretation. They're using
With the
S-U-N when it's S-O-N. Son, like
right.
child of the morning.
The children. Yeah.
So in this reality, Lucifer has never been the morning star. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's what I thought he always was.
Right. In this reality, Lucifer has never been the morning star. Only Jesus. So it's
And
They
not
got it wrong in the
evil.
only
TV show then.
Jose, do you understand? It's not evil because Lucifer is not the morning star in this Bible.
yeah, Lucifer and
You
God work
understand?
together. It's amazing. If we wouldn't know, like I said, we wouldn't know bad if we didn't know good. We didn't, it's God allows these things to happen for a reason.
Well,
And even God said he is the God of this world.
yes.
Satan.
Yes, it's in the Bible. Yes.
Yep.
Even
though that was way off topic, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Is this messing you up, Jose? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Isaiah 14:12 and Revelation 22:16 is the same. The Isaiah the prophet speaks of a king of Babylon who is metaphorically cast down from heaven.
That's Satan.
Yeah, morning star. It's
Right.
associated with Venus, sky, Revelation, Jesus, bright star, morning star.
Yeah, except he's not the star. Lucifer is the son of the morning. Welcome, Bazimian.
No, it's a star.
He's right. You're just. I think he's right, and you're just saying that's not the way it is anymore, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
Right.
it's different from the last time you looked at it, Jose. I'm saying
Yeah,
it's
Jose, you're
Mandela.
100% right. You know what I mean?
Yes, I'm trying to tell you it's Mandela from the last time you looked.
Yeah,
this version of the Bible is less evil. They're trying to say that Lucifer is not the morning star.
Nor should he be. But
Nor
you know what
should
I
he
mean?
be.
Like, I get peed off too, man. Like, when it comes to this stuff, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I get triggered myself, and I'm double
Absolutely,
checking
bro.
everything.
I get it.
I have to double check everything.
All right, guys, we're actually going to do a folder so I could back up the claims I just made because they sound crazy. I'm sorry. They do. They sound crazy. I know.
Yeah, I got all mixed up with the sun and the sun. I'm like, what is she talking about? Then you actually explained it, and I'm like, oh, okay, that was me.
No, it's because you couldn't see what I was seeing. You needed to know I was spelling it S-O-N when I said sun. And that's the man's excuse, that in this reality it's S-O-N of the morning and not S-U-N of the morning. And I guarantee, Jose, when you looked at the Bible and saw that, it was S-U-N of the morning star. You see what I'm saying? The word sun is different now. It went from S-U-N to S-O-N. It's a Mandela effect.
Yes, I always believed the sun was Jesus. That's why in every picture, Jesus has a sun behind him. Because the conspiracy theories that the rabbit holes that I've been into, I seen that Jesus is the son of the sun, and it's in the sky. He always comes back when he goes down. He walks on the
God is
water
everything, brother.
on the west side, and then he rises on the east.
East, right?
Yeah. So
All right. It's on the screen so you can read it.
okay.
How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son O-N of the morning, child of the morning. See it? Not star, child of the morning. So morning child. He's a morning child, not a morning star.
And he's good with music, Satan, by the way. You haven't noticed. That was a joke, but yeah.
No, that's a good one.
But no, it's real though.
Yeah, we should have
Didn't he have like the
woo-hoo.
beautifulest? He had like the beautifulest voice. He could he was
Oh,
great with
shoot.
music. Seeing it's funny how
Don't
he
pull that
runs
one
the
up.
music industry.
Don't pull that one up, Josh. I messed up. I
Okay.
gave you part 2 before part 1.
All right.
Josh is killing it though. He's killing it
He is.
in a good way. I mean,
Yes, thank you, Josh. I mean, it
I'm just
would
glad my internet's working.
yeah, we would never have a show without splatter, you know. But yeah, thank you for stepping up. I appreciate it.
Oh, this is just fun for me.
All right, Josh. Now the proper links are in the private chat.
All right.
Jackie's on X.
this is amazing. Stuff like this is amazing. I try to show people this, and they just look at me like I'm retarded. That's because they probably don't know the Bible, or even just like publishing clearinghouse. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, I remember," and I'd be like, "Yeah, guess what? It doesn't exist." And then they get all mad at me. But I think it's the way I say it because I'm like, "Gotcha, and I probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah, because I always remember the morning star was cast down from heaven. God cast down the morning star, but now it's different. So that boggles my mind.
No, I totally agree with you, bro, because that's what I remember too.
Hey, in the
It's
chat, say 1 or 2. Is it Bazamayan or Bazamian?
I've
I don't
heard
like
both.
I know, but the person in the chat, I want to know how they pronounce it so I don't mess it up. Is it number 1 Bazamayan or is it number 2 Bazamian? 2. Thank you. So I got it right on the first try. Awesome. Thank you. And welcome. And guys, the link is pinned in the chat if you'd like to join us up here. Put in your 2 cents on this presentation. You're welcome to join. Also welcome to the chat. Bit of Venom, Ken Rotman, Ryugan Mikado, and Hard Earth. And Jennifer's here as well. I forgot to write Jennifer down. I don't know why I didn't write her down.
Hey, everybody.
Got her down now. All right.
All you beautiful people, get up here. Speak your mind. Don't be scared.
Yes, don't be scared. It's like being on a phone call. You just ignore the chat and you won't feel scared. It's all good.
Yeah, you'll feel like it's like family in here.
Totally. And in the studio, Michael Fontaine, hello. studio. There we go. All right, massive disclaimer. Massive disclaimer. This 100% falls into the category of conspiracy theory. My conspiracy theory, I'm writing CT to shorten it, based on things I have learned. You may think I have gone off the deep end when you hear my conclusion, and that is fine with me. My intention is to show you the evidence and allow you to come to your own conclusion, not make you believe me.
I believe you. No.
That's fine. We are always this late, so maybe one day you can join us. I understand though. Sleeping people, you gotta be quiet. I get it. Okay, so I covered this around the Olympics, that's why this is in here, but still I want to point some things out. I can't not talk about the Paris
I didn't
Olympics.
realize I was still here.
You're still here, Morgan.
Morgan, did you wake up? I'm just kidding, bud.
I'll see. Because, all right. I can't not talk about.
Like, see, that's the point. I didn't. It's like, no, I've been here. I have been here in the chat trying to correcting you guys from the chat the whole time. I didn't realize I could just push the button. I was sitting here and I was like, oh, what are you guys up to? But no, dude, like the whole entire time, it's like, yeah, anytime. Anyway, I'm here now. So, like, when she says something, I'll be able to. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. I got you. I understand. You were chatting in the chat thinking you weren't here. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, I see that. Well, anytime anybody says anything of the Bible, anything like that, it's like you realize Morgan's usually always in the chat answering any like if you ever go back to old streams, whatever. It's like, yep, there's like anyway.
Welcome, Melissa and Granola Grin to the chat. All right, I can't not talk about the Paris Olympics because it all ties in together. Lately, everywhere I look, I see good versus evil. It was all there. The blasphemy of the Last Supper parody, the Bacchanalia, which was a Christmas Mandela I covered a few years ago, Blue Man, the fourth horseman of the apocalypse with the strategically placed wings, and the golden calf and bull. Can you zoom in on the images, please, so they can see what we're looking at? So here, a man exposed himself next to a child. I covered it up, obviously. There's the fourth horseman of the apocalypse with the strategically placed wings. The calf and the bull, the golden calf and the bull. There's the Bacchanalia scene, mocking the Last Supper. I swear they threw Bacchanalia in there to say it wasn't, but. And those are the wings without the, that were on the building.
Yeah, this is Satan's world. That's what you're looking at. This is what they do, programming at its finest.
It's Lucifer, son of the morning.
That is a sweet way to describe.
Jesus is the bright and morning star. He's the fairest of 10,000. He's the bright and morning star. He's the lily of the valley.
Lily, yeah.
You know, let's take everything to God in prayer. It's just like all the songs, all the verses, like, yeah.
Everything's ass backwards.
That's what Jesus is. He is the bright and morning star. It's like Lucifer just said, I will ascend, who said to himself falsely, I will ascend to the heights of heaven. I will this and that, you know, and it said that he's the son of the morning. Like I said, son of the morning, or it will say some form of son of the morning. That's how come he gets the name of the Eastern Star. That is the name of Satanism for women. It's called the Eastern Star. That's Satanism for women.
Yep.
Okay, guys, this is a long presentation. Just want to say. Then shortly after, God responded with a blackout. At least I'd like to believe it was God punishing the wicked. Video play. The only thing that stays lit is a church.
I guess this is the moment that the power went out here. Boom. There you go.
That's it. It's just showing you all the power goes out in Paris. They did an overhead shot.
Funny.
The only thing that was lit up was the cathedral.
Are you gonna show the lightning strikes too?
No.
Oh, those are crazy.
Oh, there it is. The cathedral that was lit up, and everything else is dark.
That's funny.
That is not the only evil I see. Last week I showed you that Jesus has a forked beard. Yes or no in the chat? Do you remember Jesus with a forked beard?
No. That's a big
No.
no.
No way.
That actually looks like mine.
That's the magician's beard where he puts up the hand sign of the devil horns.
Oh,
Like
you're
that,
just
you'd
waxing
expect
hair
you
in
doing
the
the
middle.
devil horns with that chin.
No, I've never. It's usually full. It's full. There's no little W in the middle there.
Yeah. It's in most imagery of Jesus.
That's crazy.
Dr. Bob's Nightmare says no way. Diane says yes. Tiny Squish says no. Bazimian
Yes?
says, oh, that's something I do not remember. Gerald Neal says no. Ryu says no.
No offense, Yeshua, but you look like a female in this picture.
W for the win.
W
Yeah.
for the win.
No, his features are very feminized in this picture. You're absolutely right.
That's what I thought, Venom. It looks like a goat chin.
It does.
Right,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
a goat
it absolutely
foot.
looks like a goat.
I've only ever seen the devil depicted with a forked beard or tongue. And I have more presentations tonight coming. You can go on. That was about that night. Question number 1. What color or colors do you remember Jesus wearing in most artwork? We discussed this. This is why we're showing this. We discussed this with the Last Supper. What color do you remember Jesus being depicted wearing? Color or colors? Do you remember Jesus?
A white
What, being
gown.
hanged?
All white.
White, red, or blue?
Yeah, it was white
Not
and
red.
blue.
White,
Not
yeah,
red
white and
for
blue.
sure.
Same thing.
I've seen-
that's what I think. It is white and blue. Same thing as you said, bro.
I've seen like a little bit of brown, but never red or anything. You know?
I know.
Yeah, like burlap, like a burlap sack.
Exactly. I love that. That's so honest. That's exactly that's exactly right.
Right. I think he was even hung on the cross with white and some brown, maybe, or just
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
exactly. The toga pants or whatever, right? Like the underwear
Right.
that's like what? Yeah, exactly that underwear that's just wrapped. That's a wrapped linen, right? Wrapped linen. Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously, those things on his head weren't that big, but
Silver, red, and rust tie man. Never. Oh my goodness. Always shirtless. Stop it.
Wow.
Pie Man, is that the real Pie Man?
Time.
Yeah,
From
from Heredity.
T-I-X-E.
Pyman.
No, Ty.
Oh,
T-I-X-E.
it's not the same guy. Okay.
I was there, I know.
Oh,
I
Jesus
missed that.
with yoga pants. This reality
like
is so
Simple
sweet.
Simon met a
No.
Pyman going to the fair.
But this is amazing. If you know, see, a lot of people, I think, just well, I remember that, but I could be misremembering. I freaking hate that, dude. I hate when people say that. I mean, yes, we do misremember on things, but when you're taught something your whole life and you read these things,
yes,
like school, science, whatever it may be, you know, dude. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, we can go on. In my past, I only ever saw Jesus in all white or white with a light blue or deep red sash at the holidays. Like sometimes they show him with red. Not silver though.
I've seen these both, all three of them.
But his main garment was always white. I can also agree to like a brown burlap because that's
Right.
what they wore back then.
Yeah.
That's what yeah.
The white was to symbolize his purity though. The next slide.
But 9 out of 10, it was white and blue. Let's keep it a buck.
To
Right?
be clear, you can still find him wearing what I remember. But I remember nothing else besides this stuff. This is it. The whites, the tans, a red sash or a light blue sash. That is it. Nothing else existed in my past. With the exception of burlap in movies. Yeah. Next. In March of 2019, I talked about the Last Supper, how Jesus used to wear white and blue,
And
but
there's the
wears
one of red and
pink
blue.
or light red and blue now.
Yeah, he's
Well,
blue
it's not
bloods.
just the Last Supper.
Yeah, that's not even bright to me.
Yeah, look, he's
That
wearing
looks
pink.
still out of blue.
Pink and red with blue. At least half of the artworks, stained glass, and painted sculptures I have seen recently look exactly like the Last Supper, the same red or pink and blue. This is wrong. I do not remember this existing at all. Do you? It's wrong for me, I'm trying to say.
Looks wrong to me.
Yeah, every one of them.
Who said he was shirtless? Because there you go in the middle.
Oh, we get a titty out.
Yeah, like I said, it's the other reds. Yes, the red and blue at the supper, like the way that it showed it. But this one, I don't, like I said out loud too, I don't recall seeing the all red like displayed.
You mean like maroon?
That.
Maroon, not red, like maroon.
Yeah, maroon, right.
It almost looks brown, but it's a little bit of red. It's not like super red.
Melissa is asking if you can go back 2 slides, please.
I don't remember a peck hanging out. That's for sure. That's crazy. He never showed a peck.
So this one,
yeah, I never remember him wearing I've only seen women like that with the one tit out, right? Like that's a woman's outfit. I thought in Rome they usually have that one titty out.
I just want to be clear. This is not the original Last Supper. This is a recreation. I just really wanted you to see the red.
But that's more. See, that's mind blowing, because if this is a recreation, then what are these guys on? Like, what are they looking at? That's so strange.
I know the background is mountains. It has grass. Yep.
Like whoever drew it, or the color might probably has a political meaning for them, right? So they made it red and blue or whatever. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this was happening around the time of the U.S. elections. This could be a meaning for that.
Blue bloods.
Yeah.
So the cops are called blue bloods, man.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
There's 3 on side. There's 3 dots in the top corner. If you click on it, or it could be in the bottom. I don't know if you're on a computer or a phone or a tablet. In the app, it's 3 dots. You click on it. You can change it to, half speed, whatever, normal speed, 2 times.
Or come on up.
Yeah, come on up. We'll tell you what to do. On the bottom row, second from the right, he's wearing purple. Purple and blue.
Huh.
Red, pink, and purple people right there. Yeah, Sai's here.
At this point,
did you hear what I said?
Yeah, click the. Well, I heard you, but you were like Alvin and the Chipmunks a little bit, but I could make it out.
I think it's your internet.
I don't know if it's the internet or if it's YouTube, but everything on YouTube's going like twice as fast.
Okay, you can change the speed. There's 3 dots. Do you see the 3 dots on the stream?
Let me see.
Not in StreamYard, but in YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. Where the hell are the 3? Okay, 3 dots.
Click on it, and you should see speed.
No, it says all
7.5 2x or something like that, right?
Hold on, let me see.
It should be in the settings at the bottom of the screen. In your settings is the little gear looking wheel.
Correct.
Oh, the gear.
It looks like a cog.
Yeah, that's what you want right there.
You see the gear playback speed?
Gear.
You'll see 2x,
Right on.
1.75. Closed caption.
Or a
I think, or
sprocket.
something like that.
Yeah, gear or
It's a
sprocket,
gear,
correct.
a sprocket, or a cog. I love it.
Hey,
It
Josh.
should be all the same, even on a phone.
Yeah.
I have to step away for a moment. After Sai sorted, can you read until I get back, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I'll be right back, guys.
You finding it, Sai?
Did you find it? I mean,
Is
you
it
can
okay?
show it right.
No.
Is it okay if I do a new Mandela effect for me? Because I don't remember this. I
Sure.
just found out about it. You guys remember the spear of destiny and the Roman soldier?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
one that the soldier that went up and struck Christ in the side, but he didn't break a bone, and blood and water both came out. The
Yeah.
spear
Yeah,
of
or
destiny
vinegar.
is the spear that struck him in the side with the blood on it.
Yes.
Oh
But
yeah, I think you're right
you
with the
know
water.
do you know what
My bad.
happened to the soldier? Do you know what happened to the soldier after that?
He
I
died.
believe. Well, they made a whole movie about it, but I mean, but he was like, truly, this is the Son of God. You know what I mean? Like, he looked up, but then they made a whole movie about it, about what happened in his life and how he went off and was serving the Lord and stuff like that. There's a whole book written about it, in fact, and then they made a
Yes.
movie on the book and
I
everything.
know that one.
Yes, I remember the blood. I don't remember the water coming out of Jesus, but when the blood splashed,
And the blood was separated from the water, in fact, because they
yes.
couldn't hang out together.
Yeah, but
And
wasn't he stabbed?
yes.
Yeah, they had to come out and
But now
down and
he's
make sure that
slit.
they're dead.
But
Yeah,
when
but
the
now
blood was squirting down the spear, it hit his eyes and he got healed. The
What?
soldier got healed. Yeah, that's the new Mandela for me. I don't remember that.
No, but what? No,
I've
I didn't
heard of
hear what
it.
you just said. I didn't hear what you just said. Something
Okay.
about something.
Okay, when Jesus was on the cross, there was
Yeah,
spear
yeah.
of destiny. He got poked and
No,
water.
I know that. Yeah,
That's a new for me. Water. I
you
never
didn't
heard
know that
about
Jesus
water.
got poked with the spear.
Dude, if you let him finish and
Yeah,
shut up for
hold
a
on,
second, let him
hold on.
talk, bro.
Okay, and so when the spear hit him, stabbed him, the blood was leaking down the spear and hit his face. When it hit his face, he started seeing. He was like partially blind, and he got healed. I only remember the blind
Yeah,
man's
that stuff's not.
story.
I'm just saying that's not in the Bible. Like, that's not in the Bible.
No, it is
Yeah,
now. That's what
it
he's
is.
trying to tell you.
Yes, it is now. And another
What verse?
thing that when Jesus confronted the blind man, the blind man came to Jesus, now Jesus spits on his face. But I remember
He
Jesus
spit on it. No,
grabbed
he spit on it, his hands and
no,
then
he
rubbed it in his
spit on his
eyes. Rubbed the
face.
spittle in his eyes.
No, he spit on his on. I believe Jesus spit on his hand, grabbed some mud on the ground. He made some
Yeah,
mud
Right.
and put it on his eyes.
that's
But
what
Yeah,
it's
now he
called
that
too.
doesn't
sounds
do
like a
that.
bee sting.
But now he doesn't do that. He just spits on his face. That's
Is
a new
that where they
Mandela.
were washing their feet with the blind man with the mud?
Yes.
They were, yeah, okay. Yeah. And I agree with you.
There's no
That's what I
blind man
remember.
washing feet with mud.
Yeah. So now he just
You're
spits on
saying-
his face.
Yeah, you're combining. Instead of the hands and then mixing with mud on his fingers, like how he puts like a salve on his eyes, and he opens his eyes once and goes, "I see men; they look like trees." And he's like, "Okay, clear them again." You know what I mean? Then he goes again. Okay, now I see them fine.
Hmm. Yeah, that changed.
Yep. Isn't that crazy, bro?
I haven't seen that in real. I haven't seen that, but
Well, you're not going to see it in real time, but
well, no,
you'd have
no,
to
but
be
I mean,
pretty
like,
good.
I would go to the verse, and the verse would still look like it did with the mud being upon it. I mean, I haven't seen that change.
You've never seen that? That's like the original. That's the way it's always been.
It's always been that he
See,
put his
hey,
hand with the mud and then he put it up there. I mean, I haven't seen it without. I haven't seen that one shown yet. I haven't seen that Mandela effect shown.
yeah. Well, what is? You just read it?
No, he just said it.
No, I thought he just said he just read it.
I'm looking for the verse. I'm looking.
Oh,
Hold on. Yeah, it
he's still
says
talking to
on Mark 8:22 through 26. It says Jesus spits on the eyes of the blind man. That's what it
Wow.
says now.
Yeah, he's right, but you're right. That's the original. He picked up the mud, wiped it on his face. He was an old guy. Like, wow.
Yeah.
Then
That's
I just hawks a loogie in someone's face and they can see. That's just I mean, that's cool too. I mean, that's awesome, but that's not the way it was, though.
No, because I remember he's wetting his fingers, picking up soil, making mud,
Very
and then put it
gentle.
on
Yeah.
the eyes, and then but this time Jesus just spits on his face, on his eyes, and then he gets healed.
Jeez, man, what's next? He's gonna stop peeing on people? Like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
So what's the where are you in Mark chapter?
Chapter 8, verses 22.
That's right. Chapter 8. Right.
Yes. It says Jesus spits on the eyes of the blind man as
That's
a part
amazing,
of
bro.
the healing ritual. It must be. Yeah, that one blew me away. Especially with the spear, when the water comes out of
The blind
Jesus.
restored the sight. That's
Yeah,
right.
that's new for me. And the blind
Yeah.
soldier.
What was the other one? I heard that he was cut on his. Somebody said the right side, but it was on his left side, and now it's on his right. I don't. It's very strange, man. I just know he wasn't stabbed. He was. From what I heard, he was stabbed, and now he's slit wide open. So I don't.
Yeah,
There's so many
he was
different things.
stabbed with a spear in the side. Out came blood and water separated. That's what the Bible says.
Which kind of makes sense though with the water, because water is life, right? But it was never that way. I don't know.
Well, see,
We're all
I
going crazy.
remember they used a spear to give him vinegar or some liquid.
Yes, that's why I
because he
said the
was
vinegar.
thirsty.
Mhm.
He was thirsty. He was dehydrated. But now they're saying that somebody was giving him poison in the mouth, and Jesus said, "No, I don't want the poison. I want to."
And he spat it out, right?
Yeah,
Or he just never took it.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
he
don't.
rejected it.
Yeah,
I've
because
heard
now
that too.
they're
I
giving.
heard
Yeah, now they're
they
giving
tried giving it to him.
Jesus. Yeah, they try to give him poison. That's what I've been hearing. So I haven't checked.
Which who wants to drink vinegar? Jeez, man.
Yeah, I thought they were giving him vinegar or water, because he asked, he looked thirsty.
He did ask, but they gave
Yes.
him vinegar instead.
Yes, that's what I remember.
Interesting.
Yep.
And he comes to Bethsaida, and they
You
brought
think
a
they're gonna give
blind
him
man unto
water?
him, besought him to touch him, and he took the blind man by the hand, led him out of the town, and when he had spit on his eyes and put his hands upon him, he asked him if he saw aught, and he looked up and said, I see men as trees walking. After that, he put his hands again upon his eyes and made him look up, and he was restored and saw every man clearly. And he sent him away to his house, saying, neither go into the town nor tell it to any in the town. Jesus usually tells him not to tell people after he does a miracle. So that's Mark 8, verses 20, 22, 23, 24, and 25. So yeah, so there's but yeah, it doesn't say in this about the mud on his fingers too. So that must be one of the other gospels, like Matthew, Luke, or
it
John.
was legit, bro. It was legit. Like that was.
No, I said that when there's 4 gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and this story is as well told. I'm just going to check and see whether where the one with the mud is.
Yeah, I think they even said he wiped them gently with the mud. Like I don't, you know what I mean? Like he was, I don't know. But Josh, what did she want you to read? We should probably get back to that because she said this is
I'm getting
a
there.
long one.
Yeah, I'm going through the pictures now. We haven't got to any of the reading part yet, but
Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't know.
no, you're good. Yeah, no, you're all right. So this being in green looks like it's residue. I'm guessing just white, no red.
Oh yeah,
Like,
even the white.
yeah, I mean that looks good to me. Just all the white or tan or dirty.
I don't remember
white.
the cape though. That cape, I don't remember that. But who knows? It just could be the way he's praising. You know what I mean? It could have flapped out. I don't know. The drawings, I'm saying, like I've
Yeah.
never seen that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think that's a drawing. Yeah. Oh, so here we go. Now I need to ask you about the Catholic Church. I was raised Catholic, yet somehow there are three things at the Catholic Church. One, with Christianity in general, that I have never known about, which I find incredibly hard to believe. Oh wait, what was question one?
Sandy, get back here. No.
Question two. In the Catholic Church, February 22nd is the feast of what? If you have no idea, just guess instead of looking it up, please. Is it the feast of Mary? Is it the feast of a chair? Or a feast of a saint/apostle?
I'd have to say Mary. I'm just going. That's just me.
Yeah, I remember this one. This one's a weird one.
It just sounds more familiar to me, and I'm just gonna keep it real. I could be wrong, but hey, we're all on different levels here.
Oh wow, two blind men.
All right, see if we get any answers in the chat.
There's check it out. There's I'm about to check out two different references because the miracles of our Lord. All right, there's two blind in Jericho. He meets up with two blind men, and that's in Matthew 20, verse 30. And then there's another two men that he heals, and in Matthew 9, 27. So I'm just gonna look those up now.
All right, cool. I'm telling you though, it's the first one.
So you say the feast of Mary?
Yeah, what is it, Chaz?
I don't know. I'm not seeing anything in the chat. So the chat, feast of Mary, feast of a chair, feast of an apostle.
Are they being smartasses with the leaves? Somebody said something about leaves. I'm like, what?
I don't know. Yeah, I missed that. Yeah, I think they're all talking about something else.
Yeah, probably. Sorry, guys, for
General
calling you a
Sorrow
smart
said
ass.
he'll go with Mary. Diane
It
B
has to
says
be
Mary. Mandela Man says lobes. Tiny Squish says lobes. Somebody else said oh, yeah, Mandela Man. That's not even one of the choices.
I wonder if they're younger.
Feast of Loaves sounds right. I don't know though.
Hard Earth is guessing Mary.
Well, yeah.
I'm here. I had an issue with Lula. I tried to do the medicine. I had to wait for Joey sleeping.
Yeah, she.
Oh, Sai's backstage. Sorry, Sai. I just got back.
It's okay.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
Matthew 20.
She's not willing to do it, huh?
Michael Fontaine in the studio says B, so that's a chair. Oh,
Hello,
Squish was
Mandela Man.
clarifying. She said loaves, not leaves.
Hey, Sandy. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Josh.
That's right.
Can you get your cat laying down?
No.
If
Oh, when
she's
she's
laying
having an
down,
attack? No, she jumps up and then goes back down on the ground coughing. Yeah, she's okay.
yeah, she
She's
doesn't.
done. I just tried. And
It's like I said, you're gonna have to. Yeah, you'll. I'm telling you, it's gonna help her in the long run. But I get it. She's scared. You know.
yeah. Once she realizes it helps her, she'll probably be okay with it.
And that's exactly what happened with my cat. Was the same way, but it was easier when I had, have somebody else to just hug her, hug him, I should say, and you'll see. It takes time.
So yeah, so the mind says C. So we got an answer for each one. We got a Mary, a chair, and an apostle or saint. So.
What do you remember, Sandy?
In my past, the answer was 3. My whole life, February 22nd was the Feast of St. Peter. I also recall the Feast of St. Peter and Paul in June. Just the Feast of
Wow.
St. Peter. But it's always been the Feast of the Chair of St. Peter.
Wow, so I was wrong. I always thought it was Mary.
It's the Feast.
But
Mary's
then again,
in May. In February,
what's that?
it's now it's Mary's in May. In February, it's the Feast of the Chair of St. Peter.
Okay.
They have a feast for a chair. Why are Catholics worshiping a chair? That's what I want to know.
They should be worshiping Mary.
No, they shouldn't be worshiping any of them, but
But that's what they do, though.
They don't. We really don't worship any of them. That's what I don't understand. But why is there a feast of a chair?
So,
I have no idea.
Sandy, there was a big thing made before about the Lord and the blind men, right? And saying whether or not there's a Mandela effect and whatnot. And saying, oh, the blind. And I said that the mud's in the word, and they're like, oh, it's all changed everything. Well, I continued to look for it because I know that there are other chapters and other blind men in the Bible and whatnot and so forth, right? So I continued to look, just because I looked until I got John 9, because there's other blind men. Anyway, it's John 9, and here I'm going to start with the birds of Jesus in red, okay? And Jesus passes by, and he saw a man which was blind from birth. And his disciples asked him, saying, Master, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Jesus answered, neither has this man sinned nor his parents, but that the works of God should be made manifest in him. Verse 4, I must work the works of him that sent me while it is day. The night cometh when no man can work. As long as I am in the world, I am the light of the world. When he had spoken this, he spat on the ground, and he made clay of the spittle, and he anointed his eyes of the blind man with the clay, and said unto him, go wash in the pool of Siloam, which is by interpretation sent, go wash in the pool of Siloam. He went his way, therefore, and washed, and came seeing. So I knew that was still in the Bible. It wasn't taken out.
Absolutely.
It's not a Mandela effect.
No, it is, though,
Exactly.
because
I'm so glad that I could help with that.
But everything you said was right besides the spitting on the ground. He spit in his hands and then molded it in his hands and then put it on his face.
Okay, so
that's the Mandela
here's
effect.
the thing where he says he spit on the ground, but that's what I mean. Like, oh, it changed. It didn't change.
Why
it's
would
still
you
right
spit
here.
on the ground?
Nothing changed at all.
It just doesn't sound right. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, bro. I'm just saying what I remember. He spat on his hand and he mixed it up. You know what I mean? Like he was washing his hands. And he put it on the man's
when he had
on his
spoken
eyes.
that, he spat on the ground and made clay of the spittle, and
Right.
he
How
anointed
do
the
you?
eyes of the blind man with the clay.
So you spit on the ground and then you got to wipe the clay and you spit. I don't know. It just sounds weird.
Like, did he
But
wipe it
you're
in his
right. He
hand? Did
did
he wipe
tell
it
him
on the
to go.
ground? I mean,
He did go tell him to get in the pool and rinse off, and the guy
I
came out.
think the point
Holy
is
moly,
that you
macaroni.
accidentally said maybe there's this a Mandela effect, and it's not. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop lying.
I'm not lying. That's what I remember,
Okay,
sir.
no, and that's your choice
That's
to
what
say
I
that.
know. That's what I just.
I know, because you're a liar.
Okay. Well, I think you're a liar. What do you think about that?
Good. That's okay. Except the
Do
thing
you
is that I
believe
don't double
everything
talk
you
the whole
read?
time every time I open my mouth to
boy.
speak. Maybe
Guys.
it's like this, maybe it's not like this. It
Well,
gets
dude,
old,
I don't
man. It gets
appreciate you
old.
calling me a liar when I'm giving you my opinion.
Yeah, it's just opinions,
And you're
Morgan.
acting like
You
what
guys
you're
have different
reading is
opinions.
facts. Come on,
What
bro.
I am reading is facts. I'm stating what the Bible says, not what I think is true, not what I don't think is
Is it
true.
in your
I'm speaking
hand?
about
Is
what the
that Bible
literature,
in
the
your hand?
description of what it says, because
Is
I
that
happen to
Bible
be
in
an
your
expert
hand?
on that.
Is that Bible
Yeah,
in
the
your
Bible in my
hand?
hand, along with the other 7 that are all worn out because I've read them so much. So whenever you
Okay,
speak
and
about the
they're all the
Bible,
same
I know
Bible.
what's in the Bible and I know what it says, and I know what
Yes,
it
Okay,
doesn't
well,
say.
Morgan.
do you hear me? Am I mad at you
So
for
anytime
saying
you
what
say the
you
Bible
know and
says
what you
something,
think?
I am the authority on whether it does or not. Correct.
Okay, wait, Morgan. There's
You're not an
different
authority to
translations.
anything,
Wait,
brother. You're authority to your
Wolfie,
own kingdom.
Morgan.
That's right. And I'm the one who says it's in
Morgan,
this
there's
translation, whether it's
different
that in
Bibles.
translation, I can find it in that
Morgan,
translation.
Morgan,
there's
another
different
drink,
Bibles.
buddy.
Sandy, they were trying to say, make up things and then say, oh, it's not in here. I'm like,
I'm
it's
not
just
making
in
up
the next
things,
verse
dude.
over. And then
No,
they're
Morgan.
sitting there going, no,
He
it isn't. It's
spat
not
in
in
his
there at
hand.
all.
He didn't spit
It's
on
a
the
new
ground, bro.
Mandela
That's
effect.
do you know
To
spitting on the
completely
ground is
undo everything that
disrespectful
you've done.
in front of
Guys,
somebody?
this is my show. Stop
They
talking,
both
please.
sit there,
I'm sorry,
Sandy, and
Sandy.
said, here's a new
Morgan.
Mandela effect when you were gone. And guess what? I said there is, and I didn't argue with them, tried not to. I went to show them. No, it isn't. But I didn't even say then.
I didn't
No, it
argue with
isn't,
you,
guys.
bro.
I
You
went
went
ahead and
out of
just
your
continued
way
on until
to
I
argue
actually
with
went
me,
and
bro.
found it in
All
the
right,
Bible.
wait, stop. What is the supposed Mandela effect? Let me hear it.
Go back and watching the show. These two guys going,
Oh
oh,
my
look, there's
God.
no
I
Mandela
can't
No, we
go
effect.
don't have
back.
time for
Didn't
that.
put his hand on the spittle.
I
Wait,
just
no,
said
wait,
he spat. Sandy, there was a blind
Go back
man.
and listen, Sandy. Listen,
I
Hold
both
can't
of
on,
go
these
back
guys
and
are
Morgan.
listen,
sitting there
Morgan.
talking
I'm in
about how he
Hold
didn't
on,
StreamYard.
spit
I'm
in his
not.
Morgan.
hand, didn't spit in the hand. There's no
All right,
spittle on the ground.
wait, hold on. Everybody's going back for a minute because I can't even hear myself think. Can someone please tell me what this was about while I was gone?
This is
Because I
basically
can't go back. I'm in StreamYard. I'm not in YouTube. I can't rewind.
basically what it was about is that who I don't know his name, but it wasn't Morgan.
Jose.
Wolfie.
Okay. Said it was a Mandela effect that first it started that Jesus spat in the guy's face. That's how it originally started. And then they said Jesus spat on the ground. And then Wolfie said that Jesus actually spat in his hand and molded the clay to put it on the blind man's face. And then tell him and then healed him, basically.
So Wolfie
he
was sharing his memory.
Right. He was sharing his memory. He said it was a Mandela effect because he remembered that Jesus spat in his hand and molded the clay to cure the blind man. Then Morgan was looking up in the Bible and he read it and it said Jesus spat on the ground. And Wolfie was like, no, that's a Mandela effect for me. And he did say for him. Like he did,
Okay.
like
Thank
honestly,
you.
he did say for him. So
Thank
that's
you,
what
guys.
that was about.
Okay. Stay there, Josh. I'm just taking it down for a second. But
Okay.
stay there. Okay, I'm adding them back in. Okay, so Morgan, no one's saying you're wrong. Wolfie's saying it's a Mandela effect for him because he remembers differently
I
from what your
don't play
Bible
I don't
says.
play the game. I know. I don't play the game. I didn't say anything before. I just knew that if I went to the Bible, I'd be able to find where it absolutely talks about the other times where he met up with the other guys and where he spat on the ground and that it wasn't a Mandela effect. He didn't spin exactly the verse that they were talking because they were saying the point was now he spits on his face. And there isn't the one where he spits on the other thing at all in the hand and the whatever. And they sat there going, Yeah, and I remember that too, and now it's not in there. I remember that too, and now it's not in there. I remember that too, and now it's not in there. And it's like,
Morgan,
yeah,
you're
No.
the one that said
and the
he
thing is,
spat
I
in
didn't
his
argue
face.
with them. I just went and found the thing in the verse.
Okay, I
And now you're
understand
sitting
that
there
it
and
says that.
dude, every single time you love to spit your little words out and
So,
go, oh, this is
Morgan!
I don't have to say
For
it, 'cause every
Morgan,
time you speak, you
it's
do
his
it.
reality. For Morgan, it's
Guys.
his reality. He sees it
Dude, the book
in front
Morgan,
of him.
his
changes too.
Hold on a
memory
second.
is that he spit in his
You don't know the
hand.
And which
Mandela
guy's a
effect.
guy?
different
Which
from
guy
the
went to
Bible.
college? Which guy did this? Which guy sits here and doesn't miss a thing because he just took his fucking drugs a
I
little
don't
while
care
ago,
if you
eh?
went to
I
college,
did.
dude.
So I don't miss a damn thing, bud. You're a
Oh my
fucking
God.
doof.
Guys,
Well, good for you, man. Have another
Again.
drink, buddy. Have another drink.
guys.
I don't
Smoke
drink.
another one,
I
bud.
don't drink
does-
at all.
Yeah,
This
you
is
I'm
not
yeah.
always
Well, then you're
sober.
something.
Not productive.
Yeah, okay.
It's
I know
And I
you,
have
dude.
the-
I've seen your live streams.
Okay,
That's
guys.
non-productive.
Stop it. Listen.
So
Listen.
it's Morgan's reality. He
Morgan's
sees
reality matches the Bible.
it, matches the
Wolfie's
Bible.
reality does not. It is a Mandela
Exactly.
effect for Wolfie.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we are moving back on to the presentation.
When did two women grind on each other? Like, come on, bro. The Bible has changed. The words have physically changed. And you're going to sit
Right,
there and
but-
read from a book and tell me that he spat on the ground
Wolfie,
and then
Wolfie.
molded clay? I'm
he's
sorry,
reading from the book
Sandy.
because it matches his memory. It doesn't match yours. That's why it's
Jose,
the Mandela
yeah,
effect for you,
Jose's
not
right
for
with
him.
me because this is how it all started. Jose brought it up. The guy was cool. And then he started doing his Twitter fingers, and then he got all mad over nothing. I never
Guys,
disrespected
people are
him.
leaving
I
the
never
stream
said
over
anything.
this. I gotta end this. This has gotta end. I get it. It's gotta
I'm done.
end. Like I've lost
promise,
like
I'm
7
done.
people from the stream.
I'm sorry. But
It's not your fault.
I was fine.
I get it. I get it. It's not your fault. I'm just
But
saying.
he's calling me a liar. And like
No, I understand. I understand
It-
that. You're just saying it's
face to
Mandela
face,
for
it would be a
you.
whole different story. But
It was
yeah,
always
it's
on
fine.
the ground
I'm
for
sorry,
Morgan.
Sandy.
That's the Bible says. I get it.
No, he is right, and I never said that he was wrong. I was just trying to tell him my experience. But whatever.
I understand. I understand now. I understand now. It's a Mandela for you. It's not for Morgan. And Morgan misunderstood it somehow. I don't, because I wasn't here. I didn't hear it. I don't know what happened.
No, but
Because
Morgan
it was in
said
front
that
of his
he
face. Because it
he
was in
said he
front of his
spitting in the
face.
guy's
It was
face
his.
at first, and then he came back with spitting on the ground, and I don't know.
Because he was reading it from his Bible physically. It was his reality. And
Yeah,
it's not yours, and that's great.
No.
That's okay.
No.
That's okay.
Oh, it is okay, and I just don't know why he freaked
You
out
know
and called
what?
me a liar and tried to have a
I
verbal
tried to
argument with
explain
me.
this earlier, Wolfie. It scares people. When things are uncertain about the reality, it can be scary for some people. And if he's as big into the Bible as I think he is, it would be scary. You understand?
Yeah, I just thought maybe he'd have more patience. You know, it's all good
I
though.
know.
It's all love. I don't. Not mad at Morgan. It is what it is. It just when he called me a liar, that's what really upset me.
I understand.
It's all good, Sandy, and I'm sorry. You know me. I'm not up here to fight. I'm always cordial with everybody. You know.
I know.
Yeah, but you guys have to understand that each Bible has a different interpretation. I was talking about the King James version or Bible, the way you say it. That's the only
Thank you.
Bible I use, and that's what
There's also
my
different.
That's where my comments came from. The KJV, not International New Version, just the KJV. That's where it is.
There's also different versions of the King James. So, like, there's certain books in my King James that other people don't have in theirs. So, there's different versions of the King James too,
Yes, thank you.
not just different versions of the like types, but the actual King James has different books in it and different wording.
No, I guess he spit on the ground now, is what he was saying for the guy in the chat. He didn't spit in his face, I guess. I guess it was on the floor.
Like, what cracked me up is when he said, "What are you going to piss on people now?"
You never know nowadays. Is Sandy still here? Did we lose her again?
I'm here. You
Okay.
guys were talking, so I didn't want to interrupt. Hello, Roger.
Right.
Hello, Ormany. And speaking of the Virgin Mary, she is also Mandelaed from my memory. She was always in blue and white, always, like 100%. There was no like Jesus where it was white or burlap or white with red sash or white with light blue sash. Mary was always in white and blue, always. But now the white can be pink or red as well. And I've even found her wearing all black like a nun. Do you recall this? Yes or no in the chat? Hello, LVA Paul.
Yeah, that all black doesn't look right.
Let's see if I missed anybody. If I missed you in the chat. Oh, Molotov drones. Welcome. Because I missed a lot with that. And I wasn't here for a few minutes. So if you guys joined when I was away, I'm really sorry. Hello. Welcome. I try to welcome everyone to the chat. I'm scrolling through to see if I missed anyone. I don't think I did. I think I got everyone, but, you know, just in case. We can go on.
Okay.
So here is Current Reality Mary.
It's all pink and red.
You remember red and white Diane. That's interesting. I've never seen her in red, like at all. Not once in my lifetime. Until this. Ormany says, I've seen both, but I've been restoring stained glass for 25 years. I've even seen Native Mary with a fawn. Welcome back, The Mind.
Yeah, I forgot there was like 2 or 3 things I wanted to share, and then that's probably it.
No, you
Um,
Just to be clear, the Middle East, the area that this all took place in, they could be light skin to dark skin. There's a wide range. Like people will say, oh, they should have been black. No, that area has very fair skinned people all the way to very dark skin. So I doubt she looked this pale, but not much, like maybe medium skin tone.
Sandy, I wanted
That's
to
a
ask
guess.
you. I wanted to ask
I'm
you
just talking
something.
about historically. That really. Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry, The Mind. Really quickly, this is my Mary, blue and white always. Go ahead, The Mind.
Yeah, I agree. I do remember it like that as well. I think the pink, maybe I told you there is this thing with the Mandela with the pink that does seem to be a pattern that is recurring. Supposedly, from what I know, pink is supposed to be a color of love. So I'm not sure if that's actually even accurate at all. But I wanted to ask you what do you think about like that whole part in the Bible where it says the wheat and the tares, like God is separating the wheat from the tare.
I have no idea.
I believe
You're
that's changed too.
you're unaware of the wheat and the tares that God's
No, I've
doing.
heard of it, but I don't know exactly what that's referring to. Like I haven't. It's been since grade school, middle school, since I've even learned about it. Because again,
Morgan,
in Catholic school, we have a religion book and we talk about specific verses. We had a Bible that we referred to, but we weren't reading the Bible. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
We were reading the
No, yeah.
passages that were equivalent to the lesson in the religion book.
I don't remember what it's about, but
I wanted to ask Morgan or that other chick what they think about the wheat and the tear concept.
I would just say good and evil. That's about it. Like, I know it's something to do with good and evil. I don't know if it was referring to a people, if it was referring to, you know, like actual good and evil, like, or if it was referring to God versus Satan. I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the reference is.
Can I hear some
Morgan?
opinions from Morgan or I forgot what
Morgan's
the other
not here. Morgan dropped out.
Oh, well, okay. What's the other chick? I'm sorry, the other lady on this panel.
Yes, it's me. I don't really know that verse very well, but
Okay, all right. I guess I was trying to get to talk to Morgan too, so I guess
I
he's
can
gone.
give you some examples. Like for me, it was you know, people are asleep and people are awake. People are chosen. People that are saved and people that are not saved. People that are, you know, separated from faith. I guess they don't have faith. They only see what is there. So you get separated from them. So the wheat should be like the holy ones. The tares are the bad ones. You cannot eat that stem, or it's not food, so it's bad. So it's either for the good and the bad.
Yeah, break it down. It's basically it's real from the fake, pretty much.
Yeah, I agree. So
Yes.
what do you? One thing I realized in this Mandela journey that I've been on is that everybody who is Mandela affected isn't like a good. From my opinion, I thought everyone who was seeing the Mandela effect, they were like awake and they were aware and they were like I don't know, like gonna see the same perspectives and as me and be on the same like believe in God. Like I think
Like the same level as you.
yeah, like okay, this is what I was saying earlier in the beginning with Morgan. Like I realized that okay, even if you do believe in God or believe in God, it doesn't mean you're actually believing on God. Like you can know He
Right.
exists and this and that, but your actions speak louder than words in reality.
Yeah,
Your
and you have to
attitude,
put the work in.
your energy, everything you're doing says who you actually are. And those who know can see. And I guess like now more and more, it seems like the majority are becoming more manipulated. And I guess that's where it goes back to the whole God's gonna be gone at some point.
can you hear me?
Well, that's not up to us. That's up to
Yes,
God.
I
Yes,
hear you.
Hey,
I would say
and
that
I
it's
get what you're saying.
separating the. I would say it's separating the fruit from the barren lands.
Right.
So it's
Dude, none of us
separating
are perfect.
the fruit, the wheat, the actual fruit from the barren lands.
I think
And that's what
people
I would get
forget.
out of it.
Right. And I think people
And
forget
Ormany
that
says we judge by the fruit.
Yes.
exactly. And a lot of people said in the Bible it says not to judge. Yes, it does. He tells you to judge in a right way, in a good manner. You know what I mean? And don't judge hypocritically, you know.
One thing I noticed too with this.
Wait, while you guys are talking, let me ask them the question so the chat has time to answer. Yes or no? Do you remember stars around Mary's head? Yes or no? All right, go on the mind. Sorry.
No, I don't remember no stars. What the hell?
Yeah, me
Neither do
neither.
I. Guys, we have someone new here. Full
I could jump
Fury.
off.
Oh
No,
no,
you
it's
stay
Roger
on, bro.
Ledwell.
You don't have
You're
to jump
good.
out.
You're good. You stay. It's Roger. Hi, Roger.
Hey, Sandy, how you doing?
Good, thanks. Go ahead, the mind. The mind was talking. I'm sorry, Roger. Give me one.
Wheat and tears. I think I'm done talking. I just wanted to share that. I wanted to share another thing about tornadoes, but I'm gonna let the conversation go somewhere. I'll bring it up a little
But
later.
what?
The conversation.
Whoa! No,
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 you
no,
can't
no.
do
What
that.
tornadoes?
No.
Yeah, what
You
about
can't do that.
tornadoes?
No, what about them?
What about tornadoes?
Okay, so a long time ago, I would say about 5 years ago, even before that, I was wanting to uh, start doing a new sport. And basically, the new extreme sport was jumping in tornadoes, right? So I was, throwing that idea around. I was thinking about it, and guess what? Guess what? Nowadays there are people. Hold on, let me do something.
Sandy,
well, keep
Jackie
going.
was saying something in the back. Private
Oh,
chat.
No, we can't hear you, Jackie.
Okay, I was saying, guess what? Now in real life, go look it up. There's people who are jumping in tornadoes and they're perfectly fine. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna start tornado surfing. That's a thing I've been saying, and now more and more
That's
people are doing it, and
insanity.
you're gonna
Are you
see
talking
it
about
happening now.
what size
Tornadoes.
tornadoes?
It's a tornado that is not like crazy to the point where it's like a category, even like a category 1. It's more of a water spout. If you look at what a water spout is, it's a very calm tornado.
Oh, it's like one of those
Get
wind
out.
ones, those little ones you see, but it's a little bit obviously bigger.
Stop it. Water spout?
You never.
They're calling it
Why?
water spout surfing.
Yeah,
They do train surfing
I
too.
was the one who, I was the one who like kind of like was wanting to do this, and then everybody started doing it.
Sounds like fun. It really does.
It's gonna be fun. All you need is a squirrel suit. You have the right suit on, and it will take you up in the air, and you could skydive with a tornado.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, like jumping off a cliff and you just legs and arms out and then pull a parachute.
But instead of a cliff, instead of an airplane, you're just using a tornado. Like, why haven't we done that?
Right.
Because they're scared.
Dude, that's
because
like
people are
being in a
scared. Not
van.
anymore. Not anymore. People are not scared anymore. We are willing to jump in tornadoes and fly.
That's amazing.
That's insane.
Man, be careful though, man. Always you gotta wear a helmet, obviously.
That's crazy.
But yeah,
It's just crazy.
I have to wear a full-on bodysuit.
Hey, it's nothing different than riding wheelies down a block on a dirt bike. I mean,
didn't do that
exactly.
either. That's
exactly.
Right.
It's no different than surfing the waves, except in the sky.
Well, it is, because it could fling you miles, literally miles up into the air. And it could
Or
fling
on
you
a
miles
house.
sideways into something hard.
Well, the point is, you could die. You could die in the ocean waves. You could die in the sky.
No, you're more likely to die being flung from a tornado. You are so much
I like
more
your
likely.
attitude.
No, I don't know. Life is dangerous in general.
Life, it is. Like live life to the fullest. That's what they say.
I thought you were still going about the wheat and the tares. I wanted to answer your question about that. It's actually a parable that Christ told. It's like the kingdom of heaven were like a field that a farmer had, and an enemy came in and he sowed the tares in with the wheat. So when it came to harvest, he sent the servants out to reap the tares first, and then burn them, and then reap the wheat. That's what the kingdom of heaven is referring to. That's all that was, basically. So the enemy sows demons into the body of Christ, basically, and at the end of in the end times, they're going to be reaped and cast into the lake of fire. That's what it's referencing to.
Oh, okay. I thought from my understanding, I was like, okay, so does that mean that there's going to be wheats in the congregation, like in our community, and we're supposed to like get them out of there? Or but that you're saying that's what God's going to do that himself?
Yeah, in the end times, but that's what but I mean, I guess you could use discernment if you can know what a terror is. Pretty much, somebody that's pretending to be good, but really they're bad.
But the thing is, though, like, okay, this is why I brought it up to Sandy specifically, because Sandy is more in the perspective of like, okay, everybody, we can just all agree and we just all need to unite. And I'm like, well, I don't want to unite with some people. Like, I literally, for me, most of my life, I've been by myself because I don't agree with most people. I don't like most people. I like most of y'all here, but I feel like there are just like certain people that I just am suspicious of, and I try to bring this up, and I don't want to be like bringing like panic and like division or anything, but I tried to like, I don't know, I tried to address certain things, but sometimes I do know I gotta like what God said,
got
like
trust issues, right?
I gotta go back to God and let him kind of fill me with His Spirit, because that's how we're gonna get through things.
Dude, you're absolutely right.
Go read Matthew 13, 24 through 30, and
Guys.
you'll get the gist of it. Yeah.
I'm
Well, that's
sorry to
part
interrupt.
of
Jackie,
using-
don't ever call me when I'm live. You will kick me out of the stream. Thankfully, I hit the red X in time. I was almost kicked out. I'm sorry, Roger. Go ahead.
It's okay. I would just tell them to go read Matthew 13, 24 through 30, and you'll get it. Just interpret it for yourself. See what you get out of it.
Yeah. Right. And you're
Yeah,
not
I can
right.
hear you. We can hear you, Jackie.
Oh, she's
Okay.
a little low. Sorry, Jackie.
You're low, but we can hear you.
But it's also using discernment too. You don't have to trust everybody. You need to use discernment.
Yeah, I usually stay by myself, dude. I don't have even a circle. I have like 2 people. That's about it. I don't mess with anybody. I probably talk to more people on here than I do anywhere. Because you can't trust people. They'll stab you in the back. They don't really care. I try to talk to people about
Wait, hold up. But this is the thing, like this, we need to have a better perspective. Like that's not what you're saying right now. Is
But you
not
didn't
what
let me
like
finish, but
Jesus
that's fine.
preaches. Yeah, I know. Okay, sorry.
No, it's all good, man. No, but I try to see the good in people, man. But sometimes I don't. But the ones that I do, I keep around. But I just haven't met them yet. That's all. I'm talking about my life, bro. The friends
I'm just
that
hearing you
I
talk.
bring around.
I'm just hearing you talk, and I feel like words have power, and I start feeling real negative when I start hearing you say certain things, and I want to be like, whoa, wait a minute, that's not what Jesus said
Why?
at all.
Because I don't
Like Jesus did not want us
What's
to think
so
like that
negative?
at all.
Because I'm being honest, being realistic about things.
I mean, it's a perspective thing. Like a lot of people are. I feel like you're
Because I
okay.
just
This is
told
what I was
you
saying about.
that's my
Wait,
life.
this is what I was saying about Bit of Venom. This is exactly what I was saying about Bit of Venom. Like I feel like you're saying what I'm saying, but you're not really understanding what I'm saying.
Okay, that's fine.
That's it.
That's your opinion.
That's all.
I know what you
I
mean,
agree, Wolfie. You shouldn't trust everybody. And
though. You don't come from the city. You haven't growing up in the projects. You don't never been to jail. You don't know where I've been through. That's why you think I'm negative. But I came from negative, and I'm trying to step up to being better. And I don't know
Pretty
about
negative,
you, but
just for the record.
God
Just
comes
for the
from
record, I've been
negative.
called negative too.
What's that?
I said I think you're doing a
I'm
good
negative.
job.
No, people have called me negative, so I can like relate to you on that aspect of things.
I don't think you're negative, bro. I just think you're speaking your truth and what you believe in, bro, and I respect it. And that's why I kind of feel you. Like I understand, like not having too many people around you, bro, because nobody understands us. Like, or I don't mean to put you in that. Nobody understands me. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no, they don't understand.
and
That's
I've
true.
always been the outcast of my life. You know what I mean? Even in school, so.
Or I think they do understand us. It's just that it's hard to communicate like how a lot of times for me when I understand somebody, I don't need to say anything to them because we're in agreement. Like we're in this silent agreement, and I normally.
Yeah, see,
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. No,
I see myself a lot in you. Is what it is. I feel like so.
Yeah,
I like to talk a lot, and I think you like to talk a lot. So I get a little frustrated because I want to say stuff, you want to say stuff, and the energy for me it gets a little like conflicting.
Yeah, it's my ADHD, man. I'm sorry.
No, I got the same thing.
But, yeah, man. I don't mean any disrespect, man. But I see the same thing in you. Like, but maybe I'm just not on your level yet. I don't know. But all I know is we're here now. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody. I like Morgan. I've heard his stuff. He's great with the Bible. I was, like I don't. Sometimes just people get frustrated. That's all. We're all human. None of us are perfect. I just try to see the best in people. I try to help out people, and maybe that's a me problem. Maybe I help too many people, and maybe they take advantage, and that's why I don't like people. Maybe it's a me thing. I don't know. That I'm sitting here trying to learn. At least I'm thinking about those things. You know what I mean? Just trying to do better every day. That's all I can do.
Again, like I said, I feel like we are very similar, me and you, and sometimes I do feel like I am trying to help people, and then I come to this like realization that, and I'm here to really work on myself. Like I am the first person that I need to help before anybody else. And
Nice.
a lot of
Wow.
times I do end up getting the things that are meant for me and throwing them on everybody else and trying to be like a savior. And in reality, again, like change starts from within. And we know these words, we know all this stuff, but it's about doing it. That's all it ends up going to.
Fact.
What you want to focus on, what you want to do is what's going to happen.
Right. And it's funny that you said that because I told Sandy earlier, I always help everybody else, but not myself. So it's kind of funny that you said that. It's amazing how things come around full circle. Everything's meant to be. I don't think anything's an accident. But yeah, I respect you. I respect it, bro. I can't argue with you, man.
I think for me and you, for me personally, God was telling me I need to stop talking so much and like listen more. And like if I'm gonna talk to anybody, talk to Him. Like because our thoughts are sacred. Believe it or not, we say a lot of what we think out to everybody, and God wants to listen to that. Like God wants to hear us, and our thoughts can be like sacred things can be bad for people that you give them to if they're not meant for them. Like you're not supposed to expose the sacred things to everybody. It's supposed to be done in a certain way. So that's it. That's all I gotta say. I'm done talking. I'm gonna jump off for now. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, then mine. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sharing that.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. But yeah, I'm gonna shut up now and do some more listening.
Stop. Fine. It's fine. The whole point is to talk. The whole reason why we're showing this is because of the things we talked about, you know?
No, I
And
know,
I'm
but
just
he does
backing
have a
up what I
point.
said. Yeah. I get it.
With the whole thing
But
is to use discernment. People will show who they really are eventually,
I
right?
agree.
No, I got that
100%.
too.
Eventually, if the person's kind of like a crappy person, they're gonna eventually show it.
Right.
I mean, eventually
That's
come out.
facts.
All right. So they did answer. If I missed it, I didn't see anybody remember stars. If you remember stars, please say me in the chat. I didn't see anyone. Yeah, see, even David. I wasn't Catholic, but I don't recall stars on her head.
Sandy, if I may, I've seen her with stars around her crown, but it's not everywhere. It's like few and far between.
Yeah, I
Can you
just
hear
remember
me?
like a halo or something.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. It just booted me out for touching a comment. Where was I? David says, I wasn't Catholic, but I don't recall stars on her head. They have tornadoes in Pennsylvania now. We have tornadoes in Philadelphia. Actually, I have
Nuh-uh.
video of a tornado in New York City going through an intersection.
Philly had a tornado?
Yeah, tornado warnings. Yeah, like one touchdown
Oh, wow.
outside of Philadelphia, like in the suburbs.
Oh, okay.
Not in Philly. But we've had tornado warnings in Philadelphia.
Do you remember the earthquake in 2012?
I do. The one that was in Virginia, I think, and it shook the whole Philadelphia area.
Yeah, because I slept through that. I didn't even know that happened.
Oh, I did. I was sleeping, was taking a nap, and at the time, my friend Monica was staying with us in the spare guest bedroom, and she would frequently wake me up by like using her hands and pushing down the corner of the bed to shake the bed, right?
Mm.
And I was like, Monica, come on, I'm tired. And I look and she's not there, and then it really the whole bed started shaking like furiously, and I'm like, what was that? So I remember it clearly. And yeah, she was asleep in the other room and she woke up the same way. But yeah, there's tornadoes in cities now. I have a whole I'll show it if you guys want to see it after this. After we get through my Lucifer Jesus thing. I will show it to you. I'll find it. No stars for bit of venom. Let's see. Because I have video. I have video of tornadoes in places where I don't remember them ever being. Oh, that's not good. Telephone lines are down in Texas.
Well, they had that. Yeah, people say a prayer for those kids in Texas, please.
Yes, please.
From the
It
flooding.
seems like
Yeah.
it's flooding all the time there. It's crazy. Or
Halo for
just
Gerald
down.
Neal.
Well, last time I
And
checked, there's still 24 kids missing. So I hope they
That's
find
horrible.
them alive.
Wow.
isn't
So
there 20 girls missing from a camp too, or something like that, like a
that's what I'm
campground?
talking
Or
about. That's what I'm talking
oh,
about. There's 23 missing the last, or 23, 24 missing the last time I checked. But
wow.
they
Welcome,
found
Drachmas. Sorry.
they found the camp director passed away and a couple of the kids. So hopefully they can find some kids alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. There's a lot of comments I did not get to. Drachmas says, too many tornadoes compared to before the Mandela effect. I completely agree. And we have new types of tornadoes. Jordan says heart. Could be. Okay. We can go on to the next slide. I knew it was going to take 3 hours to get through these. But this has me screaming no. Question number 4. It's a new question, everyone, about Mary. Okay. Besides the halo that is sometimes present, do you recall anything else that is part of Mary that would fall into the same category as a halo? Something holy or supernatural in nature? If yes, what do you remember? So not stars, not halo. Can you think of anything else?
She had a light
A light where?
above her head.
Above her head, okay.
Yeah.
But that would count as a halo to me.
Okay.
Like this.
Yeah.
See, there's a light behind her head. It looks like a halo.
Yeah.
Anything else
It
besides
looks like the
that?
whole hoodie, though.
It does look like a hoodie. But besides the
Well, not a
halo, do you
hoodie,
remember
but
anything like a halo or anything like that? Anything supernatural?
Not
She
around her
rocking
head.
a
No.
starter jacket.
No, I'm not referring to the heart thing. That's the sacred heart in paintings. They're just drawing the heart as a representation of the sacred heart.
It's a Catholic order. I went to the Sacred Heart School, so it was fun. Yeah. Had lots of Marys with hearts on them.
Yeah, I wasn't Catholic, but for some reason I had a little statue of Mary that had a heart on it, and she was in blue and white.
Ormany, what do you mean by the holy light? Where was the holy light?
I would say that's the holy light. Isn't that the holy light?
That's what. Well, I just want to clarify.
That's a halo. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I wanted Ormany to clarify.
And I think back in the medieval times, it's supposed to be like the sun behind your head was your halo. It was like the sun glowing behind you was the reference to it.
Yes, that is the Sacred Heart, the 3 lines. Hey, Drew Duncan. You have to apologize for just saying hi now. Thank you for saying hi. Ormane, from within, but depicted as halos and light and back. Yes, like an illuminated being. Thank you for clarifying, Ormane. All right, so no one remembers this, what I'm about to show you. Okay, we can go on. Guys, I don't remember her having like beams of light coming from her hands. Yes or no in the chat? Do you remember this? Can you zoom in on the pictures, please? I do not remember beams of light from her fingertips.
I've never seen it.
No, yeah, it looks weird.
And there's the stars. Look at them.
She got snake at her feet too.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
there's
snake.
snake under her foot. Yeah.
I don't remember a snake at the foot. That's new.
I don't either, but they're in all of them.
Yeah, that's new. I don't remember that.
I think it's a biblical reference to the garden.
Yes, but I don't remember it.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, stomping on Satan, that's fine with me, but I don't remember it.
I don't remember it neither. I've never seen it in a painting or a mural neither.
News to me, says Mandela Man. What did you send pictures of? Jackie, I covered this months ago. I covered this last year.
Yeah, I remember you doing it, Sandy.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You covered other aspects, and then when new aspects showed up, I sent you the new changes in email, which are these ones that you're talking about now. But they weren't there when you reported on the other ones.
Wait,
And
what are
then
you
when
talking about? Be specific. What are you talking
You know
about?
what? Never mind.
No,
It's
what are
over.
you what new ones are you talking about?
No, it's actually fine. I'll talk to you later about it. Doesn't matter.
Okay. So I was gonna say all of this is from last year. All of this is from last year. All right, so let's see. Let me see. Kasoon says no. I'm trying to find answers. No snakes with Mary, says David. Bloody Mary had nothing to do with the Mother Mary, Gerald Neal.
There's the stars.
Yep. And even even that Mary pendant. It's got the halo, no stars like I remember, but it's got the beams of light coming from her fingertips.
Yeah, they gave me a couple of those in Catholic school.
Yeah.
Pendants. Like I had a St. Francis and a couple others, depending, and kept them for a long time. I don't know where they are now.
But they didn't have mine. The one that I had of Mary, which was on the rosary, did not have the beams of light.
I don't remember seeing that neither. No.
I'm going. Here's the stars around the head, everyone. I never saw this either. This reminds me of Columbia.
Yeah.
Or Paramount.
Paramount, yeah. I'm talking about the statue of Columbia.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Wait, don't move yet. I'm counting. How many stars is that? 2. Can you zoom in on the bottom right? Yeah, there we go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 12. 12 stars visible.
Yeah.
So that could be like the disciples, apostles, or like the signs of the zodiac too. There's 12 in each.
I would go with the apostles over the zodiac with Mary, but yes, you're right. Next. This is my reality. Halo, or just light. Okay, we can go on. And here's Columbia. I wrote Columbia House Woman. I meant to say Paramount. Good Lord. But I need to ask you a quick question about this. Next slide. No, she's wearing white and blue. White and blue, like Mary. How many points is on that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. There's 11 there, not 12. Interesting. The cloud behind her does not look right. To me, it kind of resembles a nuclear mushroom cloud. Do you remember the cloud being shaped like this? It looks like a mushroom cloud to me. The real one's on the left right there. It looks like an explosion.
It could be a nuclear mushroom cloud, yeah. Or an atomic.
Yeah,
Got the
atomic.
orange
There you
glow
go.
too. Yeah.
And the ones on the bottom could actually be the kickback. You know, when it comes flying at you, the wall of
Compressed air,
Yeah.
everything. Yeah.
like that's disturbing to me. I do not remember it looking like that. It was just clouds. Holding the torch, that's Lucifer, the light bearer. Yep, we're gonna get to that.
These are almost the same slides you did last year too, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah. Josh, can you save that into the private chat so we can show it later after we get through all this?
Yeah. Save what? Oh, what you put in the private chat?
No, I'm asking if you can put it in the private chat so that we can look at this when we talk about the tornadoes.
Oh, you mean the link to this presentation?
No, I'm asking if you can get the link from chat from Jennifer.
Oh.
Put it
I
into
gotcha.
the private chat so we can share it when we do the tornadoes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I got an interesting
I
thing
know, it was
about
confusing.
hurricanes. If you want to hear a weird story about a hurricane, right quick.
Sure.
Yeah, right outside of Manhattan, they had one in 2001 on September 9/11.
Yep.
It was a Category 3, I think.
Yep. No
Weird,
one
though.
remembers it. We don't remember it at all. It was a beautiful day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just watched the video like 2 days ago when it was something they were talking about 9/11, and he was like, "Oh, it was a beautiful, clear day, not a cloud in the sky." And I
And
thought,
yet
nope,
this
you're wrong.
Category 3 was right off the coast. Moneybags covered that back in 2017 or 18. I don't remember that at all. Next.
Did he ever do anything on Building 6? Anybody ever hear anything about that?
I don't
Everybody knows
know.
about Building 7,
don't think
but
so.
they don't know about Building 6. Building 6 exploded from the inside out. I've actually seen photographs of it. It's another one of the trade towers. It's small compared to the other ones, but it did explode.
I may have and not known it as Building 6 because I've watched YouTube documentaries where they talk about, where they have like experts in demolition talking about the buildings falling. I may have heard of it, but not recognize it as Building 6. Like, probably, I'll say. But I didn't know specifically 6.
If you really want to watch something, I got a 6-hour documentary that covers everything. I have it saved. It has video. It has people, even the jumpers and everything, like full video. It's pretty gruesome but I mean, it's really factual.
I just covered a new Mandela with 9/11 like maybe 6 months ago. With them, or maybe I didn't cover it yet. I might not have covered it. Let me check on that. Let me get through this first. We're only in part 1. There's still a whole other presentation, part 2. I split this up into 2 sections because in case I just wanted to show the red and blue stuff. And now we're on question 5. Yes or no? In your past, did the Catholic Church ever use an upside down pentagram?
I'm going to go with a no.
Oh no, Mandela Man, we only do that for the subscriber specials. But you're sharing it for them in the chat if they want to listen to it, they can go to it. Mandela Man does music with his brother. It's pretty darn good. So if you want to check it out, it's in the chat, guys. Yeah, the subscriber specials, I highlight your stuff.
3,000's next week, so you don't have to wait. Won't have to wait
Yeah,
long.
you probably won't have to wait long. Let me see where we're at right now. Give me 1 second, I'll check. We're at 2255. And during the 2,000 subscriber special, we fell to 1997. So we have 250 people here since the subscriber special the other night. Literally since Thursday. There's 255 extra people. That's insane. It wouldn't surprise me, says LVA Paul. I've never seen it, so I didn't notice it. No, but no surprise there, says Bit of Venom. I'm telling you guys. No, but DL, yeah. Yes, says Granola Grin. Number 5, no, says Dr. Bob's Nightmare. What about you guys on the panel? Do you remember upside down pentagrams in the Catholic Church?
Yeah, I'm with Roger with the definite no. Not before I seen this presentation.
And if I can remember correctly, I think there are, right, Sandy?
Oh, there are. Again, with the evil, an upside down pentagram was never part of the Catholic Church in my past. I only associate the inverted pentagram with devil worship and witchcraft. Okay, next. And to make matters worse, it's in and on actual churches. Even the straight up pentagram I don't remember in churches. So here's a regular pentagram in the main aisle of the church between the pews. Okay, next.
So you're saying that's a regular pentagram?
That's not upside down.
Because
that's right side up.
Okay, so that's weird. 'Cause I always thought of the pentagram as being upside, like the regular pentagram was with the single point at the bottom.
You're right. It's called a pentacle when it's right side up. So a pentacle is right side up. Pentagram's upside down. At least that's what I believe. I could be wrong. Let me look up the difference just to make sure I know what I'm talking about. Pentacle versus pentagram.
Yeah, I just remember that pentagram always being associated with the point at the bottom because you could put the goat's head in it, and
oh no, I was correct. Okay, let me be clear. The one in the circle is a pentacle. The one without a circle, it's a pentagram. And either way, upside down, like in the top right-hand corner, was evil in my past, and now it's on churches. You see it right there? In the top right?
Yeah.
It's still a pentacle because it's in a circle, but it's upside down. But regardless, I don't remember pentagrams, right side up, upside down on Catholic churches.
Well, I'm seeing them right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, not in stained glass.
At the bottom, underneath Jesus.
Oh.
Literally at the foot of Jesus. Absolutely not. In the position of hanging on the cross. I know he's like has his arms out, like giving a hug to the world. But anyway, we can go on. Nope, never, says David. Oh, you're going backwards now.
Oh.
I'm not buying subs and views. I don't got the money for that bit of venom. Preliminal, hello, says no. I want, hello, says no. Jennifer says no. Hold on, let me write preliminal and I want to. Never seen, says Kassoon. It's also part of Freemasons, I can believe, not the Catholic Church. Good night, General Sorrow. Thank you for being here. No way, Jose.
Wait.
No upside down, says Chris Knight. Welcome.
I got a question for you, right quick. Wasn't the pentagram associated with a witch coven? And
So I
the
said
circle
witchcraft.
Yeah.
Yeah, witchcraft or devil worship. That's what I would say.
Satanism is what I thought. Yeah.
Right side up is witchcraft. I associate right side up with witchcraft, and upside down with devil worship.
There just has a pentagon.
Prophecy of Fatima has come true. There's evil in the Vatican. Satan's servants.
I know you probably looked at the new cathedral they have there with the serpent head.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. You cut out for me right before you said the serpent head. What did you say? I'm sorry.
Well, the new cathedral that they have in the Vatican for the Pope and his throne, the cathedral is actually shaped like a serpent's head. It has eyes in the front of it and fangs and everything.
Yeah, it's creepy.
Yeah, and then it's got the nuclear explosion statue. Yes.
Yeah, that's supposed to be Christ. I don't think that's Christ at all. It doesn't look like any Christ I've ever seen either.
Hello, Bubbles, who says nope. You can just keep going through them. It's all good.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying to get through these comments. There we go. Because there's more on Catholic churches. And like JC gets Jesus Christ. What's the V?
I have no idea.
Like, look at the big one on the left. It's got the 6-pointed star and an inverted pentacle.
And that's supposed to be a Star of David, I think.
Yeah, with the inverted pentacle.
Yeah.
On the other side of the building.
Yeah, that's
creepy.
That's weird.
All of this is weird.
Yeah, I definitely don't remember seeing stained glass windows with the pentagram or pinnacle.
Okay, next. Yes or no? Another question, guys. I'm sorry. For the next part, I want to ask you a question that may seem unrelated. Can you name any prisoner set to be executed? Okay? In real life, can you name any prisoner set to be executed who was able to choose how they met their demise? Those of you with the current memory probably know where I'm going with this. Can you think of anybody who would have the power to choose how they are executed? Like tell the warden, nah, I don't want electrocution. I want to be beheaded. Like anyone that would get their way.
I heard that done way back in the day, like a long, long time ago, back when before the electric chair times. That
they got to choose?
Yeah, they got to choose.
Really?
Like between hanging and
a
guillotine. Yeah.
Hanging, guillotine, or being shot. They got to choose.
Interesting.
Yeah, I never heard that.
I never heard
learned
that
that
either.
a long time ago.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I was just asking. The reason I'm asking. Next slide. The real question is yes or no. Do you recall St. Peter being crucified upside down at his request from a king and soldiers out of respect for Jesus that they hated? So the king hated Jesus. The soldiers followed orders. They would be disobeying the king's orders. The king who hated Jesus by doing this for Peter out of respect for Jesus. I just don't think that would fly.
I never heard of that.
You've never
it's
heard of
supposedly,
that.
wasn't it King Herod that he actually killed Peter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's yeah. I've heard that Peter requested to be hung upside down, but the Catholic Church put that out as I think a red herring or something. It's not true. That's what I've heard.
It's a well. Jennifer says yes recently. Mandela Man says yes. Ormane says yes. The Church P. Captain says Jordan. I do absolutely, says Alpha Draco. Mustard Seed says yes. A ninth gate? Diane says yes. Not in the Bible, though. No, says Tiny Squish. LVA Paul says no. He is the hanged man of the Bible. Originally, though, he was crucified upside down out of spite for Jesus, not out of respect. Now, that would make sense to me. Hold up. If he was hung upside down out of spite for Jesus, that would make sense. Not respect, though. And you agree, Alpha. Gotcha. That's why the upside down cross is satanic. Funny you should mention that, Ormane. We're going to be getting to that, too. Yes, upside down, says Jennifer. I was taught that, but cannot confirm reading it in the Bible, says Drachmus. The Hanged Man is a tarot card, by the way, just in case you didn't know. That I did. Okay, we can go on. Was St. Peter really crucified upside down? Not only, I crossed that out because info changed. Not only do I have no memory of this, it just doesn't make sense. Oh, Nero, not Herod. Nero would not have allowed the request. Next. Like I said, I was going to be covering this in a moment about why the upside down cross is satanic on a Catholic church. To solidify this abomination in the Bible, that was not in my past. I have never seen Catholic crosses upside down before. They are everywhere, from jewelry to art to steeples of churches. Is this new for you too?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
Sai?
Is the Catholic Church doing it, or is somebody else doing it?
The Catholic this is the Catholic Church on the screen.
Yeah, no, that's not right.
I've never seen it myself ever anywhere.
That's not right.
Any of them.
I've never heard of this.
I seen
Never
it on the
heard of
Pope. I seen it on the Pope. The Pope wears a upside down cross now.
We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
But the Pope is not Catholic churches. That's why I'm asking.
Nope.
That's the Vatican. They're their own thing. Yes, I agree with that. 100%. I don't associate Freemasons with the Catholic Church. Mandela Man says Nero, if anything, was unpredictable. LVA Paul says yeah to the crosses. Oh wait, you guys might be still on the choose part. That is new. Are these in the US? Yes, Ormane. They are. Yeah, I know they are, but they're not. It's the head of the Catholic Church. I agree, but I'm talking about churches themselves. I've never been to the Vatican. I've seen Catholic churches. I've never seen Catholic churches with upside down crosses. These are from all over the place, Mandela Man. I have more. I'm going to be showing them to you. All right, we can go on. You can buy crosses, upside down jewelry. There's drawings. There's artwork. That's hung above a door. That's a lit up sign above a church. It's just called the Cross of Peter. Absolutely
Yeah.
not. Not in my past. This is wrong.
Please tell me the name of the cathedral in Rome. What is it called? The Vatican. What is it called?
It is. Does it have
Other
anything
than
to
the
do with
Vatican.
Peter? Yeah.
The Saint Peter Basilica.
Basilica. St. Peter's Basilica.
Yeah, they worship Saint Peter, the guy that got crucified upside down. Yep. They even have a rock down in the basement.
What about the pineal gland, Kassoon?
That's
They're
the
saying never seen.
pineal gland is a.
I want to know why he's
the
referring
pine,
to it. My
yeah,
pineal gland is special.
the pine cone. The Pope always
Oh,
has
the pine cone.
a stem or a spear with the pine cone on it, and it's also on the front of the basilica, the Rome St. Peter Square. They have a pine cone.
Isn't that where he was actually killed? That from what I read, I think it's where he was killed.
Yes.
Where they crucified him. Yeah.
Yes, down in the basement they have a rock. That's St. Peter Rock. So you know where the Catholic religions come from, and that's why they were so evil and doing harm to people. I went through that rabbit hole because even from the hit, Germany war, they helped the Germans get away after the war. They dress up as nuns and priests, and they got shipped to South America, Argentina, and that's what they're saying that the main guy, I don't know if I can say his name, starts with an H. He got away, and that's where he lives.
Little mustache guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's down in Argentina. Yeah, but yeah, that's a big rabbit hole I went through.
Okay, this one, I found another one. Hold on, I covered this last year. I don't remember, but I have one in. It doesn't tell me. Oh, Madagascar. I've got an upside down one in Madagascar, and I will send the picture to Josh to show. Give me a moment. And I'll add it to the presentation, so I'll save that.
Hey, Sandy, is Madagascar real? Because it's not on the game of Risk, is it?
It is. It is.
It's a joke. I'm sorry.
Stop it. Where is this? They have an upside down cross in front at the altar in this one. Hold on. It doesn't tell me where it is. Seriously.
You want me to share this picture real quick?
1 second, because I'm going to be sending you another one. I'm trying to find the one that they're asking where it's located. I'm just looking, see if I have any info on where that one is located.
I have a Mandela effect about Peter. When Jesus said, "You're gonna deny me," how many times before the rooster sings or crows? How many times did Jesus say that Peter was gonna deny him? How many times did the rooster croak?
3.
3? 3?
3.
Not anymore. It's 2.
Nope, it's twice. I've heard this one.
No
Yeah.
way.
Now it's only 2. Yep. Yeah, I found that one about 4 years ago, something like that.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
That's wrong. I'm trying to find that one. And I am not finding it. Let me try one more thing.
So where is this first one from?
Wait a second. Oh, that's the Madagascar one.
Oh.
And they haven't seen that one yet. That one's not in the presentation. I'm looking for the one in the presentation to find the location. Because I didn't know I needed the location. It was just a Catholic church. Yeah, guys, I'll have to find it later. This is taking too long. I have not come across it again. I'd have to reverse image search it to find out where it came from. You guys can do that if you want. You can take a screenshot and reverse image search it. You'll probably find it faster than I will.
So,
But
Sandy,
let me send you.
I got a question for you. Is it hot there today? Because I know you're having a lot of heat. No, you cooled off?
No, it's actually pretty good here right now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Thank you for asking.
No problem.
Josh, while you're showing them, my earbuds are dying. I'm gonna have to switch. But
Okay.
you should have all 3 images now.
All right. So
I
the
was
first
trying to
one
see
you
what I
said
could
is
see. That's Madagascar. Biggest day.
Yeah, that's clear as upside down as can be. Ooh.
No, Kasum, my pineal gland has a 10 centimeter cyst on it. I have to get, every so often, I have to get an MRI of my brain to make sure it's not growing. There's one up in the front of the altar. And the next one.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the one on the left.
It's only the one on the left. Actually, go back for 1 second. And it reminds me of Marlboro. That's like Marlboro cigarettes.
Yeah, it looks like a box. Got the peak
It
on
does.
it.
Yeah.
It is radiation, Jackie, yes. It's the only way they can keep an eye on it, though, because if it hits brain matter, they're going to have to operate. No, it's not cancer. It's just a cyst. That's why they're not doing anything about it, because it's not deadly. It's just there. And there's an upside down one behind the altar as well.
Wow.
So it's like almost like they're praying to Peter. What do you think? Almost the way it looks.
Yeah, it does. All right, Josh, if we go back to the presentation, can you take over while I switch?
Yep.
All right, I'll be back.
All right. So yeah, so we looked at all of these. Oh no, went the wrong way. There is also no way you'll ever convince me that the Pope has always had a chair with an upside down cross carved into it. Where I come from, the symbol is satanic. Yep, sure enough.
That is weird, man.
Yeah.
Well, the Pope's kind of always been satanic, though.
Yeah,
and
he's always had something weird about him.
The last one
Go
we
ahead,
had
Ron.
is actually a Jesuit, not this one we got now, but the one before. He was actually part of the Black Order of Jesuits. He was actually the first Jesuit pope we've ever had in history. Strange.
Yeah.
He was evil.
Yeah, that's weird. Mhm. Yeah, he's the one that like disappeared in the window on that one clip, right?
Yeah.
Have you guys seen that one where he's like
Hey, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say he was also part of the Nazi Party at one point in time too.
Oh wow.
Racist history back, dude.
Yeah, I was just saying. Yeah, I was just saying there was one clip from a couple years ago where he was like preaching or he was talking to the crowd from the third story window of the building, and as he's walking away, like before he gets out of the view of the window, he just disappears. Like it looked like maybe like it was a hologram or something that just cut off. You know what I mean? You ever see that
Can you
clip?
hear me?
Nope.
I saw that clip.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Hello?
Yes.
It was not. I hate this. It doesn't connect at once. Hey, Pushin.
I did see that clip, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to think about.
I'm gonna
that
have to
one.
look it up now. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Like it was like almost a hologram of a pope. Yeah.
I mean, or glitch in the matrix. Right? I mean, people had all different kinds of theories, but it was on the news. Like it was just you had to slow it down and that in order to actually see it. Otherwise, it just kind of looked like he was fading away. But you could clearly see when you went frame to frame, he just was gone in one frame to the next.
Also, can I just point out, I'm seeing this over and over again, angel wings that are red, brown, and not white. We see the red angel wings. Even in the, there's a famous painting of two cherubs with halos. Do you know what I'm talking about? Two little cherubs. Their wings, I remember white. They're black and red now. Let me send you a picture so people, because I know you people know this picture.
Are they the chubby little cherubs?
Yes.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But I'm going to send a picture so people can see the color of the wings. I don't remember. I remember white wings. Oh my gosh, I can't.
Yeah,
it
I don't
won't let me
remember
save a
black and
picture. It
red
keeps
wings
highlighting it.
on a cherub ever.
It keeps highlighting the frickin'. There we go. Now it's letting me save it. No. Oh my gosh. Stop opening tabs. I thought it was letting me save it and then it didn't. Now it did. Okay, I'm sending you the picture right now.
You want me to switch over to this one real quick?
Yeah, before we go to the second presentation.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't remember that at all, Sandy.
No, they had white wings. Maybe a little bit of like golden in it, like not golden, but yellow. You know what I'm saying, for shading, but not that. It wasn't like that for me. It's like they're fallen. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, it's like green.
Good night,
Right.
Diane. Thank you for being here.
It looks like camo almost.
Get some sleep. It's ridiculous.
This guy only has
wow.
one wing.
Says Mandela. Yeah, there's no second wing. So take these broken wings and learn to fly again. Ormane says, yes, my mom had that pic in our bathroom. They were white. I agree.
Yep.
My question is,
I'm
where
pretty
are they
sure we had
looking
that
at?
picture somewhere.
See how they're looking up? What are they staring at?
Yeah.
Sai is
They
back.
look like they're kind of in trouble or something.
Hey.
Hey, welcome back.
Oh, no, we lost you.
Oh, no.
Cherubs always scared me, though.
All right, so far the our poll is still going. If you're new in the chat, let me know, and if you're not new in the chat, let me know. 34% is new in the last 2 weeks. Welcome, new people, and welcome old
Yeah,
people as well. But you know, we have to welcome
and
the
young
new
people.
people. All right, let's get to the second half of this presentation, please, so we can move on to tornadoes. And guys, feel free to talk about whatever you want to talk about. Go for it.
You want to finish this one out, or you want to just go on to the second?
What's the next slide? I think it's the end, but we can check it. Oh,
Okay.
shoot.
Oh.
Sorry. There is more. Thank you, Josh. Does anyone remember the cross being bent like this? The Pope's scepter? I just
It
want to
was
ask
kind
this.
of familiar to me, actually, but I can't say it was bent like that personally. But I've never. Yeah. I'll go with no.
It's the curve. I don't remember it being curvy like that. And also, old Mandela effect. Brian McFarlane found it. You see how Jesus is hanging like that? The Y shape that his arms are making? We don't remember that. We remember his arms being taut in the shape of the T, in the shape of the cross, not
Yeah.
him hanging down. Not the cross, says Armine. Staff, yes, not the cross. I never analyzed the Pope. I've never seen, says Kassoon. No, I haven't seen a bent crucifix before, says Alpha Draco.
And that Pope
Yeah, I
in
don't
the
really
picture,
remember
he's
the
one of the
staff.
most. He's
Their
one of the most
crosses
famous.
are up, Jennifer, their crosses are upside down because they're calling it the cross of St. Peter. That's it.
Sandy, I wanted to ask a question. You remember this Pope, right? This guy here?
Yes, Pope John Paul II.
Yeah, he was one of the most popular, I think, out of all of them. He was seemed like a really nice guy for some reason.
The least demonic, yes.
Yeah.
The least
Although I'm
demonic.
biased. I am biased. Pope Paul VI was my grandfather's cousin. So,
Ooh.
yeah.
Yeah, I think
So
this
I
guy
guess
was
he
the
was,
Pope most of my life, so that's who I know. Is this one?
it was like my grandfather's third cousin. So what does that make him? Mean his sixth cousin? Something like that? Fifth cousin? Removed? I don't know.
So, Sandy, you got Pope blood in your bloodstream?
Mhm.
You're really
Apparently so, for my grandfather.
nice.
Yeah.
So you're
So
like
I'm
is
Catholic
that
very
why
royalty.
you
Italian.
is that why you analyze the Pope? Because you're like related?
No.
Okay. Why do you even pay attention to him? Like, I don't get it.
I mean,
It's so
I was
boring.
raised Catholic, Jackie. That's more than anything.
Well, I went to a Catholic school, but I hated it, so I couldn't.
She's
couldn't
No,
care
no,
Italian.
no.
less, really.
Listen, Jackie. You just said I went to a Catholic school. I was raised Catholic. That's a big difference. I went to Catholic school for 12 years. Actually, 13, 14 years if you include preschool. And I was raised Catholic.
And you're Italian.
And I'm Italian.
There you go. That says it all.
Yes. Mhm.
So, what does it mean? The bent. Like, what do you think that means?
I honestly don't know. I've just never seen it before.
Oh, right. I just wasn't sure if you were insinuating that it meant something or just that it's a Mandela effect.
No, it's just different from my memory. That's all.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, no.
All right,
Yeah.
now we're on to part 2. Even though there's an arrow, I don't understand. Oh, these are the pictures, the original pictures. They're here. If you go left, you'll see all the pictures that I had. And these you can zoom in on. You can go through them. We saw most of them, but if you get to the if you get to the fangs, zoom in on that. But here, even here, look how pale Mary Magdalene is compared to everybody else. There's no life in her. I think she's dead. I really do in that. There's the face.
Yeah.
This is the original mural, isn't it?
It
Right?
is. I have a close-up of this.
Here.
I drew it, everything. Like, I took my time. It's coming up. Oh, wait. This was, okay, so that's from AI.
Sorry.
AI drew this, and now there's a flag that looks like this with the thin stripes in our history, which is ridiculous. Am I
No
going to
way.
explain this? I don't know why this is here. All right, next, let's see where we're going with this. All right, so this guy, let me tell you the backstory. The guy that's wearing the Kamala hat, right? He posted on Twitter, I have never been to a Kamala Harris rally. This is AI, and they used me. They put him into an AI picture and shared it. The Democratic Party. He's like, that I was never there. They used my face. They used my likeness. And then I proved that was all done by AI in the next pictures. So if you look at the people, they're kind of crazy. But I'm going to show you, like, look at the stars. Some are blue, some are white. That's weird. But if we keep going, and the LA is merged in his hat. But
Can I tell you that real quick that is a Mandela effect for me?
What is?
It was never Democratic.
The Democratic Party?
It was never the Democratic Party for me.
It was just the Democrat Party?
Yep.
I got you.
So
I don't know when I first started hearing them call it the Democratic Party. So what I did was I started looking in depth. There's Pikachu in the stands. Do you see the yellow Pikachus? There's a boat in the stands. Do you see it? It's a red tugboat with the red and the black. It's supposed to be a banner, but it looks like a tugboat. I just wanted to point it out. It's not red, white, and blue. There's all sorts of crazy stuff in the stands. They're not people.
Look at that
Look,
guy's
I
arm.
think there's Jesus. See the white and the blue?
Yeah, I see him.
You see him?
Because, yeah, it's like leaning back. Strange.
It's funny.
No, it gets stranger. I found Muppets. I found Bigfoot. Like, come on now. Look at the people on stage. Look at their legs. They're sticks.
Yeah.
They're wearing Uggs.
wearing Uggs.
Yep.
Sticks with Uggs. Look at their legs. I can't.
That's funny.
What are those critters on Star Wars that wore those robes? What were they called?
Ewoks.
Yeah, Ewoks.
Yeah. That's what they look like with standing on stilts with Uggs on them. It's funny. One of them looks like it's wearing a suit though. Wow.
Weird.
Wait, it gets better. Oh, okay, wait. Is this? I can't believe these aren't highlighted. Zoom in a little bit. I think this is Bigfoot. If you go up towards the top, like you're in the middle at the bottom. There we go. I don't know. I'm just telling you. There's crazy. I'd have to find. I thought these are the ones that were like, highlighted.
Well, this one
I guess
here
not.
looks a little weird.
No, like I had Muppets. I had, what's it called, a moai, a yellow moai. Look at bottom right corner. Look at that. It's like two big eyes.
That's what I
There's
was
some
looking
crazy
at. Was
stuff
like
in
looks
there.
like Homer Simpson sort of, but with big face.
People without faces. Lots
Oh,
of
what's
people
that right
without
there?
faces.
It's like somebody in a furry costume.
Where?
Right here in the middle at the bottom, where my mouse is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, not that. I can't believe the pictures aren't here that are highlighted.
There's a horse right here on the left. Like, I mean, it looks like a bunch of people in costumes.
Yeah.
You ever watch that TV show, Let's Make a Deal?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Someone's holding up a sign that could not fit Kamala. Okay, next. Like,
Yeah,
see
you
the
can't-
sign? It's like blurb, space blurb. What's that supposed to be?
Yeah, there's no words on any of those signs.
Mm-mm. Okay, zoom in. This might be it. Let me see. Nope.
I think I see Bigfoot right at the top, right in the middle. Is that what the big tall person right there?
Might be another Bigfoot. That's not the one I found, but it might be another one. I'm just telling you, this is all AI. This is crazy. Okay, next. I'm mad. There's nothing highlighted here. Oh, there's a bottom half to it. It might be down there on the bottom. No. Because there was like a Victorian woman with two Muppets in front of them. No, this is where, I think this is where Bigfoot should be somewhere. Wait, oh, zoom up, go up to the top right corner. Top right corner. There's Bigfoot right there. You see him? On the
Yeah, I see
side?
what you're saying. The one guy
He's
right
got a
there, the
beard.
very top right. Yeah.
Yep. That's him. There's Bigfoot.
I love that you can find this stuff, Sandy.
Thanks. Okay. This is the Muppets. Zoom in on the left. It's pretty bad. I could pick this stuff out based on the blurry down more. It should be on the left. Maybe this is a different shot. It's on the right. All right, go up slowly. Let me look. I think I see them. Hold on. Oh, there's one right there. See the big nose, blue shirt, big nose. Right there. See the blue blob on the right, the blue shirt, right next to him. There's a guy, a Muppet, big white eyes, big nose, tuxedo, and above him, there is like a Victorian woman and a Victorian man. The man's got no face. He's in a suit. And the woman's got the big white hat. Or maybe she's a chef. I don't know.
Is she wearing a pink dress, maybe?
You know, I don't even know anymore. All I know is there's the Muppet.
Yeah, I see him. Yeah.
They're all faceless. Look at this mess.
It's all blur.
Where did you get these, Sandy?
2033.
Again, a man was shocked to find himself at a Kamala Harris rally. He's like, I've never been to a Kamala Harris rally.
Okay.
And he was in this AI photo, and it was determined to be AI because of it.
Oh, that's what you're talking about earlier. I thought you got these pictures yourself. You weren't at a
No, this is the crowd behind the man.
Okay.
The guy who shared it. Let's see. Is this the same one? Zoomed
I think
in.
you've seen it already. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the weird face, the big weird face right there. Two eyes, nose and the chin. We've seen this one. We can move on. Oh, I highlighted the legs. Oh, I do have the highlights. All right, just go left. We've seen the legs. This is the graphic I made. So, can we zoom into to his tweet? I was sad to find out that Kamala Harris is using AI to fake the crowds at her speeches. It's a hard way to find out you aren't a real person, he says. Skylar Johnson. Because he was in the picture and he's like, I've never been here. And now I labeled them. You see the labeling?
Yeah.
So if you go to the top left, there's the Moai. It looks like one of those statues on Easter Island. It's yellow though. Got a big chin, nose, eye, hair in a bun on top of its head, with a woman's body. Below we have the AI flag that there's now a U.S. flag that was like this. Not the same stars, but the thin stripes.
Yeah, the white's too big. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, way too big.
Next, go down. It's a shadow of a dog, like a hieroglyph. He's doing like the walk like an Egyptian thing, but while juggling. While juggling. There's the Muppet. That's Luigi. You see Luigi from Mario and Luigi right there? The green
Yeah,
hat.
in orange. Yeah.
Yep. Next one
Oh, the Bigfoot.
is Bigfoot.
Yeah.
See, there you go. That's what I spied in the AI rally picture. Okay, now we can move to the next one. Huh?
You were good at those. Find the 7 differences between these two pictures.
Always.
Did you ever find Waldo? Yeah.
Yes, I found Waldo all the time. That's just showing you where they are. Bigfoot, Luigi, the Muppet.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Where I spotted them. Luigi. He's got eyes, mustache. You can see it, right? I'm not nuts. You see it, right? The eyes, the mustache.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's a little distorted though, but it looks like Luigi.
Totally distorted. But yeah, definitely not someone in the stands. There's the Muppet. You can look at it bigger now. He looks just like a Muppet.
I've never seen anybody that large of a head from that distance. Have you? With
Nope.
that big of a nose? Yeah, that's strange.
And there's the faceless gentleman in a jacket behind him.
Maybe he's his puppet. He's got his hand right up his backside.
Maybe. The scale is all wrong, says Ormone. Bigfoot.
Bigfoot.
Jose's like donuts.
Uh-oh.
I'm doing a fundraise for your show. I'm selling burritos, tacos, popcorn, beer for the intermission. So anybody interested, just give me a call. Doing a fundraise.
They may base cold by the time you get them now.
Yeah, I know.
So,
FedEx.
you know.
I'll put it on ice and FedEx it.
I've done shows where the Corona vendors would have a giant backpack full of Corona, and they go around and serve it like that. If you could deliver it like that, go door to door.
All right, we can move on. That's just the legs, the stick legs.
All right. Yeah, it's all the same.
It's all the same stuff. That's the Moai face. That's what I'm seeing, in case you guys can't see it. Oh, I don't even know what that was about. Oh, that was the show we were doing, Manic Monday on Shifty Sunday. We were doing Manic Monday one day. That's what I'm saying. None of this is relevant. We can move on to the next presentation.
Next presentation. All right.
Oh, there's the residue of Ed McMahon saying that he works for Publishers Clearinghouse.
I always thought so. I remember him from the commercials, I thought.
No, but here he doesn't deny it.
Huh.
You can play it for him.
Your heart and your mind. You want to get involved with them and see what they do and how they get along afterward. But they're all, important to me. I love to watch Sinbad. I love to watch Dennis Miller.
So he loves to watch Sinbad, who is a major Mandela effect in the community. Shazam.
Yeah.
Anyway, go on.
Funny to hear him say that.
Sawyer Brown was just in my office the other day because they did the new Hot Country Nights program, and they came to see me. But they've been in touch with me since, for 9 years. They've sent me cards telling me where they are, what they're doing. Angela Teague keeps in touch with me. Linda was there this morning. You saw her. She keeps in touch with me. And it's great to follow along with their career. So it's hard to say, isolate one thing. I'm thrilled for all of them. And what I like about it, and I said this in the very beginning, I said, we've got to have an alumni. It's not just the winners. Just getting there, getting on that stage makes you very special. and put you in that elite group of alumni. And when you look at Sinbad didn't win, Dennis Miller didn't win, Tiffany didn't win. The list goes on of people that didn't win, but that are doing great.
It's really, when you look at your career, you have done so many different things. I mean, I when you sit there and started listing all those off, I mean, the Publishers Clearinghouse thing, I know it was just a job, but that's kind of turned into something that's very bizarre, isn't it?
It's crazy because that's what everybody talks about. I mean,
That's what
everybody
everybody talks about.
Yeah,
The
right. Yeah,
Publishers
not the
Clearinghouse.
family.
Oh yeah, that's what everybody talks about. What did you say, Josh?
Funny. Yeah, right. Yeah. He didn't say no, not Publishers Clearinghouse. It's the family publishers sweepstakes or whatever. Yeah.
You mean American Family Publishers? That's what he should have said.
Yeah.
But
Right.
no, he's like, oh yeah, Publishers Clearinghouse. Yeah, go on. There's more.
Today that I passed in this auditorium, I've said, where's my $10 million? And of course, I have a standard answer. Where are you going to be Friday night? Because that's when they're going to announce the winners. And it's great. I got a thing going with a little rapport, and it's fun. When you believe how thorough they are, I got one 2 weeks ago. It told me that Ed McMahon may have already won $10 million, and that giant prize will be awarded to you by Ed McMahon. Now, if that happens, you and I better get out of town immediately.
But Ed McMahon never presented any checks, but he just said Ed McMahon may have already won $10 million and it will be presented by Ed McMahon. That never happened.
Nope.
Sorry. That's residue. He remembers Publishers Clearinghouse. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go on. We're not done.
He definitely does.
Yeah, Ed better get on his boat out of Marina Del Rey and go, woof, I better
get away.
He better be gone. Are we going to see Mr. Carter?
Yeah, that is it. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, there were other. Yes, they did hand it out on Super Bowl Sunday too. He held balloons and commercials.
Yep.
Yeah, that drawing may have been Friday. And that would make sense. They'd pick the winner on Friday and then deliver it Sunday at the Super Bowl. That would make sense, actually. No, Publishers Clearinghouse is a thing. But in this reality, Ed McMahon never ever worked for them. He was never associated with Publishers Clearinghouse. Okay, we can switch to the next presentation now. I think somehow you ended up in the photo stream instead of the album.
Oh.
All right, this is
yeah,
the
I was wondering
beginning of
because it was letting me.
You clicked the wrong one.
Yeah, it was letting me.
Is it the same one?
What do
Does
you mean?
it start out the same way?
No, it starts out. Both of them start out. Yeah, I just went and checked. It's a different. Yeah, but they both started out massive disclaimer.
Okay, massive
it's-
disclaimer.
it's-
This is
it's a second
100% falls in the category of conspiracy theory. We already read this. This is just my opinion. You don't have to believe it. We're moving on. This is the beginning of part 2. We are getting to the conclusion. Next slide. I don't need to read all that. And just to recap, we don't need to do that. Next. I know many of you think what happened to Trump was not real. That's okay. But for 1 second, I need you to pretend that it was. This could be another catalyst, but I can only think of this event, so please humor me if you believe this didn't really happen. Just humor me for 1 minute that it did. Okay, next. If that attempt was real, I believe it may have caused an unplanned splitting of our timeline. One where he passed and ours where he survived. I believe this event was the cause because things felt different for me ever since. They really have. Things have felt different for me ever since. Now they're a little bit better before, but they were feeling worse before back then. Next. It was from that day on that Mandela effects started hitting me harder. They did back then, which typically happens with a strong shift. But this is the first time I am seeing so many Mandela effects surrounding Christianity, and as you will soon see, other religions. Next. The conspiracy part of this presentation has to do with very old Mandela effects. The Statue of Liberty. This is also the part where I ask you to please listen with an open mind before dismissing this. Because I 100% will sound crazy. I'm letting you know I'm going to sound crazy. But I will do my best to show you why I believe this. Next. One of the first Mandela effects about the Statue of Liberty was her face. She looks like a man now. Then other Mandelas were noticed. The torch, arm, her right foot behind her. The book was a tablet, and she was now shackled to the rock beneath her feet. But I do have a quick question. For those of you that remember her crown being different, and those of you may not remember her being so plump, that's a Mandela I also covered. How was it different for you? Because it was different for me, but I cannot pinpoint what it was. And many said they remember less points, not 7. They remember 5. And I could see that. Hey, hero. Okay, next.
So what does she have now? 7?
Yeah, it's 7. Okay. And I do have a question about the statue's eyes. In your past, were the details of her eyes A, clearly visible, B, barely visible, or C, there was no detail in her eyes? Which do you remember of the Statue of Liberty? A, B, or C in the chat? Panel?
There was no detail in her eyes.
No detail for you. You're C.
I'm C. No detail.
I
Roger?
went to the Statue of Liberty when I was younger on a field trip.
I just remember like the iris, not or actually the just a round like indentation in her eye, or
so you'd be a B, barely visible, or was it clearly visible, the iris?
I would go with B. It faded to me.
Jackie, Jose.
I don't know what it was originally. I just know that Ava reported on it like the eyes don't have detail right now, do they?
I don't know yet. I don't think so.
Yeah, so I think it changed to no detail. You know, I really don't remember, honestly. This was like 2 years ago, you know, when people were talking about it. So, yeah, I don't know. Well, I got bored of it. I got bored of looking at all these statues. Like, I just, you know, the thinker and all that. I don't care anymore. I've moved on to other Mandela effects. So I don't care about this anymore.
Okay, C for Jose.
I don't care what she looks like. Yeah, I don't care.
Can't really remember. Well, we care because it's the United States, and that's a major symbol of our country.
Oh, well, I cared when I saw the changes, but like I just got bored, so I don't care anymore.
Cushion says B or A for me.
There's better, more interesting changes that are happening now, so yeah.
C for Bomber.
It's like level 1, you know.
A, I think. Mandela Man says B. No, Jennifer, we copied your link. We have it. It's okay. We saved it. We got it. We're going to show it when we talk about the tornadoes. B because of Ghostbusters 2, says David. Says, I've seen so many cartoons where the eyes are just white. Or Monet doesn't remember. You're past your statute of limitation, Jackie.
I don't even know that.
Statute of limitations. Well, statute of limitations usually means like the time period before you can sue. Usually.
before you could sue.
The time period of caring, that's what he's referring to. I remember all WTF, says
Oh.
Chris Knight.
Oh, I see.
He's got a triplicate memory.
No, there's just new Mandela effects. There's new ones, so I don't care about the old ones. Why would I? They're old. You move on, you know. There's new Mandela effects every day. I don't care about something that happened 2 years ago.
I got it, Jennifer. Thank you.
I understand that, Jackie, but because it's a symbol of our freedom, it means something to a lot of people in the United States, even no matter how old
fair
it
enough.
is.
Fair enough.
Okay, we can go on.
All right, we got enough answers.
We have all the answers are in the chat. Just recently, I noticed that her eyes have so little detail, B, that they look close to C. So, Jackie, no, they are not blank. They do have detail.
Wow.
Unless you look really closely at a high definition close-up. I understand the elements could have worn away the detail over time, but I remember seeing that detail just months ago. And I still don't know how the elements would, wear away copper. Or bronze, whatever the heck she is. Can you zoom in on the eyes, please? Looks like nothing's there, but you can still see it. There's still an iris. It's barely there.
Yeah, it's hard to see because of the shadows.
Yep. But it's like two pupils.
Yeah, you
It's
can
weird.
see it on the left eye.
Yeah, you can see in
from
that
the
one
right.
right there.
It's
Well, that was
interesting.
that's another Mandela effect for me. Who
Yeah.
gave us the Statue of Liberty?
Huh?
Who gave us the Statue of Liberty?
Oh.
France gave it to us, but it was built here.
See, for me, it was multiple countries, not just France.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Clearly visible, says Jordan. I don't remember the eyes. We can go on. Here's the issue. The original face is on display, and you can clearly see the eyes.
Mm.
She's made of bronze, not stone. I remember her eyes being as detailed as the images from her construction. But like I said, in most images, the detail is so worn that they look blank. Do you remember her eyes looking like this?
Not at all. I just remember them blank.
And they're not even blank. You can see the detail right there. See the white lines for the pupil?
Yeah. Like, I remember her eyebrow and the eye indent, but there was no iris and stuff.
We can go on. It's astonishing to me that so many people do not remember detail in the eyes. It's creepy looking to me. Like, these are coins, drawings, no detail at all.
Mm-mm.
And that's weird to me.
I have a lot of Liberty coins too, but they don't have detail.
Yeah, they don't. They don't.
Yeah.
I find this extremely creepy. Yeah. Oh my God, that image is creepy, says Hebron. All right. Okay, back to the theory. That was just a little sidetrack. I believe in this reality, the Statue of Liberty, the symbol of America, is Lucifer, the devil, Satan, the morning star, Jose. I wrote it down. The light bringer. I told you I was going to sound crazy, but please bear with me. Next. Lucifer is represented as the beast with 7 heads, having a 7-point crown like the Statue of Liberty, having a torch like the Statue of Liberty, and being shackled. The most famous statue of Lucifer, carved by Guillaume Guise, shows his 7-point crown And look, the way he made the crown, they didn't fall off. It was made that way to have 7 points. His foot is shackled to the rock, and sitting next to his foot, a lit torch with a star on top and a bitten apple. Next.
You still not know what the
Pause it. This guy, the fittest flat earther, explains it much better than I could. Like I said, while researching this, I came across a video that will explain it better than I can. But I will show clearer comparison pictures on the next slide. Just listen to him. He's going to explain it better.
The Olympic torch really represents? Well, if you don't, you should stick around because I think I'm going to make it abundantly clear. Let's start way back in 1797, where this painting was created of Lucifer. And while, yes, this alone would be reaching, keep watching. Let's fast forward to 1848, where again, a statue of none other than Lucifer was created. And I'm going to show you some things that I think are going to become very clear. Let's first look at his 7-pointed crown. Let's then look at this chain attached to his ankle and something that appears to be an apple and a torch right there. Where else have I seen that? Oh, yes, that's right. On Lady Liberty. 7-point crown, torch, chain, and a very similar appearance. So similar, in fact, you might actually say that they were both representing the same person. And that maybe even that painting back in 1797 was also one and the same. Oh, and don't forget that apple next to that torch in that Lucifer statue, because, well, we all know what New York is also referred to as. But I digress to get back to our topic at hand here. If we see this torch being held in this fashion, the same fashion as this, in the same fashion of this, another representation, a visual painting of Lucifer. You still not know what the Olympic torch really represents?
So, and when you look at other works of art, you will start to see the same patterns, the 7 points or heads, the shackles, the left foot back, or right foot back, I don't know why I wrote left, the torch. But the part everyone leaves out is the statue's name. Next. Oh, here's some pictures of the artwork throughout history.
Big apple.
7-point arm up. Okay, next.
Yep.
Here's more. Look at the forked beard. At the Olympics, she's wearing a. This is the Bacchanalia. That's Bacchus. That looks like the top of the crown where the people can go, where people stand and look out, right there.
Oh yeah.
And she's wearing a 7-point crown.
Blue man.
It's Bacchus. Yeah. There's the foot back, and 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 there's the foot back. All feet back. Arms up. Ironically, there's a Statue of Liberty by Salvador Dali that has both arms up, like these versions of Lucifer. On the rock, foot back.
2 torches.
Yeah. In 2019, I asked everyone if they ever knew that the Statue of Liberty was actually named Liberty Enlightening the World. In other words, bringing light, the light bringer, and knowledge, the tree of knowledge, with an apple from that tree, residue, now it's fruit. The statue resides in the Big Apple. So again, Lucifer is the light bringer. The Statue of Liberty is liberty bringing light to the world. Lightbringer. They're both named the Lightbringer. Next. Even the name points to the statue being Lucifer. But it isn't just a statue. There are countless depictions of Ishtar, Helios, and other gods in history having the same characteristics of Lady Liberty and Lucifer in Christianity. 7-point crowns or horns, one arm up, torch.
This one's got the torch on the wrong hand.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people remember the torch in that hand.
Yeah.
But the main difference in many of them, they are not wearing a 7-point crown. They actually have 7 horns coming from their heads. They hold the torch up in their hand or raise their arms up. There are just too many similarities for me to ignore. Okay, next. Now, like I said, I may have come to this conclusion on my own, but I was not the first person to wonder if the statue was depicting Lucifer. But here's my theory. There's 7 heads of the serpent. Next, 7 faces around the lion. The Statue of Liberty is not our Statue of Liberty. I do not know a single person in the community that remembers the statue exactly as it is today. I believe the statue is not Lucifer in my past. It's been Lucifer since the community noticed the first Mandela effect. Like, Lady Liberty used to have a woman's face. She wasn't overweight like that with a big belly. She didn't have a name, like a made in France tag. She didn't have all those layers of drapery. She didn't have boobs that you could see. I think she may have had 5 points, not 7. I don't remember her 1 foot back. I remember just not being able to see her feet like that. You could just see the front of the feet. She was just standing. Many people remember her with hair and not drapery next to her neck. I believe the meaning of all this is that the devil is now free to wreak havoc and suffering on earth. That is why I'm seeing so much evil. Why I feel like time is slipping away, speeding up, and why we see so much blasphemy, and why people are comparing the Paris Olympics to Sodom. Wasn't it Sodom with 2 Ds? I remember 2 Ds. And Gomorrah.
I remember with 2 Ds too.
Yeah, the tips of her feet. Yes, thank you, David. And he remembers 5 points as well. I believe this is why we can see through the lies, the deceptions, and why so many people are rebuking the things they turned a blind eye to for the last decade, and why so many people are turning toward or returning to Jesus Christ. Because we can feel that evil, and God is giving us the eyes to see through the veil of deception. Next. You do not have to believe any of this. You can call me crazy or say I'm looking too deep into this. But with everything I've seen, with everything I'm feeling around me, seeing how people are suffering all around me, I believe that the Statue of Liberty is depicting Lucifer holding his torch over our nation. We are at the center of the battle between good and evil, in my opinion. Just so much happening.
Yeah, clown world.
Mm-hmm. I would really like to hear your interpretation of all of this, so please leave a comment. And if you are affected by any of these Mandela effects, let me know that as well. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out on this one.
I do
7
agree.
points.
I do agree with you though. Like there has been, I don't think it was really a blind eye, as I think it was like like a, I don't want to say
Fear of,
brainwashing.
fear of
Fear,
retribution.
yeah, fear of like you can't say anything, right? You can't do anything. It's like it's kind of like we were shackled. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. We were
Like
shackled. That's a great way of putting it.
we were
Welcome,
shackled.
James Frazier. We were.
Like we were shackled and we couldn't do anything, say anything. God forbid if you were Christian, or now it's, God forbid if you're Jewish. Like everything is a shackle and it holds you down and like control you. And I think when people really started waking up to this stuff, they had enough. They're like, this is BS. I
Enough is
don't,
enough already. Yeah.
yeah, enough is enough. Like, this is some BS. And I've, like, because I moved out of state and I'm down south now, there's a lot of, like, cultural differences down here that I started realizing that I find kind of interesting. Like, they do death rituals differently down here. And they do, like, they all have graveyards in their backyards. like, like, it's just, it's different. You know what I mean? So seeing how, like, different people live and stuff like that, I just think a lot of people were put in a box and shackled and finally broke loose.
I agree. I've just seen too much. But I've been speaking up as much as I could in the last few years on Hebrew's channel. But I don't really talk about that here. But yeah, shackled is the best word I think I've heard. By retribution, by mob mentality, by hive
Shaming,
mentality, shaming. But
made to
even
feel
like
like,
literal, like you could literally be attacked here. Your
yeah,
property could be hurt,
yep.
depending on where you live. Side note, does anyone remember these pyramids on the or little house shapes, like the Monopoly houses around the side? Because I've been there, I just don't remember them.
I don't
There's so
remember
much more
them either.
detail. Yeah, there's so much more detail in the Statue of Liberty that was not there for me on the base. Like I don't remember the moons, and it even looks like the things of the moon. What are they called?
Phases.
The
Did they
phases of the
touch
moon.
the
Thank you.
Liberty Bell?
Huh?
Did they touch the Liberty Bell?
Yeah, the Liberty Bell being Mandela affected. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Like for one, Pennsylvania is written with one N. That's an acceptable spelling now. Back then.
Huh?
Yeah, it's spelled P-E-N-S instead of P-E-N-N-S.
No, it's always PNNS. Yo! What
On the
are they
Statue
gonna
of Liberty, it's got. I mean, on the Liberty Bell, it has one N. And maps. It's fun. LJ is here. I was wondering where she was. Hey, LJ. I guess Bit of Venom is not here anymore. No. That's Psy, hero, not Curiouser. Hey,
I
Timot
didn't.
fan.
It's just
Hi,
weird.
LJ. It's
Hi.
all weird.
It's just weird.
It's all weird, I know.
I didn't hear about the Liberty Bell being touched, but I heard about Statue of Liberty being touched.
Not only that, I don't know if you saw it. I just recently covered it. Philadelphia had a sesquicentennial in 1924, I think. No, 26, I'm missing. And they built like a 3-story high Liberty Bell over Broad Street that lit up, and for some reason tore it down instead of just leaving it up as a monument in Philadelphia, which I thought was kind of crazy.
That's weird.
We did a family vacation. It was my parents, my brother's family with his kids, and we all went in this motorhome, and we went to the Philadelphia area. We went to the Liberty Bell and touched it, and it had the crack in it in the 1990s.
It still has the crack.
Oh, okay. There was a Mandela where the crack went missing for a while.
Oh no, the crack, people say it was smaller. It's bigger now.
Okay. I'd have to see it, but I thought it didn't have a crack for a while.
I remember you saying, Sandy, that a street name changed or something like that.
Yes, I remember City Line Avenue.
Yeah, City Line.
It's always been City Ave, going all the way back on maps, going back to like the 1700s. It's City Ave.
I remember it as City Line because that's a busy street, road, whatever you want to call it. It's busy. And it always been you have to go down City Line to get
Let me show her some. We'll just show you some pictures because I know a lot of people aren't going to know this, but I will show you a couple pictures just so you can see.
That's weird.
It made me like that one upset me because it's local.
Yeah.
It's I know that's wrong. And also there's a town near there that starts with NAR, N-A-R. Do you remember the town?
Norristown?
No, it starts with N-A-R.
N-A-R. No, I don't actually.
Well, I remember as Narbeth. It was always Narbeth for me.
Yeah.
And now it's Narberth.
Huh.
Josh, can you pull that up really quickly just to flip through the pictures real quick?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Where's that? Pull it up from where?
Private chat. The link on the bottom. All right, here you go. We're just going to flip through this because I know most of you aren't from the Philadelphia area to know. Okay, next slide. This is the street that we're talking about. We can go on. So there it is right there in front of you, City Ave. You see it? And not.
No. Mm-mm.
Oh, my goodness. Go on. We're just going for the pictures here. Keep going.
Okay.
Really quickly, this is the North American Motor Inn. It's now the North, what is it now? Oh, it's Inns with an S. Can you zoom in on it? The picture? See it?
Oh, yeah.
North American Motor Inns. It was not Inns, it was the Motor Inn. Just want to point that out. That's on City Line Avenue. Next. Okay, next. This is Narbeth and Narberth. I don't remember that R in there. It was Narbeth. There's a Narbeth in, where is it? What country? Wales. It's also Narberth in Wales, but there's residue of someone remembering it as Narbeth in Wales. There you go. Look at it. Look, do you see the street sign?
Yeah, I see it.
Oh my God, it cannot. City Ave. Stop it. And the old sign is above it. Let me remove the link pinned in chat. The old one is up there, the blue and purple. I cannot. So upsetting. 100% City Line Avenue. 150%.
Well, that's even how it was reported on the news.
Correct.
When you look for traffic and you say City Line Avenue.
Here's residue of City Line Avenue, but on the map it says City Ave. I cannot. And you could say, oh, maybe they shortened it. Yeah, but again, I found it on maps going way back. We're going to see it. It's coming up. City Line Avenue. I have it on that yellow thing is a swivel stick. It's above it. So you can see. And people paid to print City Line Avenue on it. Just saying. Shops at City Line, that's the name of the shopping center. That Target was destroyed because of George Floyd riots. The City Line Diner. City
I
Line
remember
Avenue.
City Line Diner.
Yeah.
I remember City Line Diner.
City Line Avenue. City Line Avenue. That's on the city of Philadelphia, City Line Avenue.
Yeah.
Next. Directions to McDonald's, Philadelphia, City Line Avenue.
Yeah, this is like old stuff too.
Yep, City Avenue on the map.
But it says City Line underneath.
Yep.
Yeah, when you used to listen to traffic reports, it would say City Line.
Yep.
It never said City Avenue. I don't think anybody would even know what they were talking about with City Avenue.
Exactly. I agree. I drove Joey to work every day when I had a car. Okay? And he worked up in what the hell's the name of the town? Ardmore.
Mm.
And I would drive across City Line Avenue every single day. And one day I was sitting there at the light. And I could not believe what I was seeing. I'm like, oh, they had to have just left it off. Because it's all the City Ave street sign. Printed postcards, City Line Avenue. Here's Narbeth. There's someone selling a Narbirth t-shirt, but it says Narbeth on the listing.
Yeah, but I mean, these are like businesses advertising and stuff. Like,
yes, I know.
They're getting the name of their own city wrong. That's crazy.
Guess so.
Well, the weird thing is City Line is huge. Like, it's huge. We all know to go to Delco, you got to go to City. You got to pass through City Line. Like, it's like a really big deal.
Like a landmark. Yeah.
It's a huge street.
It's a huge street.
We are Narbeth locksmiths. Are you really?
Wow. When did you discover that one?
2019.
Yeah.
When I started driving Joey up to work there. Harvard doesn't know it. There's City Ave at the top. But it's North American Motor Inn, not Inns.
I have to ask my husband because he drives truck. So, and he used to hate going Your city line.
This is all residue of Motor Inn, and they all have City Avenue, not City Line.
That's weird. They took one update, not the other.
So here's some old maps for you. The others have line in their name, but city doesn't. So if you zoom in, you'll find like there's Township Line Road. There you go. Below. It's below. Township Line Road. County Line Road. They all have line in it, but not city. No. It's just City Ave. You see how old that map is?
I remember County Line Road.
Yeah, that's still there, but these old maps say City Ave. There's no line in city. It's City Ave on this old map. Can you zoom in on the word Pennsylvania? It'll tell you the year, I think. Mainline Pennsylvania Railroad from Overbrook to Paoli. Is there a year on any of that?
I don't see a year.
Crap. Just, you can tell it's old, right?
Yeah, it looks old to me.
It's old, all right.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
That is absolutely bizarre.
It's very upsetting when a place you know is wrong. Okay, so if you scroll up, Josh, in the private chat, the timestamp is 10 minutes, 47 seconds. The link that you grabbed from Jennifer and put in the private chat.
All right. You say 10:47.
Yeah, I just realized Roger had to go. Thank you for being on here, Roger. Thanks for being here. Hello, Level. So this is a tornado in the suburbs of Philadelphia. The damage from the tornado. Excuse me.
Where was that at?
I don't know. Jennifer, are you still here?
Do I need
This is
sound?
damage from a tornado. Yeah, maybe.
Oh my, guys. Looks
Why
like
they
all the
gotta play
cows are
music in the
fine,
background?
but that barn is not.
I would mute it.
It's a stone barn.
Mute it.
Yeah, there's music in the background. And he's just talking about what he's saying.
Yeah.
It ends at 12:04.
Do you know what year that was?
Right.
I think she said last year.
Oh.
What's the title at the top? It's covered by live and 69 watching, so I don't know.
Says this barn was here for 150 years until this happened. So yeah, it's probably just that's it. We're at 12:04.
And that was a hurricane or a tornado?
A tornado in Pennsylvania.
Never heard of that. That's like I said with the earthquake in 2012. I never heard of having an earthquake in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and that's what I have to crash.
There was a tornado in a place that was thought to be impossible. I mean, as you know, Pittsburgh is all hills. So first of all, nobody ever expected. We've had tornadoes, but nobody expected it. Mount Washington, it's a cliffside that overlooks Pittsburgh, and the tornado jumped up and went on the cliff, and then it went like through. It hit an amusement park, Kennywood. It was like thought to be a place where a tornado would never go because it was cliffs and hills, and it was just crazy. This was a while back.
All right, Josh, I'm putting a link in the chat for tornadoes.
All right, guys, I gotta get going. I gotta go check on my water system. I stayed up to see if it works.
Thank you for staying up.
Thank you, guys. You all have a
right.
good night.
Good
Yeah,
night.
hope it works out.
Josh is gonna have to go soon.
Yep, good
Bit
talking
of
to
Venom,
you.
do you want to join us?
Yep. Yeah, my internet. I think my
Josh-
internet's starting. It's about this time.
Yeah, Josh is gonna have to leave soon.
Thank you
And
for
if-
being here. We appreciate you bringing your knowledge to teach us.
And it
We
was
lear-
recently.
Yeah, we learn a lot from you.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Sai. Jennifer says the tornado
Yeah,
that
Sai is super
happened to this
smart.
farm was recently.
Yeah, please come back.
So you're the only one who can present this right now. So let's give it a shot.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Oh, Bit of Venom came to bail you out. Hey, Bit of Venom.
Hey, what's up, Venom?
Hi, guys.
Hi. How are you tonight?
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Hello, Puck Elf. You want Bit of Venom? Bit of Venom, would you mind presenting the link in the private chat? Can you see it?
I
If
don't
not,
see the link.
Oh,
I
did
can post it again.
Did you drop it?
Yeah.
Oh, tornadoes.
There you are. It's right there. Can you see it now?
Yeah,
Awesome.
I do.
And this way, Josh doesn't feel bad about having to leave because he's got plans with his daughter tomorrow. Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And I told her we would leave by noon, so that'll give me like 5 hours sleep if I go to bed listening to your stream. I'll probably wake up to it too. So. Oh,
No.
I'm just kidding.
Oh my goodness.
It's only 5 more hours. That'd only make it 11-hour stream.
Oh yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Still busy.
We're switching it up. So for those of you that don't remember tornadoes in populated places, here we go. I want to start out by saying a big thank you to Brian Stavely for his input and sharing his memories of the subject. I can't see because of the banner. Hold up.
I can zoom out probably.
No, it's good. That's nice and big. I don't know why it's so big with yours, but that's great because we can see it better. His memory matches mine, which confirm my suspicions that these are changes to our Earth's history. Check it out. There's no middle finger on Louisiana in that picture. So I want to point that out. Okay, next. True or false, chat and panel? Hello, Connie Wood. Have you ever heard that the word tornado was banned in the United States, aka the land of free speech? Have you ever heard of the word tornado being banned at any point in U.S. history? Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
LJ?
No, I never did. That doesn't even sound logical.
Okay. Jose?
Well, what are they calling them now if they don't call them tornadoes?
No, I'm saying Do you ever recall it being banned at any
No.
time? In other words, they could have unbanned it.
No. Yeah, Twisters, but no, I never knew that.
Okay. Josh?
I think he left.
No, he's still here.
No, I don't remember the word tornado ever being banned in the United States.
Bit of venom?
No.
Jackie?
Around it.
No.
Okay, in the chat, we have Jason Jones. Hello. Says no. I got to write Jason down 1 second. Okay. Post anything too. Hello again. Says no. Says no. NeoFreak91X. I got to write him down too. Hello. Says no. Not these days. I'm going with no, says pushing. Level's laughing no. Why would they even need to? I'll explain. David says nope. No, never, says Level. Never, says David. Due to what the sun is doing in the Schumann resonance. I agree, Jordan. Funnel clouds? Well, we're soon angels don't fall. Heck no, says Chow Fun. Hello, Chow Fun. The word Sharknado would be banned. Should be banned.
Absolutely. Good movie, though.
See? No, says Mothman. The Three Minds says no. No, what does that even mean, says Sarah? Welcome, Swan Man, who says no. Nope. Jennifer says no. Just saying, says Jordan. Okay, we can go on. The forbidden word tornado. From 1887 until 1950, the word tornado was forbidden from being broadcast to the masses for fear of panic and because meteorologists hadn't figured out how to predict them yet. I have never heard of this, have you? Tornado was a forbidden word. Never, ever heard of that.
Nope.
All the hours of the Weather Channel. I've never heard of that.
There was my grandfather. He was actually my step grandfather. He built his own house. He was a coal miner, but he ran the mules at the top, so he had a little bit of a better job. He was very proud of his house. He would put pencils on the floor and show that they wouldn't roll because the floors were so flat. Anyway, a tornado, you could see the path when I was a kid coming through the woods. The tornado came through the woods and hit the corner of their house, and it did really no damage to the house because the house was so solid. So we did have tornadoes, and I guess they did freak people out to some extent.
Okay, we can go on. Until 1950, U.S. weathermen were forbidden from talking about tornadoes. All right, we can go on. Another question. Do you recall strong tornadoes hitting cities in the Northeast, New Jersey, PA, and up? Yes or no?
Yes, in recent years.
It's too far up, even in Canada now. Weird.
Josh, Jose, Jackie?
I never really paid attention. I remember hearing about tornadoes in Ohio just because I lived here, and tornadoes in Kansas. But yeah, I never really paid any attention to anywhere else. So I can't really answer very good on this one.
Yeah, I only remember Tornado Alley, like Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, just right in the Midwest, never on the east side.
No.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hi,
Yeah,
man.
no.
Yes. No for you as well, Jackie.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Hi, man. Yes. They're either be born with 2 or none, which is crazy
I
to me.
still have mine.
Pushing
No
button
one's
says
taken mine out.
he's saying some are born without them, Jackie. Pushing
Well,
says no. Jason Jones says no. The mind says there's a reason why they call Tornado Alley Tornado Alley. They are. No, come on. With the Oz play being so popular back then. Nowhere do you get that from. The news. Ohio, but Ohio's not the Northeast. That's the Midwest.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go on. You'll see what I mean. Oh, it wasn't until 2012 that we started getting tornado warnings in the Philadelphia area. At least in my past, it didn't happen. But tornadoes in cities are a thing, and it happens in this reality. This is Queens, a tornado in Queens, New York. In my past, the buildings would stop the vortices from staying formed. So a funnel cloud may appear, but the buildings would break it up. That's what I was taught. No longer the case. Next.
Outlets. Oh, turn on the
Here,
sounds.
here are some examples of tornadoes in cities, many in New York, New York City, the Bronx, and Queens. Here's a dust devil in Central Park. Just let it play.
I'm asking the same question. What is that? Well, it's a rare sight. It was in Central Park. It looks like something out of a sci-fi movie, but it's actually a dust devil. That's like a funnel-like chimney through which hot air moves both upward and around. Dust devils are generally smaller and less intense than a tornado, but nonetheless, it still caught the attention of these folks. This one formed Monday in Central Park and had people wondering what they were seeing. It dissipated after a pedicab cycled into it, so nothing to be alarmed about, but still, just the sight of something like that right in front of you, Central Park. What is that?
Funny.
Funnel cloud over New York Harbor. That's what the description says.
Yeah, that's in my
You got real low,
reality.
Sandy.
I said funnel cloud in New York Harbor. And this is a twister call on tape. I'm not sure where it is. It's on ABC News. But you'll see it's in a city and a storage, a tractor trailer, the trailer part is picked up and flown across the sky so we can hit play.
Wow.
That's heavy.
Can you pause it with the music? Because I don't know if, mute the music so that way, because I don't know if it's copyright or not. Just hit play and then you'll be able to mute. In the bottom right, you see it? There you go. So here's a tornado cutting through a city. This is Florida, I believe, Orlando. But no, it can't be Orlando. I was getting northeast ones. I don't know where this is.
So do you guys have tornado sirens?
Mm-mm.
Like around your area?
Not
No?
at all.
Nothing like that?
Nope, just our phones let us know. The TV used to
Yeah,
announce
I
the
grew up.
phone.
Yeah, I grew up hearing the tornado sirens.
We don't have them here. They don't exist.
Well, then it's probably because the tornadoes didn't exist.
Exactly. Hey, we're looping. We can go on. This is crossing the New Jersey Turnpike.
Wow.
The New Jersey Turnpike. Stop it. Can't. No way. That is a tornado. That is not a dust devil. Everybody waiting for it to cross the turnpike. 2021, everyone.
I went across that in 2019.
Yes, Christine Lynn. This is about the Northeast only. You would be Midwest. You do get tornadoes.
One time my mom and I were out just driving around the area, and we thought, wow, it's really windy out. This was, I think, in the 70s or 80s. And we got home and found out we were driving around in a tornado. We get warnings, but we don't have sirens. We get that, this is not a test, on your TV and the radio. But like, if you're not looking at media, you won't get a warning. I went to college in Tornado Alley for a couple of years. And what was weird about it was people here, if they do know there was a tornado, they will, I remember going to the basement when we knew there was a tornado, and my mom was hiding in the basement with the dog one time. But we were in Tornado Alley, and I was dating this guy. I mean, we're in Missouri and he was from Nebraska, so these people should know, right? So the tornado siren went off, and I was in the middle of a class, and they dismissed the class. And so I went looking for him. There was a basement in his dorm, and we had separate dorms for boys and girls. So I just went looking for him. But he was out looking for the tornado. Oh, I want to see the tornado. And like, people were just sitting in the cafeteria like nothing was happening, playing ball in the gym like nothing. And a lot of these people were from the Midwest. I mean, not all of them, but a lot of them were. And it's like, okay, you're from here, you know about tornadoes. And, in the East, if we know there's a tornado, we go to the basement, and here you are, like, just out. You're acting like not. And fortunately, it went over us. It went up in the air and over us. But it's like, I wanted to talk to the administration and say we need to do more than just sirens, because people don't take it seriously.
Yeah. We don't even have, like I said, there's nothing here. All you get, like you're saying, you have to be in front of some sort of media. So at least they do it on the phones now, but back then it was TV only. Maybe the radio.
Yeah, the radio. You had to be TV or radio to know about it, or just be aware of it. But we do get bad storms with wind, so like, you might not know if nobody tells you. You just might think it's a bad thunderstorm.
But to be clear, LJ is on the border of the Midwest. She's Midwest. It's Pennsylvania on the other side. Whereas
it is, the topography around here is against tornadoes. We're in the foothills of the Allegheny Mountains. Everything is literally a hill. You are always walking up or down, no matter where you go. So like, our topography really should stop tornadoes. The thing is, they can manufacture these. It's known. I mean, this is not even a secret anymore, that they have the technology to create tornadoes when and where they please. So my guess is that's part of what's happening.
I have a tornado on a mountainside.
That's what I'm talking about. That happened in Mount Washington, a cliff, a very high, large cliff in the middle of small mountains. And we had a tornado there, seemingly impossible, but it happened.
I know, Pushing. We were already praying for the kids. Oh my God, the kids. I don't even want to think about it. Oh God, it's horrible.
Wow, it's up to 57.
Oh, Noelle fell backstage. There we go. Yeah, 57 people.
Wow.
And there's still a lot of kids missing. Next. It is. It's absolutely tragic. Tornado going up the street in New York City. You can see the lights moving in it, spinning in it around. It's coming up the street. It's going into the intersection right now. It's like an F-0. But you can see the tornado going right through the intersection.
Oh, yeah.
In New York City. Manhattan.
No way.
Tornado in the middle of the street. What the hell?
I don't buy it.
I mean, it's still spinning.
No, not surprised yet. Yeah, thumbs up.
And everybody's just going about their day. Like nothing,
Yeah.
like nothing's wrong.
Well, it's an
That's New
F-0,
York.
so they can still drive through it, but they're going to be shaken as they drive. Yep, it's looping. So here is after a tornado in Queens and Middle Village, New York.
Poor car.
Yes. So, have you ever heard of a dead man walking tornado? Where it actually looks like it's a man walking?
No.
Well,
No.
the Jarrell, Texas tornado is very famous for it. We're going to see it walk. I'm surprised Pushin hasn't heard of it.
I will wait a bit for the chat. Nope, Jason.
Yeah. Nope for Pushin, nope for Jason.
Any more people heard of it or haven't?
Never heard of that.
Well, let's see.
The freight train.
Oh, wait a minute. Pause. I didn't have a video of it? Maybe I'll have the video later. That's weird. If not, I'll get video of it. This is different. This is a home video from Mullica Hill, New Jersey. This is South Jersey, okay? It's a straight up suburb, okay? We're not talking about farmland. This is the suburbs of New Jersey, okay? It's a Philly suburb. It's farther from the city, but it's whatever. It's a suburb. This tornado was an F3 in New Jersey. The best documented I've ever seen. So here we go.
This is it. Look up. Come on.
We show. Pay attention to that yard. Look how clean, pristine, how nice that is.
Come on, downstairs. Basement. Basement. Let's go. Come on. Come on, Tommy.
He doesn't even get down the steps. He's calling the cat. Now I know what he was doing.
Stay. Stay. Holy shit. Holy shit. Stay, Cubby. Oh, fuck. Here, Cubby. Holy shit.
Now, you should never do what he's about to do. You should never go up and look because it could come back.
Oh. Stay, Cubby. Stay. No. Get upstairs. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Holy shit.
That was quickly. Oh,
And there's comparison pictures. Before and after of his front yard. Seconds.
seconds, really seconds. Yeah.
Wow, totally different place.
Yeah, that house on the other
Yeah.
side.
The whole top is gone.
It's crazy.
Hope no one was in there. You did not have tornadoes like this in New Jersey at all. Not that big. Maybe an F0. Usually they'll tell you, oh, straight line winds.
It's really quick. New York. I mean, come on.
So while I do recall F0 or F1 tornadoes happening up here since 2012, I do not have any memory of larger ones happening here in Mullica Hill or further north like in Massachusetts. This is where Brian Stavely came in with the help. This map shows tornadoes over the decades and their strength. The entire I-95 corridor, the East Coast, is covered in tornado tracks with F4 tornadoes in New York, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. Since when do you remember F4 tornadoes in Massachusetts, New York, Connecticut, maybe even New Hampshire or Vermont? Like, I don't. Pennsylvania, a lot of F4s.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Too far up.
Like, really, in the Philadelphia area, there's oranges, greens, yellows. So there's F3s in the Philadelphia area. Stop it. No way. Jason Jones says, never. Nope, never for me, says Pushing.
Yeah, but these are tornadoes, not hurricanes. Hurricanes come from the sea or
Yeah.
they dissipate on land, but no, this is from the land.
Yeah, these are tornadoes, not hurricanes. And hurricanes are category 3, category 4, not F. That's the Fujita scale. That's tornado.
Yeah. Aye.
Okay, next. On June 9th, 1953, the Great They pronounce it Worcester.
Worcestershire.
No, I think they pronounce it Worcester.
Worcester.
Worcester. Tornado killed almost 100 people, injured almost 1,300, and went right through the city. It traveled 40 miles in an hour and a half. Many sources classify this as an F5 tornado in Massachusetts. Next. It is remembered on the news most years, so even though we weren't born yet, we should have heard of this, right? At least Brian Stavely should have, and he never did. Does anyone remember this? So it's not like, oh, that was years ago. No, they still talk about it today.
Are they still talking about it, or is it only news article?
On the anniversary, they talk about it on the news, at least up in Boston and stuff.
Do they talk with people that experienced that?
I don't know, probably. I'm just showing you that on the news, they're talking about it.
Yeah. Now I'm trying to find out if it's a reality insert. That's only in news articles and stuff like that, but nobody actually experienced it. It's yeah.
In 1953, they needed $35 million in aid for the damage. Okay, next. So here's newspapers about it, pictures of the damage. Welcome you.
Giant ball? Giant hill.
Mm-hmm. Tornado kills 100. And that's the path it took. That is a long path. I've never heard the word denuded. The trees were denuded by tornado.
What does that mean?
Denuded.
I mean, I'm sure it means all their branches and leaves were gone, but I've never heard denuded before.
That's another word. Naked.
Yeah.
Naked trees.
There's much more than the Charles Lindbergh. There's many Charles Lindbergh Mandela effects now. I can cover that too. We can go on. So the other F4, because there's another one, happened in 2011. Again, and Brian Stavely doesn't remember this. Again, traveling 40 miles for 70 minutes, hitting the town of Springfield, Massachusetts. Since when are there F4 and F5 tornadoes in New England? Does anyone recall this? So this was 15 years ago.
Yeah, not so long ago.
We can go on. Lucky to be alive. Brian Stavely, who lived in Massachusetts during the 1990s until recent years, has no memory of these F3 and F4 tornadoes. Do you? We both don't. But he doesn't either, and he lived there. Not there, not in Springfield, but near there.
That's the end.
That is the end.
Yeah.
Of that one. Mm-hmm. Ooh, we'll probably get a strike for it, but if you guys can grab that link from the chat, LVA Paul found an interview with a survivor of the 1953 tornado. Noel's talking to you in the chat, Josh.
I know. Yeah, I grabbed the link real quick. I was in the middle of answering her.
You want me to play it?
We've always had tornadoes here, but not strong ones and not on cliffs. Do you have them there in Europe at all?
No, no, we don't have. Yeah, we have. No, we don't have tornadoes. We have strong winds, but as strong as tornadoes are or hurricanes, we don't have them. No.
Do you have earthquakes?
Yes, we have earthquakes. Yeah.
Yeah. Both of them are terrifying. I've been in each and they're scary.
Yeah. Well, it's mostly of drilling for natural gas that we have earthquakes. But there are more earthquakes in Italy, volcano activities.
Yeah.
And a volcano on Iceland that disrupt all the air traffic. But tornadoes, no.
The part of the country I live in should not have earthquakes, but we're starting to have them now. I visited California because my mother was from there, and that's where I've been in earthquakes. I was in a big one time, and they're very terrifying. And out there they have all the fault lines, so they've traditionally had earthquakes. But now earthquakes are happening where they're not traditional, probably because of some of the things you said, gas lines and blasting under the earth and things like that. Because we're starting to have them here, which is not. The way the rock formations are here, we should not have them.
Yeah, there are more weird weather phenomena in places on Earth that wasn't there before. And it's
We haven't
really
had a
weird.
big one, but we shouldn't have them at all.
No.
Okay. After this clip, I put the dead man walking tornado in the background. When you play the dead man walking tornado, just mute, okay? All right. We're remembering the tornado from 1953. How long is this video first?
5
I would-
minutes.
I would fast forward to where they're interviewing the person.
Vivid.
There we go.
Not survive the tornado. Let's hear what he has to say.
Brother Armin, you were in it that day. Tell us what your experience was.
Well, I was in the house on the first floor of the old prep school building, the tower building, and all of a sudden the noise was like a freight train, and we didn't know what a tornado was all about. We never had any, and all of a sudden it was like a train rumbling through, and it got very, very dark, and then it was over in 90 seconds.
I think that book, 90 Seconds, that changed Worcester. Tell us about the preparation that you had. How much time did they tell you up front about tornado coming through?
Well, some of us, we were on retreat that week, and we were getting ready to go to a late afternoon session for the retreat, another sermon. And we were outdoors looking at towards the Norton Company plant, and we saw the dark cloud coming, but we didn't know what it all meant. All of a sudden, we were in the midst of this tornado, and it was an unbelievable noise.
Now, let me ask you this question. The college was out of session, but originally it was supposed to be, the students were supposed to be there that day, or there was graduation that was scheduled right around that, but it was changed at the last minute. What's that story?
Wait a minute now. That's yeah. Well, there was a confusion in the setting of the date for the high school graduation and the college graduation, which were both held on the Greendale campus. And then, well, we had to advance one of the dates, and that was just the day before. And
So that could have saved hundreds of lives between the students and visitors.
it certainly could have. It certainly saved it because it diminished the crowd of campus.
Now, here's what I was told. The campus buildings were badly damaged, and certainly the surrounding areas were badly damaged. But tell me about the chapel, because I'm told that the chapel was kind of like spared.
Well, it was spared in the sense that the four walls stood up, but the windows, which they're being restored now, that's the second set. That first set went off with the wind. Then they rebuild the new set of stained glass windows, and those are the ones that are coming up now.
But if you looked at the pictures, the chapel was probably the part that was damaged the least, right?
Yeah, structurally it stayed up.
Divine intervention, you think?
Oh, well,
Can you pause for a second?
I wouldn't go that far.
I don't want to get taken down for not reacting to this, but this is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have
And
a
they have
great
memory
night,
of it. Yeah.
day, or enjoy the rest of your day or night. All right, we can play. I just needed to react to it so we didn't get in trouble.
Now, have you heard anything about that they found library books from the college or the prep down at the Cape within a short period of time after that?
Found out in the Boston area. I never heard of the Cape, but library book, they get to the wind, and I'm sure some of them did go with the wind.
And how about Assumptionists or nun? Were there nuns killed or Assumptionists killed?
2 nuns were killed immediately. In fact, I carried the body of one of the nuns the length of the prep school building to bring her at the other end. And the next day, they were sent to Canada for burial.
Now, it's 60 years ago. Does it seem like yesterday in a way?
In a way, some of the timing is very vivid. I still remember those with details.
Well, we want to thank you so much for spending time with us. Brother Armin Lemire, staff of Assumption College, who was one of...
Okay, I took it down because we don't need to.
Yeah.
And then the next one is the dead man walking tornado that I promised to show you that I did not include in the presentation. Just get to the footage of the tornado that you see, like the tornado, like it'll be in the distance, and it's going to look like a man is walking. And that comes from the mesovortices that I've talked about that are in hurricanes and tornadoes now. Essentially, tornadoes spinning around inside tornadoes.
I will skip to the footage, I think.
That footage right there. Here it is. Just mute it, please. So you can see right here, it looks like a man.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a man walking. That's multiple tornadoes inside a tornado. Okay. Let's see it.
He's even got a foot.
Oh, he's not playing it.
Yes, it's playing.
Yeah, he is.
No, it's a photo.
It's a photo, but... Let's see.
There we go. See how it's walking? You see how the tornado's walking, people?
Holy crap. That's crazy.
Wish I knew where he got that footage from. It literally looks like it's walking. And there's more tornadoes like that. Mesovortice tornadoes. I think the footage is at the very end. If you fast forward to the end, he talks about Jarrell here. I've seen this video. Gravity wave. Did you see that, guys? A gravity wave.
Of course, a gravity wave.
Mm-hmm. No, at the very end, he shows the footage. He keeps you hanging. I've seen this before.
He wants to.
Right there. Go back. Try there. Oh, there's another dead man walking tornado.
Oh, there it is.
There's another one. And you can see it's mesovortices. It's tornadoes spinning around a tornado. That causes it.
Yes.
Right here. Wow.
There it is.
Multiple tornadoes.
That's insane.
Yeah. He likes this picture.
Yeah, because it looks like a man.
Oh, are we getting more pictures now?
Wait.
No, that was it.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the actual video. Give me a moment. Here's another one on Instagram. Here we go. Couldn't find it on YouTube, so I did it myself. There we go. Someone put together the dead man walking tornado. Here you go. There you go. New link in the private chat.
Okay, let's stop this one.
Try that one.
Yeah, I was going to say
Let's check on our
that footage we
poll.
were just watching was the National Geographic channel.
Josh,
Oh boy,
have
we're
you
gonna get a strike.
had some tornadoes?
What's that?
Have you had some tornadoes?
Not this year. I haven't seen
Tornadoes.
any this year, but yeah, tornadoes. Like I grew up with the tornado warnings and watches, and I don't think I've ever seen one in my life, but
good for you.
But yeah, they've always been around.
Here it is.
Yeah, for me.
You guys see it? This is the actual footage.
Yeah.
It's walking.
Wow. It's crazy.
Weird. Yeah.
What's the difference of what? Having a basement? Survival?
Yeah, survival. My cousins lost their house to a tornado. I forget where they were living at the time because they've moved quite a few times, so I'm not sure what state they were living in, but their entire house went. But they all lived, which was the main thing. Yeah, what you want to do is go to a basement because your house can actually disappear over your head, but you will probably survive in a basement. There's still a small chance you'll get sucked out, but it would have to be like the highest level of tornado for that to happen. But that's how people survive. If you don't have a basement, you might try to go to a building that has one, or you just go to the innermost room on the bottom floor. Or some people in the old times had a root cellar outside with a wooden door, and you would go in the root cellar because they're underground.
That's what I have outside my apartment.
Yeah, you have a root cellar. Yeah. it depends on where you live, because most people here do have basements, but some people don't. Some houses are built on slabs. So
Which blows my mind. Most houses in Tornado Alley do not have cellars.
it's probably the ground. Maybe the ground isn't the right kind of ground to have basements. But at least in the old times, they dug themselves root cellars, and that's usually where they went in a tornado in the Midwest. But I don't know how many people have those anymore.
Better, Noel? Man. There was something someone else mentioned. I can't remember what it is. Help me. I said I would show it when we were talking about the tornadoes. Does anyone remember what I said that I'd show?
Yeah, that was the Dead Man Walking tornado.
No, someone mentioned a totally different topic in the chat.
Oh, Lincoln.
The Lindbergh something.
Lindbergh, baby.
The
Lindbergh.
Lindbergh baby. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Sandy and everybody, I'm going to have to take off. I'm falling asleep.
It's okay.
Night.
Thank you for being here, Jose.
Night, Jose.
Yeah, LJ, I love your cats, and they're pretty cool.
Yeah, his hat turned rainbow. It used to be orange.
Yep. Yeah, nice. Jackie, good seeing you. Thank you for not talking. No, just kidding. But no, I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. But yeah, see you later, everybody. Thank you for having me, and this was a fun show. Thank you, Sandy.
Awesome show.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for being here, Jose. Have a good night.
Yeah, I told you it was gonna be a good show.
It was a good show. We were worried because Splatter couldn't be here.
Yeah, Splatter. I hope you feel better.
He's not feeling well. Is that what happened?
Yeah, he's rebounding. He's not feeling well.
We missed Splatter.
Yeah, we do.
It's not the same without him.
Yep.
Later, buddy.
See you later, Venom. Take care.
Later. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good night.
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 And then there were 6.
I just dropped the Lindbergh baby.
Yeah, already sharing.
There we go. Yeah, well, you're ahead of me. I wasn't ready.
The people that remember the story where the baby was never found, not at the time. Lindbergh was very popular, obviously.
The top hour is in the top right corner. I'm sorry, LJ. He doesn't. The top.
That's right.
There you go. Okay, go ahead, LJ.
That's okay. But later, in recent years, and I believe this probably was really the case. The child was very mentally handicapped, and Lindbergh was a dyed-in-the-wool Nazi. So what a lot of people believe is
Wait. Don't say anything because I'm going to be asking about it. I don't want to.
Okay.
Sway the chat.
But yeah, you know where I'm going with that anyway.
Yeah. There is an old Mandela effect surrounding the kidnapping of the Lindbergh baby. I have some new questions to ask, but we'll start with the old question. Original Mandela question, yes or no. In your past, was Charles Lindbergh Jr., the Lindbergh baby, ever found?
No.
No.
No, it was always, well, a joke, but it was always referenced in The Simpsons. I'm the Lindbergh baby and in programs. Yeah.
Exactly.
Jason Jones says no. Pushing Buttons says nope. LVA Paul says no. Five Little Stones Welcome says there are overlaps with the dingo ate your baby. It's ate my baby.
Yeah, she never said that in this reality.
I gotta write 5 little stones on my list. My shout out list. There we go. Sadly, Karen says no. Connie Wood says no. Many of us do not remember the baby ever being found. Many of us remember this being an unsolved cold case. But he was found, and the case was solved.
Dun, dun, dun.
Wait, didn't a similar thing happen to some little kid? And the mom was telling the media like, no, this isn't my kid, and they were just like, you're crazy, that this is your kid. And then it ended up turning out that the cops just like got some random kid and told him to like pretend to be. That's a whole separate story, right?
That is a separate story, but yes, that happened. Next one. The main piece of evidence found were the ransom gold notes stored in a gas can. The FBI continues to call it a gas can, but it's a paint can, even stating white lacquer on the front. Just wanted to point that out before getting started. So again, on the FBI website, they repeatedly call this a gas can, but the actual can is a paint can that says lacquer on it. So I don't know if that's a Mandela. It might be. That they remember it being a gas can and it's a paint can now.
Yeah, that changed.
There's no way they're gonna just accidentally file that wrong.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I thought the same thing the first time I saw it.
Next. Information as to the whereabouts of Chaz A. Lindbergh Jr. Chaz. Question 1. Yes or no? If yes, how? So it's a 2-part question if you say yes. Do you remember ever learning how the baby was unalived?
No, what the hell?
He wasn't. He was kidnapped and never found, so there was never any closure to it.
Yes,
he wasn't alive.
But I had to ask it that way in case someone has the current memory, you know?
Okay. I don't know what the current memory exactly is. I mean, I know the current memory he was found, but I don't know the rest of it.
Nobody has the current memory that he was found.
So far in the chat, no.
Okay, let's continue.
No.
Oh my
Question
God.
2. How many ransom notes do you recall being sent?
I don't know. I don't know how many there were.
Yeah, me either.
Me neither.
I thought there was just the one.
That's what I remember, just the one.
That's what I would guess.
You like my ransom note? Hand over the chocolate, no one gets hurt.
Yeah.
I guess 1 or 2, says pushing. I thought that too, sadly, Karen. He was kidnapped, never found.
Who knows, really?
I didn't realize The Changeling was based on that case. The original movie I saw. That's the Raising Arizona case you're thinking of, says Mandela Man. 2 notes for preliminary. Jordan Mill says the baby's body was found in 1932, I think. Apparently, it is common knowledge that the baby was unalived by a sharp blow to the head. I have never heard this. I have never
Common
known.
knowledge.
Huh?
Common knowledge. We know that's
Shit.
the term. Yeah.
Common knowledge. Cause of death, bludgeoning to the head by kidnapper.
No.
No.
Okay, we can go on. As for the ransom note, in my past there was only one. They never paid anyone. They never made contact. The baby was just gone. And in my past, the ransom note was like they suspected the parents, and the ransom note was assumed to be like a red herring. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They always expect the closest members of the family. That's what I remember too. That they were expecting the family members, the parents to do it.
so next. 13 people. There were 13 ransom notes in this reality. Does this match your memory? Absolutely not.
No, there weren't 13. I mean, I didn't know how many there were. There could have been 2 or 3, but there definitely were not 13.
Yeah, never.
Not 666? No.
13, close to.
I mean, after the fourth one, what were they saying in the little letters?
They were going back and forth. Look at, I think I get into it. I think. Next. And then it's a paint can. Gangster Al Capone was even offered his mafia contacts to help track down the kidnappers. Is any of this new reality information for you, or did you always know that he had been found? Can we zoom in on the gas can?
I never heard the Al Capone connection. I doubt if that really happened. I never heard of that.
Over the course of the next month, the Lindbergh family received 12 more ransom notes. It's up there on the, you got to move to the right a little bit. Last line at the bottom. Received 12 more ransom notes, making it a total of 13. And that's the FBI website. You know, I'm not making it up. That's all. So is any of this new reality information for you, or did you always know that he had been found unalive by a blow to the head, and that the kidnapper had been tried, convicted, and unalived by 1936? That there were 13 ransom notes? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
No, none of that happened, and the theory was that they had him unalived because he was handicapped, and Lindbergh was a very strong Nazi, which is something that a famous Nazi hero might have done, because then he would have had an imperfect son. So they could have done it themselves, or they could have had it done. But that's what I believe happened. Most probably actually happened.
And they found the kidnapper because of a hat that he bought. In South Philly, no less.
Must have been on City Avenue.
Yeah. No, it was like, you know, like 11th Street or something. But the point is, they had only made that hat for the one person.
Yeah, it was unsolved for me. They had that stair, the stair on the outside, and a lot of pictures, but they didn't have a clue.
Right.
And I thought they never were contacted, but that's me. But baby disappeared on the second floor, I believe.
Yes, there's a ladder at the bedroom window.
It's possible. Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't there, and I don't know. I'm just theorizing. It's possible that even the mother didn't know. The mother might have believed the story. I don't know. Or she could have been in on it. I really don't know.
So yeah.
But that's also the reason why the Lindbergh baby was that famous, because the baby was never found.
Correct.
So they never tell its name. It's like it's an object. They like I don't even know what the kid's name was. Oh, well, I guess true. Junior, right? They never call him Junior. They never call him Charlie. It's always
it's a term, Lindbergh baby. But if I mean, why is it in the news? Even with Lindbergh, there are more Mandelas with Lindbergh, with the first crossing the Atlantic. Never mind. But why was he famous in the first place? And why is the Lindbergh baby famous if it's solved and done
Exactly.
with?
Exactly.
Yeah,
coupled with
the
Lindbergh.
original story was he was the first and only person at that time who had done it.
Josh, aren't you supposed to be sleeping?
Yeah, I know. I've been waiting for a minute to interrupt and make my exit, but yeah, I guess now is as good a time as any. I know I said 5 to 5:30, but I feel like I'm pulling a splatter and like not wanting to leave. You know what I mean? Like it's just
I know.
like it's just too much fun being here. So, but yeah, I do got to go. So yeah, thanks for letting me come on and start the show off. And I know you haven't mentioned it tonight, but I did want to say before I left, you were fundraising all last week for. I think you got caught up for the week or whatever, but you still got another week or week and a half of dealing with Joey's half pay. So if anybody can help Sandy out with her medicine
less
and
of an
getting
emergency
by for
right
the next
now.
week until.
It'll be an
I know it's
emergency
not,
like
but it will be in a couple of days.
Yes,
Yeah,
in a
right. In
couple
a
of
couple of
days it
days,
will
it's going to
be.
be emergency. So why wait? So if you can help, nobody has to. But if you have have a couple extra bucks to throw away and you enjoy the show and you want to keep them going, Sandy would totally appreciate it. So
Absolutely. I would.
But yeah,
But
thanks
it's not
for
necessary.
letting me
It's
be
never
here.
ever
And,
necessary.
yeah. So
Sorry.
Good talking to all you guys,
Thank-
LJ and Venom and The Mind, Jackie, Noelle, of course. So
Oh, that reminds me. Thank you, Josh. I forgot to put the banner back up after the presentation.
I just got back.
Good night, Josh.
Yeah,
Thank
see
you
you
for
later,
helping
good night,
tonight.
everybody.
Oh,
Yeah.
Good
is
night.
the whole
Anytime.
stream ending or Josh is just leaving?
Josh is
No,
going.
I'm just leaving.
Oh.
Yeah.
Night, Josh.
Yep.
Jackie,
I would do this. I have so much fun.
I know.
Sorry, go ahead.
I hope you have fun this afternoon, though, too.
Yeah,
And
no,
you're
yeah,
not,
it'll
like,
be totally
falling
fun. We're going
asleep
we're
standing.
going to small little city about 45 minutes from here, and just one of those little like the old time towns. I'm gonna take some pictures. There's probably like tons of old buildings and
show us
cool
the
residue
pictures.
and
Yes.
so yeah. So I'll take some pictures and videos of it, and maybe I'll share them on the next the next
You mean
show.
tomorrow night?
So tomorrow night, yeah. Well, yeah. If you're still on when I get off work, so
Yep.
yeah.
All right.
But,
Good night.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Get some sleep.
Yep.
Good
See ya.
night.
Good night.
Jackie, do they have tornadoes in Australia?
We have cyclones. Recently, we had a bomb cyclone, which
Yes.
is new for me. I don't even really know what that is, so I have to look it up. But
You want me to cover
Yeah,
it?
they're manufacturing the weather. That's not even a secret anymore.
Do you want me to show you? Because I have a presentation on it.
Bomb cyclones
Oh, yeah.
are one of the manufacturing
I'll get it.
storms.
But we had Cyclone Alfred not too long ago, which actually did happen.
Hurricane.
Like I saw it.
I remember you talking about you weren't near the tornadoes that were happening.
Yeah, I thought the Elf Council was coming to get me because we never have any. We never have anything
Yeah.
like that. And then I looked up the meaning of the name, and it said Elf Council. I was like, oh yep, those machine elves, they're coming after me. The council.
There you go. It's in the back bit of Venom.
Yeah.
Cyclone and tornado are interchangeable terms. They've been called cyclones here before too.
Since when?
Yeah.
It's
I never
kind of
heard
an
that term.
older term. People don't use it as much anymore, but they mean the same thing.
Yeah, cyclone is the same as a hurricane, but usually cyclone is southern hemisphere and hurricane is northern hemisphere.
I've
Yeah,
heard
yeah.
tornadoes called cyclones also, but not for a long
Yeah, I thought they were. I knew them as the hurricanes that like Sandy said, I never heard of it. That's the other thing.
Yeah, I haven't heard that a tornado called that for a long time, but
Wait, let me put it this way. A hurricane is in the Atlantic. A cyclone is in the Pacific. I think that's what it is. They're the same exact thing. They just have different names.
Yeah, a hurricane has water in it, and a tornado doesn't.
Right, but a cyclone is the same thing as a hurricane.
And a water spout has water, and it comes up on the land.
A water spout is a tornado over the water.
Well, they can come up on land. One time we went to the Outer
Banks. As a land
Banks.
spout, yeah.
Yeah, we went to the Outer Banks on a vacation, and one of the beach houses had been taken out. They called it a water spout. It was a water cyclone that came up on the land and took one of the beach houses out.
Yeah, it's called a land spout when it hits land. To be clear, though, they're all still tornadoes. All right, here we go. Going back to 2019 or 2020. In 2020, we talked about derechos. Oh no, in 2021, atmospheric rivers. In 2022, we need to talk about the storm that just hit my city and the entire eastern seaboard. Have you ever heard of a bomb cyclone? So that is a hurricane in the winter.
I thought it needs warm weather for
You would
to form a
think.
cyclone.
Wait, but it gets worse. I think they form on land. So next. Bomb cyclone prompts blizzard warnings for Virginia to Maine. Also called a snow bomb or winter hurricane. A bomb cyclone is a storm that transforms into a cyclone. Bomb cyclone is a storm that transforms into a cyclone by a process called bombogenesis. You cannot make this stuff up, people.
Bombogenesis. Okay.
It's manufactured weather. This isn't even a secret anymore. They hire. There's contractors that do this. That paid contractors, and they can make rainstorms. They can make tornadoes. They can make hurricanes. They can make whatever you want for money. So that's what this is.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
You see, there are a lot of footage from the South Pole with real weird weather patterns, storms, and things like that. Yeah.
But the only issue though about even saying that is it becomes accusatory and it's accusations and legally like people with money is like, you can't say that about me, you're going to jail, you can't even accuse me of that.
Because it's public information.
It's true. It's true.
This isn't secret. This is out in the mainstream.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying, like, just the way censorship works, you can't even say words without getting in trouble for it.
In my opinion, as a non-expert, YouTube.
Yeah. No, I don't think we have to worry now. I'm just saying in the future, I think. Literally, I was thinking about it, and I was like, man, the censorship's getting crazy on YouTube. Like, I was thinking to a certain, it's going to get to the point where the Bible itself is going to be censored. Like, we're not even going to be able to say scriptures without being, them being like, that's copyright information. You can't be saying that.
No, as long as you don't talk about the current thing and science things that are not public yet, then we are okay.
Yeah. Mandela Man, this is not a nor'easter. This is an actual hurricane in the wintertime. It's a hurricane. A nor'easter is just a storm that usually gets it travels up the coast from Florida, pulling in moisture from the Gulf and traveling straight up the coast. This is spin. It's a full hurricane in cold water, which was not a possibility in my past.
No.
When bombogenesis happened.
Is there a history of this?
No.
Like,
wait.
do you know the art?
I don't know. I haven't covered this in 3 years. I have to read it. The system begins to swirl. The storm rapidly intensifies. gains a ton of moisture, precipitation, moves at a slower pace, the wind gets stronger, and most importantly, the pressure rapidly plummets, just like a hurricane. Okay, next. It might tell you, I don't know exactly. But they can occur over land. Unlike a hurricane, which forms over water, bomb cyclones can also occur over land, which is just what reality are we in that hurricane type storms can form over land in the summer months, causing a rain bomb cyclone. Not to be confused with a rain bomb, another weather phenomenon that I covered last year.
A lot of
So
bombs.
1980 is when it was coined.
Yeah, it's a Mandela.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the
I never
first
heard of that.
thing you should check. Yeah. Sorry.
I would have known about that.
Yep. Bomb cyclones frequently cause blizzard conditions, thanks to the hurricane strength winds up to 95 miles per hour, and precipitation can vary greatly depending on your location to the bands of the storm. Oh, can you go back? I didn't read the top. I'm sorry. A storm cannot be classified as a bomb cyclone unless the pressure drops to a specific number within 24 hours. This drop is dependent on latitude. Sorry about that. Good. Also, it turns out that there's even more names, including explosive cyclogenesis, explosive development, meteorological bomb, atmospheric bomb, and bombogenesis, even though it's cut off. Have you ever heard of these terms for a nor'easter or any other storm in your past? The terms I've listed have been around since the 1940s and in widespread use since 1980, but they are new to me. Like I said, Jackie, I probably have it in here, but I don't remember. Noelle, I'm going to need you to turn off your camera if you're going to bed, or I'm going to have to put you backstage. Thank you, sweetie. Good night, honey.
This is the last one.
Oh, that is the last one. I have to take my medicine, guys.
Everything bomb.
Go to bed.
No, you go to bed. I got 71 people watching. I can't just leave them hanging. Now, people start going to bed. 67. See, they listen. They went to bed, Noel. 67 people now. It was 71 a second ago. A second ago, it was 71. Now it's 67. Hello, Blue Pac-Man. Better late than never. We're not ending it until Bit of Venom wants to. It's his call. It
Maybe.
is. You're the presenter. Whenever you're ready, that's when the show ends.
Yeah, I got all day. No worries.
Oh my goodness. Well, maybe I'll be ending it first. Not now. I'm not ending it. Don't leave. Guys, you're welcome to join us. This is an open panel. You're not just here to listen. I'm dropping. It's
Sandy,
pinned at the top.
Do you have any other like weather phenomenon that you haven't reported on or haven't told me about? Maybe you could go through them all.
I can cover some weather. I don't want to bore them to death with just weather, but I can cover
okay.
some.
Yeah, don't worry, sorry.
No, I can cover some. I don't mind. I love
It's
weather
just,
stuff.
I just want to know, because like if another thing pops up in the news and I'm like, whoa, never heard of that before, and then you're like, oh, well, we covered that years ago, it'd just be easier for me to, if we've already covered everything, that I know, oh, well, anyways, don't worry about it. So I don't want to explain my process, but
I got you, but I am going to cover some.
okay, cool. Okay.
I'm just pulling some up. Let's see. Why don't we start with the older stuff first? In other words, stuff that most people have seen before, but was crazy for me at the time. But I just covered that one, so Jackie's going to know that one. Let me see.
Snow,
Huh?
there are a couple of snow, of course, that feels like sponge.
That's what I was about to
It
grab.
doesn't
I got
melt.
different.
Ah,
Yep. Oh, wait. I kind of debunked one of them.
yeah.
The burning snow.
Or that water, if you have hot water in a pan,
Bit,
and when it's freezing, you throw up. Well, you don't throw up, but you throw up the pan, and it makes mist. That's weird.
It is.
Bit of venom. You're from the Netherlands?
Yes, I am.
You're from the happiest people in the world.
There you go.
They-
And the
They've done
happiest
so good.
children. Yeah.
Yeah. What is that word? Because I've only seen it in print. I don't actually know how to say it. It's like the homely feeling you have when you gather in houses. It's like bugula or
Gezellig.
something. How do you say it? Do it
Gezellig.
again.
Yeah. Gezellig. It's the
Gezellig?
Harchi. Gezellig. Yeah, it's cozy. It's there's not an English word for it, but it's cozy and snug and or having fun, or having a coffee
Yeah, I
with
listened
somebody.
to an audio
Enjoy your
book
time.
about your culture and why the people are so happy there. Because you stay in your small family friend groups. What would you say makes the people happy there?
Really quickly. Hi, Rebecca. Hi, Bob Doylan. Welcome. Or Bib Doylan. Wow, my brain just saw that wrong. Welcome, Bib Doylan. Sorry, guys. Go on.
What makes us happy? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a combination of. I'm not sure if there's one item that makes people happy. I mean, the children can play at night, late at night. We're very relaxed. We don't have an hierarchy, so in work, so there's no manager to boss you around. They can't fire you on the spot. So that's we have a lot of free time. We have holidays, and we have unlimited sick days. We have healthcare. So if you're sick, you're sick. You call in sick, and yeah, you can stay away for a year or something and still get paid. Yeah, but then we got maternity leave. You get a nurse if you're delivered a baby. You get a nurse for a couple of weeks that will help you out in the house, do cleaning and teach you how to take care of the baby. What else? Yeah, yeah, it's all good here, so to say. Come
Yeah,
here.
your country is extremely smart. I've been watching some videos about like you're a large percentage of the European economy, and you're just a tiny little place that's mostly little pieces of land surrounded by water. So like your country, I can't think of a country that's run smarter than yours is. You produce a lot of the food for Europe, and you're just tiny.
The world, yeah, we're the second producer of most food, and yeah, and meat. We're always up in those numbers. Yeah, food,
Yeah, so there's all that
vegetables.
land in Europe, and you tiny little place are producing half the food. And then you also have several other industries, and I've never seen a smarter country than yours the way it's run.
Yeah, yeah, do smarter, not more effort. I mean, we don't have much land, so we have to use land more smarter. That's why we have. I mean, you can travel by car, you can travel by train, by bus, you can take your bike. We have cycle path everywhere. So,
Excuse me one
yeah.
second. Josh, go to bed. He's in the chat. Sorry. He's got to go to bed. He's got to spend time with his daughter. Go to bed.
We're talking about the Netherlands, Josh. You can go to bed.
Hi, Rebecca. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the event, but I had to tell him to go to bed.
But we have, yeah, it's a small country, so we have to use our land space smart. Also with agriculture, growing food, also the cities, also the places. It's not like in America where you can build a big Walmart and if they're out of business or whatever, build another Walmart next to it or whatever. Yeah. So we don't have those big lanes of supermarkets or Starbucks or something like that. No,
You're not missing anything.
no. If I go to the supermarket, it's 5 minutes walk for me. Or yeah, the 5 minute cities. Well, we're not scared of that here. I mean, everything is mostly 5 minutes. You can walk. You can cycle. You can. I can cycle through the whole of the Netherlands with no problem. So yeah, and that means because you can take the train or stuff like that. That means that a lot of people take the train or alternative transport. That means I don't have a lot of traffic jams. So that's an advantage for me that a lot of people take the train. And there are, yeah, business people in the train and people that go to work and yeah. And they go every 5 minutes, there's a train or tram or bus. Yeah.
Yeah, America is a dumb country. It's not really the people's fault. It's more like the government, but everything is done in a very stupid and wasteful way. And yeah, we have those big supermarkets, but they're mostly full of poison food. You know, so like if you boiled it down to the food you should really eat, we'd have little stores like you do. But Americans
Yeah.
are gluttons and they'll eat anything and they don't research. They don't care if they eat chemicals. They don't care if they eat GMOs. They think they're impervious to it and it won't hurt them. Meanwhile, we're the most unhealthy people in the world, except for starving people.
Yeah, we have another mindset. We say with new food, we don't trust it. First, it has to be proven to be safe. And in
Right.
America, it's the other way around.
It's the other way around.
It's
Americans
safe
are very
until people
ignorant
die.
when it comes
Well, no,
Okay,
it's more
I
we're
just want to say,
brainwashed. We're
yeah, I just
told
want to
that
say
it's
that
safe. We have the
there
Food and
are a
Drug
lot of,
Administration, you know?
yeah, I want to say there are a lot of like native indigenous people who are like against a lot of legal systems that have been put in place, especially when it comes to food and agriculture and all this stuff. But we are not acknowledged, and we
No,
are
you're
just,
prisoners of war. You are prisoners
yeah,
of
exactly.
war.
Yeah, and literally, but it's a little frustrating because just the perspective that people have when you're saying like Venom's country is like doing things smarter and this and that. I feel like they're just better at manipulating, being a part of the manipulative system, because only that's what I feel like. The people who are not being a part of the manipulative system are being manipulated, and that's it. If you don't play the role, if you don't participate in the manipulation, then you will be taken advantage of.
Guys,
And
I have
that's
to interrupt. I need to say a thank you. It's on the screen. I'm sorry. Thank you, pushing button 62 again. Thank you again to pushing button 62.
Yeah, I mean,
Pushing.
Yeah, it's a good one.
yeah, I mean, I can't blame the individuals in the Netherlands
I'm not blaming the individuals. I'm just saying I don't think the system itself,
But yeah,
like
the
the country,
system.
it's not that
Everybody is
good.
stuck in the system. We're all stuck in the system,
It's not like that
whether
country's
we like
better
it
or
or not.
smarter. It's just that they get to take advantage of the system that has manipulated the world. That's what's going on.
Their
Like they're not.
country plays the game better than most. But the other thing is
Yeah.
the people though are more caring toward each other.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I agree.
that's
I
not
agree.
manufactured. That doesn't have anything to do with the system. The
Yeah,
people
that's true.
there really care about each other, and
We
you
went the
can't.
same way in the 50s and the 60s with the cars to demolish buildings and make highways, stuff like that. And people stopped that. They say, we don't want more cars. They had an action called Stop the Child Killing because the cars killed a lot of children. And well, at that time, it went the other way. They stopped building highways. If you look at the highways, it's not going through the cities. They were planning to do that. And we have more cycle paths here than anywhere in the world, maybe China. But yeah, we don't have potholes. And I mean, you pay taxes here, but you can see where the money is going here if you pay tax. And also for people that has a disability or whatever, and they get money, or people with a disease, it's more social. It's not a socialist country. We are a democracy with a kingdom, but the king doesn't have any power. But we are democracy, social, with a lot of social structures. But my healthcare, for example, it's private, so it's not and the healthcare itself, the hospitals, they're also private. So it's not that everything is socialism, or I have to wait months before I have an appointment. It depends on what it is, but it's a couple of weeks at most. And normally, if it's an emergency, you can see the doctor next day or the same day. The doctor also takes home calls. So if you're too sick to get out of your bed, the house doctor will come to you. So yeah,
Household
and we are
doctors. I
more.
mean, who has that? That's amazing.
We are. I think we are more caring, more. We think
Yeah,
more of
it is
the
a more
other. I
caring
don't know.
society. That's why you're happier than everybody else in the world.
Yeah, we don't have medical debt, or we don't. If you're out of a job, you don't have to worry that much, and yeah, maybe that makes you happier. Probably.
Americans, there are, and there, of course, some Americans do care about each other, but at large, it's very individualistic.
Yeah, yeah.
Or me and mine, and that's all.
Yeah, and we don't have a tipping culture. So if you come here and you don't tip, everybody's fine with it because we pay, or they get paid the service enough to make a living out of it. So yeah, you don't have to tip anyone. But it's more individualized, yeah, in America. That's true. Yeah, it's more
We become
institutional.
We're very individualized, and also people move all the time. They move for jobs. They move for the weather. They move for all different reasons. So it's a constantly changing bunch of strangers. So like, even if you do want to care and reach out, a lot of times you get burnt trying to do that, and so you give up. You give up trying to have a close neighborhood, or really be friends with people at work, or whatever it is. Like, you just give up on it because you get burnt by it.
Yeah, we're in the Netherlands. We are very open and direct. So if something we don't like, we say it, and it can be considered rude, but we are very direct with our communications.
I feel like that's one. I feel like that's one big thing.
Works well if you have an overall positive regard for each other, then that can work well.
Yeah.
Okay, I am putting this up on stage. Josh finally went to sleep. Well, is pretending to go to sleep while he listens to us on the TV. I find it fascinating that no matter how much strangeness in our weather I find, more weather weirdness keeps popping up. Because those of you that are new to my channel, I've been doing this 7 years. And I've covered weather many times, and there's always something new. It's kind of crazy. Tide cracks. The Arctic and Antarctic oceans freeze over with fast ice. And when it's low tide, the ice is essentially suspended in mid-air. This can cause the ice to break and move, causing a tide crack. Fast ice is ice that forms in the winter months that will eventually melt, break up, and move away from shore in the spring and summer. So if you can imagine ice forming, right? And then the low tide happens, the water goes down, but the ice stays in place. So there's a gap between the ocean and the ice. So the ice cracks. Have you ever heard of a tide crack before? Yes or no? Panel?
No.
No.
The mind? Jackie?
I said no.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Jackie?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
No?
Okay. No, I don't.
Pushing Button says no. Jason Jones says no. I agree. It's an interesting theory, Blue Pac-Man. That we're like past revelation. We're just out of the Bible. Completely.
Kind of looks like something on the Ice Age movie. Maybe. You
What'd
know
you
how
say?
on Ice Age, the
yeah.
Ice Age movie, you know how the cracks are like I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know
not
what it
by
is yet.
water. You see in that movie, especially in those disaster movies, you see the ice crack, but it's all the ice that cracks. But here, it's water underneath and forms a
Oh,
void underneath. So, yeah.
okay.
On the Arctic
And Antarctic, they're claiming.
and Antarctic. Yeah.
Blue Pac-Man says no. Never heard of this before, says Angels Don't Fall. Pushing, Noise has been here like all night just lurking. I know he has, because I saw like a couple random comments from him, but he's been quiet. Okay, we can go on. Tide cracks are typically about 5 miles long, but can be shorter or longer and usually no more than 1 to 2 feet wide, making it easy to walk across, and also allows birds to feed close to shore in the winter months. And they're all over the place. And I've never heard of them before. Here's some penguins jumping over a tide crack. So they can go further out in the ocean and get, more food. Just hop back onto land. Noise says I was designated driver after barbecue. Good morning, Jess. Okay, we can go on.
Did you read this one already?
Yep. Oh, wait. No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thought so.
I thank you. I can't say this is a Mandela for sure, since I've never been to these places, but there are so many pictures of this, and I've never even heard of it, so I'm sharing it with you. Number 2, sastrugi. Yes or no, have you ever heard the term sastrugi? Sounds like
No.
something like an Italian
Pasta.
pastry.
Yeah. Sastrigi. Okay. Yeah.
Yes or no in the chat. If you ever heard of sastrugi, it's a fun word to say.
Sastrugi.
But Pushin, did you maybe hear it from me? Pushin says maybe. Jess says no. Jason says nope. Jackie, have you ever heard of sastrugi? Oh, I like that.
No.
Sastrugi. No?
I've never heard of that, no.
Yeah, never heard of it.
Doesn't sound English.
Okay. The mind doesn't remember it. LJ, what about you?
I said no.
Vitavenom's name is better. Sustrugi. Thailand says
sus.
no. Huh?
Very sus.
Very sus. Actually, you're right. It does sound Russian, Tiniest Squish. I agree with you. Tiniest Squish says no. Sounds like French art form. No, says Blue Pac-Man. Probably from uses pushing buttons. Sustrugi, says Blue Pac-Man. It's like a Sicilian gelato, but more like whipped creamy. Says Angels Don't Fall. Another. Oh, did I read that? I did. No, I didn't. I didn't. I'm sorry.
No, you did. Sastrugi.
No. Another weather effect that may or may not be a Mandela is wind-carved snow called sastrugi. So this is wind-carved snow. Next slide. Unlike the tide cracks, sastrugi can be found anywhere in the world, from backyards, fields, and mountains to Sastrugi National Park. There's a national park called Sastrugi, people, which is located 200 miles from the South Pole. Of course it is. Because if they got any closer, they go flying backwards. Next.
Do you know where the origin of the name is from? Because it does sound like if it's, Russian or something.
Kind of does. No, I don't. Sastrugi has even been observed on trees and icebergs. But what makes this a possible Mandela for me is not that wind is creating art with snow and ice. Erosion has always happened. Like, I've never seen an iceberg carved up like that. That's kind of crazy.
I just looked it up. The word sastrugi or sastrugi originates from the Russian sastruga, which means small ridge, groove, or furrow. The word was adopted into German as sastruga, singular, and then into English as sastrugi, plural.
Interesting that you said it.
Say it again, Sandy.
Feather.
Sandy, you got cut off. What did you say?
I said the top of the tree, the snow is carved like a feather. It's interesting that sastrugi means one of the words is feather. It looks like a feather at the top of the tree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next. Jason Jones says, LOL, never seen this, and I've lived in places with a lot of snow and wind. And Jordan says, that's very interesting. I've never heard of that. Okay.
I just want to say real quick, for me, when I see this, I think like that the physical matter, obviously, right? It's being affected differently by reality around it. So I don't know. That's what I think. Maybe the atoms are getting heavier and it's being affected by wind differently, so it's forming different patterns. Like that's all I can think of. Like some kind of atomic change in this, like the weight of the matter, and it's causing slight changes like this to patterns with the wind. Okay, that's it. That's all I got.
It could be because our atmosphere that we breathe is a different composition from when I was taught in school. It's the patterns. Some of these are crazy beautiful, and the fact that this can happen wherever there is snow and wind Makes me think this could be a Mandela. I've never seen anything like this. Have you? Would you mind zooming in on those pictures, please?
Never seen these patterns.
It's beautiful though.
Yeah. And it's all different. They're totally varied. Like swirls, chips, chunks.
Onwards.
But it definitely looks carved. Look at the ones in the middle right there. They're pentatites. I've talked about them before. Like an ice shelf. Like you don't want to fall there.
No, it's painful.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you think this could be like due to all of the electromagnetic waves, like all the electromagnetic fields? That could be maybe affecting the ice or the water or something. The electromagnetic fields, because that's happening. They're messing with weather and different, just even like all of the different types of radiation. Like I don't know if that could be maybe altering this somehow.
I don't know. All I know is that this has always been, and I have never heard of it. And now we're moving on to more pictures. Yeah, well, because they're so varied. Look at the differences.
Yeah, it's beautiful though, but
You got blocks.
there's a lot of variations of it.
Yeah.
It's more water, sea on the left. Waves.
At the bottom, it looks like ice. But it's snow. Look at that. It's black and white. Look at that. Looks like papery thin things of snow. Number 3, snow or sun cups? Yes or no in the chat. Have you ever heard of sun cups or snow cups?
No, of course not.
Yeah, another new to me phenomenon that can be found literally anywhere snow exists is a melting pattern called snow cups or sun cups. I've seen both. No, I haven't seen the phenomenon. I've seen the terms snow cups or sun cups. Tiny Squish is laughing no. Jason Jones says no. Rebecca says nope. Jess says no. Scientists aren't exactly sure how they are formed, but agree the pattern is caused by a sunny day, wind, or incident solar radiation or solar gain. ISR or solar gain is just a fancy way of saying some areas are shaded and don't melt at the same rate as exposed snow, like the roof shown above. Again, it's the strange honeycomb patterns that makes me believe this is a Mandela. This is a Mandela. I've seen plenty of snow in my life, but I've never seen it melt like this. Like little egg cartons.
It really melts weird.
Yep.
Doesn't melt like snow used to melt.
I've never seen it melt like this. Take my other medicine now. It reminds me of a very tame version of the melting ice I discovered way back in 2019. Pentatents. But this time it's snow. These are ice. that melt like this, and it literally looks like a maze. You see this? I've never seen this before either. Pentatents or pentatentes.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna say what the first thing I'm thinking when I see this kind of ice melting. This reminds me of like some, uh, like if the sun wasn't melting the ice evenly, and it was just like causing it to heat up in different spots. That's kind of what this reminds me of. Like if a laser was melting just different parts of it
Yep.
instead of.
I can see that.
Yeah,
I agree.
that's it.
So here are the sun cups or snow cups.
Okay.
And I'd like to know how snow, like, what shade was on top of that to make it melt like that?
Yeah. It's a weird pattern to melt in that way.
Right.
Yeah, too. And look at this one.
It looks like a field, like a
Yeah,
farm field.
yeah, with ice over it. Somebody just planted tomatoes or potatoes,
Wait.
and yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Here's more. Again,
But
this can
wait,
happen in your own backyard.
weird looking.
Is he in shorts?
Yeah, he's in shorts.
People are nutty.
Sometimes it can be hot in the snow. Sometimes skiers ski in shorts because the sun can actually be very hot, especially if there's no clouds. Even though the air is kind of cold, you can be kind of hot. And then the other thing is he's moving. If he's cross country skiing, that's some of the sweatiest, hardest stuff you can do. I've done cross country skiing, and you just sweat like crazy because it's such hard work. So even no matter how
He was
cold
just
it is
walking.
out, you definitely, or even walking in snow, it's like walking in sand on a beach. It's very hard to do. So you definitely would wear, and look, he's carrying that heavy pack. So yeah, he would
No,
definitely
he's
be
not wearing
sweating.
shorts. The guy on the bottom's wearing shorts.
Okay.
Him. Yeah,
He
him.
has a pack though.
Yeah.
He has a heavy pack. So he's working up a sweat. I've just gone out plain old walking in the winter and I get sweaty. So even though it's cold out, he's very hot because he's working so hard. I used to shovel snow in shorts in the winter.
Once again, I'm leaving it up to you to decide if this is Mandela's weather or not. Have you seen this before? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
It's manufactured weather. Plus they're putting so many chemicals in the air that it probably affects
Yeah. Yeah.
what's in the snow. There's stuff in the
Yep.
snow that didn't used to be in it. Plus there's manufactured weather.
I agree. I agree 100% with that. Okay, I need to learn some new words to say because I'm getting tired of saying I agree. I also want to say too. I think there's certain words that are programming the masses, and I have heard a lot of people saying this is crazy. Like I think I said this before, but I'm a poet. I'm an artist, and I do like to like have a bigger vocabulary. And I don't know why it. I feel like it's not good to start like not trying to think enough and just like using the same words. I think it does do this programming thing over the populace, and I've been noticing that everyone's using the word crazy lately because everything is going crazy.
Yeah, it is. What I've noticed, that's an interesting point. I've noticed, I've mentioned this before with words. I do understand there's social media. I know things move faster than they used to, but it doesn't completely explain what goes on. Because the way language worked when I was younger, is there would be street words that would start in the street culture, and then they would kind of work their way up to the mainstream culture and even into the more intellectual people. The slang words would work their way up. And the other thing that would happen is there might be science words or more intellectual words, and they would work their way down. And this took time. It took months or years even for a word to pervade the culture. Now, I understand it can happen a lot faster now, but it happens literally overnight. There would just be a word, and overnight, everybody is saying that word. Everybody. It's not normal. There's something about it that's not normal.
Yep. I agree. I want to say one last thing, and I think there's a difference between this thing where people can be aware of a situation like telekinesis versus this thing that's happening where people are just getting downloaded information to think like everyone else. Like, I think there's a difference between the two, and some people can't tell the difference from those two things.
I think those things are happening. I think that's why sometimes I think that's part of the Mandela effect, the downloads. That's why you might get an update. Sometimes you can feel it happening. You have a strong memory, and then you see a Mandela presentation of all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe it was the other way, and then you're not sure. And then maybe people in your same generation remember it the other way. So one of you took an update, and it could be you, it could be me. Something, I know Splatter's not here, but after all the stuff that's been going on with the Flat Earth folks, and even Splatter, I like Splatter a lot, but it's like they're under a spell or something. Like, he can't not talk about that. He can't not attack people about it. He can't not. He has to. And they all have to too. And it does. They could even, let's say they're correct. Let's say their information is even correct. It doesn't explain the behavior.
Yes.
I feel bad for Splatter because I don't think he can help it. I think he can't stop himself. And then he's attacking people, and then people try to reason with them, or they even tease him. Like, I think a lot of what Go-Kart, we've known Go-Kart for years. Go-Kart's just teasing him a little bit. That's Go-Kart's personality. If he likes you, he teases you. And so he didn't even, I don't think, mean any harm, but he's under this spell or whatever it is, and he can't deal with it. Where he probably could, if it was some other subject, he would think it was funny too, or he would ignore it. But there's something about that subject and that group that they're all, I can't even explain it. They're under a spell. That's the only way I can even term it.
I get what you're saying, though, LJ.
I like Splatter, and he's normal about most things. It's just this one thing.
On Hebreo's show the other night, I mean, I was at my wit's end because Go-Kart Bob was goading him, and he was taking the bait every single time, interrupting the show. It was bad.
But I think Go-Kart was partly just good-natured teasing him, and partly it had it because Splatter attacks people and then acts like he's the victim when he gets. And even if people just try to reason with him or gently tease him, he acts like he's the big victim, and it's happening because he keeps attacking and attacking and attacking. And he can't help it. I can see that he can't help it. And they're all like this. The whole group of them is like that. So it's like something has taken them over.
Okay, I wanted to say I feel the same way with a lot of different groups. Like, it doesn't matter how much truth you have. Once you start going into this like weird attitude, personality thing, then that's when I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna step away from this person, from this group, because there's something weird going on here. Like, even with I believe in God, I believe in Jesus, but religion, people's perspectives is what I have an issue with a lot of times, and religion is all about that. And yeah, so it's hard for me to be in like a church or in a congregation without that thing happening, where this mob mentality, this group thing happens, and then you stop thinking for yourself and you start like running all these scripts.
Yes, that happens in religion. It happens with a lot of different things, a lot of different subjects. And there's something you can't explain about it, because I mean, people can believe that something is the truth and they're passionate about it. But then there's something additional to it where they can't even act like a rational person, and that's where it gets weird.
I just, I just wish it wasn't so disruptive to the show. Like, I can't even mention, even when I say, you know, like, science says, there's got to be a comment. Like, you can see I have the quotes in it, you know? I'm just honest. I don't care what the shape is. I really don't. I get it. They're lying to us about a lot of things.
I understand a lot of their perspective. First of all, they want to defend the Bible, and okay,
yes,
that's good. And I think there is evidence for flat Earth. But it's like when I tried to discuss it with them, I just started into a sentence and Splatter right away said, "You believe in the globe Earth, and you believe it's spinning, and you believe this and this, this." I hadn't even gotten to state what I believed, and I didn't believe most of the things he was saying, but I wasn't allowed to talk.
I remember.
And so I actually agreed with him about it not spinning. But I didn't get to explain that I believe in the firmament. You know, I believe in all that, and I don't think it goes against the Bible to believe that it's the Earth is a globe. And I am still looking at both sides, so I'm not even dogmatic about my view. It's just that, so since you can't reason with them, I just said, you know, watch the videos for yourself, because that's what I did. Watch the flat Earth videos. Watch the debunking the flat Earth videos and make up your own mind. To me, there is evidence on both sides. I have never said there's no evidence for flat Earth. I just, from what I have seen, it appears to me there is much more evidence for the globe Earth. And I don't want to be the one to go on debates, because while I've watched the videos and it all made sense to me at the time, I've had strokes. I don't retain things very well. So I'm not going to be able to go on and debate them and bring up all the points, because I won't remember the points. I just remember that I saw them and I knew what they all were at the time, and they were very strong. And I also remember that there is evidence for flat Earth, the things they say, you know, like the ocean not having the curve, you know, all those different things that they say. But the debunking videos explain all those. So, and they could still be right. So I'm not, first of all, I'm not dogmatic about it. So I don't even necessarily want to strongly defend the globe Earth, because who knows? Maybe it's changed. Maybe it never was a globe Earth. I sort of was a flat earther for a little bit, until I went back and looked at the debunking videos, and then remembered, oh yeah, this is why I didn't believe in the flat Earth. Now I remember, you know. So I don't want to be the person to try to debate it, because I don't think I'm qualified. Plus, I'm not that dogmatic about it. I'm still open-minded if it is flat. So it's their attitude that you can't deal with, not the information.
Yeah, I'm personally up in the air when it comes to that. I don't think there's a good way to know. Even if we were to know and go up into space and see it, just based off of, you know, the experiences I have had, which is things just constantly changing, I wouldn't be surprised if it were to change shape at all.
Yeah, and the thing is, things are happening, because I mean, I've just been realizing in real time recently that, you know, you did used to be able to see ships disappear over the horizon, and I just thought about it recently. Now you can't. So, like, whether the Earth is curved or not, that's a change. So I don't know 100% what's going on, but I do believe in the firmament. I believe, like Sandy, that space is just very limited, and then there is an ice wall. I just believe it's around the whole globe rather than half than the dome, which would be half. And then God is outside of that, and we can't go there. And I think the sun and the moon are about the same size, and they're not very far away. So I agree actually with Splatter about 90% of the stuff, and I'm even open to the idea that it could be flat. There's something about them though that they're under like a spell. That's the only way I can explain it with their behavior.
Yeah, it's a religion, or they are fixed belief, and I don't have a fixed belief. Yeah, but somebody is bothered by somebody else's opinion or beliefs. I mean, yeah, don't bother. I mean, everybody has their beliefs, and that's it. And some can handle it better than others.
I agree.
I try to convince somebody. I see it a lot with Mandela effect. I mean, people see it or people don't, and I don't. I'm not trying to convince people. They see it or they don't, and if they can't see it, then yeah, I won't bother with it because it's futile. I mean, it won't change a thing, and they get more fixed in their beliefs.
Yeah, in every group there are dogmatic people and non-dogmatic people. Same beliefs, just some people are dogmatic and some people are not. It's just I have yet to meet a flat earther that is not like a robot and dogmatic. I haven't seen one yet. Maybe they're out there.
Welcome straight blue to the chat. I'm sorry, there's new people in the chat. I'm just saying hello. Hi, Ryan.
Anyway, so that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, I understand where you're coming from because...
Except to underscore that I do like Splatter, and he's normal on most things.
Yeah, I understand. I do. I do. All right, let's get this presentation up. Here we go, everyone. Oh, here we go again. All right, so this is back in 2019. You probably know about these things by now, but maybe you don't, so that's why we're going to cover them again. Remember when the community was talking about thunder snow? For those of you that don't know, in the Mandela community back in 2016, 2017, people were hearing the term thunder snow for the first time. Well, now logically, there's also thunder sleet. Yes or no in the chat. Have you ever heard of thunder sleet? Panel?
No.
The Mind,
No, but
Jackie,
why
the Venom?
No, never heard of it. Thunder sleet. Thunder snow was already, but thunder sleet? No.
Thunder sleet?
Weird word.
No.
I can
Jason
think
Jones.
up of other word with SLT, but sleet is not one of them.
Be good. Jason Jones says no. Yes, the skyquakes. I haven't covered it, but yeah, it was covered in the community 100%. Sadly, Karen says no. I can't click on her. There we go. Guys, I'm going to refresh. I'm crashing. I'll keep it. Yeah, thunder sleet. Are they now making new words up by the day? Possibly, but this is back in 2019. All right, guys, I'm refreshing. I'll be right back.
Who all is still here?
I'm still here. The rain has a bit dissipated. It was a thunder rain here.
Yeah, I'm still here as well.
I
Yeah, I'm
can't
here.
see the circles. Is the mind still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just literally. Hello, can you hear me? Mic check 1 2. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
What's your report?
I'm
What
here.
did
I'm
you say?
just driving my car right now, so I'm getting off of
Oh,
work. But I can't. I am listening, but I might take a second to respond.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, Joe Martinez. We just hit 1,300 subscribers.
Woohoo!
Yeah, this is
Did
crazy.
you want to ask me anything, CJ
going fast.
LJ.
or
I don't
LJ?
know
Sorry,
what
LJ.
what is there anything you wanted to say or you wanted to talk about?
Let me see. Well, at the very moment right now, like I said, I was driving. I was listening, but I literally, yeah, didn't have anything to say at the moment because I'm trying to drive.
Okay,
Like
well,
I
if you
literally need to
think of
clock out.
something, yeah, okay.
So what?
Okay, we can go next slide. That is a thunderbolt during over snow. Thunder snow has been in my past since 2003, so I'm not fully affected by this, but I've never heard of thunder sleet until 2019, even though it happens in my area occasionally. Zach, here's thunder sleet on the news. That's my local news.
Ah, okay.
Here it says winter weather products, and this is Centerville.
Yeah,
Is that?
that's
No, but it's
well
Fort
known.
Worth, Dallas. That's Texas. And Texas, it says hatched area is most likely region for thunder sleet and may result in sleet totals closer to 2 inches.
Thunder sleet.
So thunder sleet and thunder snow in my area. If you zoom in, the green and the red. I don't have the guide, but I think thunder sleet was the green and thunder snow was the red.
Okay.
I'm not sure of that though, because I don't have the guide. Thunder sleet occurs the same way thunder snow does. Wintertime storms that develop along a warm front. The only difference is sleet is produced instead of snow. That's the only difference. They also call it thunder ice. What's the other name for it? Thunder ice or thunder sleet.
Water is really different here.
Canada Spaceman says never heard of thunder snow until right now. So here we have, where is this place? Waco, Texas. And the only difference between a thunderstorm and thunder snow sleet are the type of precipitation and the season that the storm is taking place. Number 2, remember the derecho storms I found last spring? Those who don't know what a derecho is, they are storms that form in a line and they just keep coming. You can see it on the radar on the right, the little comma storms. And it goes from day to night in seconds. You can see underneath that storm cloud. That's a typical derecho cloud. You can see it's like black under there. Like nighttime, straight up nighttime in the middle of the day. They were a line of insanely strong storms that lasted for hundreds of miles in a small area and nicknamed inland hurricanes. Well, Teresa Lynch has found the derecho cousin, atmospheric rivers. Rivers in the sky. Atmospheric rivers are giant flowing streams of water vapor. While weaker atmospheric rivers bring needed rainfall, More intense atmospheric rivers can cause extreme precipitation, flooding, and dangerous mudslides. Therese is from Las Vegas, and there was one there which caused massive flooding in Las Vegas. It says strong atmospheric rivers can carry more than twice the volume of the Amazon River.
That's a lot.
Also known as a tropical plume, tropical connection, moisture plume, water vapor surge, and cloud band. I've never heard of any of these. Have you? Hello, Shari Eyes.
I haven't.
Atmospheric rivers, as they are also known as, carry as much water vapor as 20 Mississippi rivers and are categorized like hurricanes. It's like a long bullet of a storm, targeting one specific area for days and appearing like a river on a weather map.
Yeah, there's a real from Hawaii to San Francisco. What a river.
Parts of California will need yardsticks to measure snow this week thanks to atmospheric rivers. Atmospheric rivers bring snow as well as rain, and just like rain, it usually brings a lot of it. And there's 2 tornado reports.
Large hail, severe winds.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is really crazy here.
They usually occur in the extratropical North Pacific, Atlantic, Southeastern Pacific, and South Atlantic Oceans, often making landfall on the west coasts of North and South America, but not always. They are an important part of California's water supply, and these rivers in the sky are notorious for causing flooding in unexpected places, like Las Vegas in February 2019. This is Las Vegas in the pictures.
Bit dry there, but not now. Still the old flag.
Okay, next. Yes, Alpha Draco. I had one in when I covered the derecho. That was the first time I heard of it when it hit our area. But then, total Mandela effect. They said we had one in 2016 too, and I don't remember it at all. There's no way you would not remember a derecho. No way. And yet they claim it went right through my town in 2016, and I'd never heard of it. Epic cloud inversion. Cloud inversion, aka cloud seas, is a new term for me. Have you guys ever heard of cloud seas or epic cloud inversion before?
I like the names, Epic Cloud.
No, never heard of them.
Rivers and cloud seas now. Okay.
Jason says no. Shari, chocolate clouds would make the world a better place. I completely agree. Jordan Mills says no. Canada Spaceman says no. Possibly Canada space. No, not fogs. These are clouds. New to me says pushing buttons. New to David, aka Logan Freeman. All right, we can go on. It's actually a result of temperature inversion, where it's colder on the ground than in the air, which doesn't seem possible to me. So the clouds, the sky is falling. The sky actually falls. The clouds come down and lay on the ground, and then you have clear skies above.
Isn't that fog?
No.
Yeah,
Fog,
that would be fog. Yeah.
you still have the clouds on the ground and above.
Mm.
I may tell you the difference here on the next slide or two. To be clear, this is not fog. Here you go. Fog forms on the ground. These are clouds that formed in the sky, then rapidly descend to ground level.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The only difference is probably the way it forms.
Right. Fog forms on the ground. Clouds forming in the sky fall to the ground. The sky is falling. Cloud
It's
inversion.
definitely weird. That's not normal.
New
It's
name,
probably
Lazy Cloud, says Sarah. Apparently, once a decade, inversion clouds fully fill the Grand Canyon. Inversion clouds occasionally will partially fill it, but the effect isn't the same as when, once a decade it fills the entire Grand Canyon. No, you are, Joe. You're here. That makes you awesome. There are hot spots for inversion clouds. Scotland, New England, Wales, and the Grand Canyon are just a few. Also known as marine layer clouds on the Pacific coast. The clouds are at
Totally normal.
the water level. What were you going to say?
Yeah, they have a whole Wikipedia page about it.
Yeah. There you go. There's lots of pictures of it. I do believe I may have a video of it, maybe.
Running on the clouds.
That's the marine layer on the right. Look at that. The left and the right. He's just on a shoreline.
It was the last one.
Ah, crap. The top left one I've seen a video of. I probably just took a screenshot and put it in the thing. It looks like the clouds are going over the rocks like an ocean. I will get something else. Are you guys sick of the weather yet, or do you want to see more? Because I have more. It's up to you. Is there anything you guys want to talk about? Guys, you can join us.
I'm sick of the weather because it keeps being hot and rainy. I mean, it should be hot in the summer, but not this hot. And the rain should have been over in May.
Oh, I love the rain. I want it to keep raining.
Are you getting a lot of rain in Philly like we are in Pittsburgh?
No, I
We're
wish.
still getting rain like it's springtime.
I have one more weather one I want to cover. I'm putting it in the private chat. More, says Jordan.
Did you say yes or no about the rain?
We're getting rain, but nowhere near like you're describing.
Yeah, we've never had a year that I remember this rainy this long. It's like spring. Spring rain normally is like April and May, maybe a little bit of June, maybe, but not usually. And it's still like spring rain combined with a heat wave. Temperatures in the 90s, and that was in June, and now into July, and a lot of summers we never reach that high, but even if we do, we usually reach that mid to late July and August. So we're having a unusual heat wave with unusual amounts of rain. So it's like a steam bath. We're in a steam bath.
Yeah, I hate that. I love it when the rain cools you down, but when it makes it more humid,
That's what happens.
Yep.
Because like the heat index is over 100 a lot of days with the humidity. So yeah, it's like you're being steamed.
Okay, Sandy, can you do the Labubu doll?
Did I do it?
No, can you cover the Labubu doll? No, seriously, I've been seeing it everywhere. It's a Mandela effect for sure.
Guys, stop using the private chat for a minute till he gets the folder. That's the third time I posted it. I've seen the Labubu dolls, but what's the Mandela effect with them?
Oh, well, I didn't know about them until recently, and now I'm seeing them everywhere. Like,
No, it's not a Mandela. That's just they're trending because of social media.
How do you know it's not a Mandela effect?
Because they're new. They're new and trending.
They're not. Look it up. They're not new. 2015 isn't new.
No, 2015 isn't new, but they're trending now. Hold on for a minute.
How does that work? Well, they weren't trending when they came out. Well, you know it's linked to like demonic stuff and all that, right?
Well, there's a reason why. They're trending due to a combination of factors, including celebrity endorsement, social media virality, and the allure of collectible items. Recently, new ones were sent to celebrities and social media influencers. And now they're like the hot ticket item.
Yeah, I'm going to send you. Just look at your Facebook for a second, then maybe you'll be more interested, huh? Because
Jackie, I can't. It will kick me out. My whole thing's running super slow right now.
Well, people are
I'll cover it for you if you want. I'll cover it for you if you want.
Okay.
I mean, 10 years is a long time for them to just go viral now.
I mean, obviously it's possible I forgot, but I mean, I don't think I'd forget. I mean, look at that face. It's ridiculous. That's almost as bad as
it looks just like where the wild things are artwork. And that's why I think they're trending, because the kids who grew up with that book see that character and think of it.
OMG. Oh my god, this book. Yes, I had it. I had this. That's what it is. Yeah, that's yeah. Okay, no, yeah, I think never mind. Like, yeah, I think that's what my brain is. Yeah, okay. So it's not really that new. So is that what it's based on? So this is a demon. What is this thing that they're passing around a picture of like a really ugly, you know what? I didn't do my homework first anyway, so
it's okay. So I have some new weather for you back in 2019. Upside down tornadoes. Funnel clouds are now a thing. Yes or no? Bizarre sky phenomenon in Wisconsin confuses meteorologists. Now, it's really not a tornado that I can think of, but it looks like an upside down tornado. And meteorologists have no idea what it is. So, yeah, this was the only one. So I can't say it's a Mandela. I'm just saying that's a weird cloud.
We had there's some word for them. They took out a bunch of trees where I live, and they're how do you explain it? They're horizontal along the ground spirals, and then
Nope, that's different. That's different.
Right. Yeah, I know it's different. I know it's not what you're showing, but I mean, it's just something I never heard of until it happened here. It took a bunch of trees out, but it runs horizontal right along the ground and spirals, and then it hit the trees at the bottom of them and took a bunch out, and then the
They'll call
management
them
went and cut
straight
down
line
a
winds.
bunch of other trees, so that if that ever happened again, they wouldn't hit the building.
But this is an upside down tornado. That's really, really
Right.
weird.
No, I'm not. Yes, I'm right. I'm talking about something. I'm just talking about another weird weather.
Yeah, yeah, there are a
thing.
lot of weird phenomena. Yeah.
Mystery surrounds bizarre sighting of upside down tornado off Devon coast. So here's another one. It looks like an upside down tornado.
Weird.
They're calling it, see, here's that land spout. Likely land spout tornado in northwest Wisconsin this afternoon. Again, a land spout is a land spout is a water spout that reaches land. But they're calling it a land spout. There's no water in sight. It's on the western side of Wisconsin. So, go figure.
There's always
Is
a weatherman explaining
it
it.
near the lakes though? Wisconsin has lakes.
Yeah, it could be near a lake. I can't see it. It's probably covered by the blob.
Yeah, they have a lot of lakes. It's probably lake water.
Yeah, there's a lake nearby. Straight Lake.
Well, no, that's to the right. The storms here move left to right, usually. So the storms are heading towards the Great Lakes. Land spouts are tornadoes that form like water spouts, but over land. And they can also become a land spout after moving from water to land.
Funny they give an explanation on the weather, land spout versus tornado, but the pictures look the same.
Well, the water spouts actually are a lot less violent than tornadoes.
So here's some land spouts, everyone. They look just like a water spout, but they're over land. The top right one is a water spout.
Yeah, this is what took out the beach house in South Carolina at that time we were there, back in probably the 70s or 80s.
And correction, the one in the top right is a land spout. You can see the dirt. It moved from the water to the land. We also have decoy tornadoes now, called beaver tail and tail clouds. They look like a tornado. They're coming straight down vertically, but they're not a tornado. There's absolutely no spin. It's just a calm floating cloud.
That is weird.
Looks like a terrifying tornado.
That's weird.
Can we just take note of the cloud touching the ground on the top?
You mean here?
Yeah, the cloud is touching the ground.
Yeah. Sykes? It isn't for real. He said
Take
Sykes.
the S off and it's like, psych. It's not
Psych.
a tornado.
Not a tornado.
We just aged ourselves by laughing.
Can you look stuff up, or you can't because of your iPad?
Yeah. I thought this was fog. It's called Silvagenitus clouds.
Can you say that on YouTube?
Silvagenitus. Yes.
Okay.
Look at it. 75 watching. Wow. You guys are
That
amazing.
word would mean generating from the woods. That's what that word would mean.
Yeah. I've never seen that before. Oklahoma weather stuns meteorologists. The meteorologists are saying, I've never seen that before. With bizarre tornado coming from the ground. Evaporation, and this is a new word. I covered this in another folder. Evaporation and evapotranspiration. Increasing the humidity, water droplets may aggregate into silvagenitus clouds, clouds that form from trees or from the ground. Okay. The condensate was coming out of the trees like an upside-down waterfall, says meteorologist David Payne. The funnel cloud floated over several west-central Oklahoma cities, falling apart and then tightening up over and over. But when the storm approached Guthrie, clouds appeared to come up from the ground, like a series of fingers growing from the trees. They were, in fact, the condensation coming off of the trees and the ground below. The tornado seemed to be literally sucking it up from the ground.
It's a mirage.
They were talking about the Silvagenesis or whatever that word was. The only thing that's traditional around here, because it's all hills, is a lot of, there's like Ambridge is one town I can think of that's like this. There'll be sort of a little valley between two hills, and then most mornings down low in that valley, right on the ground, will be fog almost every morning. It's and that's a traditionally, quote, normal thing. So that would be like fog right on the ground in trees, but it'll just run the length of the valley, and then it'll burn off late in the morning, and it'll always form in the same areas because of the topography. But it doesn't just randomly come up out of woods all over the place. It doesn't get sucked up by other clouds in the sky.
Steam and volcanic steam tornadoes are a thing now, too. So here we have 4 tornadoes formed by the volcano's steam.
Of course, it's a thing.
Tornadoes formed by steam.
Look at that.
They're more like water spouts, but they're made by steam. Not storms, not clouds.
Yeah, it's water, but still.
This online slide was created in 2014. Can you zoom in on the red words because they're hard to read, please? So in 2014, they had mesovortices, which is multiple vortex, satellite tornadoes, water spouts, land spouts, gustnadoes, which we've also covered, dust devils, fire whirl, which is a fire tornado, we've covered that as well, and a steam devil. A steam devil is the tornado formed by the volcano steam. Waterfalls can now fall up. This upside down waterfall will leave you amused. It's because of winds. It creates a waterfall going in the wrong direction.
We are not amused.
No. It's a weird reality. So yeah, it moves from the bottom to the top, upside down waterfalls. Everything is upside down here.
Hail shafts, rain bombs of hail, also known as hail bombs, instead of rain now exist. So instead of just rain being dumped on you, hail. I would assume that'd be very damaging
Or painful.
and painful. It's just like a spout of hail falling down in one spot, which is just crazy insane. Again, we also have rain bombs. It drops water like this, but this is hail. This
In
is
one
crazy.
particular spot.
In one particular spot.
Imagine you're inside that restaurant. Yeah.
Like I said, they could be dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Can be large hail.
And finally, horseshoe vortices clouds now exist. Horseshoe vortex cloud. It looks like a horseshoe in the sky. I've seen one in person. After I found this, I saw one floating in the sky near Philadelphia Airport.
Ooh, weird looking.
Yep. Like a staple in the sky, floating. One of the rarest clouds ever. Mind you, I saw one near Philadelphia Airport.
That ain't normal. Looks weird.
There's one with multiple bumps.
That's a simulation. That was the last slide.
I see. Okay. I need some suggestions, unless you want more weather, guys. If you see any suggestions in the chat, let me know, please. What do you want to see? I got lots.
Show that thing that Jackie was talking about.
I don't have a presentation on that. The boo-boos?
Well, just show a picture of it.
I can't send pictures to Bit of Venom. Bit of Venom, I'm going to send you a link, okay?
Okay.
It's the Today Show. Don't
So
even
this
if a
thing-
video starts playing, don't let it play. Just scroll down to the picture, okay?
Okay.
This came out in 2015 and now it's gone viral.
Yes, because they sent them to celebrities and social media influencers and paid them to show them off.
Ah, to sell them.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh my god, I have to click everything away.
It says Labubu's were first invented in 2015 by Hong Kong-born artists as characters in the storybook series The Monsters. These whimsical elf-like creatures gained wider recognition in 2019 when they were developed into collectible toys by the company Pop Mart. So really, they've only been sold for about 6 years. But recently, they've done it's causing a frenzy in 2025 because they've been really pushing the social media angle. Okay, here we go. You scroll down. Scroll down. Don't let the video play. There's gotta be a picture there, right? Yes, there's one right there. But that's not a good one. It doesn't show the face. Are there any more pictures in the article? Yeah, there are also blind bags now. See, that's the thing. Like, people are, like, addicted to the blind bags.
It looked kind of like a Teletubby.
Yeah. With
Yeah, they're like
ears.
a rabbit with a monster face. So I'm saying you need to see the face. Of course not. Give me a minute. I could just try to get you another link. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I can open the image in the background.
It's cute except for the teeth.
Looks like Chucky.
Yeah, it's a
Here we go.
demon. It's a
NBC
demon.
News shows a close-up of the face. Here you go. Try this article.
What is that YouTube icon? Play button, I mean.
Nah, I'm not gonna play it.
Yeah, Poppy Playtime is well, we already talked about that one. That's also a creepy doll. Yeah, anyway, it looks like a demon. So.
Yeah, looks like Chucky, demon. You can
Yeah,
buy
it's the
accessories.
I need to throw Labubu now in my my tags. We talked about it. I'm allowed. It's viral,
Look
so
that
I
one
have
up.
to add it to the tags.
Yeah, you can't show the Pazuzu one. It's making the same hand formations as man, what is that? The Bilal or whatever demon. You know what? I'm gonna look that up too, because yeah, now I forget that one. I remembered, it's the Baphomet. So the same hand movements as the Baphomet. So the Pazuzu demon has like one hand up and one hand down. So it's like the same thing as the Baphomet. Yeah, that's what it is. It's all connected.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, CT Gordon. I dropped the link. It's also pinned at the top of the chat. Not weather says pushing. Well, that's not helpful. You got to tell me something.
Like, that's just.
I mean, we have new people here, like 30%. Maybe I should cover something new that I've done recently.
Yeah, go for something new. I always like new stuff.
No, I mean, no, not new, as in
recent.
Recent, yeah.
Okay.
The small
I
foot
like the
Mandela
weather
effect.
stuff because a lot of it I hadn't seen before. But recent things would be good.
I'm
Yeah,
a
that looks
looking.
ridiculous. I can't believe that. Oh, should keep my thoughts into it.
I am looking.
Musical
I'm going to.
interlude.
I'm going to ask a question because this folder is just photos. There's no words. No pearls before swine. Welcome. Now here's the thing. If you're young, this may not affect you. I want everyone to think of TV dinners before the microwave. Okay? When they came in a metal tray.
Yeah, they had fugitives. That was like the peas that would escape over the wall.
Here's the folder, bit of venom. The question is, yes or no, do you remember those TV dinners ever including soup?
No.
No.
I'm waiting for the chat before I present. It's just pictures. Rebecca says no soup. Soup and TV dinner, says Canada Spaceman? No.
TV dinner? Is that what it says on the label? TV dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
On the
came
label.
in it was a pressed tinfoil tray with compartments. And the main compartment had the entree, which was usually Salisbury steak, which is a glorified hamburger, or it might have been chicken. Then there was either peas or carrots most of the time in one of the compartments as your vegetable. And then you might get these nasty mashed potatoes with some disgusting gravy. And then you would get a dessert that looked like it had been in a microwave before microwaves were invented. And it was all had 3 times as much salt as it needed. But they were invented to literally eat on a tray in front of your television, so you didn't have to cook.
And they were
you
great.
Get aluminum brain poisoning. It was great.
I would eat.
Pushing button says no soup for you. So did someone else. Canada Spaceman, no soup for you. I want says no soup.
Soup Nazi. Seinfeld.
Yep. All right, here we go.
In what way?
So apparently, also, do you remember, LJ, do you remember Libby's having like whole pop-up, like the pop-up for kids? Welcome, Gordon.
Libby Putney.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, I'm just hanging out, just wondering what y'all talking about. So I kind of popped on here.
Do you remember soup in TV dinners like this?
Y'all talking about?
Kind of.
What are you saying about the pop-up for kids?
So
I see what you mean. No, but I wouldn't be surprised. That looks like something they would have had at that time. It fits the time period. But I never saw one of them. We didn't eat a lot of these. I've had them, but they weren't a regular thing.
Karen says no, no, and no. All right, we can go on.
We didn't need to eat in front of the television set. We ate in the dining room.
So if you zoom in here, we have chicken noodle soup with Salisbury steak. That yellow thing on the side is soup.
No, they never came with soup. But that apple crumble, or is that baked beans? See, that's what I mean. You can't tell the difference in a TV dinner. Yeah, they had apple crumble, and one of them showed that canned chocolate pudding. That was definitely one of the desserts. And yeah, you usually got peas or carrots and those nasty mashed potatoes. And that looks like the Salisbury steak with the disgusting gravy. Yeah, I remember all that except the soup.
Yeah, not only did we have TV dinners in America, but we're all kinds of messed up. We had TV trays to put your TV dinner on.
Yeah, to put your TV dinner on.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're all kinds of messed up over here. We're special.
Looks easy. It's easy.
Yeah,
It's
and you can,
convenient. Yeah.
part of Alzheimer's disease is aluminum tangles in your brain from the cookware, and these are aluminum trays.
I cook by myself, and that
You
doesn't
also
take
have
long.
aluminum chlorohydrate in most deodorants.
Yeah, there's aluminum everywhere here. Yeah.
Not that we don't put aluminum on top of our ham and turkey and roast beef and stuff in the oven all the time.
I cook in a cast iron pan, or I have some glass pots I use. I try to even the cast iron is a little bit of a problem, but it's less toxic than most, especially once you get the base buildup of the oil. You're not touching the iron directly.
Yeah, I'd rather eat the iron rust than eat aluminum, you know.
Yeah.
Our bodies need iron. Okay, next. Okay, this one has tomato soup, I believe.
Well, that looks kind of yummy, actually. I don't know.
Tortillas, Mexican style dinner.
Yeah, some rice with like tamales, you know.
Yeah, these are like the convenience store frozen tamales. This would be similar to that. And those were usually instant potatoes. They usually weren't even like made from fresh. They were instant mashed potatoes. And the gravy was very sticky.
I've had this dinner before. I'm Americano, so yeah, I've had this. This is actually kind of good back in the day. I don't know. Haven't seen them in
A
a
lot
while.
of people love these. They do. I mean, I kind of liked them at the time. I didn't understand health food at the time, and I was a kid, so I would pretty much eat anything. So I did like these at the time. I see them differently in retrospect.
Right.
Oh, that's the same again.
No, that's
the
like
first
a
one. The second, that's a duplicate of the first one.
a sirloin, sort of.
So there's a close-up of the tomato soup.
It looks a bit. I wouldn't eat it. And that meat, that looks really dry.
It is really dry. You could like the gravy would get like a solidified crust. Like, you know, you could pick it up in pieces sometimes, like a film.
Well,
sounds lovely. Okay.
If your dog won't eat it, probably you shouldn't touch it. You know, so there.
Test it out on your dog. Yeah.
Yeah, like you have a canary in the coal mine situation. You know, it's like, will the dog eat it? You know, but
that's good. Yeah, if he dies, it wasn't that good.
We should not eat that. You know.
Yeah. Get a new dog, a new meal. Yeah.
I'm confused. Jordan, what do you mean by the bald eagle Mandela effect having to do with microwaves? Or are you talking about two different things? And what is the bald eagle Mandela effect?
Well, that the bald eagle isn't the mascot of the United States only recently.
Oh, that's the Mandela?
Yeah, it used to be the mascot or the symbol of the United States as the animal, the bald eagle, but that isn't the case. They made it the bald eagle a couple of years ago because it was never been. And if most people remember that the bald eagle, well, that's the symbol of the United States, of course.
Swanson is the brand we bought whenever we didn't, like I said, we didn't have these often, and I don't think we had them after I was a little kid. Like we didn't have, but when we did have them, they were Swanson brand, and they did not have soup. But
I
that
think I
dessert
won't
looks
survive
normal.
this meal.
Everything else there, I remember. Everything else is as I remember it, except the soup.
Looks terrible as your last meal. I
Yeah,
don't think you will survive it.
as a kid, I liked it, but I didn't know any better. I
Oh,
wouldn't eat
look,
one
fried
now.
chicken. Now we go to KFCs, but back then, there's your fried chicken.
KFC was so good back then. It was delicious and juicy. It's nasty now. It's changed over the years.
Corn, probably. And some undefinable substance there.
Slop.
Slop. Yeah, it doesn't look appetizing. I mean, if you buy this, you have to eat.
But if you're
My
talking about
God.
that yellow thing, that's mac and cheese.
Ah, okay. This one, okay.
Yeah,
But the
it's
rest,
bad when you can't identify the food. Yeah.
yeah,
That's
I
just the
can't see if
typical.
it's
This is
pasta or
American
corn
culture,
or.
though.
I
This is
thought
what
it
I'm
was corn.
saying. Americans will eat absolutely anything. People still eat these today. They just don't come in aluminum anymore. They still make these, and there are
Yeah,
you go
mac and
into
cheese, you can
in
buy
a
it.
grocery store, and there are hundreds of these things on shelves. And you look at the chemical list on there, and there's about 30 chemicals in these things, 20 to
Yeah,
30.
if you compare the food items that are in the United States to the Europeans, in the United States you got a list of 40 items, mostly chemicals, and in Europe you got a list of 10 items. So
Yep.
that's the difference.
Yeah, the American people are very uneducated about food, and they're brainwashed. They think that it's a common saying or belief for, oh, we have the best food in the world. We have the most choices. It's like you have choices because you're making artificial garbage, because real food, there is only so much of it. There are only so many actual vegetables. There are only so many actual pieces of meat that are real actual pieces of fruit. Bread made from whole grains. That's it. That's pretty much all the real food there is, and that's like 10% of a supermarket. 90% garbage.
Yeah, Mr. European man, where are you at in Europe? I've been to Europe. I'm an Americano, so forgive me my geographic location, but yeah, that's. But where are you at in Europe?
The Netherlands. It's above Belgium, next to Germany.
Yeah, I spent a year in Sweden, and yeah, your food is much better over there. All of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt because this has been on the screen a while. I just want to ask you guys, do you remember removable desserts being in the tray?
No, I do not.
So here's
No.
ambrosia.
I don't
No for
remember.
LJ.
Now there could have been ambrosia, but I don't remember. There might have been regular fruit cup, but I don't remember it with the white stuff. Oh, it could have been though in some other brand. I'm not saying it wasn't there, but and the desserts weren't removable. If your gravy got in there, then you were stuck with gravy in your dessert.
Lovely.
Yeah, I just remember that if it came with meat, like chicken, then there'd be like, it'd be one side, one whole side, there'd be like 3 pieces of chicken. But the mashed potatoes, the
Look at this.
the
This
peas.
isn't meat, guys. Is it
No,
bacon? Is it meat?
that's.
What is this? Oh my
I think
God.
I think that's a dessert as well. Looks like.
Oh, I hope
No, that's
not. It doesn't
mushrooms.
look like it.
That's the mushroom.
It looks like some sort of crumb cake, actually.
Yeah,
It's
bon
probably some
appetit.
kind of chopped up chicken with mushrooms and mushroom gravy, I'm guessing. But it's bad when you have to guess your food. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Guess what you eat.
See that fried chicken tray? That would be like there would be no soup thing, whatever is to the right of it, So.
No, wouldn't be handy to put soup in it. It spills everywhere.
Yeah, he's right. The entree would be one entire side of the tray, usually.
Oh, soup is a thing now.
This is weird.
That's kind of a turkey with gravy sort of thing happening there. I don't know. What is that orange patch on the right? I don't know what that is.
Soup probably, I don't know. Doesn't
That
look
is
like a Dutch
tomato
tompoes. Oh my god.
It's regurgitated baby food.
Oh my god. All right, I've heard everything now.
Something rolled up here and died. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that was the last one.
But yeah, we had TV dinners and TV trays. They had TV trays, actually.
Looks very colorful. That's
These,
yeah.
These horrible little things that you would pull them out and you'd fold them out and you put your TV dinner on the TV tray, and it was preposterous. I grew up in America, and we are horrible, preposterous people. But anyway, go ahead.
That's okay.
Yeah, we had TV trays, but we only used them occasionally, or like if you had a picnic and you had company over and they had to have somewhere to put their paper plate or something. But we didn't use them every day in front of the TV, but I guess some people did.
But they did call them TV, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
they
is
were
called
called
a
TV
turkey
trays.
dinner. Turkey dinner.
Some of
And
them
then
had different
spot the
names,
turkey,
but
guys. Spot the turkey. It's a turkey dinner. Spotted the turkey. I can't see it. Where is the turkey?
They're about 2 millimeters thick slices. And it's probably fake pressed turkey product,
Yeah. I love the dye coloring of all the food. Really green peas.
Yeah, our red dye is ground up red beetles. Isn't that nice? That's in your food here.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, red bugs.
Yeah.
Pops
Beautiful.
out. But that was the last slide, Sandy.
And people wonder why they have asthma and allergies.
I wonder why.
The food is so bad in America as compared to just take the countries of Europe. I mean, my God, the food is really bad here.
Well, we have McDonald's too, so and Burger King and KFC.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're infecting the world with our cuisine.
But they grow it locally, and the beef is also locally because we won't import beef from America. That's
But they
another
have
thing.
standards. They have standards in Europe that American beef can't even get put in the hamburgers. So I mean, no, really, I mean, European standards are far superior. We have no standards over here. Put anything in the food.
My brother worked at a chain called Burger Chef back in the 70s, and he went back in the cooler to get the meat, and it was labeled Australia.
Yeah.
He was wondering if it was kangaroo meat. We weren't sure.
Kangaroo meat is nice to eat.
But why would you get meat from Australia anyway? Like, what? We were one of the biggest beef producing countries on earth, and yeah, we're getting some kind of mystery meat from Australia.
Yeah, but also the beef in America, we can't import it in Europe because first there's no trace where that cow has been. So that's one thing. They can trace from the beef in the shop, you can trace it all back to the farmer here in Europe. And they use chlorine and other stuff. They use chlorine, for example, on your eggs. Yeah, you can keep the eggs out of your fridge. If you buy it in the supermarket, it's not in the fridge because they killed the eggshell, the protective shell, so they have to put it in the fridge in the United States. But here, you can keep the eggs outside.
I get some of my eggs from a farmer, not all, but I get some of them directly from a farmer, and they have the coating on them. And I buy grass-fed beef as much as I can. All of my beef is not grass-fed, but a lot of it is. Because they corn feed them, which is completely unnatural, unhealthy for the animal, unhealthy for you.
As an American, I would prefer to buy beef that is not from this country. I mean, give me Brazilian or Australian meat or whatever, South
You
African.
can get American beef that's all right, but you pay more and you have to look for it.
You pay a lot more.
You pay a lot more. You
yeah.
do. That's why all my beef isn't that, but some of it is. And I try to buy the Amish chicken. We have a subculture here. They were a group of German religious sect, and they got way back in the day. They got special status from the government, and so they all live like sort of like a colony, and they farm, and they do everything organic. They still use plows and horses. They don't use modern technology, and they grow the best food in the world. So I try to buy Amish chicken and grass-fed beef as much as I can.
You know, just what does an American do? I mean, with all the steroids and hormones, I mean, there's really no alternative but eating American beef. I mean,
you do the best you can. I feel like do the best you can. Eat the least amount of poison possible.
Okay.
Yeah, they use a lot of growth hormones in America.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, there is no wonder. I mean, Europeans still have standards and they refuse American beef, and I can understand why. You know, it's like, yeah.
And also antibiotics, we don't use that here.
I know.
Not as much.
They are pumped full of everything. They're given so many shots that, you know, it's like, you know, they want to line up Americans like cattle and give them as many shots as possible. But yeah, I mean, no, I'd rather eat any beef from any country than eat the. Anyway, go ahead. Yeah,
in the Netherlands, when you crack an egg open, what color is the yolk?
Yellow.
What color of yellow?
Just yellow. I can crack one open.
I mean, is it orangey yellow or is it the palest yellow you've ever seen?
Just yellow. It depends what you feed the chickens, of course.
Okay.
If you
buy the free range eggs or organic eggs and you crack them open, they have a nice orangey yolk. But what 90% of the people eat they're raised indoors in artificial light and fed garbage, and the yolks are pale yellow. There's almost no nutrition in those eggs at all, and they're full of drugs. And Americans don't know it. They don't. And when they see, if you show an American an organic or free range egg and the yolk, they get grossed out. They're brainwashed. They think the one that's healthy doesn't look normal. The healthy one looks abnormal to them.
We can only buy here free range. The rest of the eggs are forbidden. So we had
you have nice bright yellow eggs, very bright.
Yeah, or orange, yellow, orange. It depends what you feed them.
That's the color of a healthy egg, and ours are that you can't imagine, almost translucent, pale yellow. That's because there's nothing in them.
Yeah, and here
it says sickly animals, sickly eggs.
The EU and UK have long banned the import of US beef treated with growth hormones. Well, they list a couple of those. Citing potential health risk, the EU maintains that these hormones can have negative health effects, including potential links to cancerous tumor growth.
Yep.
So that's why they are banned, American beef here.
I've been paying 3 or 4 times the rate for my eggs for years to get the healthy eggs. But now they're forcing the healthy eggs on people and making them pay more, and the people are mad about it. They want their sickly eggs to be cheap like they always were, and don't talk to me about anything different. And then there's all kind of other shenanigans that go on in the whole industry to make things scarce where they shouldn't be. The whole thing's a crap show.
Yeah.
Bit of venom. I put a
Yep.
link in the back just to show people that they did still call them TV dinners at some point. The big link.
We called them I only
Yeah.
know these as TV dinners. I don't even know them by any other name. They still call them that. They still sell these, and people still call them TV. They're just not in an aluminum tray. That's the only difference. And some of them are more appetizing. They're better, a little bit better quality food. And then there'll be ones that are labeled healthy because they have 10 chemicals instead of 20, but they still have chemicals.
Hi, B Crow. Hello, video.
Cook your own food from fresh and freeze it, and you'll have the same thing without chemicals.
Good morning, Creek Marion boy. Sorry, I'm writing furiously.
Yeah, processed foods are really bad. I mean, there's a lot of preservatives, colors that are forbidden here, and other stuff.
The cancer and obesity
Scroll down.
rates in America are off the charts, and the number one thing that feeds cancer is sugar. If you want to cut your chances of cancer, stop eating sugar, and that includes white flour because it acts just like sugar in your system. If you cut out white flour, sugar, and chemicals from your diet, you will super minimize your chances of cancer. Will go way down.
Oh wow!
The thing that kills cancer is oxygen. So if you can get some liquid oxygen, there's a couple different. You can get drops that you put in your water, or you can get drops that you take directly in your mouth. Oxygen is a cancer killer. So get rid of sugar and chemicals, take oxygen, and you probably won't get cancer.
Oh, Sandy
It
Diva.
looks terrible.
I am not a medical expert. This is only my opinion.
Oh,
See your
yeah.
conventional
We're
doctor.
scrolling down looking for one TV dinner so you can see it's written on the front. So if you don't
Yeah.
see it, just keep going.
No, yeah,
Right.
at the beginning, yeah.
No.
Anyway,
It was at the very beginning.
yeah, it said TV dinner. Yeah.
Oh, at the very top. That's all I wanted to show. All the
It's
way up.
busy.
No, at the very top. Keep going.
No,
that's it.
this is up. Yeah.
No. I'm talking about on the box. Yeah, it's further down then. All the way down. Sorry about that. Bit of venom.
No
Keep
problem.
going. It's going to be Swanson later on. Keep going. Right there. TV
Oh my
dinner
God.
right on the box.
Look at that, all green. An
Yeah,
ogre has sneezed and made your dinner. Yeah.
You watch your telly and you eat your dinner.
This is not German style, by the way. Don't believe them.
And I did put a Flickr folder in. I'm going to bump it to the bottom.
I remember this style of tray more, those shapes, and see how the entree is the entire one side, and that's how it was. The vegetable and the potatoes were bigger than the dessert. I remember that style of tray more than that other style you were showing.
Yeah, I will cancel this one and present the other one. But yeah.
That are
Worms.
good.
Oh God.
That are good, yeah.
This one.
According to my oncologist, all cancer is an overgrowth of cells.
It is an overgrowth of cells. What happens is people get cancer all the time, and it's normal. But if your nutrition is okay and your immune system is normal, you have these macrophages.
And your body has no contaminants in it, because mine was from a contaminant.
Yeah. So these macrophages, they look like a spiny urchin. I've watched this on microscopic film, and there'll be a cancer cell growing, and they will literally stab a hole in it and suck the life out of it. That's your immune system working properly. So the only reason, or the main reason, why people die of cancer, and tumors are your body's way of trying to save your life. Your body tries to contain the cancer in a sac so it can't metastasize. So your body's trying to save your life. That's why you get tumors. And the last thing you want is to crush the tumor. And just think about mammograms for a minute, radiation regularly and crushing. Just think about that. And so anyway, so what makes the cancer grow crazy is the bad nutrition, the chemicals, the radiation, all the crap we're exposed to makes the cancer grow so fast that your system can't keep up with it. Plus, it suppresses your immune system. It kills off your macrophages. So you're killing off your soldiers, and you're growing the enemy.
All right. So before Jackie makes the folder fly up, this is a quick one. I know marine worms are nothing new, but this is something that is new to my reality. This is the white marine annelid worm. Its genus is polysheets, and the way they reproduce is what makes me think this could be a Mandela'd sea creature. This is how
The
they
annelid
reproduce.
worm resembles a white thread discarded
Actually,
at the bottom.
mute it. I can get a copyright on this. Hit mute immediately when you go back.
Wait, I can check if I can mute it here.
One more time. There you go. Thank you. It explodes. It reproduces by exploding. Just watch. And boom. Gone.
Okay.
The technical term is
Disintegrated.
rapid disintegration, and it causes instant death for the worm. Do you remember any creatures reproducing this way? Rapid
No.
disintegration.
That is
Weird.
outrageous.
That looks like it was made in a lab. That escaped out of Dr. Moreau's island. I literally think that was made in a laboratory.
It's
That's
alive
not
and then it's not.
thing.
And these are the babies. Do you think this is Mandela, or do you think this is just one of those mysteries in the sea we never knew about? Or have you known about this? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Short and sweet, like I said. And in the private chat, you already have another folder.
Jacques Cousteau never came across those.
I've never seen anything like it.
It looks like chemical or biological warfare to me.
Yeah, it really looks weird, that creature.
Oh, they're already pregnant, Morgan. And when it's time for the babies to be born, they just disintegrate and let the babies free. That's awesome, D. Crow. Thank you. He says, I'm so glad this live popped up in my feed last week. I'm so glad it did too, and that you're here. Okay, this one is from Mandalaween. Mandalaween is what I call the Halloween season show. A couple Mandalaweens back, I asked if you remember peppers looking like little pumpkins. These are the peppers that look like little pumpkins.
They look delicious. I don't know.
I don't know about that one, but yeah, it looks sweet.
And I called them imposter pumpkins. Yes or no? Do you recall there being a cherry that looks suspiciously like a little pumpkin? Yes or no?
No.
LJ? Bit of venom? Jackie?
No.
No. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pumpkin.
They look delicious, though. I really want to eat one. Yeah.
Jacko Little says push a button. I do not remember cherry pumpkins, says Jordan.
I have seen yellow cherries. We have yellow cherries, and they're and I think I might have even maybe I have seen these. I remember some orange cherries. I think I have started to see these in the grocery store. Yeah,
No, you're talking
I
about
have
Rainier
seen these
cherries, and I'm not talking about the color. I'm talking about the shape.
It's really
What
small.
cherry?
I'm talking about the
No, I
shape.
haven't seen that. No, not yet. I haven't seen these yet.
The Suriname cherry is an invasive species in Florida that produces edible fruit. The cherries turn green to yellow to orange to red when ripe, with another variety ripening to the dark black cherry color of regular cherries. And they are shaped like little pumpkins, little stems. They taste like cherries. Greek Mary.
Are they from Suriname? It used to be a colony of the Netherlands.
Really?
I never
Wonder
heard
how
of
they got
that.
to
We have a lot
Florida.
of Suriname people living here, but never
Yeah,
seen
they
it.
look absolutely delicious. Are they edible? I
Yes.
presume. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah.
They are edible.
And it's a fruit. It's not even okay.
Yes, I must have them immediately.
Looks more like a vegetable, like the pumpkins.
It looks like a pumpkin. Okay, next. Try. Oh, there's the darker ones. Supposedly, they are an acquired taste. The cherry is
Oh.
described as sweet and tart, while also having an earthy bell pepper taste. It's recommended that you try the black variety first, as it's sweeter than the red variety.
I don't know. They look frightening.
Tip there for the new reality. Try the black first, and then yeah. Oh my god.
So there's the color variation as they develop in the top right-hand corner.
Wow.
Yeah, Sandy, didn't you cover this like at Halloween?
Yes, Jackie. I'm covering rewinds.
Yeah, I was just
I don't
wondering.
have
I
new
was
ones
just
tonight.
asking.
Everything I've covered before.
Yeah, just asking. Just checking.
They also sell Suriname. How do you pronounce it, Bit of Venom?
Suriname.
Suriname?
Yeah, we call it Suriname, but
So-
that's Dutch.
Suriname.
Yeah, Suriname.
Just
Cherry
Suriname.
jam.
Suriname.
So they do turn this into a jam.
Of course.
It's also known as the Black Star cherry.
No comments.
I would gobble them up. I don't know. They look delicious. I don't know.
Yeah.
Are these cherries
you.
just a fruit I never came across in my almost half a century of life? Or do you think this could be a new fruit to this version of Earth? Have you tried these before? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
Brought to you by Procter & Gamble.
Oh gosh, please no.
That name even changed. Procter & Gamble.
Not had them.
Yes, Procter & Gamble did change.
Yeah, the name.
Do you know what
The
they
O
look
to the
like?
E.
I just covered
You know
this
that,
one
like,
recently, but we have a lot of new people here, so I'm covering it again because it's a good one. So if you saw this
Sandy,
recently, do not give it away.
Do you
Yes,
remember
yes, Jackson.
bikes in the 90s? Like,
What in the 90s?
like push bikes in the 90s. And they had those little different colored round, like it was shaped like that, like on the wheels. Do you remember?
Oh, you mean
They
the
were like,
cars that you pull back and let go and they fly?
what? No, the bike.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are pushbacks?
Push bikes. You know, like no bicycles. What do you call
Oh,
them in America?
bicycles.
Bicycles. Yeah, and like
Steps.
they on the wheels they had these little like colorful. I'll just send it
Yes.
to you later.
Yes, I know what they are. Yes. We used to have
Oh
them on
yeah,
our bikes.
that's what it
Yes.
reminds.
They glow in the dark and they're different colors. Yes.
Yeah,
They do look like them. I agree.
yeah. That's took me a minute.
Okay, everyone. There is something shifty going on with Looney Tunes. This is just the first part. There's another part coming eventually. I never got around to doing it, but it's coming soon. I want to ask you about the little yellow canary that Sylvester is always chasing. Hello, John Nato. Welcome back.
I did a ticket.
So this is the fifth time, but yep.
Yeah,
I
there's
understand.
600 new people here.
Yeah, it's
Probably
Tweety Bird.
700 now.
That was the wrong tone. I was just stating a fact.
What is this little yellow canary's name or names? What do you remember? No cheating. Answer what
It's
you
just Tweety
remember.
Bird. It's Tweety Bird, right? Am I correct?
Tweety Bird.
Tweety Bird.
Tweety
yeah.
bird, Tweety.
Okay, we're going to stay here and wait for answers. So Hard Earth says Tweety Bird. Deep Crow says Tweety Bird. Creek Mary says Tweety Pie.
Okay,
She sometimes did say Tweety Pie to him. She said that. The mother said that sometimes.
That's when Sylvester was gonna bake him in a pie, you know. But anyway, Tweety Bird. But yeah, continue with this
Yes, we can
Mandela.
continue. Go ahead. In my past, this character had a short name, Tweety, and a full name, Tweety Bird. That's it. No other names. We can go on. Tweety is still Tweety or Tweety Bird. That isn't the issue. The problem is Tweety is also Tweety Pie. I almost took an update on this because of the term of endearment, Cutie Pie. Tweety Pie started sounding right, but I know I've never heard him called that before. It was never Tweety Pie for me. It was just Tweety Bird. We can go on. And it's the name of cartoons. It's used a lot. I've never seen Tweety Pie.
Is my mic on?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
we can't see you.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. She
not a
called
version.
him Sweetie Pie in a couple of episodes. At least I remember that. But it wasn't prominent. He wasn't called that generally, and he wouldn't have. They wouldn't have put that like in print or anything.
But that
He was
only
Tweety
started.
Tweety Bird.
Yeah,
After
it
the
only
Mandela.
started.
Yeah.
It only
No.
started when Sylvester was gonna bake him in a pie. Then it was
let it
Tweety
change
Pie.
to that.
Anyway,
It was
Putting a
Tweety
Tweety
Bird.
No,
Tweety
Mandela.
Pie doesn't make sense. Sounds fun, but
What do I
no,
do?
not Tweety Pie.
Welcome,
for me.
Parody Mike. All right, we can go on. Let's see. So these are all Tweety Pies I'm showing you. Show you how prominent Tweety Pie is. Like, some of these listings don't even call him Tweety Bird.
Tweety Pie. Weird. Oh my god.
I know, it's everywhere, right?
Yeah,
It's not
it's a lot of pie.
A lot of pie.
Tweety meat pie. That would be hilarious. Because Americans don't have meat pies. Do they have meat pies in Dutchland?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, okay.
We have quiche
Interesting.
and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a quiche tonight. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why don't Americans have meat pies? That's a good question.
We do.
Oh,
have what?
that's not true.
We have them. They're not very popular.
They're not popular.
not a
We do have
popular
them.
thing.
They're called po boys. B-O-I. P-O-B-O-I.
That's a difficult
Oh,
name for
okay.
just a meat pie.
Sounds
I
like
know.
something.
They
Yeah,
never
they
caught
probably-
on here.
Sounds like
Yeah.
There's
something
also
straight out
pot
of
pies,
Mississippi.
yes. And pot pies are very popular here.
What are those? Fruit pies?
No, pot pie is usually chicken or beef. with the
Oh,
creamy
chicken.
sauce, peas, carrots,
It's usually in
potatoes.
gravy. It'll be like bits of chicken and peas and carrots in a gravy in a pie crust.
That's called chicken pot pie.
It's a lot like a TV dinner. Very similar to a TV dinner.
Not if they're
I don't
homemade.
want a TV dinner anymore. No, thank you.
The
They come
diner that I used to
frozen.
work at, they used to make them from scratch.
Oh, if you made them from scratch, they would be good. But most people buy those little El Cheapo ones in the store. They come in an aluminum tray, and the insides of them are just like a TV dinner, and
They don't come
it's
in
this
an aluminum
tasteless
tray
crust.
anymore. They're
But
microwavable now. They come in like a cardboard tray.
oh yeah, now they go in the microwave. Even better, because that kills all the nutrition in your food. Also gives So yep.
Yeah.
I don't own a microwave.
Bonus question. This is most likely not a Mandela effect, but I have to ask anyway. Yes or no? Do you recall Tweety ever being a different color?
No.
Yes or no in the chat?
No.
Oh,
He's rainbow flesh now.
No.
It's pink.
He's chartreuse.
Question says flesh. Even though I asked yes or no, not color.
If he's
Jordan
plucked,
Mills
he's
says
probably
no.
flesh color. Yeah.
Pushing giving things away. White says Morgan. Yellow bird says Hard Earth. People are getting too tired.
Well, let's see. Oh my god. What is this,
It is
guys?
flesh. It is flesh.
Looks awful.
That's yellow bird, for those who don't know.
In Tweety's first cartoon, Tweety was flesh. Well, pink, but a very warm pink. Audiences and executives at Warner Brothers thought he looked naked, so they immediately changed Tweety to yellow.
Funny.
And
He
gave him
was
like a
flesh.
happier face.
He was flesh.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy.
Sylvester, as we know him, was also in the episode looking very different with a different name, Catstello. His buddy Babbitt helped to chase Tweety down. Play on Abbott and Costello. Oh, and Tweety's name was Orson. So Tweety's other name, besides Tweety Pie, is Orson, everyone. Anyone ever hear that?
Orson Welles.
Yeah.
That's
Like I
that's what I
said.
would think of Orson Welles. I don't even know what that is, but I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Rosebud.
War of the Worlds. It's probably not a Mandela. I think info we never knew. But I thought
yeah,
I
I
should
remember
mention
you were saying this last time.
Is
So-
any of this a
so-
Mandela for you? Let me know in the comments below.
Wait, so did it go Tweety Pie, and then later you found out that it had evolved to Orson, which is, I mean, that's just not even anything I would have thought of. That's a weird one. And then now we're just waiting for the next one. So what do you think? Let's speculate. What's the next name for Tweety Bird going to be? Sandy, what do you think?
I don't think there's going to be another one. There's already 3.
You don't think there's going to be another one? Well, I think there is. Why do you think that?
Adolf. Maybe Adolf.
Why do you
That's
think
the
that?
next one.
Well, because
These Mandela effects are always evolving.
that's true, but
The
I don't
artist
think Tweety's
formerly
going to
known
evolve.
as
I
Tweety
don't feel like
Pie.
it's going to evolve again.
Well,
I could be wrong.
Famous last words. I reckon it's going to. Who just dropped out?
Sheldon.
Sheldon
Parody
is
Mike.
here. Oh.
You asked me to pick a name. Sheldon.
See from The Big Bang Theory?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking young Sheldon, but yeah.
Young Sheldon. Oh, I don't like that one.
Yeah, terrible
Can you
soul.
hear the
Yeah.
train? Anyway, that train's going through.
All right. So, who on the panel would like to read the next two so I can run downstairs? LJ,
Okay.
you'll read. I always hate making the person
Yeah, I'll read.
who.
I'll read. I like
Thank
reading.
you. Thank you. I always hate making the person who is presenting also read. Doing two
No,
things at once is
I
not
like
easy.
reading out loud. That's fine.
That works for me. Here, this one's going to be off the wall because it's got Christmas in it, but it's got 28 photos. That'll give me time to run downstairs. And it's got some good mandalas in it, I think. Yep, yes it does. And it's great for the new people.
While you do that,
Get them
check
caught up to speed with Christmas. Here you go.
check your messages.
The show must go on even when I got to run down to the store.
Yeah.
Sandy lives above a store, for those who don't know.
Yes.
Oh, is she in Jersey or what? I don't know.
I'm in
Sounds like a
Philly.
Philly.
Jersey. Oh, Philly.
She's
Okay.
in Philly. Yeah.
All right.
I'm from Jersey. I live in Philly.
Oh, shit. How did I guess that straight away? I don't know. But
All right. I will be right back. Enjoy the presentation, everyone.
yeah, I live above a pizza shop, you know, sort of thing.
Ooh.
I have one across the street. It's on the next corner. All right. Go ahead, guys.
This presentation is a combination of past Mandela effects I presented concerning the comic strip Peanuts, also referred to as Charlie Brown. Wait a minute, let me make it bigger. The original Mandela effect, found by another member of the community, is the creator of the Peanuts comic and franchise, Charles Schulz. Most of us remember Schulz, seen above in this residue I just came across. I saw a documentary about this. He had to originate all of his own ideas, and he had to draw all of it. He if people tried to give him ideas, he'd refuse it. It all had to come from his mind, all of it. And the characters were adult friends of his. That's why Charlie Brown had bald head, because he was based on an adult friend of his.
Oh yeah, okay.
It was kind of he was obsessed with it. Number 1, 2020, the Peanuts Christmas Special. A Peanuts Christmas, Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown, a Charlie Brown Christmas. All of these are a Mandela effect for me, but this first one, most did not share my memory, which is the name of the Peanuts Christmas Special that you remember. Top, middle, or bottom?
Well, chat. Top, middle, or bottom?
I remember a Charlie Brown Christmas, and at the end of the show, they all yelled "Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown." But the title I remember is a Charlie Brown Christmas. We watch this every year. Even as adults, we watched it every year. I don't know what the chat's saying, though.
Nothing.
My memory is insufficient to actually solidify any particular point, so I don't know.
The show reminded me of when we were little kids in our Sunday school, we put on like a little Christmas thing, and we would just do whatever the adults told us, you know, and it was just the Mary and Joseph and the angel. But then when we were teenagers, we had to put on like some kind of a real play based on Christmas, and it was just like Christmas Charlie Brown. There were 2 or 3 people that took it seriously, tried to learn their lines, and everybody else was just running around the church doing anything they wanted, didn't know their lines, and it always came out like really bad. But we were
Okay,
teenagers. Yeah.
we've got a couple of threes: Jason, 3 Joe, Martinez, bottom, Thomas 3, and Morgan has 2. Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown.
Okay. I suspect the majority of you will remember the current reality, and that's okay. But I remember the title, the way they used to title all of their books, Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown. But the cartoon has always been a Charlie Brown Christmas. However, the same story can be found with all 3 titles in book form, which seems a little suspicious to me. It is a pattern we see in the ME community, though. Many stories have more than one name now that didn't in my past. A Peanuts
Yeah,
Christmas.
a
A
Peanuts
Peanuts
Christmas.
Christmas. I've never seen that one.
A Peanuts Christmas. That will be a fun Christmas. Yeah.
Charlie, does that say Charlie Brown's Christmas? Number 2, oh, I can't
Yeah,
see.
yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Number 2, 2018 Snoopy's Doghouse. One of the first Mandela effects I ever found was Snoopy's doghouse in the Charlie Brown Christmas special. What color was Snoopy's doghouse? What do you remember? Red. I remember red.
Red, blue. What other colors do we have? Yellow.
You know, I'm actually old enough, and I saw it as white, and that like all of the newspapers were white, and you know we'd read the newspaper at the breakfast table in the morning. I don't know.
Okay.
It was white. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was white.
In the Christmas special, I have dual members. I can remember I'm seeing flashing all different colors. So I remember more red than anything else, but it could have been blue, it could have been yellow. I really don't know.
Red for me.
In my past, Snoopy's doghouse was red in the Christmas special. Even official merchandise shows the doghouse red like it should be, but it isn't red.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
In this reality, the doghouse in the Christmas special has always been blue. Do you remember this?
No.
No. Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown.
That's so stupid.
It's Christmas already. Merry Christmas, everybody. All
No.
blue houses.
Snoopy was about the coolest being in the entire thing, but you know, it's like
He was a cool dude.
But it was really a stupid cartoon, you know, even in the Sunday papers, you know.
True.
I've also covered Snoopy's doghouse being a Mandela variation effect. In my past, colors were consistent in cartoons and comics. I do remember yellow and orange in the 1970s comics, but you can find it every color of the rainbow now.
Well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, but yeah, I just read them in the newspaper when I was a child. Anyway, and it was white. And Snoopy is really cool, by the way. Yeah, Snoopy is pretty badass, really.
I also remember the white with red roof because of the snow cone maker I had when I was a kid. I didn't have one of these, but I remember it.
Me neither.
Do you remember this much variation? I don't. I never saw it in this many colors before. The Mandela effect affected everything. Stripes on its stripes.
What?
Is that a
Oh, the
red bar? It's
flag
a
is
red
right.
bar doghouse. There's a red bar doghouse.
The flag is right. So
Snoopy was very patriotic, and he always wanted to be an aviator. You know, he was like flying with those ears. You know, this little beagle
But
dog,
the only
right?
problem was he was on the wrong side. He was born with toes, and he was on the other side of the war.
Well, didn't he shoot down the Red Baron or something like that? You know, it's like
No,
Beagle
he was
Baron.
the Red Baron.
Oh, really? Was he? Okay.
Yeah, he was the German guy because he was the most famous and the best of those in that. Was that World War One?
Yeah, I love him more than ever now. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah,
Mr.
he was the
Schultz, yeah.
German. He was the German guy. He wasn't the American guy. Well,
Yeah,
there wasn't any one famous American flying ace like that.
You say he was the Red Baron? I love him. Yeah, I love him more than ever. Absolutely.
It was his fantasy.
But he was always doing this aviator trip. I really like that, though. I don't know. I just remember that I failed to return a couple books back to the library when I was like 8 years old, and yeah, it was a pretty hefty fine. Anyway.
Well, the trick is you just never return it after that. We had an Alice in Wonderland book that I think we took it in on an amnesty day like 30 years later. Number 3, 2019, the Peanuts Halloween special. In 2019, Welcome Great Pumpkin, I found a Mandela effect for our first Mandaloween special in the Peanuts Halloween special. It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. Original slides from this point. I don't remember it's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. I remember it's the doesn't sound right to me. I don't know. I don't know what title I do remember though.
oh, bad title.
What colors do you remember Lucy's witch hat and Merlin hat being?
I don't know, and I don't care. I don't know. Just kind of throw that out there.
Too bad. It doesn't matter if you don't care. I care because it shouldn't be different from my memory. It should match because it shouldn't be able to be changed. And it's not right. You'll see it. You're going to know immediately it's not right, I'm sure.
At least the apples are red.
I have no memory of this, but yeah, go ahead.
Who's reading now?
You can still read it. It's fine.
I remember a purple Merlin hat and a purple or black dual memory witch hat, but what I don't remember is the current color of both, tricks or treats. They are both red now. Do you remember red? No, I don't remember red.
And the eyes of the mask are red. Or pink.
Demonic.
Yeah, demonic witch face.
And zoom in on those. Funny, exact the same picture, only different colors.
So here's residue of the purple. I'll even go blue, not red. Remembers red. Jason says black. I think Mandela Man says black. I think making coffee would be a good idea, Creek Mary. So I just threw every Snoopy thing I've covered across all the years and threw it into one folder, including ones that I covered for other people that I don't agree with.
Are you affected by any of these Peanuts Mandela effects? Let me know what you remember in the comments below.
How many people remembered the Blues Doghouse in the Christmas special?
Not very
I
many.
remember that.
I either none or very few. I couldn't see the chat. I mainly remember red, but I have flashing colors in my mind. Yellow, blue, green, red, but primarily I remember red.
Yellow and orange were in the comics and the books originally in my past.
That might be why I'm picturing that.
But everywhere else, it was always red, including the Christmas special for me. I never saw green, pink, purple. The rainbow one
I definitely didn't see
one-off.
pink or purple. That I'm sure of. If I primary bright colors, but nothing like that.
Mm-hmm. And it was never blue for me, and here it is in the Christmas special of all places.
And that one sort of looked brown. It was never brown. It was never a wood color.
Yep, never saw brown. You know what's interesting? On that Christmas book, it's yellow. Did we see that's yellow on the Christmas book? Oh, wait a minute. No, I think that's the kid's head. What color is it on the book? Can you zoom in, please?
That's Sally's hair is yellow. There's snow on the top.
Yes.
And
so I'm saying, is it blue?
height?
It's blue.
It's blue.
See a little strip of blue above her head.
It matches the sky almost.
Yeah. Yeah, the yellow of her hair is what threw me off. It was far away. I'm sorry in advance for the motorcycle. Oh my God, guys. I don't know if you know what's happening in Philly right now. You guys all know what's happening in Philly right now?
Tell us. Tell us.
The trash men are on strike.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Where's the garbage going to go?
They have garbage disposal locations throughout the city.
It's so annoying. It happens to me as well. Like, yeah, it's irritating because you need the rubbish to go out and they just don't rock up. It's like, what do you expect? Like, the rubbish is just gonna go onto the street and like overflow. Like, it's the dumbest thing ever. Literally ridiculous. I hate it when they do that.
Most people have a backyard to throw their trash in. We do not. We have to keep our trash in the kitchen until trash day because we can't put it outside on the sidewalk. We'll get a ticket. So our trash bags have to stay in the kitchen. Which invites.
So yeah, good woman. What are you gonna do? Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to get it 3 blocks away to the garbage bins that they have set up, the trash collection center.
Just chuck it on the street and then they'll know.
No, we don't live like Somalians here. No. You don't just chuck it in the street.
Jackie just got all muffled.
What?
You can't burn it. It's illegal to do that here.
They shouldn't be going on strike. They took a crappy job, except the payment.
Do you know what they're trying to do?
A better job.
They're complaining that the mayor hired 9 new executives and they're getting on average $135,000 a year. Well, yeah, they probably have degrees out the wazoo. They're getting paid for their experience and their education. No offense, but being a trash collector, you just need a high school diploma. So yeah, you're going to get paid less. That's how it works. Usually the higher the labor, the lower the pay. That's usually how it works.
Well, garbage men for a labor job, they usually were paid better because of the
Correct.
hazards and the difficulty of the job. What's happening now in our neighborhood is robots have taken two-thirds of the jobs, because there used to be 3 men on a truck, a driver and 2 guys to empty the bins. So now you get a specialized bin that the garbage company gives you. There's 1 guy on the truck, he's the driver, and this robotic arm comes out, forks up the specialized cans and empties them in. If it gets stuck or something, then the driver will get out and adjust it. But 2/3 of the job disappeared overnight with the robotic arms.
Well, they do get paid well here. It's because they want a 5% increase in their raise every single year. The city said we'll give you 2.7% the first year, and then 3% over the next 2 years, and that wasn't good enough for them.
What's the rate of inflation? I could understand that.
What do they make right now?
Inflation.
What do
Let me
they
find
make
out.
right now?
I'm going to look.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Average salary. Philadelphia. Sanitation worker. The average salary of a sanitation worker is $39,000 to $42,000 a year to start, $18 to $20 an hour, and up to $44,399.
Yeah, I don't know. Last year I went out at Christmas and I gave them like a gift certificate, but I don't know. That's just me, but yeah, I'm kind of crazy like that. But I actually gave my garbage men a tip. It's like
well, yeah, they get tips as well. Yes.
Yeah, we did that. We
no,
always tipped the garbage men and the well, we lived kind of a semi-rural area, so we would tip the mailman and the garbage men. But they worked hard. That's a hard, stinky, awful
But the vast
job.
majority don't give them a second thought. It's like, the people that take away my refuse, give them money, straight away.
But what I'm saying is, $39,000 for just having a high school diploma is pretty darn good.
Yeah, they have a good job. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're complaining because people with degrees and experience are getting on average $135,000 a year.
Are you saying
paid
that
for
the
4 to 8 years of college?
Are you saying waste removal is complaining about their wage?
No, I'm saying that they expect to get paid the same amount as executive assistants and stuff like that in the mayor's office.
My brother was an engineer for Ford Motors most of his career, so therefore considered management, and so he couldn't say anything about the wages. And there were guys on the line in the plants making more money than him, and he had the degree, the experience, and sometimes they have deadlines to meet, and so
yeah,
if
but
they
you know
were
how rare that is. Do you know how rare that is that the labor
so they
workers
get near
make
their
more?
deadline, and he would have to work crazy amounts of hours, but he was salaried, no overtime for him. But the guys in the plant get double time or time and a half for overtime, and some of them were making more money than him, and he had a degree.
I know, I get that, but what I'm saying is they can't expect to make the same amount as executive assistants with degrees and experience. It's a whole different
that
job.
was just the power. That was just the power of the unions in the auto industry. They could demand a lot for some reason, and somebody with a degree and brain power, was being paid less and nothing for overtime.
Sandy, they're providing vital services. Waste removal is a very important service.
I agree.
Yeah. So I don't know. Are they making 39,000 a year? I don't know what the economy is there.
Yes, the starting salary is $39,000 a year to $42,000 per year. Starting salary. You do it for years, you're going to be making more.
You're in Philly. That doesn't seem unreasonable. You are in Philly, right? You're talking
Yeah,
about
it
Philly.
doesn't
Wait.
seem unreasonable at all. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
city offered them 2.7% increases and then 3% over 2 years, and they said no and went on strike.
Well, what is the rate of inflation?
I don't know.
Let
me see. Rate of
If
inflation.
it's not keeping up with inflation, then I kind of don't blame them.
Yeah, but other jobs don't get to do that.
No, I kind of see where Sandy's coming from here.
Yeah, I see where she's coming from
It's only
too, but I also see
2.4%. They want double.
Okay, they want double inflation.
So we're stuck with the trash because they're being, not even them. Because a lot of times when a union, they're forcing a strike, the workers want to work and they can't, and they don't get paid. So some of the workers don't want to strike, but they're striking because they have no choice. So yeah, 2.4% is the inflation rate.
And what you're saying is even the workers themselves are split on the strike. They don't all want the strike.
Correct.
Yeah, well,
it's the union that's the problem. Yeah.
You know it's not right when even the workers don't want to do it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Hard Earth. That's sweet.
We get teacher strikes here. I don't think we've had one recently, and it's ridiculous because our teachers are paid some of the highest in the whole country, and then they still bitch, complain, and moan and go on strikes, and they work, 8 months of the year or 9 months of the year. Ridiculous.
Where you at, LJ?
Pittsburgh.
Okay. And Sandy's in
And near Pittsburgh. She's in Philly. I'm outside of Pittsburgh.
Okay. All right.
And then the other thing they do is work by the rule days, which this happened when I was in high school and I didn't know what was going on. Like there were days I would go in and there were a couple classes that were normal, nothing different. And then most of the classes would show a movie and it would all be on the same day. They just show a movie. It was called work by the rule. In other words, you're not giving us what we want, so we're not going to teach your kids. We'll do the minimum we're required by law to do.
Welcome, Kak.
And it would be reasonable if they were in the South where teachers aren't paid anything. And this was back in the day too, when schools weren't as crazy as they are now. Plus the districts where they were going on strike had well-behaved kids. It wasn't, this is before school shootings and before, all the mayhem. Plus, it was well-behaved kids in well-paid school districts. We had a lot of male teachers because they were paid so high, which is unusual. Very high percentage of male teachers, and some like even doctor level teachers.
Yeah.
So you're attracting that. So they're already in the best schools being paid the most money, and they act like that.
I'm telling them they got to help me here. If they want me to keep going, they got to give me some ideas. What do they want to see? It's hard to pick Mandelas, It's hard to pick what to cover things. Guys on the panel, is there anything you guys want to see?
I have plenty to say. Are you up for it or what?
Go for it.
Yeah, I seldom feel a need to show a video to encapsulate what I actually think. So I just, you know, if you have to go from the cuff, then, you know, just speak your mind. Anyway, I think it's rather a good discussion about, you know, this striking. You know, it's like people want to go on strike now, even though they make, you know, probably an adequate wage. But what do they really want? They want something else. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing that out there. If anybody wants a bite, go ahead.
Well,
you
I
already
think
know
there's
how I feel.
I think there's reasonable strikes. I mean, we know the history. Management will enslave people when and where they can. That's just a fact. So if you don't have any pushback, that's what will happen. You won't have safe conditions. You won't have good wages. But then once you start getting those things, then it's hard to compete with the rest of the world, which can still enslave people. So there's a balance there. So at some point, you have to look at it and go, look, we have it pretty good. And if we keep pricing ourselves up, we're going to get replaced by some other country or some other whatever.
Good point. Keep going.
Well, that was it.
I mean, yeah, you'll get replaced. I mean, you look at the city of Chicago, and they have sold like basically their tax base. They have sold the ability for them to collect tax revenue on, you know, parking violations. Okay, so they sold it to China for like, I don't know. It's really ridiculous. It's like something like 75 years. They sold it into the future, and it's completely gone. And so I really, yeah, it's really problematic. Hey, Ken Rotman.
Hello.
Not my favorite. Yeah.
How you going? Sandy, Jackie,
Yeah.
Bit of Venom, LJ.
But you know, our city functions are going to be gone because we sold it to China. You know, it's like that's what they say in the city of Chicago. Whether Columbus, I don't know. You're talking to like Mr. Rotman. You're talking to like Pennsylvania right now. We got LJ and Sandy Diva, and they're
Pennsylvania. Oh, I've heard that's pretty bad these days. Or is that Philadelphia? Maybe I'm thinking of Philly.
Well, a certain street in Philly, you know, it's like
Pennsylvania is very beautiful as far as the nature of it, and even the buildings have a lot of old charm.
Oh yeah.
But the economy it's not good in Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's sad. Yeah, it's like they destroy the infrastructure of these cities, and
yeah, well, the same thing happened to Pittsburgh. We made most of the steel for the whole country, and then the government allowed the foreign competition, which they didn't have to allow.
and Detroit, you know, you made cars in Detroit, and same thing happened.
Same
It's
thing
just
happened.
terrible.
Yeah,
Happened here in Australia. I knew plenty of people who worked for Ford and Holden, you know, assembling cars.
Yeah, my
you know,
brother worked for Ford. Yeah.
and they all lost their jobs.
Yeah, they cleaned up the steel industry because it was horrible pollution. People you couldn't see during the daytime for the smoke. This was before my time. By the time I was a kid in the 60s, they were already had a lot of pollution laws, and they were putting scrubbers on the stacks, and they cleaned up the rivers. So, I mean, it was still polluting, but it was less polluting. So that could have just gone on the way it was. It could still be going on like that today. They could have kept modernizing, but instead the government decided that we could buy cheap stuff from China and put the whole city out of work. And this city has never recovered from that, ever.
If there's money to be made, it's the environment.
It broke people's spirits, and they've never gotten over it. Even though then there's newer generations, the city as a whole never got over it. We were the fifth largest city in the country. We were called the fifth city. We're like the
Wow.
20th now. That's how many people left.
God.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
grew up
the
in
same's happening in Australia. Of they're selling out to all these, China and everything. Yeah.
I grew up in the 5th largest marketplace in the country, which is Minneapolis, right? It's like, don't equate me with Minneapolis at all. I'm a North Dakotan, born and bred, baby. But it's like, no, Minneapolis was really good as the urban example of the North, according to Fortune magazine in 1990. I mean, anyway, it's died. The American dream has died. It's rather unfortunate.
It is. It's sad because it was a great nation once.
We were the #1 exporter, and then we became the #1 importer.
And
Of
we
steel.
followed suit.
Of steel. Are you talking about steel?
No, everything. We were the #1 exporting nation in the world.
Yeah.
And then within a short time, we became the #1 importing nation.
Well, they wanted
and
to
we
go
have
to.
all the means. We have all the means to make and grow everything here. We don't. If we did, we can do it all ourselves here. But the government makes it cheaper.
Hi, boy.
Take it from
Sorry.
everybody else.
Welcome in.
The same in Australia. They started selling out all our wool industry. You couldn't find a proper woolen jumper anywhere. And then the steel industry, and then the wood industry. Now we have to get our wood from America if we want good wood. It's just crazy, and they're chopping down trees for China.
It's insane. Yeah, it's insane. Shipping stuff.
Same
all
things
that
are tough
way.
all over. Same shit. Yeah.
But guys, I mean, this is all by design, right? I mean,
Yes.
it's not like nobody saw it coming. It's not like anybody is trying to do this. I mean, there's
the world governments are
so
doing
many.
it for us.
I mean, the companies are being incentivized to bring the world down to its knees, and under the guise of we're saving humanity, we're saving nature, but it's the name of the game is just turn it around.
Well, I saw Putin give a great.
They're even talking about green bombs.
Okay,
they're talking about
Putin
green.
explained it well the other day. He
They're
said,
talking about a environmentally sustainable way to wage war. I mean, you can't take these people. I mean, you can't take any of the narrative.
You can't make
serious.
that up. You couldn't
it's
even
like
make
these
that
wind turbines. They cut down millions of trees to make way for these turbines.
Sustainable warfare. Yeah, there's an oxymoron for you.
But Putin said the other day, he said, what happens is with world leaders, he says a lot of them do go into power believing they can do all these things. And then when they get in power, they're told by the real people in power that they can't do that. They've got to follow.
Yeah, that's
that works. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's a very short way of saying it, but yeah, that's pretty much how
he said
it
a
works.
few more words, but I'm just. Yeah.
And beyond that, they get silly and perverted and compromisable, and or if they don't get there, they probably you'll probably never hear of them again. That's basically the system, right?
That happens a lot.
Yeah, they'll get JFK'd if they don't toe the line.
Yeah.
I'm into a lot of alternative health things, and there was a way of alternative health professionals.
Did I just start a trend turning on my camera here? Good to see you, Gordon, even though you're walking away.
Been a month or so since I've seen Gordon. But I had a bit of spare time. I've been very busy lately. I've become a full-time grandpa, and wow, it's a 2-year-old and a 5-month-year-old, and my stepdaughter.
Oh, that's more than a day task, dude.
I'm very demanded. Like my 2-year-old, she's already like my beagle. Anxiety separation disorder. As soon as I leave, she cries. I know. But I'm used to that with me dog, so yeah, I'll get used to it. But yeah, I don't need as much beer these days or weed. So, and I've been asking God to help me, quit weed and slow down on booze. And
you can't. I mean,
yeah, God has a funny way of answering your prayers.
You can't drink around the children. You might have one. Might have one.
I don't want to
think that's a normal and one during the afternoon. But then there might be a situation where you need to act and react and be stable.
Oh yeah, you got to be on the ball all the time. You can't.
Yeah, right.
Have your senses done. Yeah, I'm like that. I go into straight mode. Haven't had to do it for a while, but I
always knew that you knew your priorities, Ken.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
If I need to make a sacrifices, I will for the right reasons, and so there you go. I'm busy. I don't have time to stream hardly. That's why I come on now. I got a bit of spare time tonight. I had Mad Pieman down on the weekend because my stepdaughter just moved in and she split up with her hubby and they're living back here. So yeah, Mad Pieman come down. All these people were meant to help us unload this removal truck, but if it wasn't for Glenn, wow. And this lady she calls herself Lady with a Ute. She was great. Yeah, she might get around more often. She's good at babysitting. And but yeah.
So this random guy from YouTube in Australia actually helps you out, right?
Yeah. Glenn's visits quite often.
I mean, he's not really random. I mean, I know him, but besides that, it's just
personally,
it's not all and only crazy people that are out here on YouTube, right? There's actually,
But no, I couldn't have done it without him. It was like, wow, thanks, Glenn. He wanted to come down and visit anyway, so that was good. I shared him some beers.
Nice.
Yeah, heavy stuff. I didn't lift much. I directed everything, Yeah. I'm not going to put me back out for anyone these days. My back's already out today, holding the 2-year-old. I can only hold her for like 30 seconds. I've got to put you down. No, you're too heavy, buddy. Yeah.
Oh, Jackie, you got to stop writing back here. He's not going to be able to find the things.
Hey, Jackie, how you been? How's things in Sydney?
I got to go get the other one now.
You got the floods?
Well, I'm actually in Gatton. So should I say that? I don't think I should have said that. But
I can say anything you want to me. I don't get it.
I'm not in Sydney at the moment, but yeah, I'm just with my parents. They bought a new house out in the country, so I'm in the middle of nowhere. A lot of farming. Nice. But yeah, it's nice. It is nice. Nature vibes.
Yeah, that's always the best. Yeah. Oh, we have so many different birds here, and just sitting out there, listen. You start to hear music, because all the different birds making songs and.
There's just crows everywhere in Queensland now. There's just crows. Oh, they're just everywhere around here now. It's
we got lots of magpies and we got crows, but the magpies don't get on with the crows, and they seem to be territorial. So
they have a lifelong. They have like a generational feud.
Oh yeah.
The corvids, I mean the crows and the caws, and against the magpies. I mean, the magpies are such.
They're my favorite bird.
I mean, have you ever looked at the magpie's behavior? They're such a fucking nuisance to all the other birds, dude.
They're shit stirs. I've seen them pull kangaroos' tails. You know, they'll.
Well, they are. That's what they fucking are. And the crows and caws, you know, they are very social. They understand social structures. They see social structures. That I mean, they are even more social and more coherent than human society.
But I know this crow in main town. Not this town, but the main town we go to. I've known this crow for probably 15 years, and it always brings its mates. It eats out of my hand. You know.
Yeah.
Used to follow me around town whenever I go to town.
Besides that, Ken, it tells its mates about you. Like, this is
they do.
You can trust this one. You know.
Yeah.
It's the same with the kangaroos. There's a few kangaroos I've known since Joey's, and then they have Joey's, and they all know that I'm okay because Mum tells them that I am. You know.
Yeah.
It's cute. Animals.
Hey
are...
guys, I have to welcome a lot of people to chat. Give me a moment. So welcome. Keck B, scrolling down. Wheeler Greg is back. Joe King explores the realm.
Oh, Joe King.
There's no one. Steve Wolfbrandt, welcome. Darth Maximus. A lot do. I agree. All right, I got them all. Just wanted to say hello to the new people. Go ahead.
The censors that be did not like my comments about the alternative health professionals being unalived by such means as, for instance, shooting themselves in the back of the head. Because it kicked me out. Then I reloaded and it kicked me out again. To the censors that be did not like that.
Oh no, you can't. You've got to use code words now.
Yeah, you can't say that stuff. That wasn't me,
silly, isn't it? In a terrible world we live in where we all have to talk code, you know, like it's like we're living in the Cold War days. But
that wasn't the only wave. There was a wave among those alternative health professionals, but other categories of people, there were entire waves of people who became unalived in ways that would be unlikely for them to have been able to actually do that themselves.
Well, we had one in Australia just recently.
And this works, Jackie, or I don't know who's talking. Sorry. LJ, sorry. This works, right? Because this is how it's done. You speak out. We knock you down. If your head is above the maze, right? We chop you down so the rest of the maze stays down too. That's pretty much how it works.
Well, there's a woman here in Australia that I'd been following for a couple of years. She was the whistleblower on a certain prince and a certain Epstein guy. And, yeah, she just unalived the other, a month back. And they got Western Australian police to investigate it because she's on a rural property there. And, oh, yeah, it was just, overdose or something. And, yeah, they're the useless, mate. Western Australian and Northern Territory police have been known to be the worst as far as forensic or investigations.
Yeah, they won't make anything of it.
They're useless.
No,
look at Lindy Chamberlain,
And there's no such thing as the worst among police.
Oh, God, yeah, you're
right. They're all really, really very bad and very corrupt. I mean, they're
like a cult in a way.
Yes, exactly.
Programmed.
Yeah. That's why.
In fact, I got a bad hobby of watching, police body camera videos of where they're stuffing up, and civil rights lawyer, he's great.
It's just optics, dude. It's just optics. They will just. They will just you want police camera? We'll give you police cameras, and we'll show you that they're wrong, and nothing will change. In the meanwhile, things get worse.
Oh, so many get off of, like, it's obvious that they crossed the line and didn't follow it was meant to be a Terry stop and end up a shooting stop,
They call you on the phone here to fundraise, and sometimes it's the department where you live, and sometimes it's not even where you live. It's maybe nearby, and they either want just direct donations or they want to sell you circus tickets. So they can get more equipment. And so what is the equipment they're buying? They're buying cutout cardboards of pregnant women and children to practice target shooting with. That's a literal thing that's going on. And then they have the
I didn't want to know that.
call you up and ask you for money for more equipment so they can have more training.
Who's this? The IDF? No. Oh, sorry.
Guys, I hate to do this because there's 84 watching, which is just nuts.
Wow,
Thank you for
that's
being
pretty
here,
cool.
everyone. But if you want a show tonight, I gotta go soon. So I have 4 more that we can cover, which is gonna take a little bit. We're not leaving right now, but I can't stay too much longer because I do have to sleep.
Okay, so we'll go to
Go for it, Sandy, because we're on politics.
Yeah, go on and I'll stream after.
Yeah, we'll go to Ken's channel or Ken.
I can stay up another hour or two.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway.
But we do have 4 more in the chat to cover.
Yep.
And Bit of Venom's already ready to go at this one.
Oh, I was hoping it's Max shampoo.
Anyway, magpies are the best birds in the world. I raised 3 of them in my childhood from babies, you know. They were the loyalest, bestest friends.
Sandy, while you were gone, Snoopy had a red bar dog house in one of the pictures.
Not in the cartoon, though.
It was one of your still pictures. He had his house done like a flag, and it had red stripes under the stars.
I'm sorry, it had red stripes. Is that what you're saying?
It had a red stripe right underneath the star box.
Starbucks.
It looks like a normal sternum. I don't know what am I looking at here?
I'm not.
You're not going to see the regular. You're not going to see the
Xephoid.
images.
I don't know what an xephoid is, but anyway.
You never see the images in the first. Like the first images have nothing to do with the question. So the hyphoid process is a small growth of cartilage in children that calcifies to bone, ossification, as we age into adulthood. It is connected to and located directly beneath the breastbone/plate. You're going to have to zoom in after I read this. Which shape do you remember the hyphoid highlighted area being? Pick the number closest to what you remember. So there's 1 through 7. I took 2 out for a reason. Can you please zoom in starting with 1?
I mean, I don't know.
What am I looking at?
Yeah,
you can also answer like
front,
it
back,
wasn't
and
this number, if that's easier.
I'm kind of leaning towards 1, but yeah.
Well, none of them
5
look
or
right.
7, something like that, I think. But
My medical pedigree is a bit lacking.
For some reason, none of them look right because I used to study the skeletal.
Wait a minute, no, 1 is wrong as well. They're all wrong.
They're all wrong, but 3, 5, and 7 look closest for me. And 4.
I don't know.
There should be a spine going all the way down, you know, like.
No. This is in the front.
I thought we had more bones in it. No, I'm joking.
Because my ribs go to the back.
Ken, this is in front of your heart.
All right. Yep, your chest. Right. Yep. And why is there a nipple on 7? The end at the bottom.
Jason says
it's called the coccyx. God damn
yeah,
it.
I thought the coccyx bone looked a lot different, but that's right at the bottom though.
That's where you pivot on everything, my man.
Yeah.
Your coccyx.
Yeah, I was in hospital next to a guy who broke his coccyx bone, and yeah, apparently it's pretty painful.
Yeah, that would suck.
Where's
breaking your coccyx?
Guys, again, the question is, which is the closest to your memory? It doesn't have to be exact. I am drawing these after all.
The closest to my memory.
6 or 7.
I don't know what these little thingies are.
I can't even.
I'll go 1.
Yeah, I'll go 1 as well. I mean, I
There's
can't
there's
really.
no coccyx in 1. There's no coccyx there.
Yeah, but the
Well, there's
coccyx
no
could be a lot
coccyx.
lower.
Okay, okay.
That's what I mean. If
Then
we
you
look at
have your
the chest,
spinal. You know, it's like you have your spinal column and as well as you know. I'm thinking 1. I don't fucking know. How dare you ask me these questions?
How dare I ask you something I
He's
do
got a
know?
bone to pick with you, Sandy. He's got a bone to pick with you.
when I was a kid, I used to have holidays at this surgeon. He was like mates of my grandfather. They're both Freemasons, a Chinese family. And they had this skeleton, you know how they have their skeleton thing in the doctor's surgery, you know, and you can pull them apart and all that stuff. Yeah, I pulled the whole thing apart one day. Then they said I had to put it together, and I tried. I could not remember how. I did learn a lot about, you know, the skeletal thing from that thing. I was fascinated by it. You know,
Was he named
wasn't real
Napoleon
bones.
Bonaparte?
It
Was
was
it named
plastic.
Napoleon Bonaparte?
Yeah, I had a friend who would walk up and would say, "This is the ulna. This
It
is
was
the
called Boney
fibula."
M. Yeah, that's right. No.
Anyway,
Welcome back, Kassoon.
Sorry, go on.
You
yeah,
can go
but
on.
I shouldn't get online.
Red
do I?
skeleton.
God,
We
Maybe
have
it was
all
Red
1s and
skeleton.
3s.
well, I
Red
lied.
Go on.
skeleton. Yeah, that's right. He was a comedian.
And LJ said 5 and 3.
Just
Okay.
oh, it had a knob on it. But none of them look right to me. They all look
Am
wrong.
I right?
Yeah.
Am
All
I
right, wait.
right?
This
What?
is a wait. Listen, this is definitely Mandela affected anatomy for me. I remember a simple sword or tie shape, so I could agree to 1 through 3. I did not include 2. That's number 2 right there.
Mm-hmm.
Any of those look right to me. So 1 through 3 look right to me. But in this reality, a normal hyphoid bone is, next slide, all of the above and more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They look like all of them.
Good.
Your hyphoid bone is as unique as your fingerprint. And I don't remember that. I remember it being a bone that looked the same on everyone. So you said you studied the skeleton, Ken?
No,
Do you remember the
said-
hyphoid bone coming in all different shapes and sizes?
I said 6 or 7, right? Because I didn't have a solid memory on it, but yeah.
I don't remember there being a hyphoid bone. We had to memorize all of the bones of the body. I got a perfect score on the test. I do not remember anything even called a hyphoid bone.
We need someone who studied.
I've never heard that word before.
Regardless, guys, everyone's wrong because it's all of the above. And no,
Kavada.
Everyone is
Condolences.
wrong. Yeah, I
everyone
saw.
is incorrect. We
Yeah.
can move on.
All right, let's do that.
All I know
Remember,
is he
there's
stole my
also
rib.
this is shape number 8. It has a hole in the bottom.
What is the correct answer? I need the correct answer.
It's all of the
It's all
answers.
of the above.
All of them. Any
Listen.
shape breastplate or hyphoid bone can also have holes in them called foramen. This is also completely normal and yet another variation.
Listen, there's going to be a genuine hostage situation here unless I get the correct answer. So tell me what it is.
It's all of them. All of them is
All.
correct. answer.
All of them is the correct answer.
So I was right in the opposite way. Yeah.
Everybody's
I said all-
hyphoid
none
bone
of-
is different.
Let me see.
Everyone's hyphoid bone is as unique as a fingerprint.
Yeah. So I was.
I'm measuring. I'm measuring all the cages. I'm measuring the cage in my goddamn rib cage. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, Mandela Man said it's skeleton, not skeleton. I was wondering how red skeleton was spelt, actually. Thanks,
Yeah,
Mandela.
it was a play on words. Red skeleton. It was red skeleton. Yeah.
Skeleton is what we're
I was
looking at.
being silly. Napoleon Bonaparte. Red skeleton. Never mind.
I learned how to
Too
spell
fast, sticks for
skeleton
me.
the other day when I was looking up Star Wars skeleton crew.
Yeah, I was playing Scrabble the other day, and I needed to use 3 E's. Anyway, I played skeleton. Anyway.
All
Go
right.
on.
There's
I
only
hit
two.
hide a body, dead body, and I was looking it up too.
Is this a new one or an old one?
This is old.
Have you
The-
played
the
chess with
whole-
Lee lately, Gordon?
No,
Well,
he's not
oh,
been
you know
on.
what? Just tell me
Like
later.
2 years
Tell
old.
me off.
A year or 2 old.
None of us remember
Let's
this,
have a
though.
look. Right. Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know where we all
So this
were
is
when
my
you covered
memory. I remember them all being consistently like a tie. It reminded me of a tie. Okay, go on.
Good.
Residue from an actual
That
skeleton and one you would put inside a classroom.
That top one looks. Maybe that's what I remember.
What was that guy's name? I don't know.
Jason Lee, did you like that series? I thought it was pretty good, actually. Skeleton Crew.
He's
Why are the bones of the arm like bubbled out like there's muscle?
That was a pretty tough fucking dude, I'll tell you what.
Because that's a real skeleton on the bottom, and those arms don't look
Looks
right.
like a
They should be
face hugger,
straight.
you know, from Alien.
Yeah, it should be a straight bone arm, not bumpy like that. Arm bone. I said bone arm. Wow. I'm tired. Okay, so here's current reality. Let's zoom in and look at all the different shapes and sizes. They're insane. Let's go. So we have a Italian pepper. We have one that curves out like a shovel. We have
Like
one
a
with
tail.
a hole.
Like an actual tail. Yeah.
We have one that's like pinchers on the top right, like a crab claw.
Bones are
We
crazy.
have a wide crab claw, a thin crab claw.
You can feel that bone. Yeah. You can actually
Yeah,
feel
the tailbone, yeah. The
Yeah.
coccyx.
Yeah.
Yeah, connected to the coccyx, yeah, the tailbone.
It's not the tailbone.
If you ever had a cop kicking your fucking ass really hard, then
I was I've got a vibrator on this chair, and I was vibrating my coccyx earlier. Yeah.
Who are you talking to, Level? I can't see them. I can't see Vague Hiss Records in my chat.
Okay, Sandy, so did you notice this all at once? Or
Yes.
this is just over time?
Jackie,
No,
hey.
all at once.
All at once?
All at once.
Okay, that's very odd. All right, no worries.
I like the one
You
that
guys
looks
see the
like a,
boots?
like
All
a
at
low
once
boot.
for me.
See?
Yeah, there's one that looks like a little boot right there. You see it?
Right.
So cute.
Why would you
You
notice
have
that
to
all at
study.
That's how Italy used to be shaped, by the way. Right there. That is what Italy used to be shaped like backwards.
Look, some of these
Flip it
probably
over,
had
there's
cancer,
Italy.
you know? You don't know. Yeah, could be. Or elephant man
So
syndrome.
all of these are from the same time.
That must be the coccyx of an Italian man or a woman.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think if you ever have your ass kicked, then you'll know what your coccyx actually is. So
It
yeah.
looks pretty fragile, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's your little tailbone, bitch. Anyway.
Try not to fall on your ass too often. Yeah, all
Well,
right.
same thing goes for this little bone, or it's not really a bone, is it? It's how do you call this? Not bone marrow, but like your ear. How do you call this?
I see them now. Welcome
But
to
it-
Vegas Records.
But if you
Go on.
get if you get punched in this spot, you know you're gonna have problems for the next 2 minutes breathing.
Yes.
You got to look after your back. It's the backbone of your body.
Yeah. Cartilage.
So here's
Cartilage,
more
Mine's
crazy
hurting
shapes.
right now. That's why.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
the pain in. I'm feeling it.
Here we go.
It does seem fake, but it's real, B. These are all shapes and sizes that have been found upon autopsy from
yeah.
skeletons.
Look, it's been a long time since I've eaten a human. I can't remember.
You got to try it again
Say
one of
that,
these
but you
days.
can't say unalive.
I forgot the art of it.
It's fucking spinal meat right there. Oh god. Freaking great.
And we can go on.
So Sandy, is that why you don't think that it's going to change again? Because you've only seen it happen all at once. That's
I
probably
didn't
why
say
you
that.
don't
Are you
believe
talking
that
about
it's going to
Tweety?
change again. Sorry?
Are you talking about Tweety again?
What? No, I'm talking. No, it's to do with everything, every single thing ever. That's what I'm talking about. But I'm
No, that's
saying
why
that
I
with
check them
this,
once in a while. That's why I find Mandela effects based on old Mandela effects.
oh, so you,
I'm just saying
oh,
it's
I thought I
it's
was under the
random. It
impression
doesn't
that
mean
you
that it's
don't.
definitely going to be Mandela'd again. I have things that have not been Mandela'd again. Like most things have not been Mandela'd again.
For me, the anatomy is definitely like it continues to change. It doesn't
Yeah,
just
but anatomy
happen
is
all at
different
once.
than hyphoid bone, you know? Like, the anatomy is probably going to be Mandela'd again. I don't know about the hyphoid bone.
Oh yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, yeah, you could wake up with like a whole new freaking. Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. But yeah, I was just checking. I just didn't know what your thoughts were. I thought you were just like, oh yeah, everything's set in stone, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, no.
Look, life is a
Okay.
sequence of changes. Everything's always changing. You know, it's what I've.
Yeah, but not supernatural.
Yeah,
Go on. Oh, is that the last one?
Mandela effect could be a bit. You know.
So is
That's
this
a
a
naughty
skeleton
picture.
Mandela effect for you? Let me know in the comments below. And we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, so I got me.
Who's playing music?
Oh, it's me chair. It's vibrating. I got to stop it. Hang on.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's too smart, this chair. Yeah. I said me backwards saw and it started.
That's your chair vibrating. It sounded like a beat, I swear.
Did it?
Right?
Oh, I should have started playing the mouth organ.
Yeah, it totally did. I probably would have gotten a copyright for that. Hey, I'd be like, that sounds like this. No,
Yeah.
no, it doesn't. It's a chair.
It's just a chair. It's. I don't know what brand even. Oh yeah, Eldford or something. Eldford. Yeah. It's got different vibes too, vibrations. And
Oh, you put on the other vibration now, didn't you?
it's on all the vibrations now. And now it's on pulse. That's on press.
All right, guys. Hopefully you know the show. I'm talking about the original, not the new version. The one
this
with
one
Robert
doesn't-
Stack. There has been a Mandela effect and a logo issue to the 1980s-1990s series Unsolved Mysteries.
Oh yeah, I remember Unsolved Mysteries. That was a show. Yeah. Oh, but what was that?
Which word do you remember appearing on the screen when new information was added to a previously featured case? Do you remember update or updates?
It was the 70s.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
not.
I don't remember seeing that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Update.
I don't know. I don't remember, and I don't care, sort of thing. I don't know. If I have to like really go out there on a ledge, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't care.
You don't want to be
remember, so I
updated?
do care.
I can't go and
I'm really sorry, Sandy, but yeah, it's like I'm kind of in the.
Look,
I don't
God,
know.
was it update or updates? Come on.
I don't know. I think it was update.
We don't know.
Okay,
But
there it is.
we took the update, so we don't know anymore.
Look,
Christian
I don't know.
Sutton says too, and Angels
Update
Don't Fall
sounds
says
like
one.
there's going to be a lot of updates. So update, I'd say. At a guess, you know, I can't remember the show hardly. I thought it was a
I
bit.
used to watch it
boring.
constantly. And I used to watch it in syndication constantly. It was always on.
I watched Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah.
Believe It or Not.
All right,
Wow,
Pushing's
no one
changing
knows
to
that?
I
one.
used to read the comics to that actually.
Update.
It was popular in my OG.
Oh,
channel.
right.
Everyone watched.
Oh, it's both now. Oh, it was
Unsolved
Shit.
Mysteries
Everyone
update.
watched Ripley's.
Oh,
Ripley's
Gordon,
Believe It
you
or
got
Not.
it. Yeah.
God damn it, get with the program.
Guys, give me a minute. My thing just took
Get
me to a
with the
different tab.
program.
Oh.
Okay, we're
So where's Splatter tonight? I thought he was on earlier.
No, he didn't join. He wasn't. Excuse me,
he's
he wasn't feeling
tossing.
To the
good.
globe Earth.
He's
He's
tossing
having a
salad
panic attack.
elsewhere.
He's having a panic attack because he woke up and realized it's a globe. Shifted
So
to the
I
ground.
didn't Photoshop anything. It's both now.
He's
I only
tossing.
remember seeing update because they're giving you an update. An update can have multiple things in it. There's no updates. I've never seen
No, an update is
updates
the
makes
one
no
thing.
sense.
All right. Okay. So we're on
Yeah, the one thing though is the case. You understand? They're updating the case. It's an update. You see what I'm
If
saying?
you want to, hey Sandy, if you ever want to know any updates on Cars and War, yeah, just ask me.
But it's both now. They use updates and update. I only ever remember seeing update on the screen while a voiceover by Robert Stack said update. Never update.
Oh, Robert Stack, I like
Right,
him.
yeah.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
Right, there you go.
But the hard-hitting Mandela for me is what he said at the end of every episode. Sometimes he'd add a little to the famous quote, but these words were always the same. Next.
I'd say that evidence stacks up.
Join me. Perhaps multiple words help solve a mystery.
On the next episode of.
Now, join me. Perhaps multiple words blank help solve a mystery.
I like mysteries being solved, you know. That's what annoyed me about this show. I hate a mystery unsolved. Really
Yeah. Chase the killer to his den and murder him. You know, fuck. Yeah, I hate the unsolved murders. You know, it's like, don't give me an unsolved murder.
Says you will help.
I want vengeance on these evil people and they get away with it, you know. It just pisses me off. Anyway.
Hunt them down and murder them in
You
their
can
beds.
help.
I just found out the other day that there used to be a serial killer living in town for quite a few years and he killed over 10 people. And that was in the 80s. It's like, wow, our town's famous in a way. But it was the 80s.
Kill 10 people. Why do you do
And
this?
and 5 bodies are still haven't been found. They're buried out there just beyond my place. I'm going to go I'm going to look for skeletons and then I'll put the skeletons and I'll take a photo and say, hang on, yeah, you're right, Sandy. That was the
Anyone on the panel know what this blank is?
But that is
No.
true. I'm not joking.
I do not know.
Tonight. Perhaps tonight.
Yeah, but it is the farewell, so perhaps next time, perhaps you will help. Perhaps you can help.
I'm just guessing. This is not from memory.
Hide your Fruit Loops. Hide all your Fruit Loops because there's a serial killer.
That's it.
Perhaps you can hide all your Fruit Loops to help us solve a mystery. Yeah.
Perhaps you may be able to help solve a mystery.
May be able to help. That's too long and that's wrong.
May be able to help solve a mystery.
It was perhaps you can help solve a mystery.
You
I don't know.
may be able to help.
Will be able to help. Yeah.
No way. Too long. It's wrong. I have a dual memory of the quote, but he doesn't say either one of these anymore. I clearly remember perhaps you can help solve a mystery. And perhaps maybe you can help solve a mystery. Not And not even maybe you. No, even you can help solve a mystery.
Unless you're thinking of one of them cop shows where they say maybe you can help solve a mystery. Perhaps.
No, that was only Unsolved Mysteries.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's a very unlogical choice to say be able, right? When you can say can. Yeah.
Yeah, play it again. Let people see here how
Solve a
stupid this is.
Perhaps you may be able to help solve a mystery.
No, wrong. And B says no
Perhaps
effing way.
you may be able to help solve a mystery.
You will.
It's awful. It's awful.
Perhaps
All right, stop it.
you
I don't need
be
to.
able to.
We're good. We're good.
You
That's
will
good.
be you will may be able to
Exactly.
tongue
But
twister.
now it's always been this word salad mouthful. Perhaps you may be able to help solve a mystery. Does this quote match your memory? Because it sure doesn't match mine. No, that's too many words.
Perhaps you may be keen to help.
Yeah, they
Instead of
changed it.
able.
I don't know.
Perhaps you may be able to help solve a mystery.
Yeah, doesn't.
What about perhaps you may want to? Or
Yeah, they merely changed it. Sort of like the salty cracker motherfucker. I don't know. Was he wearing a monocle? It's like I don't know. He was wearing glasses like I do.
oh, the peanut guy.
Yeah, the peanut guy. Or
I'm sure he's wearing monocle just like Monopoly Man.
Mr. Monopoly. Yeah, he's probably wearing a monocle or glasses like I do. Anyway.
You kind of sound a little like the salty cracker guy.
Oh, salty cracker.
It is. No, Gordon is that guy who does that channel. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
he's much louder than Gordon. Come on, I can only take a little bit
It
of
is,
salt.
but their accent is kind of the same. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, Gordon's from LA originally. He was. he was born in Laurel Canyon. I think he got raised by the mamas and the papas, and I don't know. I forgot.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that introduction.
Welcome. So thankfully, there is residue of both quotes that match my memory, starting with, perhaps maybe you can help solve a mystery.
I don't remember that many candles in the background. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I thought it was just 2 rows.
Hey,
that is a lot. I don't know what episode that's from, though.
It's a decent coat, for the,
That's Columbo's coat he stole. He stole that off Columbo.
I could ride a horse with that motherfucker on, you know what I'm saying? I could really do some horse riding with that motherfucker.
I do like that jacket. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
reminds me of the Cold War days,
Okay, enough boomer time now. That's enough boomer time. Back to the topic.
Yeah, we're showing our age here.
Yeah.
Really?
we're all cool like that.
Columbo. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Next. Perhaps maybe you can help solve a mystery. Perhaps maybe you can help solve a mystery. This is the dual memory one. I have a faint memory of this one, but I just really remember. Perhaps you can help solve a mystery, which will come up next.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
Mm-hmm. Here's residue of the much simpler quote that I remember the most. Perhaps you can help solve a mystery.
Even though they hollow out trees and one lot gets burned and another lot doesn't. And yeah, okay.
So here's an article about the new version being on Netflix. And in the article, perhaps you can help solve a mystery.
Yes, I will.
And that has not changed. That has not changed, it says, from the new iteration on Netflix. Well, it has changed.
Yeah. Kim Charles.
Welcome, Lee Dana. Here's all. Perhaps you can help solve a mystery. I don't know if you want to zoom in and show them.
Yes, they're accelerants.
Mad Hatter. Don't even look like that. That's a Mandela effect, that Mad Hatter. You can look like that in Walt Disney.
There's a lot of Mandela effects in Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps you can commit the next crime. Too soon. Good one. Perhaps you can help solve a mystery all over this page.
Yeah, perhaps you can commit the next crime.
The 4 horsemen of Unsolved Mysteries. That. Yeah.
Creepy face.
Creepy pasta.
Yes.
The one on the top right is Jesus Christ.
Well,
he looks. That's a bad drawing.
Yeah, but it is him.
And what is
that
he
one on
wearing?
the bottom, that's terrible. Like, that could be anybody.
On the bottom
The one on
right.
the bottom left. The bottom left. We all know where he comes from, right?
He must be, Middle East.
He must be Israeli,
Yeah, you have a nose for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do have a nose.
Oh, we've had all this anti-Semitic thing happening overnight on Friday night in Melbourne. Synagogues burnt and all these other crimes.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I heard that.
It's ridiculous,
First thing I thought was like, oh, nobody was harmed, just
No,
a synagogue,
never.
right? So, no, come on. I
Well,
cannot.
boy, the week they brought it in, how many months back I've forgotten, but that week there were like 5 anti-Semitic things happen, and 3 of them turned out to be hoaxes.
Yeah.
Like,
This one surely.
I had to admit it months later. Oh, that caravan that
This
was going to blow up a synagogue didn't actually have explosives in it, actually. And
this one surely is a propaganda and how do you call it?
so obvious now.
Because, why the fuck did I hear it on my radio when 12?
Yeah, you heard it even over there. Wow.
When 20 people were not harmed, but a synagogue was, right?
Well, it was a front door.
Come on, I've heard this.
Guys, you can't talk about this stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And the photo of the guy who did it looked very, anyway.
There was one of those pew-pewed in Pittsburgh, and if it wasn't a hoax, why did they know everything about it that same night and already had an organized candlelight thing about it the same day?
We better
You
stop.
can't even organize something that fast.
Sorry, it's my fault.
The middle of the world is feeling hurt right now, so we better stop.
I can talk about it mine because I haven't got a strike yet.
Okay, next.
Touch wood.
Yeah, can I
New
type in?
channel.
Like, you can just go through these. You guys trust me, right? Like, these are
Yeah,
all
go ahead.
residue. Because
Yeah,
this is
I might.
Mandela.
Ooh, 11:51. Wow.
Holy shit.
PM.
Yes, Karen. I'm doing 2 more and then I'm going, but there's 82 watching, so I feel bad. But if they want a show tonight, I gotta sleep.
Oh.
I might have to go and
84 watching now.
Do you have to go napper times? Oh, that's
I might have to go because I got to set up onto another account because I
No,
used
I have to go to sleep, wake up, and then put the show together before the show.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
And
You gotta go napper
I
time.
possibly have 2 shows tonight.
Oh,
You're
so-
allowed to end the show, Sandy. You're totally
Yeah,
allowed.
you shouldn't do 2
Don't
more,
let
3
the
more.
we're not holding you hostage.
No, you should have it.
Not holding
You should.
hostage.
I was going to ask how you're going as far as how tired you were, and I was thinking maybe.
I'm gonna go voluntarily. I was last in, so I'm gonna be first out.
You're presenting.
Yeah, boy,
You got 2 more.
get rid of your Thomas Sowell avatar.
I know you hate it, right?
Yeah, I absolutely hate it. Yeah, I absolutely hate it. Yeah, Thomas Sowell.
I might, but for the moment, I will just take it away. Thank you.
Well,
Sam.
it's good that it pissed You're all good. No, I like it now.
Thank you, Sandy, and I'll
5-4.
see you on the next one. Thank you for watching.
Oh, guys, we have 2 more to present. I'm not going
Good
anywhere
night.
just yet.
Okay, Sandy, I better go and start.
Good night,
Well,
boy.
I got to work out how to do it.
I'm playing Thanks for the Memories to you.
Oh,
Oh, thank
Boeing.
you.
Yeah. Got to get rid of Boeing.
Oh, boy, full that boy.
Boeing.
I didn't know you
I
knew
wanted
that.
that.
Thanks for the memories.
So the Boeing
No,
747 is probably one of the best known airplanes, and somehow no one seems to have noticed this Mandela. Do you remember passenger seating extending to the nose of the plane? Yes or
Yeah.
no in the chat?
Yes. Yes.
I do
No.
not. It's in front of the cockpit. Let's be
Yes.
clear. In front of the cockpit.
Yes. That's really good seating. Yeah.
I've
I
never
always
seen
thought
that in
that
my
were
life.
cargo holds in that area or other things for the plane. I didn't think you could put seats there.
I agree. Pushing button says no. What? No, says Kasoon.
Holy fuck.
There's a pilot sitting on my head.
Yeah, I know. Seriously.
Even though
We're behind you. The pilot's behind you.
Be fine.
Super first class is pushing buttons. You guys wouldn't know about it.
It's true. I slowly peons wouldn't know.
for the memories.
LVA Paul says no. It's super secret first class. That's weird, says Kasoon. I agree.
Shout out to India.
You too.
This isn't new. In fact, seating up to the nose has been in the norm on Boeing 747s since its very first flight in 1969. So it's
That's
always
a
been like
lie.
this.
That's a lie, or a Mandela, or both.
Always has been that way. Yeah.
I was born in 1959, and I know this.
Hello, Burger Buns. So you can see on the Pan Ams, all the windows going straight to the front.
Weird.
There
Looks weird.
There used to be a show called "That Was the Way It Was," and it had a song. That was the way it was. Well, that's not the way it was.
No, that's not the way it was.
That's
I
not
didn't
the
know
way
about
it
this,
was.
said Sarah. Just a little side note, I also don't remember the tail engine ever looking like a so it's not an engine, it's just a hole. The opening is so small, almost like an eye or something. I cannot say on a family-friendly stream.
It's a donkey hole. A donkey hole.
Once planes are in the air, they just run on air. They don't even use jets. So that's probably, where the air, after it comes through the front, goes out and keeps the...
That's the planet Uranus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks very assish. You know that one's going to land into that wing.
They used to look like the forward-facing jet on top of the tail of airplanes. Another older Mandela effect. Now they just look like a hole.
Crazy.
Looks sexy though.
My dad was in the Air Force. I could have asked him if he's still alive.
Wait.
much pictures
Look
of
at
the
the
hole.
one on the right, the bottom right. Look, what are we looking at? What are we looking at?
Trolling.
What is that?
We're looking at trolling.
That looks like an eyeball.
I thought it was something else. Oh, the
Yeah.
bottom left looks like an eyeball.
Yeah, they look like an eyeball.
The bottom
one.
right, yeah.
That one's got a double. It looks like a pew pew. You see it on the right with the arrow?
Double
It's a
hole,
pew
actually.
pew with a sight.
Yeah, that bottom right one's a boy, definitely.
That's the last slide.
Yes, there's another presentation.
Oh. Ooh, the fishy pop.
Welcome, Nelson Mandela.
Oh, Nelson, you're back. Are you going to have another funeral?
Neox.
What now?
Man, where are all these people coming from?
Neox, welcome.
I didn't even share them.
Are you going to run for president?
All right, this one is from Fizzy. Mhm. Recently, not recently at all, this would be like 2019 or 2020. Fizzy discovered something that led to multiple possible Mandelas to our transportation history. Samuel Peppard invented the wind wagon in the 1850s. Yes or no? Do you remember the wind wagon?
Yes, I'm very familiar with these.
No.
They were later called prairie schooners. This I am familiar with. This for me was a real thing. I've heard about it a long time ago.
What the fuck?
Eat a lot of
I've
beans for
never-
extra wind.
Who is
I've
Bergfond?
never heard of this or seen these before.
Does anyone know who that is?
No, I have a lot of new people here, Jackie.
That's so funny. I know what Burger Buns said to me the other day. I was like, what the hell? I don't know who they are.
Burger Buns, I love the profile picture.
I don't like what he said to me the other day, but I do think what he's saying right now is funny.
It's hilarious.
It's like
Okay, we can go on.
got like Twitter vibes.
1850s, yes, pushing. Kassoon says WTF.
Oh, man.
Peppard and his fellow explorers rode 500 miles of the Oregon Trail using his wind wagon until a dust devil destroyed it in Denver.
Oh, no.
My God.
So hard.
Already this strikes me as odd because I've never heard of or seen a wind wagon. But while researching, I discovered that wind wagons, carts, and land boats were used all the way through the 15th century Ming Dynasty. Yes or no? Do you remember wind? Like, I don't remember sails. I remember all of these things, but they were people-powered, not wind-powered.
It's weird.
Welcome,
I
Vicky.
don't know the old Chinese history enough. Prairie schooners were the common thing. People that went west. There were the Conestoga wagons were the most common thing, but a certain percentage of people did have prairie schooners, which had
Yeah, I do remember hearing about wind things that used to go across. Yeah.
And these other
across
ones
the water,
probably are
but not across land.
earlier versions of the prairie schooner.
Jason
I don't
says
even
not
think it
wind-powered.
works.
Mandela Man says yes. I'll huff, I'll
Yeah.
puff, and I'll pass out before a quarter mile, says Pushing. In strong winds, that might work, says Kassoon. Hi, Nightbot, says Vicky. You're the only person who acknowledged him.
It was just
Thank
an
you.
addition.
No, I do.
You still had
You
to
do.
have your
You wanna block
horse
him.
or your ox or whatever. You still had to have your animal. It didn't replace the animal, but it gave you additional. It gave you additional power.
Oh, wait, it gets worse. So,
Well, guys, I gotta go. So,
all right,
yeah,
Ken,
Sandy.
have a wonderful
everyone.
day.
Yeah, I better
Bye-bye.
do this quick stream and might see you over there. Someone's. Yep. After this. Yep.
All right, good night,
Okay,
Ken.
guys. Good
Night,
show. Excellent.
thanks.
Enjoyed it. God's love be with you, everybody.
You as well, Ken. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
So, in the 1500s, they were more cart-like. used for personal transportation and transporting goods. Later in the United States, Lewis and Clark used a wind-powered land and sea boat. Yes or no? Do you remember boats that could go across the water and then move to the land and keep going on wheels? Because I don't remember that during the Lewis and Clark times.
No, I don't remember that.
See ya, B. Or are you saying see ya to Ken? Jason Jones says, LOL, no. Old West, yes. 1500s, maybe not, says Mandela Man.
1600s.
I also need to ask, while I do remember soapbox car races being popular from the mid 1800s
What
through
the fuck
recent
am I
times,
watching?
I have no memory of any of them being sail wagons in the early 19th century. Do you? Do you remember children having sail wagons or making soap car boxes that went downhill?
I think they did this in Little Rascals one time, and Buckwheat was in it with one of the other kids, and it went all wild down hills. It went crazy.
No, I don't
Okay,
remember this.
possibly, but I've never seen it. Kassoon
Me
says,
neither.
holy F no. Paul says no. Pushin says maybe. I just find it a little strange that I've never seen these before in history books, art, or media of any kind, including the Little Rascals for me. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to get off the screen so I can read. Even though there are books dedicated to the subject, fictional stories, and even a Disney cartoon about wind wagons. The Saga of Windwagon Smith.
Yeah, the Walt Disney's. Oh my god. Sweden.
They look like pirate ships. I'm sorry, I don't remember this.
That's a flag of Sweden.
Oh. What the? AI bots.
Well, you have to think this is around the time they were playing around with balloon flying and other things. So, like, I could believe this, even if I haven't seen it before. I could believe they were doing this stuff because they were doing a lot of weird inventions at that time.
No cement.
Looks fun.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, can you go back up to the top? Why is the guy in red? Go all the way up. Yeah, see the guy in the red on the right? What's up with his helmet? Why does he have, like, ears sticking straight out?
Yeah.
That's so bizarre.
Isn't that just a cowboy hat?
No. Go back up again. I'm sorry. So, no, that's battle. They're in battle with wind wagons. I'm sorry. I don't remember this. They're wearing, like, metal helmets. They're in battle.
Yeah, I never was
wind
taught this. I was never taught any of this. So it could be hidden history. It could be a Mandela.
It's also
But
the guy
wind
on.
wagons were a thing. There was such a thing. The Conestoga wagon was used, and there were probably precursors to it. So I think that these existed. I don't know if there were this many kinds, or I don't know.
Not in my history, not in my reality. No way.
Wait, where? Oh, thank you for joining us, Gordon.
The thing about our history is it was very selectively taught in schools, and even, whatever you saw on TV was still selectively taught. So there's probably a lot of stuff we just never saw, never knew about.
That sounds like a Mansky's all day.
Well, I'm not saying. My suspicion
Wait,
is
listen.
there's
Wait,
too many
listen.
of these. Okay, I think there's too many of these cell things. So I don't think all of these existed. But I'm just talking about just generally broadly. A lot of the history things we see, some of it, not all of it.
And
Some of
I'm
it
saying there's
because we
so
were
many of them.
selectively.
There's no way
Yeah,
I
there's
would have
too
not
many.
seen them in art
I
history class.
agree. I agree there's too many of these things. But I did see prairie schooners in history class. We were taught that in history.
Do you believe this could be a historical Mandela? Where sail
Yeah,
carts, sail
there's too
wagons,
many of them.
sailboats on land, and sail cars part of your history? Or do you think we just never knew these forms of transportation existed? Let me know your thoughts in the
I
comments
think it's a
below.
combination. I think a certain select few of these may have been real, but there's too many. It's a Mandela. There's too many different ones, and yeah.
All right, and with that, even though there's 74 watching and this kills me,
Sandy,
time
how
to say
long have you
goodnight.
been on?
11 hours.
Yeah, 11 hours, and you feel guilty. You're crazy.
I do.
Don't. Yeah, that's unnecessary guilt. You've gone above and beyond duty.
All right. Well, it is time for a huge shout out. I can't pronounce your name. How should I pronounce your name? I don't know how to read this language.
Taro Eto, if you translate it. It's Japanese.
What did you say? How do you pronounce it?
Tara Eto. Taro Eto.
Darlo Eto?
I will paste it.
Taro Eto. Okay. Let me write it down.
I don't know if that's the right translation. No, in Google.
Well, hopefully they'll answer by the time I get to their name.
It's Google.
Well, everyone, I want to thank you all for being here. We will be back tonight. But for now, we're going to say goodnight. Oh, pushing. You never have to apologize. My goodness. Thank you, LJ. So tonight we had Everjosh, Sagar Mandela Effect, Time Man, Algorithm, The Three Minds, aka The Mind, Angels Don't Fall, Just Gas, Ganaball, Morgan, Tanya Sue, Possum Lady, Janata, Jackie McCarran, Red Storm, Ryan S., General Sorrow, Diane P., Richard Minnick, Call for Zero, Propagate This Light, One More Quarter, Dr. Bob's Nightmare, Laurie H., Alex Jones's Shilling Vitamins, in the studio, Kasoon Lee, it's Parody Bear, Kasoon Lee, Golden Sai, Ken Raz, Dumber Every Day, Jennifer Maniston, Sadly Karen, Kelly Landrum, Artsy909, Tiniest Squish Sarah Pagey, Tanya Sue, Boiler Greg, Jehovah's Daughter Barbara, The Nakiss, Margaret Walker, Gerald Neal, Post Anything 2, Huberts, Carla Hernandez. Let me see if anybody answered me. No, not yet. OA, Valley Parks. Let's see. David, a.k.a. Logan Freeman. Jordan Mills. Blue Riders, DG. FAP. Victoria Emmerich. Bit of Venom. Bazam Yan. Ken Rotman. Ryugani Mikado. Heart Earth. Jennifer. In the Studio. Let's see. Melissa Bible 101. Granola Grin. Mandela Man. Ormane. Roger Ledwell. LVA Paul. Molotov Drones. Alpha Draco. Drachmas. Drew Duncan. Preliminal. I Want. Chris Knight. Bubbles Bubbles. Pushin' Button 62. Hebro. Bomber. James Frazier. Timothman. Level. Puck Elf. Connie Wood. Jason Jones. Neofreak 91X. Chow Fun. Swanman. Christine Lynn. You. Or YUE. I already got South Karen. Five Little Stones. Blue Pac-Man 13. Bib Doylan. Rebecca 345. Noise Guru. Jess WWL. Canada Spaceman. Straight Glue. Ryan S. Joe Martinez. Shari Ives. CT Gordon. No Pearls Before Swine. B. Crow. Video. Creek Mary. Boy. Keck. B. Darth Matt Maximus. Steve Wolfbrandt. Joe King. Metathronos. No. Let me try that again. Metathronos. Vegas Records. Lee Dana. Burger Buns. Nelson Mandela. Neox. Hold on, wait. Yeah, Neox. Vicky. And Caro Eto, is that correct? I hope it is. I hate pronouncing names wrong. I think I have everyone. Oh, Levelhead Wildchild. Welcome, Wildchild. Let me write you down. Levelhead Wildchild. Is anyone else here that hasn't said hello? Thank you, Pushin'. And Pushin', thank you again for your donation tonight. I truly appreciate you. Let me see. Yeah. I think I got everyone. I'm not seeing anyone new in the chat. And Rotman is live, late night stream, early afternoon, the way, if you're looking at it from my position. It's 10:16 in the morning. I've been live since 12 hours ago almost. Say Joe Hair after. And Joe Hair.
I'm gonna have to put up a
say Joe King and Joe's Hair. I'm sorry, what were you saying, LJ?
Oh, I'm gonna have to put up a crazy Sandy avatar for how long you stay on your shows.
Well, I sleep all night, and I sleep all day, and I'm awake all night, and that's the issue. I have work to do, and I need to sleep too. So that's why I need to go, or I could keep going for a couple more hours, but I have to go.
So you should have gone hours ago.
It's my
You
fault.
yelled at Josh because Josh didn't want to go to bed.
I know, I had to force him to leave. Well, everyone, thank you everyone who participated tonight. Thank you to Bit of Venom for jumping in and tagging Josh out so that he could go to sleep.
Always.
Thank you to Jose. Thank you to LJ, Jackie, CT Gordon, Boy, Wolfie. Wolfie was here. Wolfie wasn't on the list. Wolfie was here. Who else was here? Ken. So many people were on the panel tonight.
The mind?
Including someone new. 2020 wasn't in my chat list either. 2020 website. I hope they return.
Yes,
Well,
the
guys.
mind was here.
Oh, I got him. I had him twice. The 3 minds in the mind. Show is over level. I know after 12 hours it has to be. But we should be back tonight.
Sandy's Union doesn't give her overtime.
YouTube gives me 30 cents a stream. 30 cents for 12 hours of work. That's
And she
why
can't go on
there's a
strike.
ticker. I can't go on
go-
strike. 30 cents a stream. That's why there's a ticker, guys. You don't have to donate ever. But if you
30
would like
cents.
to,
That's a
links in the
fortune.
description. Mm-hmm. All right, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful day, wonderful night, depending on where you are. And I will see you in about 12 hours, 14 hours-ish. Maybe 15, because if Hero has a show, we usually run a little bit later. Because I do 2 shows tonight if Hero does a show. So, somewhere between midnight, 1 will be the show tonight. Sure, I'd love to come on. Just send me an email. My email is my channel, sandydevenmandelaeffects@gmail.com, and we'll set it up. It says Frugy for everyone, says Pushin. And on that note, say goodnight, guys.
Good night, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Smash the 2, smash the 2, smash the 2, smash the 2. Critter scrap up, 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 critter scrap up. Please turn it off. Why must we watch Friends? 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 I've seen this show about 1,000,000 times. Not even funny when I'm drunk or high. Why must we watch Friends? Why must we watch Friends?
Is that freaky?
Why must we watch Friends?
Wait a minute.
This reality is not going to be very pleasant when all the good people leave.
I'm telling you now for the 100th time to change the
Isn't even close. How could you say otherwise? The land's
everybody. Hero 77 here.
I'm doing good. Now that I'm home and off work.
Why must we watch Friends? That laugh track is so annoying to me.
Fog that's happening over across everywhere.
No. Pastor of Muppets.
This Asian man propagate never too late. Yes,
Working on Baby, It's Cold Outside.
Part of your world, it flipped back again.
We all come from different realities, like I explained last week.
Then watch TV sit down and catch those ballet. Why must we watch Friends? 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 Why must we watch Friends?